Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
It's that time of year where once again 24 hours goes on the clock and eyes of the world turn to the world center of racing. They've been here at the Daytona International Speedway for 62 years in the real world. In iRacing, 8 years of history have seen day and night transitions be added. But today, for the first time, eyes will turn to the heavens as we look forward to the 2025 iRacing Daytona 24 powered by VCO. Hi folks, welcome along to the iRacing Esports Network to RaceBot TV. Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Lewis McLeod. And Lewis, the last 4 years, this is how you and I have kicked off January, which in some ways I think is maybe not great for you and I personally in the commentary booth, but there's a lot for us to look forward to. One of the biggest sim races of the year, and at Daytona, everything seems to be a little bit more testy.
Yeah, I love this event. We both love it. It is the start of the sim racing year, basically. This is where everyone gets themselves set. Obviously, some brand new stuff here for iRacing. We've talked about the weather. We've got the Ferrari 499 GTP. We've got the Acura out there as well. A couple of other new cars based on where we were last year. But, I mean, it's going to be a fantastic year of sim racing.
We've already kicked off the year with the Roar a week ago. That was an interesting race, but now we get into the first of the 24-hour races, but the first of the team events as well. The one thing that I love looking at the schedule is we've got some new additions, including the Dale Jr. charity event that will be coming up before the end of the month. But Lewis, every month in the year has got something to look forward to.
Yeah, and there's big ones in there. Obviously, you've got the Bathurst 12-hour, Sebring 12-hour. Later on through the year, we've got the massive events like the Martinsville MX500, the biggest of the big, I'll have you know. All the oval races, the Indy 500, Daytona 500, Coke 600. I mean, look, it's a great year of special events. It's been building and building and building, and now we love it.
And there's been so much for us to continue talking about in terms of evolution of the platform. Let's talk a little bit just about the race itself, what we've got to look forward to, because 24 hours put onto the clock, that part's quite simple. But the weather dynamic elements that we're going to look forward to, the forecast, the threat of rain, that's new for 2025. The thing that's not new, though, stop and go limit. 100 incident points will get you a trip down pit lane will cost you about 30 seconds or so. And then every 20 after that, something for us to definitely talk about. Something else to think about, Lewis, the field size has been increased by 10 to 60 compared to in 2024. And so when we talk about the cars and the different number of BOP adjustments that the team at iRacing have made, it's maybe a bit disappointing that, well, as per usual in top splits, not all of these cars get represented.
Yeah, classic LMP2, no changes. Obviously, it's just the one of them. But you can see how many cars there are. 16 different cars obviously available for all the drivers to take, including the brand new Ferrari 499 GTP and the Acura NSX GT3 Evo, but then obviously the other little bits in there, like it's all been chopped and changed around, meaning that, like you say, it's never going to be a perfect balance. If a car is a half a tenth faster, people want to take it, and then they'll all balance their way to that, meaning we've got an army of BMW M4 GT3s out there.
Which is interesting because it wasn't always the favored choice over the winter, but these teams, they always figure out exactly what makes sense for them to go racing with, and so these adjustments going to be in play across all the different splits, because let's not forget, Lewis, we're going to be focused 24 hours on this top split in the iRacing Daytona 24 powered by VCO, but I was just looking at the numbers before we went live. There were more than 12,000 iRacers in a Daytona 24 of their own coming into this race.
Yes, I think it's about, from what I've calculated, it's about 43 splits at the moment for this time slot. Bearing in mind, 10 extra teams per split. Last year, I think we had 44 splits, so we're only one split less than last year, but we've got 10 more teams on average, 5-10 more teams per split, meaning how many more people are taking part. It's an incredible event. It was a record-breaking event last year. It looks like we're kicking off the year in the same way. And yes, strength of field numbers, ladies and gentlemen, are very high.
How high are we talking? Sorry.
I actually don't know off the top of my head. I was trying to take a cheeky little look, but I don't want to jump to any conclusions here, Arjuna.
All right, fair enough. On board with the BS Plus Sunset machine is back onto the banking. Through turn 6 they work. This is where they'll dive down low, as low to the yellow line as they'll get, just to minimize the distance, and then off to the Le Mans chicane, which in the real world, I think 2025, the topic's going to be about the lack thereof of grass. Here on iRacing, we've still got the grass that serves as a bit of a deterrent through this chicane, and look at the speed that you carry through there. Owen Carroll was pretty committed, and now through just NASCAR 3 and 4, blast your way, pedal to the metal, to this checkered flag, and we'll get the first lap time on the board for Owen Carroll. Already 15 GTP times. LMP2's relatively small in numbers, only around 12 or so of them. We've got almost 30 GTDs and a 20 or so GTP field. So BS Plus Sunset will cross the line as a 129 for them, and Owen Carroll goes up to 5th.
Now, when we first started doing these races together, obviously 2021, the first year that we did this commentary together, which is, a lot of fun, fair enough. It was a co-ander event. It really was a co-ander event. Since this GTP era a couple of years ago started, this is a Williams event. Williams have run really strong. They've won both of the races in the GTP era here. Obviously, starting off with the first year where we just had the BMW V8 hybrid, and then, of course, last year they also won as well. They are aiming for the three-peat after such a good run in the IMSA Esports Global Championship as well. Updates on the iRating, the strength of field. We are talking about 8.5 average. The highest is the GTD category, which is 9.1k, which is lower than last year, but there are a lot more. There's more than twice the GTDs this year than there were last year.
It's a good change as well, in my opinion. Nice seeing the sports cars represented. Less than 2 minutes or so to go. Drago have just gone to the top of GTD, not once but twice. The 069 in front of the 269, and with such a big GTD field, I think team games are going to be important. So having those friends at the front in the early stages are going to be quite important. Here come what is one of a sea of grid and go cars in the field across of all 3 of our classes. Miguel Costa breaks the line in one of the Acuras, no better than what is 9th for him on the board, as we'll wait to see the final of, as there was a bit of a slide off the Western Horseshoe, final of the lap times come on in. Going to be interesting in terms of driver lineups as well, Lewis, because I was looking on social media coming into the day. There are a decent number of efforts where just 2 drivers for 24 hours are going to be piloting each of these machines.
Yeah, I've seen a few of those, surprising amount, probably even potentially more so than normal, running with a 2-driver lineup. Typically we see 4 driver lineups in sim racing and esports like this, but there's a fair amount of 3 driver lineups, including the number 20 BMW M Team Red line. The reason why I bring that up, you know why I'm bringing it up. Max Verstappen, Diogo Pinto, and Chris Lullen behind the wheel of that one. That's a big crash for Norby Kish going through the Le Mans chicane.
You almost called it the bust up there, didn't you?
I honestly, seconds away.
I heard you catch yourself, physically catch yourself in that situation. Yeah, we're going to slip that one up, I'm sure, plenty. There comes the 717. I did see that this car got a black flag for the qualifying scrutiny, so IFR Esports going to be starting 13th and last in the LMP2 field, but I think that's the one where it's always interesting, Lewis, because that's got some of the greatest racing, even if it's over the course of this race, not going to have the greatest focus on it.
Yeah, but look, we've always said this with this event. We focus a little bit more on the GTP and GTD category. It's just normally where the bigger drivers and teams end up. Not always the case. I mean, there is still some obviously major talents in the LMP2 category, but we just kind of end up focusing on the front 2. But yeah, it is what it is.
Here we go, ready to go for the 24 Hours of Daytona, powered by VCO. It's Williams Esports Chill Blast, fresh off their championship victory in the Inter Esports Global Championship, ready to defend their win from 12 months ago. Alongside them, a couple of two-driver lineups on the outside of the front row, both for Drago Racing. Michael Romanidis in second place, Alexander Spets behind in fourth, but they've got BMW M Team Redline alongside, and Max Verstappen will be in that number 20, trying to defend his win from the GTD class. Let's continue rolling through the field, though.
Yeah, Movano Rosso, of course, in 7th position with the Williams Esports Academy LMP2. Fiercely forward, one of many cars that they've got in this in 9th. Augustin Canapino in the Solpec car, they were very impressive in the Inter Esports Global Championship. They were off 10th, and he is obviously one of the defending champions. We've got Dirt Esports and Grid and Go in 11th and 12th.
And continuing to cycle through, Ruben Paulino in the fiercely forward entries alongside of the Williams Esports Academy, number 17. Hydra Race, Geodesic Racing, and Grid and Go's 002 stack up on row number 8. With the Apex Racing team, some work to do for them back in 17th, alongside Shara Esports in 18th spot.
Indeed, Daniel Alves Lorenzo, of course, is the car that will have Phil Denez and Dom Hoffman new to the BS competition team in 19th position with Grid and Go, their 003 car starting from 20th. You've got the CrowdStrike car that have been so quick in qualifying in the Inter Esports Global Championship, and the second of the Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team starting from the final position in the category.
And LMP2, well, it might be quite nutty at the start. Apex Racing will lead us from the front alongside the Inet Motorsports number 19, Effect Simulation, Shara Esports, and then World Sim Racing Esports, defending race winners in class alongside of GridandGo.com through the top 6.
Yeah, indeed. You've got the Effect Simulations rolling off of 7th. Help me with this one. We'll go with Pala starting from 8th position with the Deltraz Automotive by Majors Garage in 9th position. Williams Esports Academy, Kamil Grabowski behind the wheel in 10th position with Fiercely Forward Pink, and then the Instinct Mechanic Racing from 12th.
And just IFR Esports at the back, as mentioned. No qualifying time for them, as now we get to the GTDs and they're starting to roll for the formation lap. So we're going to fly through the first couple of pages and then not talk through the rest. It's Drago 1 and 2, Redline alongside of Simufy 3 and 4, and look at how many BMWs and Audis are up towards the front as we continue cycling through the field.
Yeah, Team Redline up there, Sim RC in 8th position in a Corvette. Well, sorry, an Acura rather. I know what my cars are. Grid and Go up there. Williams Gaming Club, see how they get up. So Tomuto behind the wheel and the rest of the category. It's a fantastic field of drivers, Arjuna. I'm very excited to see how this is going to go. And you know, it can all end at turn 1.
And we'll let those names scroll their way on through. Remember, we've got 25 of these GTDs. Any one could come out on top, but I know one thing for sure. You could lose this race in the opening couple of corners. There is, brand new for 2025, the BMW M2 safety car, which is the official safety car of all iRacing special events. Really cool to have the race car version of it, but the safety car version as well. There you saw a quick look at the weather and what these drivers have got in store right now. Mostly cloudy. It's 22 degrees Celsius in terms of air temperature. Relatively cool in terms of track temperature as well. Lewis, what are your expectations as we get ready to go?
I mean, it's a really tough one. Obviously, the main thing is survival. Survival all the way through. We saw drama at the first corner of the Daytona race at the end of the Inter Esports Global Championship. We cannot be having that in a 24-hour race. Keep it clean. Let's see who's going to be bringing it home.
For the 8th time, we're ready to go with eyes to the heaven. It's pedal to the metal. Green flag out for the iRacing Daytona 24, powered by VCO. It is Williams Esports Chill Blast that lead and cover off the inside a little bit more effectively from BMW M Team Redline this time by. All 3 of our classes underway, let's not forget. And so LMP2 will roll off the banking as well. And with the Apex Racing team leading down into the opening corner, GTD, Drago instantly pushing each other 1 and 2 down to turn 1. Most importantly though, 60 cars took to the green flag, and at least so far, Lewis, 60 cars still going.
Yeah, everyone in the GTP category seemed to get through nicely at turn 1, and then even into the International Horseshoe. They're working their way through the West Horseshoe now. These are the real tricky pinch points. Go through the International and then you go through the West Horseshoe. Those are the ones that really cause the troubles. Once you're through this, you can all find your way back to single file as you head your way through the Le Mans chicane. All seems pretty clean in GTPs. I don't see any major dramas as well at the back of the GTD category.
I see one, but I think that's relatively minor. Fiercely Forward and Falcon Sim Racing tangled up there. Off towards the chicane, it's going to be BMW M Team Redline that have taken the lead. This might be a little bit of strategy starting already to play itself out. It's a long race, and you've got to commit to any fuel saving early rather than late. Slightly further behind now, the GTD start to work out of turn 6 and towards the chicane as well. Here come the LMP2s though, 1 and 2 trying to break away at the front of the field.
Yeah, indeed. Like a lot of the time, if you can make that gap early, it can be pretty handy. Like you say, the Inet Motorsports, that's a slowdown penalty already for the number 19. That's going to happen a fair few times. So Harold Cretin goes a little bit high, going through NASCAR 3 and 4. Will drop back in line after serving that slowdown. You really don't want to slow down penalty on the first lap, but thankfully, I think mostly has got away with that one.
The impact of the penalty always more severe on the first lap. That's just how it works, and it looked like there was a jink to the inside in that LMP2 class, and they're almost 3 wide. It involved defending race winners. World Sim Racing Abruzzi, the 223, have now worked their way forward up to 3rd. Isaac Phelps has grabbed 2 positions at the start of this race. Some big sends behind him as they fly into the International Horseshoe. This is what you expect, though, with the LMP2 field. It's a spec class, no BOP to talk about as well, and they're all relatively even in terms of setups. A single file, finally, they will get through the chicane. The one virtue of all 3 classes starting at the same time, Lewis, is that traffic is going to take a couple more laps for us to get to as compared to those that watched the final round of the IMSA Esports Global Championship.
Yeah, which is always handy, but with the size of the classes, again, for the GTDs that took part in that, they were only dealing with, they weren't dealing with as many GTPs, I believe, as what we have in this. I think there's a few more, but the vibe and how you're going to be cutting through traffic is so different in this. You're talking 24 hours versus 2 hours and 40 minutes. Completely different things. Dana Moore clearing away really nicely. Obviously, you commentated on him a fair amount over in the IndyCars, which was a lot of fun. Did really well in the ovals, surprisingly enough. It's my boy, Formula Ford man. Of course, runner-up in the Formula Ford Championship, the sport in the British Formula Ford back in 2023.
Yeah, but now you brought it up. He was once leading on an oval and had an unfortunate incident behind a lap car and ended up bringing up the caution, which was not the best of situations. Fiercely forward defend from the black and gold of Hydra Race Geodesic around the outside at the International Horseshoe. That's a bold move, but you can make it work right now when there are a relatively limited number of marbles, and they're still wheel-to-wheel, I'm pretty sure, in through that kink up towards the Western Horseshoe. It's a brave commitment under the brakes from the Stetson-wearing Austin Young, who's still alongside up towards the second of the horseshoes. It's great battling. Watch on board from Jari Lehtinen.
Yeah, indeed. That was a big move to the inside. Austin Young working his way through. Paulo Munoz going out wide. Marcus Arlt might be able to work his way through in that Ferrari 499P, but I think might have to sit behind in his Apex machine and might just potentially even bump draft a little bit to try and find the way through. They're still side by side, by the way, and perfectly alongside. Who's going to back out of this one?
I can tell you, GTD's pretty tetchy right now because Redline tried to work their way to the lead. Florian Lebigra got rebuffed by Manuel Troncoso. GTP's off the chicane, a couple of side-by-side moments. I think we are seeing a couple of drivers with technical issues that are resulting in them blinking, and I think that might also be causing a bit of consternation through the field. There's a high-speed game of chess match effectively being played right now, and so, high-stake decisions that some of these drivers are having to make, but not always having the luxury of time to be able to make them. Drago no longer running 1 and 2, Lewis. Redline have interrupted them at the front of that GTD field, and I don't think we're too many laps away from getting to the traffic.
No, but obviously, we expect Team Redline to run strong around here. Curiosity, though, seeing them in an Audi R8 versus the BMW M4, which we've seen them at a fair few times in that BMW. Obviously, they're well versed as to how strong that car is. Obviously, we saw them in the IMSA Esports Global Championship in the Ferrari 296. Let's see what they get up to in the Audi. I'm sure they'll be absolutely fine. Looks like we're going to go for a little bit of bump drafting early on.
They are allowed to bump draft, at least in this iRacing Daytona 24 and the IMSA Esports season finale. Again, for those that joined us a week ago, they were not permitted to do so, so we are probably in for a slightly different sort of a race. Fuel mileage is going to come into play. Redline won the GTD class and finished in 3rd. All kind of predicated by the fuel-saving strategy. Out through turn 1, relatively tidy. A bit further behind, looked like Sim RC, Corentin Gunez putting the pressure on to Gianni Vecchio. Beckham Jasira as well involved in that little squabble. Look up the inside from, I was going to say one of the BMWs, but we got plenty of BMWs in the field.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, let's be real. It's a BMW category. There's a lot of BMWs in this GTD category. There are still, the odd other cars, like we've said. There's a couple of Acuras. There are a few Audi R8s and such. So I think you said there was a lone Porsche somewhere in there. Speaking a little bit of the GTD category, by the way, Damon Woods has just left the pit lane a couple of laps down after early drama. You were saying there was a bit of contact between themselves and potentially the fiercely forward gold car, which finds itself at the rear of the GTD category, or relatively the rear of the GTD category. Damon Woods and Falcon Sim Racing, not a good way to start.
Not a good way to start indeed, and I know that they were hoping for some decent success. They ran very strongly, put it on pole position to Damon Woods for that IMSA Esports finale. Back over to the LMP2s, getting ready, let's not forget, for GTP traffic maybe next time around. So give it maybe then 5 more laps for these LMP2s, Dallara spec machines, and they'll be in the same situation. This is the look at the opening lap of the race. That's a 3-wide situation that was never going to work out, and I thought for a set fiercely forward might even slide back into the path of oncoming traffic.
Yeah, I mean, that was a little messy, wasn't it? My goodness. It's always going to happen to someone. You're dealing with a 60-car field here. You're like not sure we're dealing with some of the best drivers in the world of sim racing. Not everyone's getting through it cleanly. It's just not going to happen. Looking a little bit further down in the GTP category, of course, you've got the Williams Esports Academy car that's just been dived down the inside. That was a big move from Agustin Canapino, who, of course, was behind the wheel of a Williams Esports car on the way to victory in the GTP category 12 months ago. And
he's got a pretty stacked lineup in that Solpec Precision Racing car, and I think that's why he's trying to make some headway, gets the move done, and now watches behind as Jonas Vano tries to make the move, and Mal Dendinka in that bright yellow front-ended Williams Esports Academy entry, going to make it nice and easy to pick it apart from the Williams Esports entry itself. Going to see a look from Sean Campbell, who for the very first time is in a gridandgo.com car. This is something that Lewis and I were saying before. Feels like first day at school vibes in many ways, with so many drivers on new teams for the very first time. Let's not forget the Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team. They've got a couple of GTP entries with some brand new drivers. That's aggressive because we're into the traffic. Sean Campbell's going to give the shove to Jonas Vanner. Here comes the teammate Johan Royer to try and slide through as well.
Yeah, that was aggressive, but it was kind of required just to kind of force the gap. They might not look like teammates. They're also in 2 different cars, 1 Acura, 1 Ferrari. But I will say, we were looking at this. Grid and Go have like 7 cars out on this. There was a car going slow on the apron as well. We'll come back to that in a moment because this is starting to get a little bit messy. 3 wide up ahead as we've got the battle for the race lead.
And this is a battle with, I think, some tension after what happened a week ago. Redline's going to dive down low, and there goes Jaden Munoz to try and follow. 3 wide as well. This is really risky. 10 minutes into the race, they're trying to put some separation to those behind them, but these are some of the very best who have done it in the world of sim racing, Lewis, and they've navigated through the traffic safely for the very first time.
The car, by the way, that was going slowly, I just had it was Vlad Kimachev, Drago Racing, the number 9 car, received a massive whack from the PGZ of Sam Ward, receiving a massive whack on the rear end going into the Le Mans chicane. We'll come back to that in a moment because we've got side by side here. You've got I was going to say the 2 grid and go cars with 1 Solpec, 1 grid and go. That's quite hard to pick apart, isn't it?
It's not the easiest right now, regardless of the paint schemes on offer. I mean, just look at the sea of chaos out of turn 6. This is the first time by. It's always a little bit more stacked up. A couple of cars may have brushed the wall, and now GTD cars naturally want to come down low. They want to minimize their distance and force the faster cars the long way around. They're going to blast past as many of these sports cars as they can down towards the chicane, and we might see a little bit of desperation under the brakes. The GTDs might slow down better than some of these prototypes, but they single file it out all right, it would seem. Off the corner, race lead has built up to now a 2-second advantage between 2nd and 3rd. And I tell you what, I think Sean Campbell's looking hungry. He's going to try and make the move here on Agustin Canapino down to turn number 1. Yeah, he's got to the outside. I mean, look, we say this all the time, but it really does ring true here. This is a 24-hour race, is it? They're not showing it at the moment on this circuit. As here comes Sean Campbell to the outside. Can't quite get past Agustin Canapino. Sends it in way too deep, but that's okay. You can use that apron over on the right-hand side as the drivers come into the left-hand side of your shot.
as we work our way through turn 1. Sean Campbell cannot get past Agustin Canapino at the moment. Canapino's holding on strong. They've got 2.5 seconds up to the Williams Esports Academy car after this.
The margin's already significant in some ways, but again, it's a long race. Fuel mileage, if you're wondering, prototype's roughly going to come in 40-50 minutes or so. GTD's going to be struggling to get to about an hour, but that's going to be the target for many of them. If they can get 60 minutes regularly, it's a good schedule of strategy starting to develop as they work through the race. This a look down to turn number 1 as Scherer Esports sit behind the Grid and Go 004. Rear end steps out slightly there on the LMP2 machine as they work their way down through the corner. Like I mentioned, 4 or so laps maybe before they get into the traffic as well. Continuing to be Dan Amor that leads with effect simulations behind, and that's going to be a car that I think you've got to watch out for, Lewis. They got Benjamin Frigero that's driving right now. We've seen him with race clutch in this race in the past run well. Oscar Pye, another driver that we know in that entry. They will definitely be a bit of a dark horse in terms of running at the front.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, there's a lot of dark horses in this race. There's a lot of drama already in this race. I mean, look, we've been going for 12.5 minutes, and to be fair, I'm surprised by the amount of survival that we've got. Our survival percentage is relative at the moment, but let's be honest, that might not last. I did see, obviously, we were talking about the LMP2s. The lead on that had grown a little bit, has closed back down. So Dan Amore's not out that far. This is a look back as to, oh my goodness,
that's live. That's live. It's just happened. Fiercely forward, a little bit stricken out of the entry into the International Horseshoe. They're still slow as CrowdStrike's Acura slips alongside. I'm sure we'll take a look at the replay and figure out what happened there. But remember, they've already passed the traffic, so this is all GTP inter-class warfare right now.
Yeah, it's that was clearly, there's been contact of some description. I mean, you can spin solo by yourself with regen, but you know, especially when the rear tires are cold. But running this long into a stint, already 10 minutes past that into a stint, I would assume that there is contact in that. That doesn't scream to me as a solo incident, not at this level, and not this relatively deep into a stint. We're going to get a replay immediately.
Ooh. That's Hydra Race, isn't it? The black and gold almost saves it and then runs out of time, I think, and ends up a bit perpendicular track. Another slightly different angle. It's a pinch point, is that run down to the International Horseshoe.
It's super awkward through effectively what is turn 2 on this. We'll discuss corner numbers later on. It's kind of one of those ones, if you hear the call, someone's on your inside even slightly, you've got to give a lot of room. Great avoiding action by literally everyone. Apart from tyres and a little bit of body damage, I don't think anyone's particularly damaged in that. I think it's all good.
No, I think just ego maybe a little bit checked up there for a couple of drivers who might now be a little bit more cautious for the remainder of their stint before they hand over to their teammates. Always want to leave a clean car. Back to the front. It's still very much all to play for, and don't count out Alexander Spets from closing down these two BMW M hybrids in what would be the best running Acura so far. And I'll just quick call out back to what we've discussed already earlier in this race. That Drago racing car, Alexander Spets going to be alongside his teammate Ate Kauppinen, but that's it, Lewis. They've got each other. If one of them has an internet issue and can't race for the remainder of the event, tough. You've got to sit in that rig and you've got to complete the remainder of this race.
Yeah, I know, which is always a bit awkward. So, is it bad that I hadn't even clocked that Alexander Spets? This is what we're talking about. All these drivers, they're all, like, so many drivers have switched teams and stuff. Obviously, Alexander Spets, well known for being a Williams Esports driver, seeing him behind the wheel of Drago, especially whilst their teammates in the number 9 car have taken such a big hit earlier on. They qualified in second, did their teammates, Vlad Kimichev behind the wheel, and they are still in pit lane after receiving a hit going through the Le Mans chicane. Drago Racing are running strong. They are up there. But, I mean, look, when you've left a team like Williams, and you've joined a new team, how much more does that give you that oomph to go and catch your way up to them and get past them, to be like, this is what you're missing out on, lads? I'm sure he's focused very much on catching Williams, more so even than Redline, weirdly enough.
100%. That mental pressure kind of builds on yourself, right? Because you want to deliver, you want to go out there and prove that you're better than the team that you've just left with the new teammates that you've got. So always an interesting dynamic for us to keep an eye on. GTD, there was some chopping and changing there. There's some blinking going on as Redline very much sandwiched now by Drago, and they pulled away from Williams Esports Racing Prodigy. I think the LMP2 traffic may have had a bit of a helping hand in all of that as we sit on board with Nicholas Mateo, but it's a really interesting situation now starting to build out because Redline have one car sitting strong. Where's the other Redline car? Gianni Vecchio, in what I guess is technically defending race winning entry. They're down in 9th still.
Yeah, not too much progress being made. I don't think that's too much drama at the moment. To give you a reference to where they are in the circuit compared to this, we're going into the West Horseshoe. We're just coming out of the West Horseshoe. Gianni Vecchio is just going into the West Horseshoe. So it's one big train that takes you back down to that car and then even further. I did just see there was a big move coming in, Ryan Barneveld against Corentin Guinness, just behind that, the back end of the top 10. We'll talk about that in a moment. But right now, no major dramas. For those that are in this train, you know what we're going to be talking about quite a lot through this race. They're going to be talking fuel mileage.
We're going to be talking fuel mileage, bump drafting, typical Daytona musings coming out of the iRacing Daytona 24. Similar sort of topics to what they'll be discussing out there in the real world. Although for 2025, just to add some confusion to the mix, IMSA in the GTD classes moving away from fuel sensors to torque sensors, much like their GTP class has already done in the past. So instead of fuel, it's now energy once again. That's going to be something for Radio Show Limited for NBC to explain to you all. Lewis and myself still only have to deal with the very simple metric that is fuel. There is a visual description of the gap. It's significant. Draft has been very much broken away from these GTD leaders as we near on 20 minutes complete. As Lewis mentioned, Ron Barneveld is really making some moves right now in the Mahler Racing Team car. The stragglers in the LMP2 field, Lewis, still working their way through GTDs. Down below the yellow lines, a little bit risky there for one of the Avec simulation cars.
Yeah, that was a bold move indeed to drop it below the double yellow like that. But I mean, that's what is that illegal in this?
I guess if it's there, you should use it, right? That's what race car drivers would say.
Yeah, obviously, there's only when you're doing the Daytona 500, which obviously is coming up. If you're doing that special event, you're not really allowed to. Well, you're not allowed to pass below the double yellow, apart from one time, at which point you come out of turn 4 on the final lap. You keep it pinned. You keep it pinned. So yeah, that was. I mean, in this race is a bit more up in the air as to that, but either way, making the move and making it stick. We do kind of focus a little bit on the LMP2 category because there is a bit of a lead coming out from the top 2. Apex and WSR pulling out, what, 2.5 seconds over the Effect Simulations car?
We'll focus on them for a second, but not for very long, because guess what? Guess who's back? The GTP class. BMW M Team Redline, Williams Esports Chill Blast once again through the GTP traffic. But for the first time, we're going to be in the mix of all 3 classes overlapping. And I just saw, there go BMW M Team Redline. Williams Esports Chill Blast follow them through as well. Lewis, there is no hanging around. They just went below the yellow line themselves. 3 wide up high. Here come the leaders. And Jaden Munoz may think about taking the race lead away.
Whoa, that was close. The 2 teams that battled for the championship of the IMSA Esports Global Championship going toe-to-toe. It was defined by drama at turn 1 in that championship here in the final round, and then by a stop and go of speeding in the pit lane for Silly Lully, who of course is behind the wheel of that car right now. It's a tight battle between the pair of them at the top of the GTP category. This is not a place you want to be navigating traffic. You've got to be so careful.
And, well, all 3 classes on top of each other. There are some risks being taken, that is for sure. In the marbles, long way around. Jaden Munoz is going to sit behind for the time being. But Lewis, the intent was there when he tried to cut below the race leader and slide his way to the point.
Look, Jaden Munoz, I'm sure, sat there in second spot. Comfortable. Fair enough. You get it. However, as soon as there is the opportunity for him to pass that red line car, he's going to go for it. Look to the inside of the Mahler as we were working our way up to the final complex on the infield section. This is where things are getting messy. Everyone's making big decisions right now. Look at how close this is as Redline gets straight to the high side. Now they pick their way past some of the GTDs, and the LMP2s also try and get past them. Oh my goodness.
And this goes back to the lottery of decisions that I was talking about before. Munoz has got the speed. He's not going to get the run down to the chicane, though, to make things work. This is craziness. Slightly further behind. Let's not forget there are other battles as well in this GTP class, but they want to take it 4 wide. Jaden Munoz is absolutely up for this to kick this race off. 23 hours, 38 minutes to go, but he wants to take this lead away, and he's got the draft, he's got the speed, up to 7th gear. Here comes the Williams Esports Chill Blast number 5.
Yeah, 2 more bits of traffic to deal with in the form of the LMP2 leaders, Danamore and Isaac Phelps, who currently run first for Amore. Phelps is in 2nd spot in the LMP2 category. There comes the big dive to the inside from Lulham just to get past at the moment. Isaac Phelps, you can see the LMP2 leader, 2 seconds clear now. What a drag. Like that was drama through traffic. They've got a little bit of clear space ahead, so now we can just go toe to toe, and that'll all be nice and lovely. The next car for them after Danamore is Vlad Kimichev at the back of the GTP category. But I'll tell you this, Arjuna, if they keep doing that through traffic, there is going to be a whopper of a crash.
Yeah, the 500's got the big one. What we will see will be on a scale that cannot even be described by words. If something happens similar to the almost 4 wide moment that we had, and it might involve our race leaders. Remember, we've got 10 more cars as compared to in 2024. Fiercely forward around the outside of the red line car that's down in 9th position, just making sure on my timing screen that wasn't the one that's up there in 2nd. All this, of course, in that fight for 8th on back. And I will just give a shout out to the Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team. Nicholas Boy's in the number 50 right now. They're in 4th position, Lewis. Best of the Ferraris, always what you want to see. And I think for them, iRacing's a renewed focus coming into 2025, and they've really made some big name signings that represent just how much effort we'll see from them.
Yeah, I mean, look, one of the big names, Ollie Stein from Ratton, someone who we know is rapid on the sim, obviously Industry Sports Global Championship champion in the GTD category, not the season just gone, but the season before that. Did take part, of course, in the season finale as well. We've seen a lot of stuff. There's Graham Carroll, your British Formula 4 esports champion as well, going a little bit toe-to-toe here. Works their way past. I mean, look, it's great to see Ferrari officially back right here in sim racing. It's great to see.
And, well, they also managed to get Martin van Lozenoord out of what I thought was sim racing retirement. I saw that name, and I admittedly took a bit of a double take, but a bit of a sign of just how much I think we're going to see from them. Out through traffic. Still some nervy moments, of course. Dominic Hoffman behind Graham Carroll in the BMW M Team BS Plus competition car. Remember, there are 3 BMW M hybrids in the field. 2 of them are running at the front. 1 of them's running back in 17th. What does that mean when it comes to BOP, Lewis? I have absolutely no idea.
Yeah, we just don't deal with it. It's fine. We just gloss past it and hope for the best. All I'm knowing is that we're seeing some quality fighting. It's been some great battling in the opening 24 minutes. And the fact that we have nearly 24 hours left of this still. Ooh, it's going to be a feisty race, especially once the sun goes down, the lights get turned on, which of course around here are running at 30% or 40, whatever it is of normal. What is it that you always say every year?
20%.
20%, is that it?
That's apparently what it is. I've got an even more mind-blowing stat for you, Lewis. Do you know?
No way.
Do you know how much it costs per hour to run the lights here at the Daytona International Speedway?
At full power?
Yes, I assume the stat that I read was full power.
I've got no. I wouldn't even begin to understand. More than a fiver.
It is more than a fiver. I'll let our chat have
a guess.
15-20 seconds to guess, but you can fact check me on this on the internet, so I'm sure I'm wrong, and the internet will tell me how wrong I am. But the number that I've got told, $240 an hour. You thought I was going to say 1,000? No.
Oh, honestly, no, I did. No, I was ready for a big old number.
Is that Jeremy Clarkson pause there, you know?
Yeah, $240 an hour.
Not bad.
Bargain.
My electricity bill is about that every month, to be fair. So we say bargain. Yeah, it puts it in context. It is a little bit of a bargain, you know?
Well, I mean, look, consider when you were like 240, I was genuinely ready for like an insane number. Then I was like, I'm trying to think about it being like, there's just no way it would be that high.
Yeah, no, at some point you'd say, right, that's not economical for us to do, right? I will say, Daytona under the night lights does look spectacular. I I made a YOLO decision, as the kids would say, to book a flight out to Daytona for next week. So I'm going back out there for the 24th. Looking forward to it. GTD, what once was 3 at the front, Lewis, now 2 at the front, as Nicholas Matteo has been dropped, and it's now Drago Racing Team Redline 1 and 2. Up at the front, still BMW M Team Redline and Williams Esports Chill Blast in the GTP class as well.
Yeah, more switched a little bit in the GTD category. Saw that on the timing tab, but like you say, it is still Drago ahead of Team Redline. A little bit of bump draft, and like you say, a bit of droppage behind. That actually might sort of help the group behind, because the gap has, when a car drops off of this group, it means then that those behind, they've almost got like a bit more slipstream to catch up to, but we'll see if that actually ends up helping them or working against them. Who knows? I hope that when you're in Florida, I hope that it is cold, wet, and
come on.
You can't go and play golf.
I'm not going to get to go play golf. I will maybe go and get to play golf.
Sawgrass is not that far away, realistically speaking, right?
Well, the next weekend, there's a possibility. That's all I'm saying. We'll have to figure out how realistic it is, but you're putting ideas into my mind, that is for sure. This is a track which, you mentioned cold and wet. It is, the forecast is for some rain on Sunday next week for the Rolex 24, so that's going to be interesting. And it does get quite chilly in the night, as I learned for the first time last year. It's not the sunshine state when there's no sun out there for about 13, 14 hours of the race itself.
Yeah, but then again, like, this is January. I went to the British Grand Prix in 2023 and it was freezing cold. That's the middle of July. And it was genuinely, it was like 12, 13 degrees. I say freezing cold, you know what I mean? I'm British.
No, you are a win.
Like 12, 13 degrees Celsius. It was cold and there was no sun out. I was miserable.
Oh, don't worry. You know I get that one. I get pretty miserable when it's... yeah, generally, when I'm with you, when it's less than 20 degrees Celsius, these are all things that make me pretty unhappy. What I will say is I've just thought about this. For those that are going to be at the Rolex 24 next week, if you can find me, I'll be there hopefully at the track for all 24 hours. I've got about... how many pins? 20, 30 race spot pins still around from a couple of years ago. So if you come find me, I'll give you a race spot pin. So I don't know if you want to take on that challenge. I know Lewis definitely would not, but there you go. Offers open to anyone that wants to come and say hi if you can find me.
Let's be completely real here. Our junior is actually very easy to find because he's very tall, which also means, coincidentally, he's very easy to avoid. So, you know, potato. Well, it's not like a Dara Thacker. He sneaks up on you because he's about 4 foot nothing.
No.
Like that's terrifying. Either way, this here is the fight just a little bit further down in the GTD category. It is the fight for 8th position. You got Gianni Vecchio, you got Gabby Montoro, you got Ryan Barneveld, you got Quentin Guinness, who, of course, those two were having a big old fight earlier on in that Marla car and the CRC machine.
I'm going to make a bold prediction here, Lewis, which is not really that bold because we know what's going to happen here. That Team Redline car is going to fill up a little bit less on fuel to gain track position in the first pit stop cycle of this race.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, they'll do what it takes to effectively get close to their teammate, because once they're close to their teammate, then they can work together to save that fuel back or to get them back into the window where they're going to be working together. When you've got a couple of cars out here, especially, you know, at this point in the race when you're not that far apart, it's better costing yourself 2 or 3 seconds now to get closer to your teammate, because then you'll be able to work together and then pull away from the entire field. But then you kind of don't want to drop back from this train. You want them to basically kind of take a bit of a penalty to get to you. Honestly, this is the kind of bit where it's the awkward strategy moment where you're just trying to gamble and get it right, because if you get it right in the first 2 hours, that will help you so much over the 22 that follow it.
And so strategists behind the scenes doing the work for Redline, it will be the likes of Andre Kunchman and a handful of the drivers probably helping out as well when they're not actually behind the wheel. That, though, is, I will say, a rather hungry-looking Florian Lebigra. Equally hungry is Jaden Munoz. They're going to get to the inside of that grid-and-go machine as they fly down to turn 1. Marbles for the GTD car as it's pushed out wide. But 30 minutes officially complete here in the iRacing Daytona 24, powered by VCO. Not a hint of rain to come inside of the next 4 hours in terms of the forecast. That means that as we head off into the night, it's going to be pretty bone dry for these teams and drivers to be thinking about. And I think this fight towards the front, Lewis, as long as they don't have any issues, it could be like this for about 12 or so hours until we get to the sunrise.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, like you say, we were all kind of all taking a little bit of a look at the weather when we loaded in. I'm sure pretty much every one of the drivers in this, nearly 240 drivers, it's probably about 200 drivers in this race. Probably the first thing they did when they loaded into the session, take a look at the weather. Because now that that's all active and ready to go, you know, obviously we've had it since Sebring now, we've had it for nearly a year, which means that horrifying experience of Arjuna as the meteorologist is still ingrained in my brain. But, you know, right now, it's probably what they were thinking about a lot, but it's all clear, so just race it like a normal special event that's got everything weighing on it.
I'm just saying, Lewis, Weatherman Arjuna is ready to go, okay? He's down in pit lane, he's ready to go. Jaden Munoz is also continuing just to look up high, but I think maybe this time by it's going to be just with some fuel-saving intention as he releases the pressure slightly to turn one and then shoves his way up the inside. Did not want to let that SimRC GTD car close the door and let the gap increase very slightly. Basically what Munoz is doing here is trying to follow through the leader at all times. The problem is there's wheel-to-wheel battles in the GTD class as well. Ryan Barneveld and Gabby Montoro drag race down towards the kink, and for the very first time, some breathing room between the leaders for the first time in this race.
Yeah, just cleared Gianni Vecchio there. Did Jade Munoz, important for him to do going into the West Horseshoe, because of course Gianni Vecchio, teammate of Chris Lullen, both driving for Team Redline, those two. So Munoz gets his way past. Alexander Spets also finding his way through. Spets is holding at about that 1.5, 1.6 second margin off of the top two, so that's not too bad at the moment for the Drago Racing machine, as they'll try and clear most of this traffic before we get even down into the Le Mans chicane. This is going to get awkward for Spets though, because he's not going to be able to get past. He might be able to pick off one or two, but not more than that.
And this is where you now just have to wait and try and charge up the car, and that's really what he's done to great effect there, is he's minimized the damage that he's lost in terms of the gap up front, but you can kind of see it in the review camera for a moment. Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team closed up as a result of that as well, and so now off to the start-finish line. Nicholas Boy is right there. Johan Royers directly behind Owen Carroll in that BS Plus Sunset machine as well. This GTP class still only split by around 20 or so seconds through those that are out there and running. Do love, I've got to say, that BS Sunset livery. You know how much I love a BS Competition livery.
Whoa.
Oh, Marla Racing Team powered by BS Competition off into the tires at turn number one.
Yeah, indeed. Ryan Barneveld going off, and it was a big hit into the barrier.
Sorry, Lewis. Sorry, I just saw some cars off into the grass. I have no idea what else happened, but that looks like it was humongous.
Do you know what? I was looking at Owen Carroll and the likes, and I did see. I thought something might have been kicking off, but no, we're all right. It's not there. I don't know where else. Like, what else has happened? But yeah, I think you're absolutely right. That Marla Cup, by the way, is toast.
Oh. Well, I saw it lose the rear bumper for a second. It's magically reattached itself, but who knows what lasting damage there is. So let's watch this sequence. So first is Montoro that I think expects Barneveld to run out wide, maybe a little bit wider like we've seen a lot of cars. Marlon's just trying to run it tighter and be a little bit more aggressive. And then the actual BS Competition car gets involved, but I think that's Jari Lehtinen, and then the Williams Academy car is just off into the grass as well through all of that.
Yeah, I'll pump my brakes on the toast side of things, because actually it's fine. We'll move into that as you will. It was, so I was just taking a quick look back on it, on that incident. Of course, you saw the spin. You can kind of see it here. BS Competition in the middle. You had the Apex car, and then you had the Grid and Go 002, which was just trying to get around the outside. It was super awkward in all of that. And then the Williams Esports Academy car, like you say, Jari Lehtinen, fires its way through and tries to avoid all of it. Crazy scene.
You're seeing the aggression. There's no doubt about that. I mean, that's, I'm pretty sure, teammate on teammate murder. If that's gridandgo.com hitting their sister car, I mean, we're not even, what, 40 minutes in, and already the debrief's going to be uncomfortable. And I can confirm, Dino Lombardi once again involved, and this time shoves Miguel Costa out of the way.
Yeah, just taking a good look at that. I would say it's super awkward in the middle there, but I mean, when you've got GTPs trying to go either side, if you're in that GTD category, what can you do? And Dino Lombardi, I'll just say, he missed the apex by quite a margin, which you can't do most times in top split. You definitely cannot do when you're on the inside of 3 wide, and especially not when it's on your teammate. So 0 out of 10 from that one from the 002.
Yeah, I kept laughing more as your qualifiers went on, because it was egregious in many ways. And then you put all the context together, and it's like, sorry, Dino, I don't quite know what was going through your head. I'll be a little bit harsh in saying that, but usually we see some more smarter decisions coming out of the likes of Dino Lombardi. Back over to, well, one of the grid and go cars with the Williams Esports Academy entry still involved. This is up inside of the top 10. So it's Sean Campbell, Mal Dendinka down to turn 1. This is the fight for 8th position with no change for the time being.
Yeah, so honestly, I was looking at the other Williams Esports Academy car because apparently we got 2. I
confused me.
I didn't realise we had 2 Academy cars for Williams Esports, but fair play to them. That did. We're easily confused. Let's go with that.
Yeah, Jari Lehtinen, of course, one of the former Race Clutch drivers with, from what I understand, all their iRacing drivers having left the program after last week's IMSA Esports finale. Jari Lehtinen in the Williams Esports Academy with 9,400 I rating. So, you know, Lewis, how you applied to the Apex Racing Academy and they rejected you? Yeah, I regret to say if you applied to the Williams Esports one, you get rejected as well.
Do you think I'd not? What was it? I can't remember what it was that I said. I just remember bumping into all the Apex guys at Donington like the day after I did it. And I spoke to a few of them about my entry, and it was kind of like, yeah, no, this is funny. So nothing's happening with it. I think I said I was the best, or I might have been the worst 3.2k I-rated driver money can buy, or something stupid like that. LMP2's in the pit lane. Let's not talk about anything else.
That's a bit earlier than I was kind of expecting. About 40 minutes or so was about what I was wondering to be the minimum time on pit lane before they'd come down, I should say. But I guess, again, just nature of Daytona, you're full throttle, low downforce, but you're very much pedal to the metal a lot. And I think that's just meaning fuel mileage, a little bit of a concern for these drivers. That's the swap around between the fight that we were just watching. So Sean Campbell's got his way forward to 8th. Now 2.2 seconds behind Movano Rosso and trying to close up to the fight for 7th now.
I mean, you say about the pit entry there on the LMP2s, but I mean, look, your race leaders are still out front. I mean, Dana Moore's 4 seconds now clear in the LMP2 category, absolutely flying. Speaking of the Apex race team, obviously was an Apex Academy driver. I don't know if he's promoted then to the main team, but it is just a Bogo standard Apex racing car there, so no green on that wagon, just rolling the blue. See if Dana Moore comes into the pit lane or continues to lead in the LMP2s.
The Apex Racing team, I do know that there were a few promotions, so maybe Dan Amor was one of them. Here he comes onto pit lane. And one thing that you're going to have to be careful at Daytona about, and you called it out, but BMW M Team Redline speeding penalty cost them the championship in that IMSA Esports finale. It's quite easy, Lewis, to catch yourself out on pit entry and brake just that little bit too late.
Yeah, I maintain that the pit entry here at Daytona is definitely not one to be underestimated. I'd say in certain aspects, I would say the pit entry here is one of the harder ones that you'll do, because a lot of other ones, like, you've got a decent amount of reference. And I used the one at Spa as like a good example, because as much as it's tighter, it's narrower, it looks more difficult than the pit entry here. But you've got so much reference as to when to brake and when to get the time right. Here, as soon as you turn off of the NASCAR 4, and you might drop it down there below the double yellow and get ready for pit entry, it's just like a big car park. And where do you start braking and all that? Where are your reference points? It's so hard to spot, and it's so easy to lock a brake on the bumps. So yeah, don't underestimate it.
Do not underestimate it at all. There's a 4-driver lineup in that Apex Racing LMP2 entry, by the way. I was just looking on social media there. GTP car, Marcus Solholm behind the wheel right now in 12th. It's another one of the 2-driver lineup. So again, lack of sleep going to be a concern for some of these teams. I'm wondering if we're going to see any solo efforts in top split. We tend to see 1 or 2 of them for charity across of the multiple splits of this iRacing Daytona 24. Not sure about this time around. I think Drago want to get back to 1 and 2, and Nicolas Matteo slides up the inside of Florian Lebigra, and the teammates restore their control at the front of the field.
I've got to say, Matteo's done a really good job with Beck and Jasir to close down that margin, because again, the last time we checked it was about 2 seconds of a margin, and there's contact as well. Red line's been pitched around, and Florian Lebigra was able to catch it, but now it's BMW's rolling first through fourth.
In some ways, I think this will help Redline, because look, there will come Gianni Vecchio, and the teammates will be right behind one another. But will there be lasting damage? Shot to the right rear, almost gets a shot to the right front as well. That could have been a straight kill for the Redline Audi, but I think luckily they'll minimize the damage.
Yeah, that was, I'm sure, pretty scary for them, receiving quite a whack there from the LMP2 trying to work its way past. Not 100% sure as to which one it was, to be perfectly honest, working their way past. It was a bit aggressive down the inside, but, you know, if the car's there, you kind of got to give it a little bit of room. But it's always, as we always say, it's always about the car doing the lapping, but it's their responsibility to do it cleanly. And that wasn't that clean.
Traffic will give and traffic will take. Unfortunately, it's taken there from Florian Lebigra, and he'll just have to put it to the back of his mind. Remember, these GTD cars, we know they'll go as at least another 18 minutes or so, maybe a little bit shorter of that before they're due into pit lane. It's the GTPs that we will expect in next. So Chris Lullum, Jaden Munoz still about 1.2 seconds splitting the leaders. They're continuing to work through some traffic. Not expecting a driver change from either of them. In the GTP class, the assumption is, for the most part, triple or quad stints for most of the 24 hours for these drivers.
Yeah, indeed. It's kind of, I've said it before, I've commentated like a lot of places in esports, a lot of endurance races, that's a few, and it's interesting to note, like on different platforms, the different strategies that drivers take, and like whether you're comfortable behind the wheel. Elsewhere in sim racing, we do see a lot of drivers switching every single pit stop, or pretty much every other pit stop. Well, basically you're doing like short sprint races. Here on iRacing, it is not uncommon to see big stints. I mean, we've seen some absolutely massive stints in the past. Who was it who did 10 hours in the first year that we...
Go Vankini.
It was Go Vankini, wasn't it? Yeah. Did 10 hours and 15 minutes. Handed over to his teammate, who then drove, I think, for like an hour or so. He then jumped back in and almost immediately binned it.
To be clear as well, Govan left the teammate a clean car at the front of the field after 10 hours as well. It wasn't like I was driving and I left him a wrecked race car like I've done to Lewis a few times, as Chris Lullum off and away. 42 seconds, so pretty much a full service. Top off on the fuel for Michelin tires go in as well. Remember, you can do fuel and tires at the same time, and then you have to wait until those green cones that Lullum's just passed before you release yourself off the limiter and back up to speed, blend out into the International Horseshoe, which, Lewis, I will say, over 24 hours can be a somewhat precarious place to blend back in, more often than not.
Yeah, it's not the worst pit entry in the world, that's for sure. But pit exit rather in the world. But it's not the best. I don't necessarily mind it. I kind of don't like that you leave the pit limiter on as all the way around anymore. I always thought it was a meme when someone binned it into the wall, which someone would always do. But it's better where it is. I think, like you say, later on in the race, someone will fall afoul of that, but not exactly sure who, as we'll see Jaden Munoz into the pit lane as well.
And so one extra lap for this car might add up over the course of the entire race. We'll get a better sense of how the strategy will play out once Munoz cycles back behind. So it is clear, Lewis, that as much as the Williams Esports car has been looking to try and make its moves, it's also been doing so while saving some fuel, and effectively will leave pit lane with 45 minutes of this race complete.
Just received a message from a good friend, Will Chadwick, a good friend of yours, not mine. I'm not taking that. He's jumped in to say that he did 14 hours in the Nürburgring 24-hour in a GT4 in 2021. To which my response is, no one cares. Anyway,
did he do it in a consecutive run though? That's the.
I think that is what he's suggesting. I think he's at least that would be my assumption based on that, is that he's saying he did 14 hours. I know people that have done the entire 24 hours alone. Roland Alonefredson did the entire 24 hours by himself last year, so that's 10 hours short of that, Will, so step it up,
It's a good point. For that effort, by the way, if you do one of these races by yourself, Lewis is laughing. You cross the you see the checkered flag, you cross the line, and iRacing instantly disqualifies you for not having two drivers that have completed the iRacing fair share. So it's a bit of a exercise in futility, if you will, but it's one thing that, like I mentioned, we often see for charity, and not sure if we're going to see any of those efforts this year, but 850 or so laps by yourself, it's a pretty impressive task. So, other side of the pit stop window, Lewis, the gap holds steady around 1.7 seconds, and so now I think the fight might be a little bit more on for second, where it's changed around. Jaden Munoz gets a poor run out of the Le Mans chicane, and his former teammate Alexander Spets takes away second from the number 5.
Yeah, and he's still going a little bit slowly here. Is the Williams Esports Chill Blast car, so he'll have to drop back into the slipstream potentially. He's lost now 0.8 of a second. Let's see it. There is the, like I say, poor exit, probably a slowdown on that as well. Lost a second to Spets, who's now taken over second spot as they work their way past Dan Moore and the Apex Racing team. Racing Academy? It's not.
You almost said it. I know. It's
what was it with community, wasn't it? That's what Zach always used to say, wasn't it?
Yes, no.
It was about Williams, but yeah.
The Williams Esports community team, as Zach Sweeney would once say. Yes, no. At least we're not talking about what color any of the cars are.
That is true.
Yes, no. For those that were around for last year's iRacing Daytona 24, Lewis and I effectively spent 24 hours fighting over whether one of the cars was orange or brown. It was orange, but the team in question changed their livery because they wanted to help Lewis out just a little bit more.
No, they changed the livery because if you have that scenario and then you change your livery, it's because it was brown or bronze.
It was orange. Anyway, I see some questions in chat. Max Verstappen has not driven the car just yet. It's still silly Lully behind the wheel of the race-leading BMW M Team Redline car. But Max Verstappen will be in that entry at some point across the 24 hours. Diogo Pinto, the third driver in the lineup.
Yeah, indeed, which is always good to see. Obviously, Max Verstappen did have a little bit of drama on the first quarter of the Inter Esports Global Championship. That'll have been dust off, no problem. And obviously was a part of the winning lineup in the GTD category last year. But I think it's a great call to give Lullum the seat for the start of the race, knowing how quick and brutally consistent Lullum is, and especially after the dramas of the Inter Esports Global Championship, kind of putting that to bed and getting on with it. I mean, he's leading by 2 seconds. What more do you need to say about Lullum?
Yeah, Whoa! A big send over commitment, and it kicks off chaos. Malden Dinka, the one that got turned around initially. And now we've got a track blocker on the run to the International Horseshoe. I
think the other Williams Esports Academy car went off at turn 1. There it is. Yeah, no, that's still Del Digger. I thought it was the other one that had gone off. Clearly a little bit dirty tyres. I will say... Oh, go on, no, you carry on.
Read my mind. I think that was another case of grin and go murder down to turn number 1, unfortunately.
Well, I will say, I did see that. So Del Dinka was out wide and then came and took the normal racing line at turn 1. But there's an LMP2 on the inside. I think that's what kicked off all of that. Just came straight back onto the apex. The LMP2 of Grid and Go was still there. Let's see. Oh, sorry, no, it wasn't even the LMP2.
I was Solpeck. I got those two cars mixed up, similar liveries, and I'll take mistake on that one. But big commitment, and that car's wrecked. It's going nowhere.
That's a big shame. Yeah, see, that was the LMP2 that I thought it was going round. That one is the Grid and Go car, and then just gets absolutely clobbered. Was that by the apex? My goodness, we'd have to take a look at that again and again and again.
Yep, no, that's basically what I'm trying to do right now, is break that down in my mind so I don't slip myself up with misidentifying another livery, but yeah, that's a big one. We said we were going to see one, Lewis, didn't we?
Yeah, I mean, it was always going to happen. It was always going to happen, like you say, with 60 cars out there. Yeah, once someone goes round, it's normally going to be in front of someone else. Let's be real here. And like I say, quite a few cars, quite a few drivers all involved in that. We'll see it on board with the WSR Esports car. That got straight into the back of the Grid and Go. Nothing really they could necessarily do, because obviously it happened directly in front of them, and you're sticking as close to the car as possible. I mean, look, it was just messy.
Yeah, and again, it's one of those risks that you do kind of take by the wider line invites that that incident, doesn't it? When you open that much of a door and you have the traffic situations that we see these drivers navigate their way through, it's just unfortunate. The Solpec Precision Racing car was making the corner, to be fair, right? It's not like it actually had blown the corner. It's just the Williams Esports Academy car has come back in, assuming the line's going to be empty, and unfortunately finds another GTB car parked on the apex.
I mean, like you say, it's one of those ones where I think the Solpec car was running in a little bit deep. Whoa! Oh my God!
Well,
is there any damage on that car?
I mean, even if there is, Marcus Solholm, who does tend to put together some great videos on YouTube describing the experience of being part of a 24-hour race, that's going to be part of it.
Yeah, no, that will be. Honestly, I will say, when it comes to quality, I will back this, and it's not because some of the commentators they use in some of his videos, but I do genuinely believe that Marcus Solholm puts together some of the best quality like driver review rate, like from a driver's perspective, like a review of a race. Really, really interesting to see. Really nice stories that are always put together. I will give a few people a shout out, but definitely Marcus is one of them.
Yeah, no, there are plenty of people, but some long-form content. If you ever want to see the experience of being in Top Split, if you're one of the drivers maybe outside of Top Split, you can always go and check it out. So, red line have linked back up, albeit not at the front of the field. It's 5th and 6th positions for Florian Labiga and for Gianni Vecchio. Manuel Troncoso and Nicolas Matteo for Drago Racing still run 1 and 2 in this GTD category, but these drivers are not necessarily that far behind by any means, Lewis, and so Redline are still very much in contention to defend their win. They do have another team behind them, though, that I think we've got to keep an eye out for. Veloce Thrustmaster, Cody Deeth, one of a handful of new drivers, part of Team Veloce for 2025.
Yeah, very curious to see how the Veloce Thrustmaster car gets on in this race. Obviously, again, actually pretty sick livery on the... I mean, I do actually kind of rate some of the Veloce liveries. Some of them are a bit boring, it's white, but good drivers in this. Lasse back, Daniel Lafuente, Rasmus Christensen, so it is a solid lineup. So it's good to see Veloce out there right onto the rear of the two-team red lines. If I'm in Cody Deeth's position, who's well experienced, obviously in iRacing, he is the highest I-rated driver of this trio, but he'll be well aware it'll probably be better to sit behind and let them two work together and use their slipstream to try and pull themselves along. I think what Redline have done is what we were saying earlier. They've cost themselves, after a bit of an incident, they've cost themselves a couple of seconds now to make sure that they can team up together, because they'll gain way more than that couple of seconds over the entirety of this race.
The Redline Audis are the best running Audis in the field as well. We did start with the other Audi of Simify, the couple of Acuras for SimRC, and McLaren for Zenith, a Porsche for Team Hoistingveld, but BMW is very much dominant in terms of car choices. In the LMP2 class, let's not forget there is no choice of car in GTP. It's Acuras, BMWs, and Ferraris for the most part across the three, with the iRacing BOP being factored in once again. 6 minutes from the top of the hour, Lewis. That is a very wrecked LMP2 car that's going nowhere quickly, so that's at least one retirement in the LMP2 category. But GTD pit stops not too far away from getting underway.
No, indeed not. I did also see that there was a little bit of a shout out because I saw Lasseback being in that Veloce car. Obviously, someone to point out, GTD winner. There we go. You see GTD's into the pit lane. GTD winner. That was back in 2022 for the Fire Sim Sport Green car with Mikkel Gard and with Lasse Sorensen behind the wheel of that one. So there's your fact check to prove that is the case. Lasseback is definitely a previous winner.
And well, I think with him and Rasmus Christensen joining the team at Veloce, it kind of indicates that with Fira maybe taking a step backwards, some of those other drivers might also be moving on to other opportunities, and we'll see them in 2025. I'm having to catch myself. It's kind of that, first day of the new year at school vibes, when you sometimes write the previous year down in your notebook and then scribble it out and have to write the next year down. It does kind of feel very, very familiar, Lewis. This is what, the 4th year in a row that you and I have done this together, as there's been a change at the front? Never mind, that was just a technical issue. I thought BMW M Team Redline had a slowdown penalty.
No, you're absolutely right. Because all the drivers are different, all the teams, I say all the drivers, a lot of drivers have jumped into different teams. It is a little bit jarring at times to kind of see some of these drivers. I mean, for example, Alexander Spetz driving for a team that's not Williams is still a wild scenario. But then that's sim racing. That's where we're at. As soon as the contracts roll over, December 31st, a lot of contracts end. And so moving through January, we see a lot of teams jumping ship, a lot of drivers jumping ship, a lot of new signs and stuff. I'm excited by it. I like it.
We just have to figure out who's landing where.
Yeah.
No, 8 teams have yet to pit in the GTD class, and we're still 4 minutes away from the top of the hour, so a clear indication that with the mileage on fuel, they are not going to get 60 full minutes out of the tank. And I think at this point, the rest of the field, Lewis, probably going to dive in unison down to pit lane.
Yeah, probably. It's probably what I would expect in this, but we'll see. Maybe a few teams saving a little bit more fuel, maybe a few teams playing a little bit of a different strategy and rolling through this race maybe slightly differently. As you can see Alexander Spetz working their way through the GTD traffic. There comes Jaden Munoz as well to the outside in that Williams Esports Chill Blast car. There's the team red line, the 171 in pit lane.
Interesting that.
Very early box as well, isn't it?
Well, yeah, they're split because there's only 40 boxes at Daytona, right? So with 33 or so prototypes, maybe a little bit more, it's only 5 or so GTDs that have their pit stall at the very back. Interesting, I was going to say that Redline kind of split their strategy. Gianni Vecchio comes in 1 lap earlier than Florian Lebigra, maybe just trying to avoid any sort of chaos on the pit lane entry and maybe minimize any confusion on the pit merge as well. Similar strategy for Drago as Sotomuto in that Williams Gaming Club's going to roll his way off of pit lane. There's the Williams Esports Racing Prodigy machine that is in 3rd position with Beckham Jasir behind the wheel, but it's as it was at the front with Drago 1 and 2. Redline find themselves now separated. They're not lined up as they were before. We'll see how they elect to choose with 1 hour complete. Are they going to slot back in line and work together once again?
Yeah, and they can't faff around on that too much, because if they do, then, like I say, the likes of Redline and such behind will be able to close their way back in. I will say the Redline cars are once again split apart post pit stops. Florian Lebigra has got Miguel Costa in the grid and Go 005 car, then Cody Deeth, and then Gianni Vecchio's at the rear of that grouping. So, and that's the grouping obviously that's behind all this. We'll get that update once they're all fully through, but those Redline cars once again are separated. They are not getting the strategy down right in that category right now.
It's a bit more of a struggle for them than it was last year, that is for sure. And again, they finished 1st and 3rd to open up the VCO Grand Slams and the iRacing special event. Got word from the team at iRacing, by the way. We've still got 1 more time slot of this race to go, so there's still 1 more batch of teams and drivers that will attempt this race. But already, Lewis, we have had more participation than last year in our 3 time slots, which is quite crazy to think about, but I think that's part of what makes this event so big, right, is the fact that this is the 8th year of the iRacing Daytona 24. The first year, there was a fixed daylight session. The second year was a fixed nighttime session. The year after that, they finally got daytime transitions. And now in 2025, we finally added the rain as well.
Yeah, and I will say this, because again, there's always the advancements. So it's not just sitting back on the laurels. iRacing are making advancements every single year. When you're dealing with, way more than 10,000 drivers, right? I think it was like 12, 13,000 drivers, what I was seeing earlier, right? When you're dealing with that many drivers, that many sessions, 75 odd, 76 races at the moment currently going on of the iRacing Daytona 24 hour. To have all the servers actually run properly and smoothly, that is quite a feet. And obviously this rolls back to the first year that we worked together, and there was, what, a 5-hour delay before we actually got the servers properly up and running. It was a long delay. This one, servers were up literally within 2 minutes. All the servers. It was just like, it just worked.
Yeah, we did get to play tic-tac-toe. Connect 4.
Yeah, I miss playing Nelson Crosses and seeing the Connect 4 Williams BS competition major.
we made the most of what was a tough situation, but yes, no, the recent years have been much more smooth, and yeah, it's a testament to the ongoing work behind the scenes as the iRacing team has grown as well. 1 hour complete though in the 2025 iRacing Daytona 24, powered by VCO, and it is BMW M Team Redline that leads overall, Apex Racing Team that leads in the LMP2, and Drago Racing 1 and 2 in the GTDs. Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Lewis McLeod, and we will be alongside for the next hour or so before Paul Smith jumps in, kicks Lewis out for a couple more hours. 24 hours of coverage coming to you on RaceSpot TV and the iRacing Esports Network though. And Lewis, after this first hour, we've only, I think, had one retirement from this race, and I'm not even sure if that's a permanent DNF, because there's a couple of LMP2 cars in and out of pit lane with some damage.
Yeah, you got the Grid and Go 004 car, you got the Sherritt Esports car that are still basically in pit. I don't know if both of them are still in pit lane. Definitely the Sherritt Esports car the Grid and Go 004 is out of pit lane. You're absolutely right. It's just the Sherritt Esports car which is remaining in pit lane. We'll keep our fingers crossed that they can keep going, but the fact is we've had a couple of major dramas, fair enough, but nothing super ridiculous. 59 cars still rolling around after 1 hour of racing, and we've had a few close calls, including one from this driver.
A few close calls is maybe a bit of an understatement. We had that one big incident, with around 50 minutes of this race down to turn number 1, but you know, outside of that, yeah, no, again, endurance racing spirit from a couple of teams and drivers, and limiting the number of retirements that I think we're going to see in these early stages. You only get one crack at the Daytona 24 in the iRacing special event calendar, as much as there are multiple time slots, so make the most of the opportunity that you get, because I know this is maybe my controversial opinion. I love Daytona in the month of January. I don't love it so much after that.
No, well, yeah, but this is the thing, is that they're like a lot of these tracks have seasons where, you know, we see them a lot in sim racing, and then we don't see them really at all. Like you say, January is Daytona time. We talk about Daytona. We obviously deal with the iRacing Daytona 24 hour. And, yeah, February as well. I can accept it as well, because obviously got the Daytona 500.
Yes, fair.
Right? Absolutely. And then we kind of just don't talk about Daytona for a little bit. For me, it's a similar sort of scenario. You know what I'm going to go with here? With Spa, where I personally try and avoid it like the plague through most of the year. I accept when the Grand Prix's on, August, fair enough, and then the Spa 24 hour. And outside of that, I try and avoid it, because otherwise it's just too much Spa, and there is such a thing. There's a few tracks like that. Bathurst, you deal with it kind of February, obviously, for the Bathurst 12 hour, and then late in the year for the 1000. Tracks there. There's very few tracks where you're just using them constantly throughout the year.
You know, the only one that's so good that it's got its own dedicated series on iRacing?
Stop it!
The Nordschleifer.
Oh, goodness sake.
If you do like the Nordschleifer, iRacing does have the Ringmeister series, where every week they bring a new car to the Nordschleifer. But yeah, I know what you're saying. That seasonality is very much a thing with iRacing, and that's why, you know, if you're looking at some of the iRacing official series and you're wondering, you know, what you want to go race, a lot of the series have voting so that you can get involved and make sure that it's not just the same tracks every single year. I know, obviously, when you think about the IMSA iRacing series, there are going to be some staples, of course, that they have to hit, but you know, maybe there's the opportunity to mix things up. And well, speaking of mixing things up, as we're continuing to be at the front of the field, why don't we step aside for a couple of minutes here and drink in the sights and sounds at the Daytona International Speedway. We'll jump on board with Nicholas Matteo. It's a Drago Racing 1 and 2 with 1 hour complete in the 2025 iRacing Daytona 24, powered by VCO. couple of laps on board then with the Drago Racing 69 as we listen in to that BMW M4 GT3. Of course, now heading into a new year with a replacement BMW M4 Evo out there in the real world. Arjuna Kenkipati back alongside of Lewis McLeod here on the iRacing Esports Network broadcast booth. We've just seen, by the way, on our timing screens, swap around for second position as Williams Esports Chill Blast get back in front of Drago in the GT class. If you're just joining us, Lewis, it's been an electric opening hour to this race.
Yeah, indeed. We've had a lot of excitement. Of course, pole position came in from Williams Esports Chill Blast in GTP category. Team Redline now out front. Apex Racing dominating in LMP2 courtesy of Danamore. And Drago Racing running 1 and 2 at the moment in the GTDs. A top 4 train pulling clear of Team Redline, who run 5th and 6th. They are back together, those Team Redline drivers, but they are 4 seconds off this top group.
And in terms of lap times, it's not much, but it's here and there, hundredths, thousandths that are adding up, and the BMWs at the front are starting to pull away, and maybe that Audi choice from that Redline team not playing out exactly in the way that they had anticipated. Back out through the chicane they go. You can already see the marbles starting to build on up. We're about an hour in. Imagine what it's going to be like 23 hours into this race with 1 hour left to go. And that debris model a little bit more impactful as a result of the iRacing debris system update at the beginning of December, the most recent of the iRacing builds. 1, 2, 3, split by less than a second. Alexander Spetz has joined the fun, and we've got 3 at the front for the first time in an hour.
Yeah, I was going to say, we're talking about the Redline Audi in the GTD category, and obviously it's a bit of a gamble taking that Audi, fair enough. Looking in the GTP category, you would say taking a BMW has been a bit of a gamble, because we were discussing this a little bit beforehand. Those that have taken the BMW for a lot of time, you know, the BMW M Team Redline, the BMW M Team BS competition, it's that they have to take it, and Williams run pretty strong in that BMW, fair enough. Most of the category, though, is made up of Ferraris and of Acuras, right? The fact that we've got BMWs running first and second, though, like, just because everyone's found that maybe the Acura is the best in this and the best in that, we've still got BMWs running first and second. So sometimes it's not always about the car.
The Acura is one of those options that brings with it some setup differences, though, as well. So they're all running the slightly shorter gear stack, which gives them plenty of acceleration and actually doesn't hurt them too much in terms of outright top-end speed. But when you think about traffic management and trying to blast through some of these cars, that's definitely an advantage that you're trying to take advantage of. Depending on how the teams have set it up, I've heard mixed opinions. Some going high downforce with that short stack, some going low downforce with the short stack as well. So there does seem to be some variety with how the teams have maximized performance. Wondering if that's what we're kind of seeing in this fight for 10th position, where Door, Solpec Precision, Grid and Go, it's a smorgasbord of traffic down towards Le Mans chicane as they work their way on through. And the surviving Williams Esports Academy car just in front of Dominic Hoffman, who we jump on board with now.
And you hear how calm me and Arjuna are about this traffic? Seeing how many cars were going down to the Le Mans chicane there? Yeah, if you've just joined this broadcast, scroll back an hour and then see what things were like. That's why we're a little bit calmer about the idea of them going through GTDs now, because that was wild. It was like what you just saw in the foreground of shot for the entire field.
It was crazy, wasn't it? It was... we almost had 4 wide on the banking before the drivers realized that was not the wisest thing in the world. They were 3 wide down to the International Horseshoe, and the Effect Motorsports car gets a contact. Once, but not twice, but thrice there from Simufy's car. That, I think, out into the marbles, pushed out wide. LMP2 struggled for traction, and the GTD with its traction control just got off the corner slightly better.
Yeah, you'd say there would be... that contact would have quite an effect. I'll see myself out. It's fine. It just wasn't worth it. It just wasn't worth it. That's all I know. It just was not worth it. Anyway, we'll keep our eyes focused on some of this. One of these Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports cars here, getting to the high side there, trying to make the move. I believe that was Graham Carroll going very, very high indeed. Running at the moment in 17th position. Was running at 15th at the start of the lap, so has dropped back a couple of spots whilst trying to navigate all that traffic.
Yeah, that's the one benefit of these IMSA spec cars with the LED number boards, is you get a pretty a good perspective often of what position they were in. They started the lap and where they are now relative to the fights that you continue to watch around the track. That is two redline cars being pushed forward by the Veloce Thrustmaster BMW. Cody D still behind the wheel there as the trio attempts to try and close the gap up towards the front. Is Deeth going to look to the inside here? LMP2, rather GTP car got a little bit stuck up high, and Deeth did think about the move before traffic robbed him of the opportunity. And this is where high-level driving, Lewis, you've got to say, he looked for it, didn't force it, and now sits behind, ready to pounce once more.
Yeah, it was Andre Wolf in the Sherritt Esports car that was looking to the outside, then got himself passed by Graham Carroll and by Scott Michaels. We should talk a little bit about the CrowdStrike car. Obviously started at the rear end of the GTP field. We know how fast they've been in the IMSA Esports Global Championship. Been a bit... I mean, yeah, sure, it's because they didn't qualify, fair enough. But still, I would have expected to have come through the order a little bit quicker. We know how quick that CrowdStrike car is, and especially, Scott Michaels behind the wheel. We'll talk about that at another time because we've got plenty to focus on in this. Bit of a split between the two red line cars, courtesy of some of that lap traffic working its way through. That one was Thomas Imborg behind the wheel of the Delatrans Automotive by Major Garage car, that green and white, distinctive green and white LMP2.
Well, you brought up the IMSA Esports Global Championship, so I'm going to quickly touch on that as well, because much like last year, winners in this broadcast top split in the GTP and GTD classes will earn an invite to the 2025 edition of the championship. And so, there's plenty to play for in these VCO Grand Slams, Lewis. That golden ticket to IMSA Esports. Each of our class winners, this includes the LMP2 class as well, will also win a physical trophy.
Yeah, which I've always said, physical trophies, they're sick. Sure, there's prize money in this, that, and the other, fair enough. Obviously, there's no prize money in this. Sometimes I would take a trophy. It depends on how much prize money is. We're talking some big money. I'll take that, thank you very much. But, quite a lot of time that trophy is something a lot more, to have something tangible for your sim racing escapades. I mean, we'll take it, and especially when it's like this, when it's the Daytona 24-hour on iRacing. One of the biggest sim racing events that we've ever had, the biggest special event on the platform. I mean, it's epic to win this one, and then to have a trophy of it, and to have an entry into the IMSA Esports Global Championship. It does mean you need to be commentated on by our junior a little bit more. We'll talk about that, it's fine.
Yeah, that is the downside, isn't it? I guess as well, how many times have you attempted Daytona, Lewis, the 24?
0.
Wow. Well, we'll get back to that. Let's talk about the lead, because we've just seen a swap around and Chris Lullum under fire. Alexander Spetz goes around the outside. Jaden Munoz has taken over the overall race lead here in the iRacing Daytona 24 hours. And any semblance of fuel saving maybe out the window. Up high, then down low. Commitment. And the Texan was not taking no for an answer.
Lovely move. Decisive. I think that's the important bit. If you're going to go for a move like that down into turn one, you need to be decisive, you need to be committed. The lack of commitment, that's what causes the incident, that's what causes the issue. It's no biggie for the BMW and Team Redline driver. Chris Lullum will be well aware of that. Just sit in the slipstream, save the fuel. I mean, that's just how it goes. The important bit is these three are all very much involved in the fight for the race lead. 3/4 of a second separates them. 5 seconds now back to Nicholas Boyd in the Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports number 50.
And that gap, I think, you're going to have to keep an eye on it. The Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team, they've got a stacked lineup in that number 50, and across of all of their lineups, to be fair. Nicholas Boy, Ole Steinbraten, and Michele Costantini. I mean, that is a stacked driver lineup. Ole Steinbraten maybe a bit more known for his driving in the GTD category in the last handful of years. You best assume they'll figure it out, and they're the best of the Ferraris so far, and not too far behind this trio that, if they continue to fight, might start to bring others back into the equation. Out wide, they continue to run in some cases. Jaden Munoz, though, does not elect to go out wide, Lewis. He's running a more sensible line, all things considered.
It's not necessarily about if they fight, right? I think this needs to be the important bit there. For example, that move that Jaden Munoz did on Chris Lullum on the previous lap, that won't have really cost them any time, right? And that's the important bit, is if you are going to go for move, that's fine. This is kind of one that they both will understand and kind of need to understand. if someone goes for the move, don't fight them too hard. If you fight them and you go side by side for a few corners, that's where you start bleeding the seconds. That's where you start bleeding the time and bringing that Scuderia Ferrari HB Esports team back into it. I know we're talking this strategy after only an hour and 15 minutes of a 24-hour race, but the decisions you make now and who's involved in the fight now can really have an impact late on in the race. If you eliminate that Ferrari now, you don't have to worry about it.
When you say eliminate,
I don't mean kill. I don't do crash.
I've been playing too many battle royales and stuff like that because that's the first thing that went to my mind. Alexander Spetz gets a great run. Chris Lallam slightly checked up through all of that, but now Spetz is going to lose out, I think, here with that shorter gear stack. Maybe some of the side draft coming into impact as well. But Lewis, there's a great illustration of how the Acura might struggle at times to make these moves. He's bouncing off the rev limiter right now.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Spot on, running that short stack and just trying to... I mean, I think you're right. It gives you that punch out of the corners. Yeah, it gives you that fight, especially in traffic, you know, where you've got so much really to kind of work with. But right now, yeah, it's definitely not helping them get past. But definitely that'll be, again, you know, can't be too worried now. You saw a Ferrari coming on the exit of pit lane, by the way. That was Graham Carroll, the Scuderia Ferrari HB Esports team. That was the 51 that runs further down the category, currently 19th in the GTP category, obviously a lap down. What that says to me, Arjuna, is that we're not that far away from second pit stops.
Not far away indeed. Closing in on 1 hour and 20 minutes. Saw a question in the chat. LMP2 pit stops, by the way. Race leaders just come in. Not sure if Dan Amor is going to stay in the car or jump out. The Acura is on what is the shorter gear stack. What that means is it accelerates a little bit faster, so you go through the gears faster. But once you get to 7th at the top of the rev range, you might have a slightly shorter top speed. So the normal gear stack may give you, I'll pull some numbers out of thin air. These are not accurate, just to be clear. You might have 320, the short gear stack, but you might be able to do 330, 340 with the longer gear stack. So there's an advantage in traffic to try and pass the slower machinery off the corners with the shorter stack, Lewis, but you saw it with the onboard. It's harder to make moves against your own class if they've got a little bit more top speed.
Yeah, indeed. Speaking, by the way, of questions in chat, did ask someone, see someone asking about the forecast for this race. Obviously, we don't know too far into the future, and I know that you are desperate to stick on your geography teacher, meteorologist blazer and slap down some information for us. But at the moment, it's all pretty clear, apart from I'm seeing a little bit of a percentage of a chance of rain at about 7:15 in-game, just saying.
It's about 4 hours away, isn't it?
Yeah.
2% chance 4 hours from now.
And that, by the way, that 4 hours is as far as we can see. So we don't know. It could be up to 100% after that. We don't know. But right now, there's potential rain in 4 hours. Probably not, but we'll see.
I mean, do you want a weather segment, Lewis? We can do one.
I mean, I kind of want it for the memes, but...
We'll do it before you leave the commentary booth.
Sebring was horrific.
Yeah, we'll do it before you leave the commentary booth, but it's going to be quite boring when there's nothing to talk about, you know what I mean? So that is part of the problem. LMP2 pit stops continuing. Dan Amor did get out, by the way, so it's Aaron Vasquez that's taken over in the 199 race leading LMP2 entry. I might see some pit stop and driver changes for Delatraz Automotive, for Fiercely Forward as well. And I've just seen a note on my timing screen that affects simulations, the 908. James Baldwin's had an issue down at the chicane.
Oh dear. I mean, we've seen that affect simulations car have a bit of a hit coming off of the international horseshoe as the Fiercely Forward car in pit lane. And this is a little bit of a battle once again between Jaden Munoz and Chris Lallam. The battle for the race lead overall in that GTP category. No move coming in from Lallam, and still about 0.8 of a second separating the top three. Bit of a gap back to Alexander Spetz. I'm assuming that might have been traffic which has built that margin.
Just a little bit of traffic. This was the spin. Ooh, that's all right foot related. A little bit greedy on throttle.
Do you know, I maintain that corner. I will say I think that corner is the hardest corner on the track. Everyone says that it's like turn one or something like that. I don't believe so. Because again, you underestimate going back out onto the oval because you think you just turn out that corner and put the throttle down. if you do that, you spin. You've just seen it there, especially on cold tyres. I really cannot stand that corner.
It's also really bumpy, and the LMP2 car can be a pogo there as well. Silly Lully, that's about as aggressive as I think I have ever seen him in looking for the move down to the chicane. It doesn't work out quite there. We'll see if it plays out slightly later. In the LMP2 category, oh, there's a car rejoining. That's Nicholas Laubish, who's just come out of pit lane on cold tires and now rejoins directly behind the battle between Delatraz Automotive and Williams Esports Academy. Oh, he's going to get pushed here, and he's going to get pushed by... No!
Oh, my goodness.
Wow.
Keep sliding, boy. Wow.
I may need to see that a couple more times, to be honest.
Yeah, that was not great. By the way, I was saying Graham Carroll had been in the pit lane recently, back into the pit lane. I think that Ferrari, I think the second of these Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team cars is having a few problems. But whilst that's going on, yeah, that was incredible. That was probably one of the longest slides I've ever seen. As here comes Lullen to the inside.
No silly by any means. He shoves it up the inside. Oh, it's the curb. It's low tire pressures that catch out Nicholas Laubish. That will be a talking point as we get to the night as well with the cooler conditions. Drag race down to the chicane though. Hybrid spooled up on board with the Acura, who's going to be a great camera vehicle down in towards this left and right flip. I think Lullen might have a little bit more top-end speed here. Look at how he's pulling alongside. Who's going to be braver down to the braking zone? Two rivals a week ago. Jaden Munoz decides to hang back.
Yeah, millimetres between the pair of them, but a committed move from Chris Lullen. Fantastic driving between the top two there. Jaden Munoz backing out. The camera car, as it seems, Alexander Spetz, 4.1 seconds clear by the way of Nicholas Boy. You were saying keep an eye on that gap. It has come down by around about a second over the last 10 or so minutes. So that Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports car is closing its way back in. Here comes Munoz once again to the outside at T1. Can't make that one stick, but he might make something stick down in the International Horseshoe.
I mean, the intent with which he opened up the corner was clear. He wanted to slingshot down to the horseshoe. I mean, we're not even 90 minutes into the race, and this has got the most intensity I can recall in about 6 years, it feels like, in the iRacing Daytona 24 in this top-level prototype class. It was 2018, 2019, where final laps of the race in what was the old Corvette Daytona prototype, it came down to the final couple of laps and a moment of contact at turn number one. I know we're a long way away. I'm getting those sort of vibes right now. Three very much in contention. I mean, there's still 7 cars within 20 seconds. That's what's happening, by the way, to the second of the Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports cars.
Yeah, that was Graham Carroll behind the wheel. There was already damage on that car. Absolutely no idea where that came from, but there was definitely damage on the right rear of that car. So a bit of a shame there, but thankfully they do have one car running strong, and it's running very strong. I think the fact here, Arjuna, as well, is that in the GTP category, you know, normally we see, let's say, a couple of red lines up there, or a couple of Coanders, or a couple of Williams up there, you know, up inside the top 5 or so. It is great to see. We've got a red line up there, we've got a Williams up there, we've got a Drago Racing up there, and we have a Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports up there, and the BS Sunset car, yeah, maybe 10 or so seconds back from that. The fact is, we've got different manufacturers, we've got different teams doing battle here at the front. This is an excellent start.
This is fantastic, and hopefully it continues long through the night as well. We'll have other commentators coming up, don't worry. Not Lewis and myself for 24 hours. We would get a little bit tired by the end of it, but a great team to walk you through the nighttime and building back up in towards what will be, hopefully, pretty electric run to the end. GTD still close as well. The lead grouping there is 4 cars strong. It's only LMP2 where the gaps are relatively big. As well, back down to pit lane, GTP cars begin their second trip down for fuel and tires.
Yes, indeed. I say it's an important moment. Got to get the pit stops right, and again, got to make sure. Sorry for red line. Got to make sure you don't speed. Please don't speed on pit lane. Like, if there's one time, just not today. Not today. Let's keep it clean on pit entry all the time. You can sacrifice half a second or a second on pit entry to avoid a drive-through.
Yeah, but you see, It's so inviting, it's so open as that entry to pit lane, and so I get the sneaking suspicion we'll see a couple more of those over the course of the race. Not going to see pit stop for Jaden Munoz just yet. Was that BMW M Team red line? Yes, so Silly Lully, no speeding penalty this time, I can confirm. Followed in by Alexander Spetz, but once again, 1 lap longer for Jaden Munoz. Question really here, though, Lewis, is can he save enough fuel and maybe stretch it out even further?
I mean, like I say, went 1 lap longer previously, could be going a little bit longer again. I mean, this will be a very interesting one because, and this is where all of the teams, that are, especially the ones that are involved in that battle, they are going to be keeping a very close eye on what the number 5 does. Because if it does this lap and then comes to the pit lane, I think there'll be a sigh of relief from the field. If he goes 1 lap longer, I think the concern starts brewing. Because if you go 1 lap longer now, 1 lap longer again on the next stint, 1 lap longer again on the stint after that, I mean, over a 24-hour race, you're saving a pit stop.
And that's why we always talk about it, but you've got to commit at the very start of the race. Switch around in the pit stops as well, as Alexander Spetz spends 1 second shorter stationary, and it's enough for him to leapfrog Chris Lullum. So Drago Racing will get in front, and now we'll get a pretty good sense for if their shorter gear stack is going to let them stay in front, or if it's going to be basically like they're standing still on the banking, and if that BMW will fly around the outside.
Munoz, by the way, into the pit lane, so it seems as though fuel-wise they did that 1 lap earlier on the previous stint, and that's that they're now on stint margin, so they're just going that 1 lap further. They are on pit lane now, so it's the same stint length, it's just they're 1 lap deeper on commitment. See the one of their Williams Esports Academy teammates leaving the pit lane. Did have a little check and a little chat. I didn't realise that John Bennett, Formula 2 driver of next, or this year rather, is behind the wheel of that car. Not at the moment, but will be later on in the stint. More motorsport drivers just taking part in sim race at the highest level. It's crazy, isn't it?
It's casual. Of course, Max Verstappen's the one that everyone's going to be looking at, but you got Agustin Canapino. Let's not forget, in that Solprec Precision Racing car. He won this race last year in the Williams Esports machine. Who else is out there right now on track? Norby Kish, multiple-time truck racing champion out there in Europe. Also, multiple-time Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series champion in the virtual world.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you can chuck Lullum into that mix after his escapades in the Radicals last year. Obviously, I'm sure he's got some good plans in store for 2025. As you can see, the Williams Esports Chill Blast car on the exit pit lane there. Let's see how close it's going to be into the International Horseshoe. Could be a good lead here.
And like I said, basically standing still, the Acura in a straight line on the banking, and so passed by Silly Lully is Alexander Spetz once again, but Jaden Munoz does indeed have the lead and a 1 lap advantage in terms of strategy. We still got a long way to go, but that 1 lap might be very, very important at some point in this race. Oh, 4 wide. I can't quite believe it. That LMP2 car didn't even know what it could do as they work out of turn number 1. An insane fight here building up in the GTP class. Wow. 4 wide, and it all worked. Door Esports, Solprec Precision Racing, gridandgo.com, and not far behind, BMW BS Plus competition trying to close in as well.
Yeah, I'm expecting to see a few bits of 4 wide around here, you know, in a few weeks' time, once the Daytona 500 rolls into action, once the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series runs in. There'll be the odd bit of 4 wide in there, fair enough. It'll be rare, but still, it'll happen, I'm sure. In this race, down to turn 1. No way.
Oh, I had the chance to chat to Bo Barfield, who runs IMSA Race Control, when I was at Sebring a couple of weeks ago, and I really liked the way that he was talking. I don't envy anyone who's a race director or a race steward, be it real or virtual, but it's that calmness with which you talk to a driver, knowing that you often end up talking to drivers full of emotion, full of adrenaline. And, well, I can tell you what he would probably say about that one. Why are you out there at turn number 1 when there's all those marbles there? It seems like a slightly silly thing to do, put yourself in that position. One thing that you have to really learn in real-world racing as compared to sim racing, Lewis, is that you put yourself, you take responsibility for your car at all times.
Yeah, well, there's this whole thing, and we've spoken about this a few times. There's a lot of drivers that'll be like, oh, I'm super, super unlucky. As there's a little bit of content there at turn 1. I will say that even to the point of, you know, the was it the 170 red line car in Industry Sports Global Champions, the one that got taken out basically all of the time,
every race.
Yeah, right. And there is this thing of like, oh well, you know, it's super bad luck, and I get that. But then how much of it is super bad luck? Sure, you might not be at fault of any of the incidents. However, what's the decision making like going into those incidents? You know, if someone's taking you out, like why are you where you're at? And once you start judging that, even if it is 90% someone else's fault, there's still 10% that you could probably change that might avoid it. And that's what you should always judge when you're involved in incidents. If you feel like you're going through a bad run in sim racing, like a lot of bad luck, judge not what everyone else is doing, judge what you're doing, and have a look at that and see what you could do to stay away from these people.
Absolutely. You do end up recognizing those same names week in, week out, who you end up having issues with, and those that you can trust, right? So you build up that database of who you want to work with and who you will steer a wide berth from. Redline still, by the way, have got Cody Deathan, the Veloce Thrustmaster 25 behind them. They are 5 and a bit seconds off of the leading group, and they lost 0.4 of a second the last lap alone. See what the margin's going to be between the cars this time by, but even 12 wheels in effect, seemingly not as good as the 4 wheels at the front for Drago Racing. 143.866 for the race leader. Redline 144.252. So it's another 0.4 that they've lost the last time around.
Yeah, it's not looking good, is it? For Team Redline, we'll have to wait and see how things unfold. Because again, you've got to also remember that as we head into the night, you've discussed it before about temperatures drop, pressures. Yeah, we'll be talking about all of that. Fair enough. But in that, certain cars might get weaker as the night goes on, and certain cars might get stronger. Maybe they've worked out the Audi will be strong over the night. Who knows? Maybe they're confident in the night. Whilst these scenarios are a little bit stressful, where these the teams are pulling away, it's important just to remain calm right now and not let that gap kind of control your emotions and make some bad decisions. I'm not telling them that, by the way. They're well aware of that scenario. But if you're doing the 24-hour yourself and maybe you're dropping off the race leads and stuff like that, just don't worry about it. Run your own race.
Especially when you know in races like this that you've got, in some cases, 3 or 4 drivers. There are some teams that are doing it with just 2, but you're going to probably have a variety of pace across of your 4 drivers, so you'll see your position ebb and flow a little bit more, unless you're in the very fortunate position that all 4 of your drivers are ace gunners. I tell you what, Lewis, why don't we harken back to times at Sebring and we do a quick weather update, because I can tell you that with a forecast is starting to shift a little bit, but this is the problem. It's still bone dry right now. There's nothing, Lewis, to be thinking about. 4 hours from now, though, I'm seeing fog, and I'm seeing 10% chance of rain on the horizon. So, 90 minutes in, your first weather report of the day, unfortunately, I'm zooming in, but there's nothing to report.
Honestly, these meteorologists these days, who gave you permission for that? To do that in a hoodie? Bro, you're supposed to be all dressed up really smart, really not. I don't know why, but that's the ebb and flow of it. A hoodie.
It's 6:19 in the morning, Lewis. I don't care. I'm not getting paid enough to dress up like a weather person.
Sorry, I have turned on BBC News at 6 o'clock in the morning, and they're still all dressed up like it's fine.
I know, but that's in their contract. It's not in mine.
That's true. That is true. Yeah, no, honestly, I'm judging. I'm sat here in a hoodie. It's chill. Don't worry about it.
It's a very comfortable Williams Racing hoodie as well, I will just say. Very
all right, mister. I've got a Williams hoodie downstairs as well, and a couple of t-shirts and stuff.
I had to pay for this one. Don't worry, I didn't get it.
Yeah, exactly. If other teams want to send me merch, message me. I'll chuck you my address. Depending on if I like you or not, I might chuck you a fake address. It's fine. You're absolutely right. Speaking of the weather, though, let's talk about that. Let's touch on that a little bit. You're absolutely right. We said about 2%. It was a little bit earlier that we were going to get around about 7:15, so in about 4 hours' time. Let's say it's up to 10% now. There could be some weather joining us in about 4 hours' time.
Which does mean that hopefully Lewis won't be around, so he can't complain about the attractiveness of the weather report.
I won't be around.
No. You won't be in the broadcast booth, fortunately. It'll be me and Paul Smith just about as that rain's starting to come in. So the next weather report, I'll get dressed up just for you, Lewis. How about that?
I don't know. Are we doing the timing right here? Because I'm not sure if that's.
You won't be around. Sorry.
I think me and Dara are on when the rain's supposed to hit.
What I mean is you won't be around when I do the weather report.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I'll still judge.
You can judge, but you won't be around to say anything. And let's be fair, as soon as I leave the broadcast booth, because you're back in it, I'm going to turn it off. So I won't hear all the complaints that you have about my weather report. So,
that's true. No, that's fair. That's fair. I'll just pass messages on to whoever else is in the comedy booth to make sure that they're keeping you as on your toes as possible. If not, to our lovely broadcast director, Hugo Luis. I'll make sure that trust me, the message is going to be coming through.
Well, our broadcast director is going to be doing 20 of the 24 hours, so poor Hugo is going to be powering through the night, giving you all these great pictures of everything. So I've seen some people already shouting out all the camera angles and stuff. Just know that he'll be continuing to power through the rest of the night as well. After that pit stop cycle for the GTPs, it's settled down slightly. So in the LMP2 class, one of the few fights that still remains here after what had happened at the start of the race, Williams Esports Academy fiercely forward pink. They're fighting for 6th position. As the race leader, though, through the chicane, and with 3 seconds to the good now.
And we're about to get a little bit of a milestone, not for any major milestone in this race, by the way, so don't be like, whoa, oh my God, what's happening? Vlad Kimichev, who, of course, had an issue very early on in the race, on the first lap, in fact, dropped down to the last position, is about to get past Aaron Vasquez, who's the LMP2 leader, which means that the only cars ahead of him will be GTPs. It's a small thing, but it means that all 22 of our GTPs are running in one big train. However, Drago Racing's number 9 is 4 laps down after starting 2nd spot, which I think if you'd have told them that an hour and 40 minutes ago, I think they might have just left and gone and watched the Liverpool match.
I don't know about that one. I'm sure there's many other things that they might have wanted to do instead, but that is remarkable because, you know, they're basically out of contention. There is no chance that they're even getting a top 5 finish if we're being realistic here, but Vlad Kimichev, Michael Romanidis, they're now going to give up the next 22 hours as a 2-driver lineup, give up all their sleep as well, just to finish. Often, Lewis, we talk about how little we see the endurance racing spirit, so I'm glad you call it out because it's great to see the 2 drivers stick themselves back in and try and push to the end.
Yeah, it's not easy. Once you've had drama early on, it's not easy to keep going. Especially when it's on lap 1. I remember it. I'm sure he might be watching, might not be. Myself and a good friend of mine, Dan Kell, we decided to do this Sebring 12-hour. This was like, I think it was like 2 or 3 years ago. It was the same year we did the Bathurst 12-hour. And we had a little pact. This is not, I do not recommend this for anyone. We said if we got taken out on lap 1, we're out. Coming down towards turn 6 into the hairpin, someone tapped our rear right and it basically broke the suspension, had a 12-minute repair. We were both like, nope, bye, see ya. And then just bailed and went again. We did other races, like GT3 or some races. Just moved on from that very quickly. It happens.
It happens. Well, and I was alluding to this earlier before I think we had the fight at the front that kind of rudely interrupted story time. It was much more exciting, to be honest, seeing Jaden Munoz go to the lead, but I've attempted the iRacing Daytona 24 6. Ooh, no, never mind. Another interruption. That was a spin at turn 1 by Door Esports. I was checking for a sec. Luka Vunch goes around. But yeah, I've attempted this race 5, maybe 6 times. Never finished. Never finished. Yeah.
To be fair, having done a 23-hour race with you, I can understand why. Sorry. That feels a little bit harsh.
Well, just to be clear, Lewis is not referring to last year's Rolex 24, which was 1 lap short.
That's true.
Yes, no, he's referring to that's a murder.
That is a big hit as well. Was that the gridding? Again, trying to pick the gridding girl Solpec car out is really hard work, but it was one of those two. Big hit down there at T1. Yes, as I say, I was alluding to the Jimmy's charity race, Jimmy Broadbent's race for mental health. That was 2022.
Yeah,
it was 22. Yeah, it was 22. Oh my goodness,
it's a long time ago. Which again, by the way, Jimmy does that every year now, and last year raised another 40,000-50,000 pounds for charity, which is great to see. So always love those efforts where the community comes together. Not sure if you even noticed this, Lewis, because I'll be honest, I didn't even necessarily notice this too much. But BS Competition during the IMSA Esports Global Championship, they were actually also raising some money for the Prio Premature Baby Foundation. They raised 4,000 euros in their Overtake for Life fundraiser.
Yeah, I did see the bits on social media. I didn't know it was happening, but like I say, what you were saying, but did see them posting on social media. I mean, look, any money for charity raised by anyone is always good, even if you're doing this race by yourself and you're trying to do a little bit of money for charity, and then someone and all you feel you make is 30 quid, right, for charity. That's more than it would have been beforehand. Like anything like that is always helpful. So it's great to see these causes being met, and it's nice to see these teams jumping on and getting these charities done. And of course, the race for mental health has always been it's been a big part of sim racing for a few years now. There are other charity races as well happening throughout the year, and it's great. Why not?
There's some more coming up on RaceBot TV as well, so if you're not already following us on social media, go and hit that follow button. Stay tuned for some news about an event coming up with Make-A-Wish. There's also Dale Jr.'s charity event, which I'm very, very excited about because Lewis, you know that one of the things that I love about the iRacing special events is just how weird, wacky, and wonderful that they can be. And so I really love the idea of giving Dale Jr. a bit of a carte blanche every year and letting him come up with something wild and wonderful. And, you know, I'm sure we'll come up with some interesting things over the next couple of years.
What's your wild and wonderful thing?
Ooh, well, so they're doing mini stocks at Iowa. So, like...
Right.
Dirt midget at Long Beach, something like that. That would be pretty wild.
That sounds the thing is, it just sounds like the start-finish straight would take so long to get around. No, I'd go. Look, we've already seen a little bit of rallycross racing happening in this, and in the Ferrari 499P. You know, let's see that. Let's see that as a real thing. Let's take to the Daytona rallycross circuit in the Ferrari GTP. Why not?
All right,
that would be horrendous.
I like the direction Lewis is going with this, but we'll see what you, the community, have to say. If you've got a suggestion for a wild and wonderful special event that you'd like to see added to what is an increasingly large schedule of events across all 4 disciplines on iRacing, let us know what you think would be fun. Gap at the lead just continues to grow, by the way. Jaden Munoz is really on a little bit of a charge right now, and I think also getting the benefit of the traffic in his favor. So 4.5 or so back to second and third positions. And I do think, Lewis, as we get ready to head off into the final pit stop cycle of the opening 2 hours, probably going to get ready for a driver change in this GTP class next time down.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we don't know exactly how they've been rolling through it, but realistically speaking, I'd say 2 hours behind the wheels, kind of enough. I mean, they might still stay behind the wheel and go further. They might do 2 hours 40. They might go all the way through and do 4 hours. So that's very possible. But with how mentally draining these cars are through traffic, if it were me behind the wheel, or me as team manager, race engineer, God forbid, I would probably suggest, putting a max, being like, right, 2 hours and you're out. Because I've always said there's like that, you need to work out what it is for you, but there's that sort of like window where if you go beyond it, like you're like mentally, you're just not there really in the car. I find for quite a lot of drivers, between 2 and 3 hours, that's where the window kind of comes to a close. Once you pass 3 hours, it's really hard to remain focused. These drivers are obviously perfectly good and capable of remaining focused, but still, you get what I mean.
I guess part of the factor you're also trying to think about, both in the real and virtual worlds, is not just how long you leave them in the car, but then how much time you give them to rest as well, right? So you're trying to balance out each side of that equation. think each driver is probably slightly different and unique in that regard as well. So, I mean, I know personally at a Daytona, I could probably go a stint longer than you would want to put me at a track that was really tight and twisty as an example, right? But, you know, Daytona still is fatiguing in its own way. You know, I'll say something that maybe not everyone agrees with, but I actually find that when you get to a track like this, like Le Mans, like the Nordschleife, where there's lots of long straights that you can also take a bit of a mental break on. I know traffic is where these straights become a little bit more treacherous. That I don't want to say relaxing. That's probably the wrong word for it, Lewis, but you know what I mean? When those straights just allow you to recover a little bit before you head off into the infield once again.
It's about having a breather. It is about having a breather. Obviously, there are some circuits where it's just, you know, constant coming at you. Nordschleife is kind of one of those. Obviously, you do have some pretty big straights, including the Döttinger Bathurst. You've got plenty of time to breathe around there, and that's kind of what, you know, you use Mountain Straight and Conrad to breathe around there. Same as around here. You use going out onto the oval. That's where you try and get a little bit of your lap traffic done, but that's where you calm down. Whereas going around that infield section, you probably don't really blink, you probably barely breathe. A lot of things are happening with your mouth. There's a lot of, you know, tongue steerers out there. I think that's what Peter Mackay classified them as. Just like sticking their tongue out and trying to get through the corner. A lot of that happens on the infield section. Outside of that, you chill.
I guess in the sim as well, Daytona's okay.
Wow.
Is that fiercely forward? I think it was. Straight at turn number 1, and that surely was a technical issue and almost taking out contenders for the lead in GTP.
I think there was a hit on the rear end. Oh, maybe there wasn't. It was, I mean, certainly the 44 car, the Falcon Sim Racing Team car, was directly behind them going down into that corner. But it was Benedict Vida behind the wheel. And that was terrifying. You're absolutely right. Nearly collected a couple of the GTPs as well.
So you're 100% right. A hit. And I mean, I don't think that angle, like, that's a hellacious contact into the tires at turn 1, explains the use of the flatbed. But I think a slow-mo angle off the rear of the Acura will really do justice to how close that really was, Lewis, because Alexander Spetz came inches, pixels away from his race being over.
I mean, that was honestly wild. I think you're absolutely right. That was extremely close going there through the first corner. But I think these two, they'll be like, well, that was okay. We'll move on. We'll move on. No big dramas. We're both still alive. But that's just proof. Like, sometimes the instant, it could be completely out of your control. You can be mind your own business, and suddenly, bang, there's a car.
Here we go. I mean. So you know what that kind of reminds me of, Lewis? You know how ESLR1, Moritz Lohner has his moment at turn 1 at Monza?
Oh yeah, no, I remember. Yeah.
And now it's immortalized in the opening sequence for every ESLR1 broadcast in perpetuity because it's just part of the intro slate that rolls?
Yep.
Yeah, that camera shot reminds me of that.
It's scary. It certainly is scary. But like I say, we've all kind of had it where there's been, whoa, that's the effect simulations of the 909 off the road there, just a little bit. Currently running in 5th in class. Let's see how close this is.
I mean,
yeesh, that is close.
We almost got a ka-chow moment there, that's for sure. I mean,
my goodness, wow.
That's crazy. That is absolutely insane. And that's just, again, the way that traffic sometimes... This is a better angle. Oh my days.
That Drago racing car is unbelievably lucky. Also, you got to think about it this way, right? Had to drive that corner perfectly. If either one of Lulham or Spetz made a slight mistake at turn 1 and they were slightly slower, that GTD was right in them. Yeah. And it probably, if it had collected one, it probably actually would have collected both.
Yeah, I mean, right, we'll get back to that in a few moments' time because that is going to linger in the mind. GTD pit stops kicking off once again. Lewis, we are more than 8 minutes shy of the top of the hour here. So an implicit understanding across all the teams here that even with a little bit of fuel saving, it's too hard to get to the top of the hour. But every team is still counting their fuel because that final pit stop, they're thinking about how short they can make it.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I say, we'd normally talk of them going to about an hour around here. Obviously, that's not possible, and that's fine. As long as everyone's running the same fuel, we're running the same rough fuel mileage, I'm not that worried, unless I'm the one that can go further. But right now, like I say, them pitting this early is a bit of a concern, because that's going to add probably 2 stops on from what we'd normally run in the GTD category. So it's going to be fascinating, and now, like you say, it's about getting as far as possible to make sure that fuel stop that you do later on, that you're not taking as much fuel on or whatever. And it's crazy that you're having to prepare for your final stops for what's going to happen in nearly a day's time. What you do now really affects it.
We've seen plenty of replays of that incident. I did see one request in the chat for an aerial look, so maybe we'll get that after the GTD pit stop cycle is done and dusted, because we do have to kind of figure out what this merge is going to look like. Just saw Drago Racing and Williams Esports and the World Sim Racing entries all down onto pit lane. Couple of early boxes for some of them, and up on the jacks, 4 tires, tank of fuel, and driver changes as well for this GTD class.
Yeah, which, like I say, was expected. So Beckham Jasir jumps out of the Williams Esports, that's the Racing Prodigy car, and Alessandro Bico jumps in behind the wheel, someone who's been very quick around this circuit as well. I believe Sotomuto might be staying behind the wheel of the Williams Gaming Club car, though, so that's interesting to see.
Can confirm. I think part of the mindset here is it's David Sobrero, Matthias Oyula, and Parker White sharing that car. Parker White's just, I've been looking on social media over the last couple of days. He's been out there at the NASCAR Hall of Fame for the eNASCAR Media Day. He's actually traveling back home right now. He's not going to get home until around 8 hours of this race are done, and so he's going to have a lot of work to do when the night comes and through, I think, the part of the day where the Europeans will go off and sleep, and Parker White will hold down the night stint running. Alessandro Bico, though, is now our new race leader with a switch around in terms of strategy. They started down in 11th, they've climbed their way forward, and now sit on top.
Yeah, indeed. And you can see there the Racing Prodigy branding on the side. You're well aware of that, Arjuna. And we'll say, I quite like the colour. What colour would you say that is?
It's blue.
Is it
I'm not going to get into the debate of what hue of blue it is.
Is it
right, no, now we're getting off into the tangent. No, we're not going there, Lewis. No, don't you do this to me again.
Why not? Why not?
With a Williams Esports car again? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, why not? Let's keep the trend up. Once a year, we'll just talk about the Williams Esports cars, and we'll just talk about how wrong the colour is, isn't it?
Get this guy out.
It was brown. Okay, hashtag it was brown.
We've got 5 minutes before we'll kick Lewis out and we'll welcome Paul Smith in, but that's neither here nor there. Just a reminder, Jimmy Broadbent is not in this split. Max Verstappen is in this split, and there's a possibility that he might be getting into the car next, although I'm not sure if it's going to be him or Diogo Pinto. Diogo's not in the session, Max is, so read into that as you will, but maybe only 10 laps away from former multiple-time world champion in Formula One, jumping into the car.
I almost thought you were about to say former world champion. Whoa. Hello there. That's fine. Now, or the alternative is they could leave Lullen behind the wheel. And that's the other thing, is like they could just have Chris Lullen behind the wheel. Or if it's 10 laps time, Diogo Pinto could be off practicing right now, could be jumping in and then taking over. There's a lot of options to what could be happening in that car, but maybe it will be Max. Who knows? I'm sure they are running their strategy as calmful as they can. I think they're probably a little unhappy about the gap to the car ahead, though, Arjuna. It's not 1, it's not 2, it's 6 seconds. Wow, that's a big moment for the Movano Rosso car.
Can we get an onboard with the Movano entry into the chicane, please? Yeah, that's not great. You can't even call it a rejoin there necessarily, but, he's just stricken in the path of oncoming traffic. I'm pretty sure, let's There is never a gap here, I'm pretty sure. He just goes for it, though. Sends it. Gives it a full chat.
I mean, yeah, it's not, and then it's just, I get it. Like he was like trying to get moving from where he was, but wow, that was a concerning moment through the Le Mans chicane, and probably a little bit too bold on the commitment. As you can see, the two red line cars there sat behind. That's the GTD cars as well. They are still running. Just to give you a little bit of an update on the GTD category, they're still running 5th and 6th, and they are still a fair way behind the BMW's even post pit stops, 3.2 seconds back from the WSR Esports Next Level Racing car. To be fair, they have closed that margin a fair amount, because I think it was like 5 seconds, wasn't it? So I think that pit stop's kind of dragged them a little bit, no?
No, you are right. The gap's come down slightly, and I think it's actually traffic that's helped them out as well a little bit, so we'll keep that in mind. Lewis, 2 minutes or so, and you'll say goodbye for a couple of hours. You'll jump back in, like you say, right as the rain is increasingly getting predicted to fall. We're at 4 p.m. virtual standard time. Around 7:45, there is now a 35% chance of rain.
Yeah, I think, look, it would be right. I've just seen now, by the way, it's 55%. You said 35%. Yeah, it's now up to 55% at 8 p.m. So that, again, just to clarify where we are in-game time, it's just gone past 4 p.m. in-game, 8 p.m. Obviously, you can do some maths, but let's just all do it together. That's in 4 hours' time. It would be right for the first iRacing Daytona 24-hour here in January to have a bit of rain. It would be right. And it does seem as though we're almost certainly getting some at night time as well. So the double whammy, it's all going to be hitting off. It's going to be crazy.
It says light fog as well. So, does that mean some chaos?
Well, I mean, to be fair, I'm not going to lie. All of the bits of information there, the light fog is the bit that I am the least worried about.
So the thing that is least interesting there as well is a switch around as doors slide up the inside in their fight with Williams Esports Academy. They go 3 wide first with an LMP2, then with the GTD. It's a nice little move there as well to get through by Paul Wang. That's in the fight for 13th position with Jari Lehtinen sat behind. And Dino Lombardi's just up the road in the Grid and Go 002 in what is a 3-car tandem for 12th position right now. It has been, Lewis, and you can correct me here for the final time in this opening couple of hours of the race if you disagree with me. It's been a crazy start to this race.
It's been wild. It's been honestly one of the most exciting and thrilling starts to a Daytona 24-hour we've ever had on iRacing. A lot of things to give shout-outs for, a lot of excellent opening stints. Williams Esports Chill Blast continuing to run as they do around here. They are very strong in this GTP category, and they are continuing on their territory. Remember, they have won both of the opening GTP races here at the iRacing Daytona 24-hour. They've won both of the ones that we've had the GTP category in, so that's fantastic to see. I mean, it's great to see Apex, by the way, dominating LMP2. I've been wisely informed I have to give a shout out to the Effect Simulations 909 because Ronnie Smith won't be happy if I don't. So there you go. They're running in the pit lane now. There you go. Interesting, I guess.
I think we're in the middle of the LMP2 pit cycle. So right as Lewis gives them the shout out, they do maybe some service down there as well. We'll say goodbye to Lewis. 2 hours complete here in the 2025 iRacing Daytona 24 powered by VCO. He'll be back, like I said, in a couple of hours, right as the rain is expected to fall. Arjuna Kankipati in the commentary booth now alongside of Paul Smith. And Paul, you and I, we were alongside for the Roar a week ago. That was a lot of fun, but this is a little different. 2 hours in, and it's been a very interesting start to the biggest sim race of the year.
I think we've had more excitement in this first 2 hours than we had in the entirety of the Raw last week. It's absolutely been incredible to watch. You wouldn't think that this was a 24-hour race, would you? You'd think this was a 2-hour sprint race. It's been fantastic to watch, and, well, we just get to sit back and enjoy it and talk about it.
And there was a point inside of the first 10 minutes or so when I thought I was watching one of those 45-minute iRacing IMSA races, the official ones that you can jump into every couple of hours, especially when Jaden Munoz almost chopped down below the banking in his haste to try and get to the race lead. GTD still with Williams Esports Racing Prodigy at the front after the pit stop cycle has fanned on out. They've got some GTP traffic. The queue for 9th on back with Fiercely Forward leading that little train making their move, but red line, just as Lewis had called out right before he left the commentary booth, Paul, they have slowly been closing in on this front four. It's been an interesting race from their perspective, picking the Audi, maybe being slightly different in terms of their car choice in the majority of the field, but maybe with the cooler conditions that we're seeing, maybe with the threat of rain on the horizon as well, that Audi's still very much in contention and could just be getting stronger.
I'll be honest with you, when I saw that it was the Audi that they had chosen for GTD, I was a little bit taken aback. I thought, what do they know that we don't? Because they will have done a heck of a lot of testing coming up to this week to be able to see what would be the best car overall across all of the race here. So they must see something in the Audi that the rest of us are not really seeing, because you look at that GTD field, it is dominated by BMWs, and that Audi, it's calmed down over the years compared to where it was about 2-3 years ago. That car has calmed down in terms of how twitchy the back end is, so it's a bit more stable now, and we've got the three-car train all bump drafting each other down through the tri-oval.
It's a car that in the real world has had success at Daytona, maybe not always success reflected on the final results sheet, I should say, after all things have worked out, but typically the Audi has been known as the car for the pro GT3 drivers, the ones that are able to tame the twitchiness. It's been so successful at Mount Panorama as well, but definitely a car that we're going to start seeing a little less of now that Audi Sport have made a step back from GT3 racing across the globe. It's definitely one that I think for many people, they have seen race in so many different series from around the world. It's going to take some getting accustomed to that little bit of a change. As these GTDs, by the way, get ready to settle into their next pit stop stint, so about 20 or so laps before they're back down in. LMP2 pit stops have been cycling their way on through. We saw driver changes about 40 minutes for them ago. It's still the Apex Racing team out front, and by 10 seconds from the defending race winners in class, World Sim Racing's 223, and then the 18 and the 19 third and fourth positions a little bit further behind as well. LMP2, Paul, there's only 11 of them still out there and running, so it's going to be interesting how that class progresses over the course of the night.
It's always difficult to be that middle class, isn't it? Because you've got to deal with the GTD traffic, but you've also got that GTP traffic coming through on you as well. And especially when the three meet, it generally leads to chaos. And usually one of the LMP2s seems to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. So they are the ones that seem to get a bit battered and bruised in this event, especially at this venue. Because you think you've got these long stretches on the NASCAR oval, but that infield, it's a lot tighter than people give it credit to, and it's not that wide a track if you compared it to the rest of the oval. So it's so easy to have little mistakes happen and get caught up in traffic, and yeah, it seems to be the LMPs seem to be the ones that lose out, unfortunately.
I think you're so right about how narrow the track is as well, and I think it's even more narrow once you factor in the marbles that get, thrown around in the real world. Now, there are some safety car periods in IMSA competition where they do some sweeping of the marbles, but that's one thing we're still seeing a bit of a development with in iRacing. The fact that in December, end of last year, the iRacing debris system made those marbles a little bit more impactful when you run offline than maybe they have been in the past. And I think teams and drivers maybe still are getting adjusted to that. Maybe there's still a bit more to be done in terms of turning that up and making it even more aggressive for these drivers to think about. But maybe they're going to be fortunate that is not exactly how it's working right now. Paul, I think that was one thing that we talked about a little bit in the Raw a week ago, right? That was only 2 hours and 24 minutes, which was about what we're coming up to now in terms of race length, and we've already seen our fair share of marbles around the track. After 24 hours, no safety cars in the iRacing special events, let's not forget, as Drago pushed their way back to 1 and 2 in GTD. There are going to be marbles in every conceivable part of this track.
Yeah, it's very much going to be like a train track, isn't it, down there, with just a single lane of running down there. There will be spots where you get the cars naturally cleaning some of it where they're overtaking, but yeah, certainly places like Turn 1 into the International Horseshoe, into the Western Horseshoe, you'll be feeling those effects. And that turn, that left-hander onto the oval from the infield, we've seen a couple already fall foul to it. It is, and I'll back up what Lewis said earlier, it is one of the most difficult corners on this track because you are trying to carry as much speed as possible onto the oval. You're so determined to get the power down that you then end up just going a little bit too early, getting spun up the rear wheels, and before you know it, you're facing the wrong way, feeling a bit silly.
It's happened to all of us. You just hope it doesn't happen to you in the race itself. We're also just noting track conditions slightly cooling off as we get towards that threat of rain in about 4 or so hours time. It's not going to be much, but it might just be a small factor, especially when it comes to fuel mileage and these teams planning out exactly how their strategies work out and how much lifting and coasting they really need to be doing. This is a great camera angle on board with the Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage number 8 through the Western Horseshoe. You just see the wheel go neutral, the rear end of the car just struggling for traction, and the driver having to balance the right foot. It's going to be a similar story here onto the banking as well. Paul, these cars are stripped off as much downforce as they can, which makes them fast in a straight line, a bit of a handful through some of the corners.
And they're also bottoming out through the oval as well, as you can see with all the sparks there from the underside of the car. These cars, they will be so tricky through the tight and twisty stuff with that mechanical grip, because let's face it, these LMPs, they're not the best for mechanical grip. They're not the best in slow corners. Medium to high speed corners, prototypes are fantastic with, but going into those low speed corners, there's a bit more bump drafting going on here. The prototypes, they work better in the medium to high speed corners. Low speed corners, they just don't like it. They look and feel so clumsy out there.
There's a lot of pogoing at times as well with some of the suspension setups. Remember, you do often want to make these cars somewhat stiff for a good aerodynamic platform that gives you that performance that you need, while not giving you too much of that grip through some of the slower part of the corners. I've seen a couple of people call this out in chat, and I 100% agree with you, so I'm going to call them out on the broadcast as well. It's a shame that not all the teams have remembered that this is an IMSA event and uploaded a paint to trading page with the correct IMSA number board. Some of them have, not all of them have. So yay for those that have not, those that have, shame to those that have not, and hopefully by Sebring, when that rolls around in 2 months' time, all cars have got IMSA number boards on display.
Is this the point where I get my shame cowbell out? Because I do have a cowbell here to be able to ring shame, shame. Point them out and we will shame them. Yeah, it's little details for me. If you, especially for the full pro teams, if you are running an event like this, the little details matter. And now you might say, some might say in those pro teams, well, does it really matter? The answer is yes. It's an IMSA event. You should have the correct sponsorship. If you rocked up at Daytona next week to say, right, we're racing in this race, why have you got WEC number boards on your car? It doesn't matter. Yes, it does.
You're stealing the words out of my mouth. I can't agree with you more. There's nothing more I could really add to that. So yeah, I mean, it goes as far as sometimes people have liveries with like GTD Pro number boards, and maybe this is just the OCD in me, right? As someone who used to run a team, but if I was entered in a race where I was in GTD and everyone else was going to have green number boards and I had red GTD Pro number boards, my OCD would be like, how can I fix this? How can I upload it during the race itself? So that's just me. I can appreciate that it's not always as simple as we make it out to be, but yeah, small details that make a big difference. GTP we've been talking about the GTDs for a little bit. That race lead gap, since you've jumped into the booth about 10 minutes or so ago, Paul, we're on the verge of some pit stops for these prototypes. And I do feel like BMW M Team Redline are struggling a bit more as compared to our race leaders, Williams Esports Chill Blast.
It has grown, hasn't it? I mean, the last lap, they were about half a tenth quicker were Williams Esports Chill Blast compared to the second place BMW M Team Redline car of Chris Lulham. Drago Racing just seemed to be comfortable sitting behind that Redline car as well, and seemed to be happy to do the fuel save there to maybe try and get the jump in the pit stops. But yeah, Williams Esports Chill Blast, Jaden Munoz doing a sterling job up at the front of the field, and to think this will be what, the end of lap 28, or the start of the 28th lap of the stint, whereas others are going to be starting 29th lap of the stint. So they've been able to go that lap longer with that Williams car.
Well, as BMW M Team Redline and Drago hit pit lane, I think we might see some driver changes as well. So it's all eyes to pit lane, and does Silly Lolly stay in? Up onto the jacks, it's 4 Michelin tires and a tank of fuel, and no driver change it would seem, so he'll go for the quad stint. Does seem as though behind there is a change, as Michele Costantini is going to jump into the Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports Team number 50 and make his official debut in the Scarlet colours. BS Sunset, Pedro Sanchez Albert takes over from Owen Carroll, who's battling a bit of a back injury as well, so that's a pretty impressive 2-hour stint to open this race off from someone who probably is not too comfortable behind the wheel of his sim rig. But I think what that almost guarantees for us then, Paul, 45 minutes from now, it will be a 3-hour opening stint for Chris Lulham before he hands over to one of his teammates, and he'll emerge behind Alexander Spetz from the pit lane once again.
Yeah, and you see that's that little jump with Drago Racing just coming out ahead, with them being sat comfortably behind that BMW M Team Redline car for the majority of that last stint. I will say, this is my first iRacing special event where I've been able to say how good is it to see Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports Team involved in one of these events. It's fantastic.
It's the start, hopefully, of what I'm hoping and expecting to be a bit more of a concerted effort on iRacing for them this year. They have 3 entries across of the GTP class. Not all, I think, in this top split, but just an indication of what to expect. Jaden Munoz is in, and he's going to hand over to his teammate Robin Glerum. And as much as Jaden Munoz has been flying in the opening 2 hours and 15 minutes, and we should give him his due for the stint that he's put in, Robin Glerum was a bit of a shining light in the final 2 rounds of the IMSA Esports Global Championship. So keep an eye out for him. That's a very, very quick lineup by all accounts, as Dennis Robin Wolf brings in the fiercely forward number 28 as well. There goes Spetz, though, through the Le Mans chicane. It's going to be close between Robin Glerum and Alexander Spetz, but I do get the sneaking suspicion that gap's going to have slightly reduced. The Acura seems pretty good, Paul, on the lap out of pit lane.
It was 40.7 seconds for Drago in the box, 41.7, so 1 second longer for the Williams Esports Chill Blast team as they come out of pit road. And look at the time then. Look at the time difference between the two of them. It was about 6.25 seconds before they went onto pit road. We're just waiting for the timing to just balance itself out and get itself to know where everybody is. It's come out about the same time, maybe a tenth or 2 less between the two of them.
Seemingly stabilizing around 5 or so seconds. So yeah, Alexander Spetz getting a small jump in that cycle, but this is where that shorter gear stack of the Acura, I think for the first time, he'll get an opportunity to break away from Redline behind and not be passed on the first lap out of pit lane. It was one of the things that, Paul, we were noting in the first 2 hours, the fact that these Acuras, they've gone with a shorter gear stack, which gives them a lot more acceleration out of some of the corners, but then they get to the end of some of these straights, especially down to turn number 1 in the draft. They're banging off for the rev limiter in 7th and don't really have an opportunity to make any moves, let alone defend from those behind. So watch here, down towards turn 1 again. Good slingshot past 3 GTD machines. What's the gap going to look like to BMW M Team Redline? 1 second or so right now, the margin out of NASCAR turn 4.
Do you know what? Team that I'm involved with, Crack Racing, they last year competed in a race that was around the Circuit de la Sarthe, and in their prototype, they actually, they actually looked at it and ran with the shorter gear stack, and they were quicker. Lap on lap, they were quicker than everybody else. It was just if they were in traffic or if they were in slipstream, that they weren't able to overtake or anything like that. But coming out of corners, coming out of slow speed corners, which, let's be honest, there's not too many around this track really when you think about it, the slow speed corners. That acceleration, it gets you to your top speed quicker than the longer gear stack. And so therefore, yes, you're going to be hitting that limiter towards the end of the longer straights, but you're getting to that speed sooner.
Yeah, I don't think there's any team in the Acura that has not gone with the shorter stack. There was some discussion about high or low downforce that I don't really know if I've necessarily seen a consensus on. There seems to be a bit more split. No one has shown me any data that would, justify one or the other, but yeah, so one of those things that's always fun for us to talk about when there is something for these teams to go out there and explore. Fight for third. In the LMP2s, though, there's relatively little in terms of setup for these teams to explore. Take the downforce off, try and adjust the suspension maybe a little bit as well. But compared to GTPs and GTDs, a little bit more simple in terms of the differences. So Inet Motorsport, we are riding on board with Balish Pala in the Chez Esport 18. Inet Motorsport only 6 seconds behind this little battle right now. So what is second and third and a swap around down to turn number 1 could very quickly turn into a 3-way fight if they're not careful. And I think that's why Jesse Hilario, I think on debut for World Sim Racing Esports, lets the move happen to turn number 1.
It's all about playing the percentages at this stage, isn't it? You don't want to end up fighting tooth and nail when you've got 21 hours and 41 minutes remaining of the race. It's a long old race, is this. You've got to think that long game and say, do you know what? Fine, if you want to get past us, fine, you get past us. We'll sit in your slipstream. We'll do some fuel saving here. That'll help us in the long game going towards the final couple of stints of the race. So it's thinking that bigger picture, and I think that's what WSR Esports Abruzzi were thinking, is just, yeah, let's back out of it. You go ahead, you go right ahead, we'll sit in your slipstream.
Defending race winners are World Sim Racing, so going to be interesting how their defense goes of the win a year ago. It was a breakout win for them in many ways, and somewhat new team formed from the relative ashes and embers of prior outfits and organizations between those same drivers, but started off very well. Down into the chicane, that looked like a bit of a chop and change behind the red line Audis, who still only sit around 3 seconds off of the leading now 3 at the front. At one point it was a leading 4, but I think a bit of a slow stop for the 123 World Sim Racing Next Level Racing entry has dropped it back slightly, and so it's just 2 Drago and 1 Williams Esports cars at the very front of the pack. One thing that we're kind of wondering about, Paul, is there's got to be a reason for why Redline have gone with the Audi. Threat of rain is starting to get increasingly large. 4 hours from now, it's now a 66% chance of rain. So surely the Audi is going to be a little bit stronger when we get to that portion of the race.
And when you think as well, it'll be dark by that time, won't it? So the track will be at its coolest, especially if it starts raining. The track temperature just drops here. It depends on how hard it rains as well, because last week in the iRacing Raw on the Friday evening stint, oh bang, that prototype knocking its way past the Veloce car there. That was a bit rude. But yeah, last week in the iRacing Raw and the Friday night stint at the 10 o'clock GMT race, they did have rain, but it was very light rain, and teams, drivers that kept on the slicks and were able to keep that heat in those slicks were so much faster, multiple seconds a lap faster, because the wet tyres, they make the car slower down the straights. So especially at this venue, you actually want to be one of the last ones to be changing onto wet tyres because of that speed difference that you have down these long high-speed sections. But if it does rain a bit harder, if it's more of a moderate rain rather than a light rain, you will see people coming onto wets a little bit sooner than later. But certainly if it's just a very light sort of rain, you will see people try and push those slicks as long as possible.
Well, fight in the GTP class, Door Esports behind Pablo Espez in the Williams Esports Academy, number 17. Both the Williams Esports Academy cars still out there and running as well. Attrition has been relatively low, which is kind of what you want to be talking about. 60 drivers took to the green, 60 teams, I should say. LMP2 has had one retiree in the form of Share Esports. GTD's had two retirements. Fiercely Forward, we saw them have a bit of a hellacious moment down to turn one a while ago. Retired as a result of that. Marla Racing Team out too. Wheel to Wheel running to turn 6 as the Academy cars left on the outside. And we may have some more retirements. It's Veloce Thrustmaster, Debutant Lasse Backs involved. Other car tangled up there was World Sim Racing, and at least one, if not both of them, heading back to the pit lane as a result of a meatball.
Oh dear, that's down at the Western Horseshoe. Sometimes that can mean getting caught up through the kink. It's a lunge, and again, oh my goodness, it was two separate incidents. So it was a prototype getting into the back of the Veloce Thrustmaster car, and that WSR car just looked like it didn't have any brakes.
Wow, that was a bit bizarre. Here's another look, just gets shoved up the inside by CrowdStrike, and any chance of slowing down stopped pretty quickly, and then, I mean, doesn't have much control on the rejoin, let's be fair. There's another look at the Olymp cam that just shows us the contact and the smoke. Here's the look from up above.
But you look at it, it's two different types of prototypes, both making a late-ish lunge into the Western Horseshoe when the GT3 is already committed to its line. GTD, sorry, to give it its correct title. It's one of those things that can happen here at this venue because it is such a high speed into a low speed brake, into a big braking zone for these prototypes compared to the GTDs, and it just can catch people out with the speed difference that the two sets of cars carry.
Well, I get the sneaking suspicion I was talking about retirements. At least one's going to end up being added to the pile there, but we'll just keep you updated there. So this is again, fight for 12th position, Grid and Go Williams Esports Academy and Door Esports. Have just noticed, by the way, that Redline got back in front of Drago, and so in the GTP class, it's back up to 5 seconds between the Williams Esports BMW that leads and the BMW M Team Redline entry that sits in second. I think the Acura just finds itself in a very interesting position in terms of strategy. Remember, in terms of BOP pool, it has a slight reduction in terms of its capacity, so we're seeing it spend a little less time stationary in the box. It's getting a jump every single time it's down in the pit lane, but then it's getting compromised a little bit because of that choice to go onto the shorter stack.
It's also got that 2% power reduction as well, hasn't it, the Acura, which is just hindering it that little bit, which actually may have determined the team's decisions to definitely go to that shorter gear stack just to help it launch out of corners, or else they've not quite got that punch that, say, the BMW or the Cadillac would have out of the corners. So yeah, the balance of performance, it's been interesting to see how this all pans out, but when you look at it, you've got two BMWs, an Acura, and then two Ferraris at the front five here in this race in GTP. It's a good little mix, is that, between those three.
Pretty good mix, although I will say Ferrari, in particular Scuderia Ferrari HB Esports team, Michele Costantini, since jumping into that car, has not really made any headway in closing up to the front three. If anything, he's fallen back in the number 50 Still holding relatively clear of Pedro Sanchez Albert in the BS Sunset machine, though, so that's at least something to have a bit of a smile about, as through the traffic, the Ferrari works, which is such a cool thing to see, by the way, Paul, because, of course, the idea, the genesis in many ways behind this new generation of prototype racers was convergence, right? That was the word to describe how IMSA and WEC would share a common baseline for a specification of car where manufacturers could freely race in both championships. And so we're still waiting for the Ferrari 499 to make its way across the pond to compete in an IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship event. However, at least we've got it in iRacing. Yes, I know iRacing's working a little bit on the hybrid systems and updating that as well. But where else in the world right now can you race GTPs and the Ferrari 499 alongside one another?
It's great that we've been having this convergence across endurance racing, top-level endurance racing, and it is good to see that. I wish we could get a convergence towards naming conventions as well, different classes, to make our lives a little easier. GT3 LM or GTD, you've then got the hypercars or just give me one set of naming conventions, please, for the different classes. But as you say, this here today, it's great to see the Scarlet Red there and to see them out there performing and in the top 4 as well at this stage of the race.
Yeah, no, I just getting distracted by some of the comments in the chat right now where we've got people getting slightly off topic, but I did see some comments about, we need the 499P in IMSA. It's just such a cool thing to see. I get why we revitalized the GTP class name. It harkens back to the prior generation in many ways of, I guess, what we're trying to do right now in the world of prototype sports car racing. But that adds the confusion, right? GTP, GTD. The way that I like to remind people how to differentiate the classes, and you can steal this from me as long as you give me the appropriate credit. GTP stands for going to pass. LMP2 stands for let me past, and GTD stands for going to die. So you can steal that one from me, but it's 100% factual, Paul. I'll stand by it.
Thought you were going to say something else there, a bit derogatory, but well, no, thank goodness you kept it broadcast worthy. But yes, so again, we see Miguel Costa sat behind the 2 Redline cars. And this Acura, again, new addition this year, this Acura. Good to see, again, another one of those GTD cars getting into the mix and see how they compare against the others. But when you look at those Redline cars in front, Florian Labigra and Gianni Vecchio, they're doing a solid job right now. They're not losing ground on the cars in front, and then pretty much matching the times of the race leader as well in GTD. So this is going to be a slow burner, I think, in GTD, as well as dodging other cars to stop them from being wiped out.
I think what we're seeing is as the maybe temperature drops down slightly as well, be a sunset, a little bit caught in two minds about which side to go in traffic there. We might just be seeing the Audi be a little bit better in these cool conditions. They have closed. There is no ifs or buts about it. They are 2.2 seconds behind the cars in front of them. So by the end of this fuel window, you would expect that they're going to be closer than maybe you would have thought an hour or so ago. So it's been a very, very good recovery after maybe the panic button was raised in the broadcast booth. I'm sure the team behind the scenes knew exactly what was happening and had dialed it in as we cross over with another 30 minutes complete here. 21 hours, 29 minutes left to go. And again, let's not forget, we've got one more time slot of this iRacing Daytona 24 powered by VCO still left to run. And already, with the 3 time slots that have already started, there have been more drivers that have participated in this year's iRacing Daytona 24 than in 2024. So once again, this event grows even bigger. I think there are plenty of drivers just kind of waiting for that rain that is now actually starting to drop off in terms of probability, Paul. 4 hours from now, it's gone from 66% to 49% chance of rain.
we're getting denied the suit jacket and weather forecast from Arjuna at this rate, but it is something that can change. You can have the weather sort of bubble up and then disappear. We are in Florida as well, don't forget, so quite a humid environment normally is Florida, but this time of year can be a mix of things, can't it, with this event? It can either be quite cold and get a bit of rain, or it could be quite warm, humid, and be quite pleasant to watch this event. It's one of those bucket list events that I do want to go to sometime. Is the Rolex 24? Obviously not this year for me, but 1 year I would like to go out.
Yeah, the problem for you is there's a pond that kind of makes flights a little bit more expensive.
Well, to Florida, actually, you can get some really cheap tickets, flights from the UK. But for me, the problem would be the lack of a driver's license. And you do need to drive about an hour or so from the airport, don't you?
Here is my Arjuna guarantee. If you ever come out to the Daytona 24, I will pick you up and personally chauffeur you from the airport to the great city of Daytona Beach. Okay, that's a personal guarantee. What was Redline almost get out into the grass there, trying to avoid some of the traffic, Solpec Precision around the outside. What I was thinking is it was just the flight was going to be an issue, because I've decided, Paul, I decided 2 nights ago that I was going to go to Daytona this year. I looked at flights online. They weren't that expensive. They were more than I thought they would be. But you know what? I said, I'm flying in basically just for Saturday and Sunday. I don't need a hotel room. I plan on staying at the track for 24 hours. I'm not planning on leaving. YOLO. I'm only going to be 30 once. And I might as well do it while I can.
So I'll tell you right now that for my 30th birthday, I went to Melbourne in Australia for the Australian Grand Prix.
That's a great thing to do. Oh.
So I did that for myself for my 30th birthday. 40th birthday, absolutely nothing. Stayed at home and chilled out.
So wait, you actually went to Melbourne on your 30th birthday, or like around the time?
Well, it was around the time, yeah.
Okay, that's not bad. My actual
weeks before.
That's not bad, yeah. My 30th birthday I spent in my company office in Utah on a work trip, which actually wasn't bad, because you go out and you have some drinks with your coworkers afterwards. Not a terrible birthday, I should say, but not as fun as being at a racetrack. That is for sure. It's a pretty good way to spend the day, all things considered. All things considered, if you're at a racetrack, you can't really complain too much. Although, like you say, Florida can be quite concernably cold this time of year, and that's why Michelin does actually bring cold weather compound tires, which turn on a little bit faster in the conditions. And even with that, you do sometimes see the GTP cars in particular really struggling to warm the tires up in the first couple of stints. I think some of our drivers here on iRacing fortunate that they don't have to deal with that. That's a send up the inside. Doesn't get it stopped in time as well. Makes a little bit of contact, and Mag Performance SRT, Leaf Sebastian sends himself around.
Oh, and now he's at one of the worst points. He's got marbles all over his tyres, trying to return to the track and not end up wiping out a GTP that's coming through. Yeah, that was a little ambitious there. Didn't quite work out, and around he goes there.
Rain chance is now up to 62% in 4 hours time from now. So that's 8:30 p.m. So it's a little bit delayed from the initial 8 p.m. Prediction that we had for about 66% chance of rain, but we're being teased, but it does seem as though that it is going to be arriving. Not when Paul and I are in the commentary booth, but you'll have Lewis McLean and Dara Thacker to talk you through all of that chaos, the strategy about when to switch on to the right compound of tire. Maybe if it's only a light drizzle of rain, you might even see some teams elect, because of what Paul had mentioned with the straight line deficit between the dry and wet compounds, elect to stay on the dries and really just nurse the car through some of the more damp patches around the track. It's going to be all down to where it pools and where you get those aquaplaning moments, but it's going to be very interesting. I can't wait for it. It comes at a really interesting time, though, Paul, because I was just saying that Redline had started to close the gap in GTD. They've dropped back slightly, unfortunately, and now increasingly dropping back in the GTP class as well. Williams Esports Fuel Blast looking very strong here at the start of the race.
It's that ebb and flow, isn't it, as to how the stint goes and how traffic goes as well. I mean, you look at the pile of traffic that they've just worked their way through. That will have not helped matters in terms of the last couple of laps. I mean, last lap, okay, they were 6/600ths of a second slower Redline compared to the Williams Esports Chill Blast. So it's ebb and flow with that gap, and certainly the leaders 5 seconds. It's not the end of the world for them yet. It's still well within reach, and it's not like it's consistently just growing and growing and growing. It's just been a tenth or two per lap, but then a tenth or two back the other way as well. So yeah, it's that ebb and flow of this race that's really bringing us the intrigue right now.
Apologies for those of you trying to follow along with the live timing. It seems as though, of course, this is the most viewed of the iRacing special events through the year. You've given the hug of death to the server that runs all of the timing, and so some of you may be having issues with it. For some of you, it is working no problem. So go and click on the link at the top of the chat if you can, timing3.racebot.online, and hopefully that will get you forwarded onto the correct page that hopefully works for you as well. Traffic ebbs and flows. It's back down to 4 seconds just in the blink of an eye as Chris Lullum bowled around the outside. Alexander Spetz has to cut back up the inside in contrast to what the BMW in front was able to do, but that's the traffic management game that they're playing, is now behind second place LMP2. They'll work around the outside with a little bit of extra speed that the hybrid will afford them as well. 4.5 seconds up towards the race lead. 5 seconds covering the top three with what is 2 hours and 40 odd minutes complete. So this is around the regular race length for an IMSA competition, Paul, which was to mean if you fly the checkered flag right now, our top four in the GTP still only covered by about 9 seconds.
It's fantastic. It's great. This is why I love these events. It's just nicely it's intense, it's hard competition, but there's still so much intrigue to come forward in the next 21 hours, 21 minutes. So it's one of those that you can just, if you need to step away, maybe have a meal, maybe go off, do some errands or something like that, or come back to it, you can see, oh, what's been going on, what's been happening here in the race. You get caught up with it, and then you get hooked back into it again, and before you know it, as they work past the bump drafting GTDs once again, yeah, it's just these events. They're fantastic for me, and the thing that I love the most about it is there goes the Grid and Go car through on the two Team Redline cars. The thing I love most about it, though, is that anybody with an iRacing, well, with the correct license level on iRacing, can compete in this event. Get a team together and compete in this event. Okay, you may not be in this top split broadcasted race, but there's plenty of other races going on right now.
That's how I got into the endurance side of iRacing. I saw the Ford GTE and the Ferrari GTE back in the day getting released just ahead of Le Mans, the 24 Hours of Le Mans that iRacing used to hold, and put a post on Reddit, found some teammates, and yeah, rest history. I still have one of those people that I met on Reddit as a good friend of mine that I'll see at Daytona in a week's time as well. So yeah, sim racing can make you some unpredictable friends, that's for sure.
Can I just point out as well, I've just had a look. If I did want to fly up to Daytona for this year, it'd be £853 return.
Yeah, see, that is more expensive than my flight from the west coast of the US. This is what I was kind of saying to people in chat.
That's very last minute from this side of the pond.
No, you can get some pretty good deals if you had booked it slightly earlier as compared to me. I actually got a pretty good deal for how late I booked my flight, I'm not going to lie.
But we will have to go one year, because we've still not we've still not met, and this is the thing about sim racing. We're real, you can be really good friends with people halfway around the world and get to know them and all of that, and you've never met them in your life. And like us two, how long have we been working together now? What was it, 2020, 21?
We're coming up on our third year in the PES booth together.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm coming up to 10 years of sim racing commentary. February this year will be 10 years since I made my debut on Racespot TV in the, get this, gathering, the Spirit of VLN series that was held before we had the Nürburgring.
That's a throwback. That's a long time ago. Paul's seen the growth of sim racing, and indeed, you've seen the growth of these special events as LMP2 pit stops continuing, by the way. It's Danny Chivichabo that's taken over the Apex 199. He continues to lead. They've dominated, put it on pole, led basically every lap so far, and now a good 15 or so seconds clear of those behind. Yeah, Paul, you've really seen the growth of the special events, the development of the sim and the platform. And I love that basically you come back to Daytona at the start of every year, and it's first day of school vibes because, so many drivers have got new teams, so you'll see some new liveries out there, some new associations that maybe you'd never seen before. The other side of it that's always interesting, though, is whether it's a development when it comes to the sim, nighttime, day-night transitions, the rain this year, new cars being added for the very first time. There's always something new to look forward to at Daytona.
Yeah, I remember the years of you'd have one special event maybe every couple of months. And I mentioned this on our Raw coverage last week about, look at the number of special events now that are on the iRacing calendar. It's absolutely incredible, and there's something for everybody. It's not just endurance events, it's NASCAR events, it's dirt oval events, it's off-road dirt events, with Crandon. There's all sorts there for everybody in the iRacing special events, and it is absolutely fantastic how that has developed over the years. I remember those 24 hours of daytime. Oh, they were brutal when it was 2 a.m. in the morning and you've just woken up to do your commentary stint for 9.5 hours. And you've had 1 hour sleep and it's just instant. You switch the monitor on and just bang, full sunshine. Yeah, those were difficult days, and the developments that we've seen over the years. And iRacing just keep on pushing it and pushing it and pushing it and keep on evolving, and that's the key thing. It's evolving. It's not the revolution, it's just evolution.
Yes, the immortal words of Salt and Pepper. Push it real good. You just set me up so perfectly for that one. GTD, we saw Miguel Costa bring in the grid and go machine to pit lane. That's slightly off cycle. Expect at least, I would say, a couple more laps for the majority of the GTD field, although we do know that they are well short of an hour in terms of their fuel mileage. They are going to have to come in slightly before that. The question is just when. Still 3 at the front for this GTD class. Red line now 5 seconds behind. It was only 15 minutes ago, Paul, that I was saying that they were within 2 seconds of the race leaders.
Yeah, it's Daytona. It's this event. It is crazy, but certainly it is an exciting one to watch as well. We've been sort of keeping an eye on the weather as well as we're going along and things like that. So we're not guaranteed what weather we're going to get yet throughout this race, and of course we only get an estimation about 4 hours in advance. It is a forecast at the end of the day that we get, as here is base competition onto pit road number 7, and that's going to be them getting a service there for Alexander Voss. And you were talking about me seeing developments in the sim and development of the special event. Seeing these drivers come along as youngsters, develop and grow as athletes and as competitors, and see them flourish, or drivers that you expected to do well maybe don't quite hit the targets that you thought that they would hit as well. And I've seen some absolutely fantastic drivers over the years come and go, but there's also some that are a real stalwart of these iRacing special events, and Alexander Voss is one of those that's been there, done it. Graham Carroll, another one, been there, done it, and got the t-shirt. So you need some experienced hands there. It is a young man's game, but you need some experienced hands there as well.
So it is the opening of the pit stop window with Alexander Voss. That is basically, I think, scheduled. Expect Gianni Vecchio in for red lines 169. The car sitting behind in this two-man tandem that we're watching right now to be in first. Florian Lebigro will then come in on the subsequent lap. Redline have been offsetting their drivers pretty consistently. Off the banking, though, their GTP counterpart, Silly Lully, still under that pressure from Alexander Spets in that Drago Racing entry. And Paul, this is something that you and I haven't talked about, but Alexander Spets, part of a two-man lineup. So 2 drivers, 24 hours. If one driver has an internet issue, a computer issue, tough. The other driver's then got to stick in the car until the checkered flag.
And it's brutal. That is absolutely brutal what they are doing, and if they are able to go all the way through and be able to keep this level of competition all the way through, then absolute respect for them and the team to be able to do that. But I think the lowest number of drivers I've ever had in one of these special events is about 5 per team. We're not at that. I'm not certainly at that level. And yeah, it is incredible what some of these drivers are able to do. But yeah, I certainly wouldn't have that out of choice. I would have a minimum of 3 personally per team.
You need 3 in my opinion, because it goes back to what I was just saying, right? If one driver has a technical issue, let's say they're driving, if the other driver is asleep because they've just done a 10-hour stint and now they get 10 hours off, what do you do, right? You need that third driver ready to jump in and take over at any time, basically. That's the way that I kind of view it. You have the 3-man rotation, one in the car, one waiting to go, and one trying to get some sleep. Probably how a lot of these big teams think about it as well. Can confirm, Gianni Vecchio is into pit lane, and in the 169, getting a full service. That does not include a driver change, though, Paul, so he's going to stay in the car for what would be his 4th stint, I guess, of the race.
And it just goes to show that, much to everybody's belief, some commentators sometimes do know what they're talking about. Not all of the time, but we do know some stuff about what we're talking about. And yeah, Vecchio, just he'll be one of those drivers, steady, really good, solid hand, will be able to put those laps in, put those stints in, and I'm not really surprised to see him do a 4th stint here. But those GTDs, the fact that they're not able to quite get to that hour, I think will have a big impact into that final stint as to where and when people do their splash of fuel.
Saw someone in the iRacing Twitch chat just say that they feel like a lot of these sim racers have got multiple sim rigs. Thinking of Tony Kanaan's garage as an example. TK's got an amazing sim racing space. Paul and I have commentated on him in the Porsche All-Stars on a couple of occasions. But a lot of these sim racers, I'm not sure if we've got any Zoom cameras today. I don't think we've seen any, at least on the broadcast yet. A lot of them race from home. A lot of them have their sim rigs in their bedroom. I promise you, they've got space for at most 1 sim rig, maybe some spare parts. But yeah, there are some that have that luxury, but it is few and far between. Remaining GTD pit stops, by the way. It's all happening down on pit lane. Williams Esports Racing prodigy Alessandro Bico brings the car down. Williams Gaming Club in as well alongside Drago. I did see that the second red line entry, Florian Lebigro, does jump out. And the longest neck and all of sim racing, Bosch Thompson, jumps in.
I have a great Josh Thompson story, by the way.
The size of his neck?
No, not at all. So back in 2019, when I was part of Team Mad, we entered into a 24-hour karting race in Milton Keynes at the karting place that's called Daytona Karting. So it's quite fitting apt that I bring up this story here. And on the Friday evening, it was that damp, greasy track condition for doing some practice. And I'd never driven a kart in damp or wet conditions, so slick tyres, with rental karts as well, so it was not the best slick tyres either. And I'm behind, well, just going past me was Josh Thompson, and they're saying, oh, right, he's done a bit of karting, I'll follow him. So we're going down the back straight in towards this long sweeping right-hander, and he goes straight on. So I'm glad I didn't follow him, but certainly he's a quick peddler in a cart as he is in the sim.
I was going to say, the long neck's not going to help him in that situation, unfortunately. But yeah, no, a lot of these drivers, like we mentioned earlier, we've got a couple of drivers that do compete out there in the real world. Augustin Canapino, we'll see Max Verstappen probably in the next pit stop cycle from what we understand, but a lot of these drivers are getting increasing experience of their own. Chris Lullum's raced last year in the Haggerty Radical UK Cup, won plenty of races, won the championship as well. The Williams Esports Racing Prodigy entry as well that we've got in the field. Racing Prodigy are putting a handful of the drivers in this top split field into real race cars as well. I'll be out there at the Homestead Miami Speedway with them in a couple of weeks' time. We've got Michael Romanidis on track right now. I know Ciro Zambra is going to be making his debut in that Williams Esports Academy entry as well. So there's a lot of drivers, Paul, in 2025 that are looking to go E-to-real, if you will.
And it just goes to show how transferable those skills are across the sim into the full metal racing. I talked about this on a commentary with David Addison, who of course is a well-known commentator in full metal racing, also does a bit of sim racing commentary as well. And I mentioned how I had been at an event at Porsche in Leipzig, and I was helping the consultants that they'd hired to do these focus groups, and I was in one of the focus group sessions with team managers from Porsche Super Cup team managers, from various Carreras Cup managers, and a couple of GT3 team managers, who were all basically saying, well, what's in it for us? And I had to basically explain to them how you can do a lot of familiarization work on the sim before you turn up to the track. And one example was Sebastian Joe that I gave about how, and also Graham Carroll as well, how they were able to take things that they'd learned in the sim and being able to apply it in Formula Fords. And you got that direct, okay, you're not going to get that seat of your pants feel. That feel that you get in a full metal, full race car around a track. But it still gives you that familiarization, so you know exactly what lines you should be taking going onto the track for the first time if you've never been there.
Yeah, I think it's that confidence that it kind of gives you as well that you kind of take. Because, I was lucky. I got to drive my rental car around Sebring for a couple of laps. And I've done lots of laps at Sebring on iRacing in all sorts of cars. IndyCar, prototypes, GT, Radical. It's just one of those tracks that I love driving at. It's fun. It's Sebring, right? But it was weird that there's a couple of things that have been updated in the real world compared to when iRacing scanned it. So those kind of threw me off a little bit, but what also threw me off way more than I expected, Paul, was how narrow I felt the track was. Like, you get the sense for like, oh, you can only fit 2 cars, maybe one with the marbles and stuff through some of those corners. But once you're actually there, just maybe it's me with my lack of experience in a race car as well. That was the thing that surprised me. It's like, you can get all these references, and I'm sure for someone who's driving an actual race car and not an SUV rental car like I was, you can get a sense for what the car is going to do and what it's going to behave. But like, that seat of the pants feeling that you're missing, the 0.1% for someone who doesn't necessarily have as much confidence, which is me, that's going to be unfamiliar. But for someone that is a Sebastian Job that really can translate that skill a little bit better, there is no comparison. The closest comparison that sim racing can have to a real sport is golf, with the new TGL league that Tiger Woods and Rory McIlroy are doing, where they're basically playing a golf sim on live TV, which is crazy to think about.
I've only ever seen clips of that, by the way, but it does look certainly an intriguing sport to watch. And it can help bring sport to a bit more of the masses as well, I feel, with that. Which, again, sim racing brings racing to more of the masses because it has a significantly lower cost threshold than real-life racing. And you've got a significantly less threshold of injury as well. You're getting potential injury, although if you use a direct drive wheel, then some of the stronger direct drive wheels can cause you issues. We have got some of our GTPs onto pit road as well as we speak.
Scheduled pit stops for Scuderia Ferrari, for BMW M Team BS Plus competition, who finally do their own driver change. So that's an indication for those that have yet to swap out a driver that it's going to be coming at this juncture. So that should mean that BMW M Team Redline, maybe not this lap, maybe the next lap by, will be down to pit lane. There you can see Costantini rolling himself down at the speed limit. Let's not forget you have to wait quite a while before you release yourself back up to racing speed. So is Lolland going to dive down to the left below the yellow lines? The answer is yes, followed in by Spets. And so that gap around half a second, 1 second coming into pit lane. But we know the Drago racing car will have a slight advantage in terms of its fuel fill time. It might swap around and we might see some new drivers leaving pit lane as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Saw how Spets had to just correct it onto pit road as well, onto that hard braking. Are we going to see Lulham disappear? The answer is yes. He's finally going to switch out the car and getting into that car. Well, I'm waiting for my timing screen. It's Diogo Pinto. So there you go. I mean, Porsche Esports Super Cup former champion Pinto to jump into the car. That's not a bad replacement for Lulham, is it?
No, former Porsche Esports Super Cup champion, current IndyCar butt kicker iRacing Pro Series champion, so can do it both with downforce and with no downforce, and so maybe a bit baited there. Max Verstappen going to be waiting on the sidelines just a little bit longer, but 3 hours complete. Driver change for Redline. Spets stays in. Remember, that's a 2-driver effort. Alexander Spets, Ate Kauppinen trying to manage their 12 hours apiece as best as they can and find a little bit of time, hopefully, to sleep as well. They will emerge, I think, into some clean air relatively, some LMP2 traffic as well, but right back into a fight. And so shorter gear stack on the Acura, something we've talked about plenty. Expect that to cycle around once again.
Yeah, as Williams Esports chill blast onto pit road as well from overall race lead. Fiercely Forward should be coming in as well. So those GTP pit stop cycle happening just short of the hour here. This is what, 3 hours gone in just a minute and 10 seconds time. This race so far has just been flying by. For me, it's certainly been entertaining to watch, and these drivers, they are pushing on like it is a sprint race even now. And you look down the back straight, Spets, he just can't get rid of that BMW M Team Redline car.
And so out towards turn 1, they got a little bit more separated with traffic, yes, but I'd expect it to switch around. Robin Glaren's done a pretty good job after taking over from Jaden Munoz, off and away after a 40.4 second stop. So that's actually a bit quicker than Drago Racing's pit stop time. So the gap up front might actually be growing as a result of this. Williams Esports Chill Blast number 5 is executing to perfection right now. There was a GTD car that caught my eye on the outside of turn number 1. Pretty sure that was the Apex Racing Team machine that has now got a meatball as well. They got tangled up with the Williams Gaming Club, I believe. Oh, it had settled in, hadn't had an incident for quite a while, Paul. Just had to break it up as we close in on 3 hours complete.
Yeah, we've been talking about 40 minutes, haven't we, between even longer than 40 minutes since the last sort of incident out there. And yeah, that car does not look to be pointing in the straight direction. Here we go, bump. And they're collecting themselves. Well, I mean, there's a little bit of karma there in them getting collected. Oh, that Apex car got so close to that prototype then that tried to go around the outside there. But yeah, that's a little bit silly. Right there as you're about to hit the brakes into that braking zone for turn 1 to do that bump there. It was almost like a bump and run there. It's something that I'm used to seeing in touring car racing, let's be honest.
So I'm gonna make a wild guess that Apex tried to save a bit of fuel. They lifted off earlier than Williams expected. That's what initiated the contact initially. Williams Esports Academy, very, very lucky there for, I believe that's Kamil Grabowski in the LMP2 class to avoid getting tangled up. But yeah, just assume that, you know, slight mix up there. Apex trying to save some fuel. Williams not really recognizing it, and so running into the back. I don't think that's a, you know, we've seen some incidents on the banking at Daytona where you bump draft, and I think I've even said this on broadcast, but you know, play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. That is not that sort of a situation. That very much, to me, unfortunate racing incident. Both cars get a meatball as a result of it.
This is why, for me, if you're going to be bump drafting the car in front of you, you do it up to a point. But then when you're heading towards that braking zone, you just back out of it, breathe off the throttle just that little bit as change position here, perhaps for the World Sim Racing BMW, and also the Acura, number 4 PGZ and P1 Doc's car. Lucas Thompson working their way through on Kimitani. So WSR Esports butt kicker losing that place. But yeah, you bump draft to a point. But then when you know you're coming into a braking zone, just breathe off the throttle just that little bit. Give yourself that little bit of reaction time in case that car in front does decide to lift and coast into the corner.
Have seen gap between second and third in the GTP, Redline and William Drago, excuse me, grow slightly. So Alexander Spetz is actually still in front of the BMW M Team Redline car. Keep an eye on that one, and if he's able to close in, maybe on the race leader as well, Robin Glerum. Meanwhile, leading in the GTD class, one Williams Esports BMW's encountered some struggles is the easiest way to describe it. The other one still sits on top with Biko in front of Nicholas Rubelar, Ricardo Rico, and then behind them, Paul, maybe most importantly, through this most recent pit stop cycle, the two Redline teammates have been separated from one another, and so now in a bit of no man's land sits Gianni Vecchio 5 odd seconds off the race lead.
This was going to touch on something I was actually going to mention about Alexander Spetz and Diogo Pinto. If you think about it, Vecchio's been behind the wheel and is in a routine, is in a rhythm, whereas Thompson, much in the way that Pinto has jumped in, whereas Spetz has stayed in the car, they've got to build that rhythm of the race. You've got to get into the rhythm of how this race is going and where traffic is coming, and it's all well and good doing a few laps in a test session prior to jumping into the car to get you into the rhythm of the track. But you need to get into the rhythm of the race as well, and how different cars and different drivers are driving out there. So it might be that Spetz, as with Vecchio here, just able to get those laps in early on whilst the other car is getting up to speed.
Starting to see a bit of an orange tinge in the sky, bit of an indication that the sunset is starting to be upon us, and we're getting closer to the rain as well. It's now a 71% chance of rain at 8:30, so that's around 3 hours and 20 minutes time, which means that just as Lewis McLeod comes to the end of his commentary stint with Dara Thacker, we should see the most intense part of the rain, which, Paul, correct me if I'm wrong, that means that you'll return to the commentary booth for hour 8 right as we're starting to see things start to dry up a little bit, maybe.
And by the way, the best commentary team in terms of hat wearing, we will be seeing at that point of the broadcast as well. Yeah, what a time to be jumping onto commentary there for that stint of the race. If that rain does come to fruition, be intriguing to see if we do actually end up with that, or whether the weather will make a turn yet again. But look at that glorious sunset that's happening here at Daytona International Speedway, and certainly one that looks absolutely stunning, that the drivers will not care a jot about right now.
Okay, this is what I've always wondered, but the only view that the drivers may care about is the view of the fireworks during the night. Because that is, I've got to say, Paul, it is so spectacular. It just feels different. As a fan, it kind of feels like the race becomes not important for about 5 minutes as you look up into the sky, but then you look back down and you realize, oh wait, they just continued to be racing while I've been mesmerized by things going boom up in the air.
Is something primeval about fireworks, and a lot of people don't like them. I know animals certainly don't like them, and I mean, we generally over here in the UK, we only get fireworks, say, on Guy Fawkes night or on New Year's Eve. Other than that, we don't really have any fireworks celebrations. I suppose it'd be July 4th, wouldn't it? The main one in across the pond there. But I have actually been in the States for July the 4th.
Okay.
And the taxi driver, as the plane takes off there. Thank you to our producer Hugo. That's the
slowest takeoff, by the way.
That's the flight that I think half of the viewers are wishing I would be taking right now. But when I was out in Austin, Texas, back in 2016, when it was July 4th, and the taxi driver, I was off to an event. And the taxi driver was asking, "Oh, what are you doing over here in the US?" And I said, "Well, I'm here to collect about 200 years of back tax." He believed me for about a minute.
I didn't realize that a Brit could be making jokes. It's only serious Brits in the US, apparently. That shot, by the way, of the plane taking off, it just makes me laugh because it looks like it's taking off at about 5 miles an hour. It looks like it's a walking pace kind of takeoff. Whereas when it comes into its approach, I'm not sure if Hugo's going to be able to get a camera angle of that, but that looks like it's coming in at 500 miles an hour as someone scientifically calculated. Swap at the front, though, as Williams Esports Racing prodigy make way, drop back to third. This is all just in the fuel mileage equation.
Yeah, this is the long game going on here. If you can make a breakaway, you try and do it, but otherwise, if you're not going to break away from the others in the lead of your class, then you just sit with each other, dual fuel saving. It's almost like that little bit of a breakaway at the front of a bike race, isn't it? You'll have them sort of work together to try and pull away from the rest of the pack, but then the peloton would come back at you. A little bit different in motorsport, but the principles are still a little bit the same here as bike racing. But yeah, that Williams Esports Racing prodigy car, Pico behind the wheel, that's another name that has come through in the years and has made a name for himself in sim racing.
Absolutely. A driver that's had some success in the most recent campaigns in the Porsche Esports Super Cup, getting ready to return for another dally at the championship once again. Of course, last week the IMSA Esports Global Championship wrapped up, so for some of these drivers they have a couple of weeks off, but yep, things are ramping up for another season of Porsche Esports Super Cup activity. As mentioned, Paul and myself will be back in the commentary booth. Not sure how much more I'm allowed to say. I don't know if they've even released the schedule just yet, but at least you can watch it on Porsche's Twitch channel and live on the iRacing Esports Network when it happens, and maybe we'll see. But Paul, how did you enjoy the experience of shouting in my ear as I tried to race in Porsche All-Stars last year?
Oh, I mean, that was just, payback for what you did to me in the IRX All-Stars a little bit in that one. So, no, that was fun. And to be honest, I'll be looking forward to the new season of Porsche. I mean, to be fair, for me, the new season of Porsche broadcasts
already started
on Sunday last week with myself and David Addison with the Rafa Racing Club Porsche Esports Carrera Cup Great Britain. Say that 3 times over. It's quite a mouthful, but yeah, the Porsche season is upon us, and we're going to see some tremendous racing, and I think the level of competition has stepped up this year in Super Cup, in my opinion, with
yes,
some of those returning names from Commander Esports, Josh Rogers, Mitchell Deere.
Well, Paul, Am I going to break something to you that you're not aware of?
Oh, you probably are now.
Oh, I'm sorry. You've been getting your hopes up in the holiday period. Josh Rogers ain't racing.
It's just not good enough.
It's not good. I agree with you. Josh, he posted on social media, I think it was on Instagram a few weeks ago, that he will be focusing on his ESLR1 responsibilities and not taking his spot after qualifying through the Contender Series to return to the Super Cup.
Oh, well, Sebastian Job for the title. There we go. That's no, that is not saying anything against the rest of the drivers. I'm going to get so many DMs right now, aren't I?
Coanda's going to be all in your... Paul! No wonder we ate your McDonald's a couple of years ago.
I'm still waiting for my donut. Me and Syndicus are still waiting for his donut from Brit.
I see some people in the chat as well. We've kind of gone into a bit of podcast mode. I will say, GTP race lead, Alexander Spetz is starting to close on Williams Esports Tour Blast. But we're in that kind of phase of the race, sun setting, not much really of consequence happening. And so we're kind of rambling a little bit. So feel free to jump into the chat, say hi, pose any questions to us. Paul, one thing that I've seen quite a lot of people asking for, the return of the iRacing Rallycross World Championship.
And I agree. I absolutely agree. If we could get a bunch of drivers who can behave on track and actually give us some good racing, then yeah, let's bring it back. But otherwise, maybe now's not the time. But if somebody's got some sponsorship money that they want to throw towards a championship for IRX, I'm more than happy to commentate on it.
Yeah, no, that would be fun. My first world championship was with Paul in the Rallycross world. Do love a little bit of slinging the dirt, and of course, the scope of Rallycross has evolved so much since we had that series. Of course, based on the GRC spec cars, now they've had electric classes of Rallycross machinery. Nitrocross has really taken off in some ways as well, but of course both Nitrocross and IRX a bit of a step back in the real world with some issues that they've been having. So it might be nice to revitalize it in the virtual world. And I'm going to throw an oddball out here, Paul. iRacing special event, Rallycross cars at Brands Hatch, but not the Rallycross track, at Brands Hatch Indy.
I mean, I have done hosted races with that sort of a few. What was it, last season? We actually had the Ringmeister series with the IRX cars, didn't we? Yeah, one week it was IRX cars around the Nordschleifer. They were fun. It was carnage, but it was fun.
That's incredible. Oh, I love the sound of that. If I'd known that, I would have been so there. The Ringmeister, we mentioned earlier, official championship at the Nordschleife every week, just with a slightly different car. The Voracious, I hope that's how you say that name, team getting passed by Grid and Go and Patrick Heinrich sliding up the inside. It's a battle between a couple of BMWs. They're 8 seconds adrift of those in front, but they've got a whole queue of cars stacked up behind. BS Plus, World Sim Racing, Mag Performance, Zenith Esports, all in the train as they work out of the International Horseshoe.
Is it Voracious? Voracious? Voracious. That's the one, Voracious. There you go. We got there in the end. It's a natty paint job. For me, is it just me, or is it a case of yellow and black is the in sim racing colours right now?
Yeah, you know how in the WEC the joke is how everything's black and red?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, we got a lot of that. Diogo Pinto, by the way, in front of Alexander Spetz. That's the GTP fight for second. But more importantly, last lap alone, 3 seconds eaten into the race lead. Robin Glarham has really been compromised by the traffic. And yes, it might check up Pinto and Spetz a little bit, but there is no shadow of a doubt. Race lead is cut in half, and suddenly business is booming once more.
That almost, to lose that much time almost seems as if Robbins had just a little bit of maybe a rub and a squeeze with somebody in the traffic there, and it's just compromised them big time. But now these two are now reaching that traffic, and the worst part of it is that you do end up with that mix of LMP2 traffic, which are not quite as slow as the GTDs, but if you get any GTP traffic mixed in with that, that's the worst. When you end up lapping or trying to lap one of your fellow competitors in your class of car, then that certainly it can compromise you a bit more. But it's all about catching the traffic at the right time, and that was a great slingshot for Redline then out of the Le Mans chicane.
It's helped them. I mean, you see here again that short gear stack. It's what pulls the Drago Acura so much closer under acceleration. That free revving engine meant for IndyCar that Acura put into this GTP car. Now, top of the gear stack starts to run out of steam. It's hitting the rev limiter. The BMW still pulling in a bit of a straight line. Meanwhile, Gianni Vecchio. Oh, contact with Scuderia Ferrari. I mean, we're going to see plenty of Max Verstappen versus Ferrari in Formula One this year. I'm not necessarily sure Gianni wanted to see this, though. That's a bit of air between the two of them as well.
Yeah, a little bit of, shall we say, aero wash. to be polite there. Just not what Gianni would have wanted at all, and that did compromise his time that little bit last time out. Lost about a second, maybe 2 seconds actually, compared to the Williams Esports Racing Prodigy car in front of him. So Gianni just dropping back a little bit. But again, look at that. Now that they've got through the traffic, that gap has just gone back up to 3.5 seconds to your race leader. So Williams Esports Chill Blast, it's almost as if they're waking up traffic as they get to it. And just look at this ton of traffic that they're catching up, these two right now. If they hit it right, it's golden. But if they hit it into the international horseshoe, that's where you're most compromised.
Seeing that the grid and go 006 is slow out on track. Haven't quite figured out what that's about, but it doesn't seem as though there's been anything major out on track that would have led to big damage for them. But Patrick Heinrich just brought that car back down to pit lane. So a bit of a duel, wheel to wheel once more in this fight for second. BMW M Team Redline and Drago Racing have been at each other's throats to open this race up. And as we head off into the night, looks like it's going to continue like that. Past some LMP2 traffic. That's the Effect Simulations 909 with Andrew Dawson at the wheel right there. Now past Delatraz Automotive, using that hybrid to try and scamper past those LMP2s with the slightly lack thereof of extra power. And that's where the damage all comes. I think that's up to the Western Horseshoe, Paul. Yep. Once more contact, but big damage.
That was with Daniel Alves Lorenco from the BMW M Team BS competition car. That car is in 8th place overall in the race. So yeah, contact between GTD and GTP. We saw it earlier in the hour as well. So yeah, that's what a Ronism would be suboptimal.
Suboptimal to say the very least. And well, Grid and Go at least did come in with plenty of cars across the classes. Their Acura in the GTP class throws it up the inside of the 171, the second Redline car, let's not forget. It gets it slowed down just in the nick of time. Lead has also opened up in this category. It's 1.6 seconds between the two Drago Racing teammates. Could we be in for a breakaway for the first time today? Not quite sure. LMP2 pit stops, though, really rolling on through. We haven't really talked much about LMP2, Paul. They're small in terms of numbers. Only 13 started, 11 out there and running. And the Apex Racing team have basically led every single lap so far.
Yeah, we've got 5 of them on pit road right now. Oscar Pye for Effect Simulation jumping into their car. So yeah, it's pit stop time for these LMP2s, and able to stay out there though was the Delatraz Automotive by Majors garage. They were able to stay out a little bit longer, as was Fiercely Forward Pink and the Effect Simulations 908, which, good news, has the number 908 on the side of its car. So for once, we're seeing team names that actually have the corresponding number.
Always nice to see that. Off of the lane. Again, remember the merge sees drivers already on the racing surface looking to try and blend back in directly into the path of those off of the pit merge. Oscar Pye into the Effect Simulations 909, and we'll see how he gets on as he finds plenty of clean air to enter into initially. See a couple of questions about anyone know why the game is not running at the local Daytona time? Well, that's because there's multiple time slots of this race. So this race started the green flag effectively around 12:45 p.m. UTC. There's going to be another one that's going to be getting underway. Actually, you've just finished the registration for it, so that will start in maybe 40 minutes time. They'll all start at the time that the real race starts and run for 24 hours, Paul. So everyone gets the experience of being in the Rolex 24 without being impacted by their local time zones.
Yeah, I mean, what time would we be starting if indeed we ran to the local time and just had one big time split? It would be, what you would be starting, what, later on this evening? If we ran one big time split to run to the Daytona official start time for the Daytona Rolex 24, you'd be what, a little bit into the afternoon local time, which for a lot of drivers who are not in a US based time zone would be quite late on or early in the morning if you're in, say, the southern hemisphere.
So yeah, this is one of those things, makes it a little bit easier. Just to also have all these special events will start at the same time if you want to come and watch them on the iRacing Esports Network. When it comes to the endurance events, Saturday 12:30 p.m. UTC, that's the time slot that you can expect all of the action to unfold. So set your alarm relatively accurately by that. GTP, by the way, Drago got back in front of BMW M Team Redline, so Acura's looking pretty good. Alexander Spetz is now under 2 seconds away from the race lead. He's been in that car for 3 and a bit odd hours. Robin Glerham, I'm not quite sure what's happening here. The pace has maybe trailed off slightly from the Williams Esports Chill Blast team.
It was about, what? Not quite, yeah, it was just about a tenth of a second, wasn't it, that Spetz was quicker than the race leader's last lap. Again, it's coming to that ebb and flow of this race, but it does seem to be that Spetz is in a really good place right now in terms of pace, and therefore is pushing on and is seeing if he's able to catch up to Robin Glerham. Now, that Williams Esports Chill Blast car, if it does get caught, it's not the end of the world for them. You know, a lot of teams may think, oh, we had that big gap and now it's gone. All right, it's a reset. Start again and see if you're able to pull that gap again. And this team, this Drago team, will be affected by fatigue at some point in this race. And they will end up with some mistakes at some point.
At some point. Fatigue is the great equalizer, I think, in a race like this, and I don't even know how they're going to structure it out. I feel like you've got to kind of block it out so that each driver is just doing like 6 hours at a minimum at a time, because it gives the other driver enough time to go decompress, maybe even get a couple of hours of sleep, get some food, then get back into the car. It's a really interesting challenge, 24 hours, especially when it's 24 hours with two drivers in the same time zone. For example, if Paul and I were to do this race, Paul would probably start, do however many hours, and then when he's going off to sleep naturally, it would be time for me to kind of pick up and run for, you know, another 10 hours or so. He wakes up, you've got a natural sort of rhythm with which to work, Paul, whereas Ate and Alexander, you know, relatively, I think maybe even the same time zones, so it's going to be fun.
Look at this queue of GTDs that is all together here. This is fantastic to see. But the prototype will have come through the International Horseshoe and just seen the back of that queue of, what, 6 cars and thought, oh my goodness, why did I have to catch these cars at this point? That was certainly not good for the GTP that was working its way through, but a queue of GTD all together absolutely fantastic to see them, and they're all just biding their time and waiting for the optimal moment to make any moves before making progression forward. And this is all outside of the top 10 in GTD as well. So you've got the lead car of that, the PGZ car of Lucas Thompson. Then you've got the BS competition car, the Mag Performance car, WSR Esports Butt Kicker car, Zenith Esports there as well, all together as they come across the line. And in GTD at the lead as well, Drago Racing, Ricardo Rico. That's a name that I've commentated on quite a few times. He's moved to the front of the field ahead of Williams Esports Racing Prodigy. Although I say that, there's a car in the infield.
It's your leader as well. What's happened here to Nicholas Rubelar? It's surely involved traffic of some kind. But my goodness, 3.5 hours complete. Drago running 1 and 2 for the vast majority of proceedings so far. There's no one in sight. It's going to be a self-inflicted mistake surely out of the Western Horseshoe. Lights up the rear tires. That's unusual.
That's bizarre. That almost seems like, and with the way that the steering just snapped back there, I wonder if he's had a technical problem. And he's had to just sort the problem out, get it fixed, and then get back up and running again. It's better than the car ending up in a wall at the next corner. That is for sure, but that looks definitely like a technical problem there.
That's heartbreak. That's going to be frustrating, but at the very least, they've got plenty of time with which they can bounce back from it. You can see the wheel is hard cocked. It's not really moving at all. Yeah, I'm almost 100% sure. A bit of a USB reset there. The old plug it, unplug it, plug it back in again, and things reset, and it's back on course. Front of the field, though, GTP. It's under a second. Williams Esports Chill Blast have got a mirror filled with former Williams Esports driver Alexander Spetz. We're going to step away for a couple of moments here for a RaceBot fan immersion. We'll jump on board with the number 6 and ride with Spetz on the prowl. high revving Acura, Drago Racing pushing hard. Alexander Spetz not necessarily in a position to make this move on the track. Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Paul Smith with another 30 minutes complete here in the 2025 iRacing Daytona 24, powered by VCO. Spots in the IMSA Esports Global Championship are on the line. Trophies for our class winners up for grabs as well. This is a VCO Grand Slam. A little bit more tension in the air than the traditional iRacing special event. But Paul, as we head our way off into the night, this fight up front, 3 cars within 2 seconds. It's a fight that's kept me transfixed for the opening 3 hours and counting, and I'm hoping they'll be this close at the conclusion of the 24 hours of racing.
And they caught that GTD train of cars just outside the top 10 at the worst possible point as well. The two of them having to check up through the Western Horseshoe, and now as they going down the back straight. Great to see, but you could see on a couple of those onboard shots how in the draft there, that Drago Racing car, the first lap that we were on board, it understeered through the Le Mans chicane, and it just meant it didn't quite get the launch out of the corner as the Williams Esports team worked their way past their compatriots, I do believe, there, and working their way forward. And Drago will be saying, stay out my way, please. I want to stay with the leader.
Just give me a little bit of space. Let me do what I need to do. And if you're just joining us, one of the talking points that we've been observing in the opening portions of the race, the fact that Drago Racing, the Acura field in their entirety, they're on the shorter gear stack. If you're new to the world of motorsports, what that means is it goes through the gears faster, so it accelerates a little bit quicker, but it has a shorter top speed. So you get to the top of the gear range, you bounce off the rev limiter, and the other cars are still accelerating to their top speed. It does mean that for Alexander Spetz, he's great through traffic, he's great through the infield. He's not really in a position sometimes to pull alongside to that BMW in front. And so, you know, Paul, I'm looking at the way that the Acura is kind of working around the banking, and knowing that it's got a power disadvantage, knowing it's got a fuel disadvantage as well, this is a race that really is going to end up being won on strategy.
Yeah, strategy is going to play a huge part to play in this, and as we've been talking about as well throughout this race, that balanced performance with the slightly smaller fuel tank, we've been seeing how the Acura has been able to make the jump in the pit stops due to taking less fuel. It then can get caught out by when they're actually out there on track, but certainly that Acura, it's looking good in the pit stop cycle. It's, are they able to make the jump and then stay in front? That's going to be a big key thing, and they've been able to pull away from the red line car, but Diogo Pinto's not that far back in all of this either, so he's been closing up slowly but surely to the back of the race leaders.
Yeah, the Portuguese driver's there and lurking. By no means are any of these teams comfortable. Can't discount Scuderia Ferrari HB Esports team either. The number 50 is 12 seconds back, yes, but holding on relatively strongly. I know there were a lot of people that were speculating the Ferrari might be very strong when the rain arrives, which we are still, looking at the weather forecast, the earliest signs of it now, 8 p.m., there's a 65% chance of rain, and that is only 2.5 hours away. So you can see right there, it's cool on track, it's cool in the air as well. It's a bit of wind to talk about, but no rain just yet.
I mean, these cars will be loving the cooler temperatures though, and being able to push those tyres that little bit more, a little bit harder through this portion of the race. And the cooler air temperature does give you a little bit of more power, but you know, these drivers, they'll be looking to the skies and saying, oh, well, we're okay. What's it going to be like for our teammates when they jump in the car? Is there going to be that precipitation a little bit later on? It's intriguing, and again, a little bit of lap traffic just catching out the Williams Esports Chill Blast car, and allows the Drago car to get right onto the gearbox.
Closing back up through the kink as well towards the western horseshoe. You are making it out to the Rolex next week. There's a great grandstand right on the left, right around where this camera is, where you can hear cars downshifting. I've got to tell you, the LMP2 cars in particular sound so violent, but sound so good as they head down to second gear, onto the power, back onto the oval. In general, Daytona is blessed with many great spectator spots, including the grandstands themselves, which the only problem with that is the best race of the weekend, or the best races, in my opinion, as much as the Rolex is great, Paul, but, you know...
I know what you're going to say.
Yeah, the MX-5 races are probably the highlight of every IMSA weekend, if we're being honest. The problem is the grandstands are closed on Thursday for the first MX-5 race of the weekend, so you can't watch everything that happens at the track. You can, though, on day number 2.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You see, this is where the Yorkshireman in me... if I was, I mean, granted, I don't own Daytona International Speedway, I don't know the costs of opening, but surely you would open a portion of the grandstands to be able to allow some people in there, because, well, you know, you can sell concessions, you can sell all sorts of extras. You can get people buying things in the fan zone and in the gift shops and things like that. You know, you can extract some money out of people if you made it available to them, and let's face it, a lot of people would actually turn up for that first MX-5 race on the Thursday.
Oh, I was there.
Yeah, so why not? But that's just me.
I believe the executives with an MBA call that extracting value from people. That's extracting a bit of contact from a car that's clearly lost the control of the rear end back onto the banking, no ability to bring it back under control, and so PGZ P1 docks the, well, I think that might have been the only, or the highest running of the Acuras at one point. It's not the only running Acura, but that might be the day done for them, and add another one to the increasing amount of attrition that, Paul, we are starting to see. When you jumped into the booth, 60 had started and only 3 had retired. I've just seen another incident that's just taken place down towards the International Horseshoe where Jesse Jones has been tangled up, and here you go, there's that replay, effect simulations as well. So an LMP2 and a GTP down to turn number 3.
And it's 2 into 1 does not go, and when you lose control and hit the grass, that's it, goodbye, see you later. Yeah, it is certainly not great to see that, absolutely not. And well, will we see, there's a very, very broken effect simulations car trying its best to run back to pit road, but decides, oh well, no, they're not going to decide to take the flatbed back to pit road. I certainly would be considering it, bearing in mind that they could barely turn around a corner.
Yeah, that's one of those decisions where sometimes it's quicker to actually take the tow rather than sit there and try and bring it back. They're going to continue trying, at least to Oscar Pye's credit. How's this going to go through the chicane? He would prefer the real-world version where there's no grass for this year, and instead there is just tarmac. I've got my own opinions on that, which I'll get in trouble for if I think I said on the broadcast. But, you know, he survived through there at least all right. Didn't spin through the grass.
Was it the Dua Esports car that they collected?
Indeed it was, with Jesse Jones, former motorcycle racer, behind the wheel at the time.
Yeah, so...
it's that pit exit, I said it.
And the thing is, I commentated on Dua in other sims, and they have a tremendous team together, and they've been building a good outfit there, and to see them in this in the top split events here and in other championships here in iRacing, it's great to see them break through into iRacing. They've just not quite had things go their way, in my opinion, but I think with a bit more time and a bit more development, I think they could be one that could come through as one of those knocking on the door of trying to compete for race wins later on, say in a year or two's time.
I agree with you, and I do think that incident, by the way, clear example of the threat that you do have here on pit exit, because the Dora Esports car is coming out of pit lane. it's helpless, right? It's just running in a straight line. The LMP2 is not sure exactly if it can merge or not. Uncertainty results in the chaos that we saw, and it's not the most egregious pit exit. I think actually, the Spa pit exit's quite bad. There's another look at it. If we go back a little bit further, look from up above, I think you'll see exactly, how helpless Jesse Jones probably feels in a situation like that. But the Spa endurance pit exit, where you're spat back onto track directly on the racing line on the top of Eau Rouge and Radion, to me, that is one of the most dangerous pit exit in global endurance racing nowadays.
Yeah, without a shadow of a doubt. Somewhere like that. Zolder's quite a funny one as well for pit exit, as here comes two of your race leaders. We expected the Williams car to go a bit longer. That seems a bit shorter, does that stint, to me? That was what?
28 laps still, I think.
No, I'll tell you what it is. My timing screen is just frozen, so that's what's happened there. But yeah, 28, 29 laps. Yeah, that was about right on point for them.
Yeah, and I guess at some point we might have to wonder. Remember, cooler conditions when you get into the night sometimes do result in lower fuel mileage because you just spend more time full throttle occasionally. At a track like Daytona, that impact's probably relatively meaningless and negligible, but definitely something just maybe to keep in mind. I think we're probably also into the GTD pit cycle as well, so keep an eye on a couple of the sports cars to pit their way in the next couple of laps, and in some cases driver changes to make their way through as well. Just saw Gianni Vecchio's hit his marks. There goes Diogo Pinto though. What's the gap going to be though once they're back up to speed behind Alexander Spetz? Once again, Acura has a slight advantage in pit lane, slightly less time to fill the tank up.
Yeah, so it was down to about a second between these two before pit entry. It's gone up to about 2 seconds between the two of them as your overall race leader now onto pit road. We've got a veritable pit party going along. And I will say, and I'm going to point this out, iRacing, I've just noticed there, the BMW safety car, that is the most effort they've put into a safety car paint in quite a few years, in my opinion.
It's an official partnership that has been developed, so great to see. Official safety car of all iRacing special events is that BMW M2 CS Racing. You can also get that some of the base content available on iRacing and compete in that as part of an increasing selection of options for those joining iRacing. You can see some of the GTPs off and away from pit lane. GTDs doing the same as well. Oh, great look at the pace car, safety car, sat there in its pit stall.
Yeah, in road racing, it's a safety car rather than the pace car, isn't it? That's more of your oval racing, it's a pace car, I would say, as there goes the Williams car. Williams Esports Chill Blast. Robin Glerum still behind the wheel for them.
He, I think, will be in for what will be his final stint of this particular...
it's going to be close.
Run in the car. It is closer than you'd ideally want, 7/10 or so of a second on the timing screen. And yeah, there you go. So Alexander Spetz, a car length behind the race leaders right now. And again, I do feel as though there is something about the Acura that's coming more and more alive, and straight up the inside of the Western Horseshoe, tires up to temperature, does not want to wait. And for the first time today, it's Drago Racing, Alexander Spetz that lead the 2025 iRacing Daytona 24.
He had to pounce, and he had to pounce then. Whilst that Williams car was on cold tyres there, he knew it would be compromised under brakes into the Western Horseshoe. So definitely he had to take that opportunity there and then. The question now, though, is can Spetz and Drago Racing pull away from that Williams Esports Chill Blast car? It's one thing to pass it, it's then to pull away. That's going to be very difficult. If, and I say if, they're able to use that short stack to their advantage. We did see how they were able to pull away slightly from the BMW M Team Redline car earlier on in this race, but look at them, the Redline car, it's there in the background of shot. They're not out of this one, not yet by a long shot.
And so Drago hold on to turn one. That's important because potential top-end deficit not exploited at the first time of asking. And so the wide line in the opening corner, maximizing their momentum. 14 minutes to the top of the hour. And at that point, 4 hours complete, 20 hours to go, and getting closer to not just the sun having set, but also to the rain. Remember, we are expecting at this point 8 p.m. is when we will see the first sign of the rain. It could actually start to arrive slightly before that, though, in the form of a drizzle. When do you make that determination, that cutover, to go from the wet to the dry tires? Bit of contact through turn 6 there as Drago bully their way up the inside of Sim RC, hoping there's not damage on either side that's going to impact them down the road.
Yeah, that's a question of have they damaged something on that car? I don't think they will have. I think these cars are quite robust to glancing blows like that. But yeah, that again isn't the greatest thing to happen to you when you're working your way through traffic, as your GTDs are coming onto pit road as well. So we are getting that pit stop cycle going on for them and finishing off for them. But yeah, certainly great stuff at the front of your field. I've been thoroughly enjoying this one, and I hope everyone at home has been enjoying this one as well, because you don't want to go anywhere in this one.
No, I've got about 6 hours off between my first and second stints in the booth. Probably go and eat a little bit of food. Oh, keep an eye on this as well, because you'll have moments like that. Poor big contact there from Williams Esports Chill Blast. Couldn't quite figure out which of the Drago Racing cars it was. Jaden Lading in the 269. That's down in 6th position. For a moment, I thought that might have been the one in the battle for the race lead.
I think if you Diogo Pinto and all of that, you'd be uttering some 4-letter words under your voice with how that Drago car came back onto the track. But it was rather rudely sort of shoveled out of the way there of the Williams Esports Chill Blast car. So intriguing stuff coming on here. 2 seconds covering the front 3 after nearly 4 hours of racing. It's been a while since I've seen an endurance race this close so long into the race.
You know, it's often with the iRacing's Daytona 24, to be clear, it does kind of feel as though you're lulled into a false sense of there's going to be a great race, but it's the first couple of hours and then not much. The last few years, though, increasingly, the race has lasted longer and longer. I called out, I think it was 2018, 2019, where we had a barn burner of a finish in the Daytona prototype class, but yeah, years since that, there's been a couple more dominant breakaway victories. No one team seemingly dominant in GTP or GTD. LMP2, I think it is fair to say, at least right now, it is the Apex Racing team that is continuing to build their margin up front. They qualified on pole. They're 14 seconds clear at this stage and continuing to rotate through their drivers, all with equal speed up front. There is the Dallara LMP2 that leads. Haven't seen them very much, Paul, but that's because, to be fair, this class, again, there's only 11 of them, and for the most part, they're all quite spread out.
Yeah, there's only there's only 2 cars within a second of each other out there, and that's the race for the final step of the podium, I do believe, in LMP2. That's the Inet Motorsport blue car of Leo Roussel, and then the WSR Esports Abruzzi car of Jesse Heliano. So it's certainly been quite a spread out field, and yeah, it has had a little bit of attrition in an already small field.
Hopefully have a quick moment of downtime here in this fight for the lead. So let's quickly do another weather report. Now, a lot of people are upset. I've taken the hoodie off. Safety in pit lane. Like Larko, we've got the race suit on. This is your track, though. As you can see, there's nothing to look at. Absolutely nothing. So let's zoom out. Let's go to the... Zoom out. There we go. Unfortunately, there's still nothing to look at. At some point, Paul, in the next 2 or so hours, I might be back, if Lewis will allow me, and we'll do a proper weather report. Expectation here is that there's going to be a lot of moisture in the air at some point. If we zoom back in, zoom in. There we go. It took about 5 tries. But at some point, you can see Daytona's quite a small track. We might actually see part of it getting heavier rain than the other. We'll have to wait and see. Can we zoom out again? Can we zoom out? Is it going to work? There we go. RaceSpot TV brings you live weather reports. Paul, welcome to 2025.
Oh, I had to mute my microphone there. How many times? I mean, I know it's not a touch screen, and we've got our producer there having to work on that one, but yes, certainly thank you for the weather update. I do appreciate that. What was it you said, about 8 o'clock, didn't you, in term time for the rain to potentially come? The thing is, you're not guaranteed that rain. Just because there's something on the forecast, it can change here in iRacing. It is a forecasted weather. So with the iRacing weather system that they have here, it cannot always give you the weather that you are expecting of it.
We take advantage of the fun that we can have on these broadcasts, the opportunities that we have. Vasilios Belitsiotis has taken over from Alessandro Bico in that Williams Esports Racing Prodigy car. Thibaut Prevot's jumped into the 069 Drago Racing entry that Ricardo Rico, Nicolas Matteo have both already done a couple of double stints behind the wheel. And so rotating around the list of drivers as you head off into this transition stint. In many ways, teams want to leave one driver in as the sun starts to set until it has completely set and you're working just off the headlights, but it seems as though some other teams find themselves in a position to rotate their drivers just that little bit more. Paul, so you're going to be off for what, 3 hours or so? Like mentioned, you're going to probably come back to what we expect is still some rain, maybe starting to dry off, but we've had what now at this point almost a full 10, 11 months of drivers understanding what this iRacing weather system is going to look like. When it debuted in last year's iRacing Sebring 12 Hours, that was a lot more unpredictable, and drivers, well, made plenty of mistakes.
Yeah, they did, and as you say, with that experience under their stewardship of them behind the wheels, it certainly will have helped them be able to deal with the rain a bit more. I did call this out last week in the iRacing Raw coverage, and I'm going to call it out in this coverage here. One thing that does disappoint me about some people on the iRacing service is that they look at the weeks. Yeah, they look at this, the coming weeks of racing and say, oh, that's got rain in it, I'm not going to race in it. How are you going to then be able to take part in one of these special events and deal with potentially changeable conditions if you're never racing it? This is where these pros, they will have spent hundreds of hours over the last year, or certainly since the weather system has been brought in. They will have spent hundreds of hours doing wet testing and doing testing where it is changeable weather as well, and that is what puts them apart from others who say, oh, it's racing, yeah, I don't want to do that, I don't enjoy it.
I kind of feel like I'm in that sort of a camp, but you know, that's mainly also because
I'm terrible in the rain. I will openly admit, I am terrible in the rain. I am awful, but I still take part in those races, because how will I get better if I don't take part in them?
Well, you see, that's my problem, Paul, because I'm not even talking just about the rain as the thing that stops me from racing. I just don't jump into the sim anymore as in general, because I don't practice enough. I don't feel like it's worth it. I will say, one of my, I hate using the word resolutions because that's not the right way to think about it. One of the things that I really wanted to try and do a little bit more of this year, a lot of people know I played a lot more golf last year. I want to do some more races this year, which includes just going in, doing iRacing official races, and not caring about the result, because I, like many people, got too hung up on my I rating and how important that was 4 or 5 years ago, and I just want to go out there and do things that are fun. I just want to have fun racing, and so that means I'm going to have to pull the band-aid off and get uncomfortable in official series again.
Do you know what? Since I've been getting older, I've realised that there is more to life than iRacing. Now, I know this is going to upset a lot of our viewers watching this and going, what? No, iRacing's the most important thing. No, there's more to life than iRacing. There really is. I mean, I at one point a couple of years ago was dedicated to hitting a nice round number. I reached that round number, but I wasn't enjoying the racing. It was just purely a grind to reach that number. I reached that number, I stopped caring about that number, and I've gone back to where my normal, natural skill level is, and I enjoy the racing more.
Yeah, you see, that's kind of been my hesitation to get back into racing the last few years, is when I was taking it seriously, my I rating was just under 5,000, which I know today is not that much, but this was in the day when there was only 1 or 2 people with 10,000 I ratings, not the 50 or 60 that you have nowadays. Things have moved up. With some of my teammates are now like 8,000 I ratings. So let's say that I probably was not going to get there, but that's what I was striving for. I think I'd rather be down at like 3,000 I rating. That will be more fun. So if you see Arjuna, if you see Paul, don't hit us, please. That's number one. Don't hit us, but have some fun with us, because we are looking to have some fun in our official races. Paul might be streaming you, so just be careful. The smileable world may be judging you as well.
Oh yeah, the Flat Cap Nation.
There we go. Love it.
Do you know what? I've just thought of that, actually.
That's the first time you've thought about it.
Yeah. Oh, I need to write that down, actually.
Yeah, you do. Before we wrap things up, 2 minutes or so before we'll hand things over to Lewis and Dara, Williams Esports Chill Blast, BMW M Team Redline. It's still BMW in podium positions, in contention for the win. But Paul, I do feel like last 2 hours, there's been a shift. That Acura is starting to come alive through the night. It will be very curious how Drago get on, because again, remember, just 2 drivers in that lineup.
Yeah, we touched on it earlier, didn't we? It's basically what we think is the fatigue factor could well play a factor for that Drago racing car. But these 2 BMWs, look at it, the red line moving ahead now. Diogo Pinto for that BMW M Team Redline outfit ahead of the Williams Esports Chill Blast car. So down to 3rd for Williams. I don't think it's time to worry just yet if you're a Williams fan. I think that they're still in a very, very strong position, and things will come back to them, I'm sure of it.
It's so hard to really judge, but if you do try and look into some of the trends, Williams are really strong at the start of the race. Those are the conditions that you'll get for probably the closing 5 or 6 hours of the race as well. So that could be when they fight back. It's going to be a long 12 or so hours, though, through the night to get there. That's one thing that makes Daytona so unique. It's run at the start of the year when, for the most part, you get as much nighttime running as you could possibly ask for. Remember Le Mans in 2020, where they ran it a little bit shifted in the calendar. Bathurst as well, when it shifts. The amount of day and night running and transition times change. This is always one of those races with a long night and a night to get through. Arjuna Kankipati, Paul Smith walking you through the last couple of hours. Quick update on GTP, Drago, BMW M Team Redline, Williams Esports Chill Blast within a second at the front of the field. LMP2 pit stops are cycling their way on through, but it is the Apex Racing team that have been the dominant force so far. And in GTD, it's 2 at the front. It's Williams Esports Racing Prodigy, Drago Racing, Vasilius Pelliciotis, Thibaut Prevot have just jumped into the car and have got the job of diving into the start of the long nighttime hours. You're watching the iRacing Daytona 24, powered by VCO here in 2025. We'll sign off and hand over to Lewis McLean and to Dara Thacker.
Thank you, Arjuna, and thank you to Paul as well. Indeed, you have us to deal with for the next 3 hours. I've swapped out Tall and I've dragged in Small. Hello, Dara, welcome.
I was waiting to see how long that would take, and it's about 10 seconds. Yeah, hello, Lewis. Yeah, welcome to everybody in the streams. It's really exciting to be here at this kind of time in the race, getting towards the evening stage. We've seen 4 hours of great racing so far, but things definitely, I think, going to change over the next 3 hours or so. Weather may be inclementing as well.
Yes, indeed. Again, if you are only just jumping back into the coverage, obviously we are expecting a lot of people to be jumping in, jumping out of the coverage all the way throughout. We are expecting some potential wet weather to hit the circuit. We'll drag back in Arjuna a little bit later on to probably talk us through a little bit of that. Obviously, he is our meteorologist for the round. We'll give him a big word, it's fine. Of course, that's expected in the sort of the next sort of 90 minutes to 2 hour from now, basically. So there is some potential rain, some fog, and with that, an awful lot of drama, which is always good.
Yeah, we always love to see drama, particularly at Daytona. We've seen some pinch points at Turn 1, haven't we? A couple of really, really close moments in the first hour and second hour as well, really. So definitely drivers having to be aware and on their toes. And it is nice that drivers have that challenge in the early stage. I don't think they'll enjoy it too much when we get into some of the midnight hours, but still for the time being, I think drivers and teams are trying to work out exactly where they're going to go on the strategy, just finalising a few of the numbers. Of course, still 20 hours to go. It can start to flex a little bit in that time. And with battles as close as this, like we're seeing at the front of the GTPs, as we have all race along so far, it's really difficult to really pinpoint exactly how you're going to go because you don't necessarily know what the other teams around you are going to do. So it's really, really tricky.
Yes, indeed. And I left 2 hours ago. I've come back now, and I can still see that it's the same top three doing battle. Do remember, though, that Alexander Spetz has done the entirety of the 4 hours of this race. Is a champion around this circuit. Has won the 24 Hours of Daytona back in 2023. Weren't a well race, don't worry about it. That was obviously when he was driving for Williams. Moved over to Drago. First time really behind the wheel for the Drago team. And is running really, really strong. Obviously has Diogo Pinto and Robin Glaron behind the wheels, directly behind. A pair of those have been in I think it's probably around... It's just around 2 hours they've been behind the wheel, I believe.
Yeah, it's on that time, and I think they may be coming towards the end of stint soon, so we'll have to keep an eye out for that in the next, I'd say probably next pit stop, maybe the one after that, to see if there's any driver changes, particularly at the front. But it has been impressive to see these three be able to almost march through together and keep that gap relatively stable to the cars in behind so far throughout the first 4 hours, because Spetz, has been in third, second, and in first. He's made moves, he's lost the positions, and with it toing and froing, he's still managed to find himself at the 4 hour mark, back in the lead. So it is nice to see that we have these three teams fighting it out, and three teams that I definitely think have designs on winning the race, and probably by quite a margin by the end.
Yeah, I mean, look, it really is a three-horse race. But then when the rain comes down, we don't know how well, for example, the Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team, how anyone else behind is going to drag themselves back into the mix. So still plenty to deal with in that one. I will say, just to give you a quick update, like I said, Alexander Spetz behind the wheel for 4 hours. Diogo Pinto jumped in behind the wheel on lap 116. We're currently on 157. So it's a couple of stints he's been behind the wheel of that car, and then meanwhile half the race has been done by Robin Glaron. There's to the inside then for Diogo Pinto, so Team Redline will take over the race lead. Alexander Spetz will go out wide, filter back into the apex. It's no major dramas. Like a switch to the race lead like that, it doesn't matter that much because the slipstream's so strong around here.
Yeah, I don't think Spetz will be too concerned with that. Pinto doesn't feel like he's going to be, fighting his way to breaking any kind of slipstream in front. So I think Spetz is going to be happy to sit in behind for a little while. Got to be careful, of course, with the Williams Esports Shield Blast guard just in behind, just in case they could try and get a move done, and that could be more of a surprise for Spetz than Diogo Pinto trying to go for the lead. So definitely going to have to be wary of the possibility for that. But again, this stage of the race, we've still got 20 hours. We've been going for 4, and for Spetz, he's probably nearing the end of his stint. He's really going to be thinking about getting the car to the pit stop in this top 3 in contention and handing off to his teammates in a really good spot.
Yeah, I don't see Alexander Spetz pulling a Govan Keeney here and doing a 10.25 hour stint to start the 2025 iRacing Daytona 24. That would be... But in that category, brutal. I think that, as much as that's not trying to say that GTDs are easier, because obviously that was the class that Govan Keeney was driving at in that race that we were alluding to a little bit earlier on, was the GTD category. I'd say concentration-wise, you can maybe get away with a little bit more longer times in the GTDs, whereas in the GTPs, GTPs, it requires a little bit more focus and attention when going through traffic. Back to the GTD lead, though, at the moment, and of course it's Vasilios Peletsiatis ahead of Thibaut Privo, and of course Williams Esports Racing Prodigy ahead of Drago Racing.
Yeah, nice to see these two pretty much side by, well, not quite side by side, but nose to tail is what I was trying to say there, and nearly bumped off the around to make their way to the start-finish line once again. Drago Racing, I think really, generally, in both the GTP and the GTD leading battles, just happy to sit and wait for a while, not really force the issue too much at this stage of the race, and you can see it definitely a chance to go for the move into turn one if they really felt aggressive, but clearly happy to sit in P2 for the time being and let that Williams Esports Racing Prodigy car lead for yet another lap. We'll see how long that will last, but they also have a nice gap back to the red line car, 7 seconds, much more comfortable than we see up in the top 3 in the GTP, so it's a little bit easier to play around and sit in P2 for these guys.
It is interesting though that the top 3 in GTP and GTD are the same 3 teams, isn't it? It's Team Redline,
yeah,
it's Drago, and it's Williams Esports. That is fascinating.
I think as well, at least at one point, and still now, Redline are 4th in the GTD. So, if we're being pedantic, we could be top 3 and top 4, pretty much in the same teams. And, you know, there could be a little bit of needle if it keeps on like this towards the midway, later stages of the race.
Well, into the pit lane is Dana Moore behind the wheel of the race-leading LMP2. I believe he was just in the pit lane. I think there has been drama for our LMP2 leader, and I've just checked back on the replay. There definitely has been. We'll talk about this as soon as we get a replay, but already jumping in, there has been big drama for the dominant LMP2 leaders. Here we go. Here's a little bit of a look. Absolutely spun round by the BS competition car. Daniel Alves Lorenzo, not necessarily being patient enough, sat behind, I've got to say. I don't know what your thoughts on that are, Darren, but the LMP2 was making a move through traffic, and the BS competition weren't waiting.
Yeah, 3 classes into one don't go, and yeah, you can see they're all basically trying to find the same piece of tarmac there, and it's just worked out awfully for the LMP2. And arguments we made that the hypercar shouldn't really be in that position, being a little bit overly aggressive through the little flick of 2 and 3. But you know, they will say that they had every right to go for the move. I think realistically, we may see a little bit more fault apportioned to that BS competition car, and our LMP2, long-time LMP2 race leaders, are going to feel very aggrieved by that, I'm sure.
Now, I will defend BS competition. I like a little bit of BS competition. I like a little bit of Daniel Alves Lorenzo. You'll dance around a little bit more, that's fine. I'm going to say it, that was really poor, because it was so obvious from such a long way. 3 wide going through to turn 2, that's a no-go. And then when Dana Moore is already going for something, and you can kind of see that, be a little bit more patient. You're not alongside. That was really poor, unfortunately. In the 89, let's ruin the race of our race leaders in the LMP2. It means that the Hungarian super team take over the race lead in LMP2. Have you tried pronouncing that? Have you looked up pronunciation?
Not yet, and I'm going to keep it like that for as long as I possibly can. I was going to say, actually, that the reason I was jumping around is because I'm really thankful that Florian Hasper, of course, gave me a BS competition scarf, which I know you got one as well. You cannot be bought like that. Anyway, my address, you can email me and I'll send you my address. You can send me all the t-shirts you want. That does not buy bias, though. I'm very sorry. No, I'm being silly. Yeah, it wasn't particularly wise from them, but I think I've just found my BS competition scarf. I may have to get that out towards the end of the stint.
I was wearing it. To be fair, obviously, when we were over in Riyadh for the esports World Cup, the only problem was that I think it might have been you. It might have been Ewan, might have been Cam, I don't know. But someone pointed out that the white and sky blue is the colours of Man City. At which point, from that point on, it has lived in my drawer downstairs. I genuinely nearly got it out the other day. I was like, oh yeah, it is Man City colours, isn't it? Can't we have that?
And for those of you who don't know, Manchester City football team in England in the Premier League, English football, I know will have many various viewers from around the world who may not know who Manchester City are. All you need to know is Lewis don't like them. That's basically
Lewis don't like him. You're spot on there, Chief. I'm having a great year seeing how much they're not doing ideal, but that's fine. That's a different topic. We'll keep our eyes focused here onto the high banks, of course, and again, it's still close for racing. But surely at this point, all they're thinking of is fuel mileage. they've got a decent, was it 8 seconds over Gianni Vecchio. And the thing is, that gap's going in the right direction. It's not coming down, it is going out.
Yeah, I think for Vecchio, there will be a little bit of concern. The BS competition were running 4th and 5th for quite a while in that GTD category, and have since moved up to 3rd and 4th, but they've not really been able to make hay with the ability that they will now have to try and go after the likes of Jagger Racing, Williams Esports Racing, Prodigy. They've dispatched of the grid and go 005 with Ganoso Tazdelin in that car, who is by no means a pushover in the GTD class. So they've done really well to get through there, but then it's the case of trying to catch up to the front two, and with the amount of traffic that we're seeing, with the amount of difficulties that they're facing, they're struggling for the time being, but that is a gap that will likely ebb and flow, and even as we've been talking about, it's come down under 8 seconds once again, so definitely want to keep an eye on.
Yeah, it will, like I say, it will ebb and flow a little bit, and potentially into the night. Maybe it'll work an advantage to the Audi. Maybe we'll be talking about that rain, and when it hits, that might be an advantage to the Audi. Can't imagine. This is me as an someone impartial. I've not driven the GTDs that much in the wet, so I don't know. However, just my gut feeling would be, if it was in the wet, I would choose the stability and consistency of the BMW M4 over the aggression and danciness of the Audi R8. But that's me. And I'm talentless, so it's fine.
Hey, come on. Don't be too harsh on yourself, Lewis. There's a little bit there, isn't there? I'm sure. But a lot of these guys have far more talent in the driving department than we do, that's for sure. I don't think I'd be in split 30, let alone 1.
No, maybe not. Well, to be fair, when I did the Bathurst 12 hour, we were in split 7, I believe, of like 25. So I don't know where I would be in this. Probably around split 30, to be honest. I did have a little look earlier. Nearly 14,000 people. Sorry, 16,000. Correct. Let me correct myself. Nearly 16,000 people taking part at the moment over 96 race sections. That's across the entirety, by the way. That accounts for all of the earlier time splits that went forward, and then, of course, the one that went forward about 15 minutes ago at 4 o'clock UTC. That accounts for all of that. That's a lot of people. That's a lot of driving. 96 race sessions, each of them with, 55, 60 teams in.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy. And it's a great community event, isn't it, in the world of sim racing, the Daytona 24, and it's just getting bigger and bigger year on year, and it's what we love to see, getting more people involved in sim racing, seeing more people want to take part as well. And it is really positive just to see those numbers eke up every single year. And it just means that there's more engagement, there's more drivers around who, if they've just got a sim rig, they're just starting out, they could develop, they could find themselves here in Top Split in the coming years, and they may not want to be doing that through 2 and 3. The BS competition car will come through to the inside down at the International Horseshoe, but there's lots of drivers who were racing in their first Daytona 24 this year, and of course we wish them all the best, we wish them the greatest amount of luck, but we never know, we may see some of them up here in Top Split in the coming years.
Did you see into the pit lane? You might have saw on the left-hand side a shot. That was Movano Rosso into the pit lane. Marcus Hamilton behind the wheel jumps out, and Wesley Caspers will take over that car. It was running 8th in class when it came into the pit lane, so we'll see that Acura back out onto the road fairly soon. There's a look at the BS competition car, of course. The Daniel Alves Lorenzo is behind the wheel. Obviously, he took over not too long ago from Dom Hoffman, who did the opening 115 laps. There's the Movano Rosso car rolling towards the exit of pit lane. Let's jump then over to one of the teams, which I will say was probably one of the most impressive teams. Whoa, never mind, we'll come to that. That was a little sketchy. One of the most impressive teams in the IMSA Esports Global Championships, Solpec Racing, currently running in 10th position, doing all right, just behind Grid and Go. Max Muir, who was honestly very, very impressive, especially at Sebring, was very impressive alongside Agustin Canapino on their way to a podium at that event. It's great to see. It is annoying how close the livery is, though, to the car they're battling with in the Grid and Go Esports team. But hey, I'll take some more black and yellow.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a shame, really, that the car doesn't have the same sort of livery as the Grid and Go Esports team. But hey, I'll take some more black and yellow. 'Cause I think it's a bit of a shame. It's funny you mentioned that because I got asked on the race up by a couple of people who messaged me saying, why are there so many of the same car in the GTPs? And I had to tell them, no, they are different teams. They do look pretty similar. It's not really going to help under the night lights that all we get to see is a bit of vibrant yellow, with the rest of the livery being black. There's not really going to be much to be able to differentiate between the cars, but here we are. That's our challenge throughout the next few hours. But the challenge firmly set at the moment for the Solberg Precision Racing team is to get up to the back of that 001 grid and go, the second of the 2 grid and goes in the top 8 for the time being, but they're not a million miles away. The gaps haven't really widened in this part of the field. A second and a half, 9 seconds, 6 seconds, not as wide as we're seeing in and around the top 5 or the back end of the top 5. So definitely chances for these guys, and onto the banking. Anything can happen, and you could find anybody, as we're seeing right now.
Yep, indeed. Would have helped if one of them wasn't in an Acura, by the way. They're both in Acuras, the Grid and Go and the Solpec Precision car. On board now with the Simify, as we'll see the Solpec car fly its way past on the right-hand side. This, of course, is on board with Moreiro behind Daniel Sommer in the Sim RC. So you get to see, we're on board with an Audi R8. And we obviously get to see the Acura NSX, which I rate. I do like the Acura.
It looks nice, it does. Really impressive to see these guys running so close. Oh, maybe a bit of a move to the inside. That was a bit of a late jump to the inside. 76 going a little bit wider. Moreiro is going to steal that inside line and I think get that move done. Through 2 and through the little kink, they will come towards the International Horseshoe. The outside line would be Moreiro's, but he's got the move done. And he has dispatched off the 78. The 14 moves up the order. Got to be careful, though, with a little bit of traffic coming through. Pushes him offline a touch, but come through the dogleg just fine, and they will continue to run in P8 in a good little tussle there.
Yeah, had the Hydro Race Geodesic Racing car of Graham Sanders come through, which was a little bit concerned. I had to be fair, had to be a little bit patient, something which probably could have been passed on a little bit earlier on in the day to some of our other teams. But patience working out in that environment, and now Moreiro's getting forced out a little bit wide, just with one of the GTPs working their way past. That one was the Fiercely Forward Silver car, and now we're side by side back onto the banking. The next car for these two to come across will be the 006, which is the Grid and Go car, which will be going a lap down. Isn't it crazy that Grid and Go, in this 60 car field, Grid and Go have we'll talk about that in a second. Grid and Go had 7 cars. 7 in top split.
Yeah. Yeah, to have that's what, like 11-12% of all the cars are Grid and Go cars. Doesn't then help if we've got the Solpec car that looks exactly the same. But you know, they've got quite a good backing around them. So many teams that they can almost, or cars that they should be able to, and I put the asterisk next to should be able to rely on after the couple of moments we've seen between the teammates so far today, particularly down at turn 1. But it's great for the team to have so many cars and so many drivers taking part, and they'll be looking to get some good results in all of the categories. Inside move once again to turn number 1, rinse and repeat. It's like we're having deja vu down into the opening corner, and we see the 14 move through once again. How long can they stay there? We'll find out this time.
Yep, indeed. Like I say, I mean, it's been a great battle, but now you've got the GTP of Alex Gout working his way past, and the next GTP to come through on this, by the way, is your race leader. 4.5 seconds clear now is the BMW M Team Redline car over Drago Racing. That is a big margin. Yeah,
Pinto really turning on the burners there. The number 20 car, hoping to hand over to we wonder who at the next stop. We're in a really strong position. Drago Racing just falling off the back, and it's almost like Robin Glerum is falling off the back of Spets at the moment. That gap at 1.4 seconds, he's almost dropping out of the slipstream there. So difficulties for the 6 and 5 for the time being. Pinto's enjoying to see that though, because if he can gain away from the rest of them and build up something like a 10-second gap as they make it to the pit stop phase, that could be a little bit tricky. But if you can, it's going to be absolutely wonderful for Redline. Give them a little bit of breathing room, something they've not had so far in this race.
Yeah, indeed. Very quickly before we work into the GTP pit stops, whilst everyone's out on circuit, let's very quickly roll our way through the... we'll do the top 5 of each category just so we can fully understand what the dealio is. It's BMW M Team Redline Diogo Pinto at the moment in the lead of the race in the number 20 car. Of course, his teammates being Chris Ullum and Max Verstappen. Drago Racing, Alexander Spetz has done all of the 4 hours at the moment on the build of this, and it currently sits 5 seconds behind our racing. And Williams Esports Chill Blast looking to take 3 victories from 3 in the GTP era here at the iRacing Daytona 24-hour. Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports and BS Sunset sat back there inside the top 5. In the LMP2 category, after the Apex Racing team were demolished from the race lead, sadly so, it's the Hungarian super team that have taken over the lead of the category. Annette Motorsports Blue will be running in 2nd position with the WSR Esports and Britsi car. Team Melakangas behind the wheel at the moment in 3rd position with Williams Esports Academy and Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage running inside the top 5. And as we've seen before, it's a 2-way fight at the moment at the front of the GTD category. Williams Esports Racing Prodigy and Drago Racing running 1st and 2nd with a duo of Team Redlines, the 169 ahead of the 171. Go Racing's 005 we're running in 5th position. I will say though, talking of GTDs very quickly, Vasilios Belasiotis has a little bit of assistance, and that is in the form of the other Williams car in that category, which I think is fascinating. It's the Williams Gaming Club, which is obviously a lap down, but is now giving out the assistance in terms of slipstream.
Yes. Was that a French accent there? It kind of caught me off guard.
Thank you.
Touch.
I can speak French.
Can you?
Je suis la piscine.
Perfect. That'll do well for Le Mans in June then. I look forward to that. You could do the entire race in French. That'd be fantastic. But yeah, good for a few of these cars, particularly at the front, to have the draft in and around them, and especially even if there are a couple of cars a lap down, then that can still be of aid. Some of these teams will be a lap or 2 down, not out of pure pace, maybe because of collisions, repairs having to be done on some of the damage. So maybe more than on pace, maybe be faster than some of the cars around them, but just trying to recover through the field. So sticking with cars like that can be really crucial. So we see a couple of moves being made throughout turn 1 in this GTD class. Got to be careful of the Ferrari coming through, and just towing into the international shoe will make their way through this little clump of traffic. But still, it's going to be interesting, I think, to see how the dynamics work in some of the longer stints in the middle of the night between some of these teams and drivers. If they can stay close, how much do they work together? How much do they try and gap and pull themselves into contention from maybe a couple of positions higher up the order?
Indeed. We are looking, by the way, at a 3-way fight for 10th position at the moment. It's Mark Calver behind the wheel of the 150 Mag Performance SRT car. Veloce Thrustmaster, who we saw running really, really well earlier on in control of Cody Death. Obviously, Lassie back took over that car and has been a previous winner for the Fire Reserve Sport team a couple of years ago. And of course, Rasmus Christensen behind the wheel at the moment. Got the WSR Esports Buck car, the number 23, directly behind them. That's Lucas Linkvist directly behind. So whilst some things might be tame up and down the order, there is always battles going on, including, by the way, the battle for the LMP2 lead. Inet have closed right the way back up, just half a second between the top 2 in the LMP2 category.
Nice to see that we have these battles, isn't it? I mean, it's now GTP who's got the biggest leading battle or leading gap, and it's only 4 seconds. We've been going for 4.5 hours pretty much. It's fantastic that we have these teams running so close together, and that no one team is emerging as a clear favourite in the early stages of this race. And Roussel, I'm sure, wouldn't mind getting the 19 ahead of the 18 in the next couple of laps. We'll have to see if he can do that in the order. I was actually just going to have a look if the 18 and the 19 are running overall in 18th and 19th, but they're not. 22nd and 23rd are all. That would have been fun, wouldn't it, Lewis?
That would have been fun. The only reason, so the only reason why they're running even that far down, up, however you want to classify it, we've only had one GTP that's actually dropped down into the LMP2 category, and that is Sherritt Esports Blue, who I believe are out of the race now. Potentially not, but they are in the pit lane regardless. They've had some damage recently, and they're dropping down to the LMP2. That means that 21 of the 22 GTPs are running right up the order, so shows how strong they have been, which is always a bit of fun. Also, by the way, did see a couple of cars come into the pit lane. It was one of the Fiercely Forward cars. It was the Fiercely Forward silver car that was in the pit lane just on the previous lap, I believe, and so they've come in for a service. And I think there might have been one other. It might not have been the Fiercely Forward silver, but there was certainly someone in the pit lane. It was Fiercely Forward red.
Yes, they did make their way down pit lane. I think they're back out on track now, aren't they? So that's good news for them. There's lots of Fiercely Forward cars as well, along with the Grid and Go cars. There's quite a few Fiercely Forwards, all with different colours. We've got gold, we had pink, red as well. So nice to see they're getting in on the action. Interesting colour choices, though, I noticed.
Yeah, pink, red, gold, just those three for the Fiercely Forwards. I do agree.
Silver.
Oh, there is a silver one as well. Yeah, sorry.
There is a silver, yeah.
There is a silver. The gold is the one that's out of the race. The big question is, though, are there actually any colour differentiators on the car? Because if they're not, and you've just named them, that's a 0 out of 10 from me. 0.
Yeah, at least wheel rims or something like that. You've got to have different colours, but that can be radically different, to be fair. But it's a nice little selection of colours. If you had it on a palette, I'm sure. But I haven't noticed they've had radically different liveries. Grid and Go haven't done that, so maybe Fiercely Forward are doing something like that. Nice to see as well. Pit stops ongoing in the GTPs. The number 20 and the number 6 are currently in the box. I believe that looks like it's a driver change. Drago Racing, and finally Spets is allowed to step out of the car.
Yes, indeed. So you are absolutely spot on. Ate Kauppinen will jump in behind the wheel. Diogo Pinto remains in behind the BMW M Team Redline car, though, as Robin Glerham remains out on the circuit. But do remember the Williams earlier on in the hands of Jaden Munoz went one lap earlier on the first stint, and they've kind of kept that gap. So they've been going a lap longer on each stint. And all I mean by that is that they're not going a lap. So how to say this without completely messing it up?
It's been one lap ahead every single stop.
Thank you.
Since.
Yeah, their stint length is exactly the same. Thank you. That's why you're the strategist. That's why you're the smart one, right?
Yes, that's why I'm wearing the glasses.
I'm wearing the glasses.
Are you? Oh,
Hugo's wearing the glasses. We're all glasses wearers. Arjuna, sometimes he sticks on contact lenses, depending on how it's feels. We're all glasses. Paul Smith, glasses. I think you got an anti-glasses.
See a theme here.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, no.
No, it's fine. No, that's fine. No, that's right. You read it to whatever you want. You're very much on the side of, was it greatest commentator in sim racing or whatever you called Ewan when we were
right, okay. Fantastic. He has glasses as well, doesn't he, sometimes, I think? Is he meant to wear? I can't remember.
I cannot see Ewan O'Leary with glasses on. Then again, I couldn't see with any facial hair, and yet here we are in 2025.
I was going to say the same thing, yeah.
No.
Sure. That was quite a shock to the system. I think it was a broadcast like this one, where we all were first welcome to that. It looks great. Ewan's it works for Ewan, so it works.
Great.
Yeah, I'm going to talk about the Williams Esports car in the pit lane. They should drop behind the red line car, but that gap could reduce depending on how they've done their pit stops.
Most importantly as well is Glerham out of the car, and Jaden Munoz has jumped back in behind the wheel. You saw a car just jump into the pit lane and go into the exact same box. That is because there's only 40 or so grid slots, or pit boxes rather, around here. And so we've got 60 cars out there, which means that some people are sharing boxes. There's no contact on the pit lane, so you can drive into each other in the when you're in the box. There is contact in the fast lane before anyone jumps on the there's no contact in the pit lane, so I can do what I want. That is not true. But in the pit boxes, you can do as you please, as there is the battle for second position. Diogo Pinto ahead by 4.3 seconds.
Yeah, and Pinto looking to extend that gap further as these two will almost certainly start getting themselves wrapped into a bit of a tussle, particularly as they make their way towards Le Mans Chicane, towards turn number 1 again, as well as the Drago Racing number 6 car all over the rear end of Jaden Munoz in the Williams Esports Chill Blast entry. And again, Munoz going a little bit wider, making his way back onto the oval, and it's just allowing Drago Racing to get ever closer, get ever more in the slipstream, put more pressure into the Le Mans Chicane. Unlikely to see a move down into that fast couple of corners, but it's definitely going to mean that there's going to be a risk for Williams down at turn 1.
Certainly so. Like I say, it's quite tight going through, but the thing is, they can't waste time here. They cannot waste time in this fight. Gotta be clean. Gotta be content. Like, if they lose more time in this and the gap grows to 5, 6, 7, 8 seconds, it could be over before it even rains. Speaking of which, did see a question in the YouTube chat. Feel free to throw in your questions. No guarantees we can answer them. Maybe, I don't know, I'm not smart, but we'll give it a go. It was about weather. Currently at the moment, in-game time, it is 6:30 p.m. Obviously the sun has set, we are into the darkness, and it will be a long darkness. Of course we'll have to wait for the sun to rise, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Rain is expected, potentially, around 7:30 to 7:45 in-game time. So about an hour's time to an hour and 15 minutes from now, the wet stuff will be coming down. Now, all the drivers and teams will be well aware of that, because they'll be keeping an eye on it as close as they possibly can. Meaning that they'll be making sure, for example, in the GTP category, it's fine. You go about 40 minutes a stint. If it's supposed to rain in about an hour and a half, well, maybe it's not that fine. If it rains an hour and 15 minutes, you're good. If it rains in an hour and a half, it's not so ideal.
No, I think teams, if that is the case, may have to slightly tweak the next couple of stops, maybe make the stints, well, it's going to be tough, especially if it's a little bit longer. You won't want to have the extra stop if you don't need to, and the weather isn't necessarily going to come exactly when you expect it. That percentage is increasing, but, you know, when it therefore starts raining, it's a bit of a mystery. It could be any point during that, so really difficult to judge for some of these teams. I think it'll only become clearer when it's too late to really change what's happening for their pit stops, and I think they'll know that already and be sitting there worried regardless of whatever's going to happen. Into turn 1 we'll go, though. I thought that GTD was going to come down a little bit on our second and third running GTPs, but stayed well out of the way, and Munoz will stay himself in P2.
Yeah, if I'm in Attic Kaplan's boots, all I'm thinking is let's save as much fuel as is humanly possible and sit behind Jaden Munoz. I don't think you could save like that much fuel, though. That's the problem. But that would be my game plan. Let's sit behind. Let's try and extend, if I can, an extra lap or so, because it might just push you towards the window. I just don't think that is going to be possible at a good speed as they force their way past the Horseshoe Porsche. It's not an easy one. Like I said, to clarify, the reason why we think it might be a problem, if it rains in an hour and a half, these GTPs go for typically around 40 or so minutes. Now, 2 times 40 minutes is an hour and 20. That's not an hour and a half. But it's painfully close to an hour and a half. So it's a really tricky one. I would kind of go along with it's not worth trying to juggle everything and try and predict the future. Just push as hard as you can and see where the cards fall. You might just get lucky.
Yeah, it's really difficult to tell exactly what you should be doing at this stage because of the unknown and the big question marks about when the weather is going to start falling on the circuit, particularly. And even if you're out and your predictions by about 5 minutes can really change around what you would or could be doing on the strategy between now and then. I think in a bit of a counter-argument against your points about Drago Racing staying in behind the Williams Esports Shield Blast car is that they're losing quite a bit of time now to the red line car of Diego Pinto. It was 5 tenths a couple of laps ago, and another couple of tenths on that last lap. It's not necessarily the fastest strategy for the number 6, and if they're trying to keep tabs with the leading number 20 car of Diego Pinto for red line, they cannot afford to let that gap widen, particularly into a weather phase.
There's a question in our YouTube, and no, I'm not going to address the one that everyone's talking about at the moment, which is more Williams related. We're going to talk about the more important one, biscuits. For one, I love biscuits. For two, though, that's not what the question was. The question was about the broadcast, how it's pieced together, which is a perfect time for us to give a big shout out to Hugo Luis, who is, of course, our broadcast producer. He's the broadcast director. He is the person that is bringing you these pictures. He's the one that's in game, that's piecing all of this together. It is just him at the moment piecing this together. Arjuna will be taking over for 4 hours in the middle of the race so that Hugo can have a little bit of a breather. But for 20 hours of the iRacing Daytona 24-hour, Hugo Luis will be the one providing the pictures, which means that myself and Dara don't have to worry about anything like that or ruining the broadcast in any other way other than our voices. So that's fine. But you've got to give a big shout out, a big round of applause to Hugo, who is piecing this all together, because it's not easy trying to follow all of this. When Arjuna jumps on later on, I'm sure he'll be trying to commentate and do it at the same time, but we'll move on from that and we'll keep our eye on this battle. So there you go. JD Munoz, Williams Esports Prodigy car, and the Drago Racing, the other ones, battling it out second and third position. Sorry, first and second position in GTD. I'm not very good at this, am I?
It's going to be quite fun when these guys, well, when the GTP battle and the GTD battle work themselves through once again, with these guys running so close together and the teams fighting it out for P2 in two of the classes. It is a nice little bit of synergy that we have in the opening 5 hours, in fact, of this race. But I think, again, for these guys, in a similar vein to what we were saying about the GTPs, with Drago Racing maybe sticking behind to save a bit of fuel and get themselves into a better position for maybe getting to the rain. In the GTDs, for Williams, it's going to be the same kind of thinking, because they don't have to make the move. They've got 7 seconds to the car behind. The race leader's directly in front of them. If they can save a little bit of fuel, try and make the rain pit stops, anything to do with rain strategy, a little bit easier for them, save another couple of seconds in the pit stop phase, that could really shoot them up the order. And if they can stay in behind and do that, why wouldn't you, eh?
Yeah, indeed. As I say, a lot of strategy being run behind the scenes. Again, another kind of group of people that we should probably give a bit of shout out. All the strategists behind all the teams. You know, we've heard about, you know, Team Redline, how you know, they've got a lot of people behind the scenes running the numbers. Andre Country is normally one that's keeping quite close. Williams, I'm sure there's more people. The one that I've mostly dealt with is generally Michael Preston, who wisely informed in chat, loves biscuits as well. Fair play. Probably going to need a few of those. Well, your race engineers to get through this race. If there's one thing that I know about these endurance races, a lot of new spreadsheets are made on the build-up to them, and they're just added to all the way throughout. You're always looking at last year's spreadsheets, comparing what happened, looking what's happened with the track temperature, what the times are compared to the track temperature, how long everyone's stints are going, who's your rivals, what's happening here, what are the tyres looking like at the end of each stint. It's a lot of numbers. It's a lot of numbers. It's your kind of thing,
and you know me. I was going to say, you know me, I do love a spreadsheet. I have far too many spreadsheets for things that don't really matter. So, yeah, definitely, I think if I wasn't up here, I'd be trying to get my way somehow into some splits engineer team, because I'm by no means fast enough to race, but I could somewhat use my brain. Half of it, I think maybe is the other half, be thinking about what I'm eating for the rest of the race, but definitely will be an interesting phase for the teams and for the strategists. I think it will be a little bit frantic at the moment, particularly if they don't know exactly how this is going to go to the rain. Maybe a little bit of panic. I say that, although a lot of these guys will know exactly what they're doing. They'll have done it time and time again in iRacing official events, in so many different sim racing events for the teams and the drivers particularly, and they will know exactly what to do. And I think for the engineers, part of the job now is to really keep the drivers informed about oncoming weather and keeping them safe in the knowledge that they're on the right strategy. They don't need to change anything too drastically, or they don't have to start to work your way through the order in a much more aggressive fashion than you were. So that's definitely part of the job. But that's a conversation I'd be less inclined to have.
Yeah, but that's why you got race engineers, right? Because it's to take the burden off of the driver, because otherwise, like I say, you'd be worrying about when's the rain coming down. And I'm sure a lot of people watching this are probably in that kind of category, like, especially a lot of you are racing in splits further down. Maybe you don't have race engineers, maybe your teammates are jumping into that role, maybe no one's jumping into that role and you're just being left to it as the LMP2s work their way into pit lane. We'll cross that bridge in just a second. When there's so much going on, to kind of just go, oh, actually, do you know what? That's someone else's problem. I'm just going to keep driving around until someone tells me pit or don't pit, right? And that alone just allows you to keep your eye on what you're doing. Things happen so fast in endurance racing, especially around here. And if we remember back to the Sebring 12-hour, where rain first debuted in a special event here on iRacing, it can be quite jarring when that rain hits and you need someone else to kind of run the numbers on it. Although I will say, it was I think the first bit of that race was really exciting. Then it rained, and it was really, really exciting for about 20 minutes. And then a lot of people crashed, and then it was boring for the next 6 hours. We'll keep our fingers crossed that's not the case today.
Yeah, I mean, the thing we love about endurance racing particularly is that you could be, we could be here for 3 hours as we are, and really not a lot changes in the grand scheme of things. We go away to have dinner for half an hour, we come back, there's been some rain, and all of a sudden the top threes are all completely different. Some teams have been in for repairs, and they may have lost 2 laps, but they're still inside the top 10 and trying to fight their way back through. All hell can break loose so quickly. And at a track like Daytona, with it being quite a closed nature of the circuit, of course, the oval at the outskirts of the circuit, somewhere like Le Mans, where there is quite a long distance between the start of the Mulsanne and the end of the Mulsanne. Here, with everything being quite compact in its nature, if rain hits, it's going to hit the circuit, and there really isn't much of an equivocation of whether we have to start thinking about wet weather tyres or not. Somewhere like Le Mans, where the track's a little bit bigger and showers are more frequent in northwestern France, you may be able to get away with going through the wet patches without having to come into the pit lane and going through the dry patches as normal. But now, at somewhere like Daytona, you can't really do that, and you can't do that either. My word.
No way. I think I have just seen the luckiest. Hold on. The GTD did this car, Vladimir looking at here, drama. Yeah, I think because they were on pit lane still, and because they were in the right part of pit lane, where Vlad Kimachev had been fired across, because he'd entered pit lane, there's no contact in pit lane, in pit lane outside of the fast lane. I think because of that, he phased through it. I'd need to see that again. Yeah. That was crazy from Vlad Kimachev, who, by the way, had drama on lap 1, qualified in 2nd spot. Here we are. Oh no, you're on the exit. I don't know.
Wow.
You're on the exit of pit lane there. I don't know. That's crazy.
What must have been the thoughts going through the mind there when a car appears quite literally through the car and disappears off into the exit of turn number 1? That is not what you're expecting when you're trying to get off the pit limiter, surely.
Well, let's see. So I'm trying to work out. Well, I mean, there's like the Drago car just fired across. It was obviously contact with one of the Grid and Go cars there. That was crazy, dangerous, and terrifying. But hey, that's banner, isn't it? I honestly, I can't get over it. I could probably imagine what was going through the mind of the GTD on pit exit. I don't think we can repeat it on broadcast, but it definitely would have been along those lines.
Yeah.
Oh wow, would probably be up there.
I think I've seen a holy moly in chat. I think that would work quite well as well. Again, yeah, there you go. Straight through the engine. And the back seats of that GT3, of course, which doesn't have back seats, I know. But I just...
Here's the thing, though, because I'm going to posit a theory out here. Because the pit exit is all the way round past turn 1 now.
Yes.
If we were running the older pit lane at Daytona, where you come off of the pit limiter, basically where that GTD was, from that point on, theoretically, contact is reactivated because you've left pit lane. But because these days you're still in pit lane, I wonder if that's why there was no contact. That is wild.
I would hazard to guess that is correct. And think about it, if a few years ago that was the contact, you're making your way out of pit lane to start your stint, maybe, well, you don't necessarily know, may have just jumped in the car, at least just going onto a new stint, and immediately you haven't even started going through the gears yet, accelerating out of the pit lane, and you get absolutely swiped from behind from a car that's completely out of control after contact that you didn't even see. It's about 200 meters behind you. I mean, it is absolutely crazy, and very lucky that everybody, well, not everybody, but the GTD made it through there without much more than a scratch and maybe some weird sensations going through the car if a ghost's gone through.
I mean, definitely some new underwear's required. That is a guarantee. But yeah, that's them woken up for sure, as we keep our eyes firmly locked on Alex Gal in the number 99 Apex Racing Team car. Of course, just a 2-driver entry, this one, in the brand new Ferrari 499. They're all now a lap down. Diogo Pinto has got past not only Alex Gal, but also Nathan Moore, who is directly ahead, and Scott Michaels is a little bit ahead of that, and that means that the car directly behind, that's not for position. That is second place in the GTB category. That is Jaden Munoz behind the wheel.
Yeah, Munoz has done a really good job, I think, in the first few hours of the race when he's been in the car. Being able to keep himself firmly in that battle for the lead. He's now starting to slightly drop Drago Racing in the number 6 with Kapanen getting in the car, which may be a really good positive thing for them going towards that pit stop phase, maybe going towards that rain-affected phase of the race. So Munoz doing a fantastic job, maybe even starting to close that gap back up to Diogo Pinto, who brought that out in the last half an hour or so. So intriguing stage of the race, and intriguing to see these guys racing so close still, and will be interesting to see if Kapanen can stay close to the Williams Esports Chill Glass car, or whether he continues to drop off the field by getting stuck in positions just like this on the exit of turn number 1.
Yeah, and you kind of got to wonder if the Williams Esports Academy car of Nathan Moore might have held up the Drago Racing car just a little bit, obviously to assist the teammate Jaden Munoz in getting away. Alas, does not. Got to say, the Williams Esports Academy car under the lights, I don't know what it is, the blue. You can't really see it so much from this camera angle, but I'm looking at it in game from behind, so yeah, I'm using a cheaty angle. Does look quite fetching. It suits the Ferrari really nicely.
Agree. There are a couple of really good liveries, as there always is in a race like this, with teams doing a fantastic job in the paint department. I'd love to know, team by team, who designs some of these cars and who has the influence, because it'd always be wonder how much influence some of the drivers have in particular teams on what the car looks like. I'd just be interested. That might be a question we've got to ask a fair few people. But the Ferraris, I think the Ferrari looks pretty good regardless, whatever it's got on the car. But it looks pretty nice in those colours, that's for sure.
I can tell you how much of an input most of the drivers will have on their livery. None. Because team manager will say, this is the livery we're running, and the drivers go, yes, boss. Certainly at this level, when you're running down the list, everyone can have an opinion. That's fine. At this level, when we're dealing with a lot of official teams, stuff like they all fall into their own guide. I mean, think of how many guidelines teams like Williams have to fall into. You know what I mean? Like there's a lot of a lot of boxes that need to be ticked. Very few people get an opinion on what that car looks like. Which sometimes is better. There's the whole, what is it? It's Camel, isn't it? Which is a horse by committee, right? And that's the thing, is that if you have a livery that's designed, like everyone's had an opinion, it becomes a Camel.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Okay. I got really confused where the camel came into that there, but I understand now.
It's a design term, isn't it? Camel is a horse designed by committee.
Yes. Absolutely. I'd be interested to know, just to see the likes of the Fiercely Forward cars, if the drivers can, maybe have a little bit of an idea on what colour car they go into. But anyway,
they are all still black and yellow. I haven't looked to see if there's any highlights. Oh, speaking of which, wow, you were really teeing this up, innit? No pink on that machine.
No, just yellow and black. And it's difficult when they are all yellow and black. It's a shame there's no kind of, pink wing mirrors or anything. I don't think that would work well, particularly with the yellow and black, but who would really care? I think it'd look quite cool if you had little wing mirrors to the different colours, but that might just be me. The number 12 still right in behind this battle in the LMP2 battle. Let's see if there's any moves into someone. I don't think there will be. There won't be. Really tricky to make a send here, and with 19 hours to go, why would you, Lewis? Why would you make that kind of send?
Okay, so I investigated the wing mirrors on this car. Can you guess what colour they are?
Are they black?
No, they are not black. They have been changed.
They're pink.
They are not pink.
Right.
They're blue.
They're blue. What?
Why? Why not just have them pick? Maybe let's give them the benefit of the doubt. Maybe they've not submitted an updated one that had pink on it. Let's give them the benefit of the doubt. But the wing mirrors are blue.
I think they maybe uploaded the wrong team name. They're meant to be 50 forward blue. That'd be it. I don't know.
Some people can't join in the right number, so maybe some people maybe sort of and that's really easy. So maybe some teams haven't submitted the right. I don't know, but at least on my end, those wing mirrors, they're blue. Honestly, I was scared that Arjuna was going to pop up a second there. The rain clouds have appeared onto our radar. Ooh, it's coming.
Yeah, coming from the northwest, which if that is an actual meant to be a map and that's meant to be the correct directions, would be coming from the north end of the Florida Panhandle, of course. I'm sure you know that, Lewis.
Very coming in.
Where they're coming in from that way, heading out towards the Atlantic. We may see that coming in the not too distant future. Of course, Florida, in this part of the state of Florida, in fact, most of Florida, very flat, of course. So we can probably, if it was daytime and this was the real world, you could probably see it coming from quite a long way away in the distance.
Well, I've never been, so I can't judge. I am not a world traveller like that. Arjuna will be here in a little bit. I'm sure he'll talk about it ad nauseum over the night, so you can hear about that again and again and again. And probably in the morning when you've got 2 hours with His graciousness. Nice and early. I don't know why I'm being so harsh against him. Poor guy. This is up to the LMP2 lead. In Net Motorsport, Blue have the lead. There is some blue on that car, so that's good. But Net Motorsport Blue have the lead now by 0.3 of a second. But the WSR Esports Abruzzi car, Timo Milikangas, is closing his way in. Milikangas, distinctly remember, obviously ex-race clutch driver, definitely someone to keep an eye on in this category, but he is closing his way down on the Hungarian super team, which we don't know how to pronounce.
I was going to mention this car actually, because for this team, and I had this conversation on another broadcast a few days ago. There was a Dutch driver who tried to get the Dutch colours on the side of the car, and from one side it looked like it was the French flag. Now, this car, of course, is meant to be the colours of Hungary, but I keep seeing Italy. I'll be completely honest with you. I can't see anything different at the moment.
No, I'm with you. No, I get it. The thing is, it's like putting national colours on a car. Like you say, there's a fine line to be navigated, and a few teams do it really, really well. They're rare. They are indeed rare. The thing is you need to do it where, no matter what kind of like you can kind of understand.
Yeah.
But like I say, that could be Italian, Hungarian, or Mexican.
I hadn't even considered the Mexican. I guess you could say, if you looked at it from the top, that the Mexican bit would come in because of the windscreen, and that'd be a little bit darker, wouldn't it?
Well,
in the middle.
I will say I have commentated on a Mexican team who had that livery, basically. That's why I thought Mexican.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's a tricky one.
It looks great either way. Hopefully they don't win the race. I think the organisers may get confused with what national anthem to play just by looking at the car. I think the team there makes it pretty clear. And with Ola Daniel in the car, it's pretty clear as well that is more of a Hungarian team rather than an Italian team. But, you know, they're running up in P2. They're definitely in with a shot of winning the race. There's no doubt about that. They've lost a little bit of time. Of course, that battle was within a second to the back of the number 19 iNet Motorsport Blue car. Of course, the 18 was ahead of the 19. We've seen the 19 since get through. But still, good movers up the field. Started in P8 with this number 18 car up to P2 and really in the battle for the lead after 5 hours.
Yeah, running really, really strong indeed. Of course, we've sadly lost from the LMP2 lead the Apex Racing team car. Dana Moore behind the wheel of that one when it was taken out. They had a very dominant lead, and what has happened after that incident has meant that this category has been blown wide open, which is always fun. You'll see the GTD category is extremely close. Don't worry about that too much. That'll be the 69 or 069 really, giving a little bit of bump drafting to the rear end of Vasilios Belotsiotis as they try and pull clear of the Redline duo behind, who have not been connected throughout this stint. And I will say this, Redline, who have typically in this race, when they've got themselves into it, I mean, look at last year, etc., when they're running like first and second, or even like when they've got two cars, they are so good at basically sticking together through the entirety of pretty much the entire race, right?
We've seen that time.
They've not been glued together.
We've seen that again, haven't we?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, they've not been glued together, but they've not been far. They're never far from each other, is the point. I think back in last year at the Nürburgring 24-hour, they were able to take the lead of the race and pretty much stay together all race long. It almost seemed like there was going to be a battle for the race lead, but there wasn't all the way through. But interesting to see if they can work together again up towards the back, particularly in that GTD battle, with them third and fourth for the time being. 10 seconds that gap. They're just not gaining the time I think we'd expect them to gain working together.
Well, I mean, the thing is they're separated by just too much to actually work together. It was 3 seconds between the pair of them. And that's what I mean, is that where typically we've seen them glued together, at least this afternoon so far, in the 5 hours of the race thus far, they have not really been glued together. Now, I will say that might have its benefits in around 35 minutes time, when the rain potentially drops down around the Daytona International Speedway. And at that point, yeah, maybe you want a little bit of space so you can kind of do your own thing. And that's where you might see a lot of these gaps grow, shrink, do somersaults, who knows. It should be fascinating. This is a battle for second in GTP, though. And again, it's pretty close, but no one's going for moves just yet.
And they'll stay, I think, in the order that they are, unless Drago Racing really want to force the issue. If nothing else, it looks like they're bump drafting up across the start-finish line and will be happy to stay still in P3 down into turn 1, using as much of the circuit and more as they can to make their way around turn 1 in the fastest way possible. A little bit of traffic coming up to them into the 2 horseshoes, but they've got used to this by now, more than used to it in this battle, and they've been able to stick right together all the way through. Bit of a flashing of the lights, though, from Munoz. Maybe not too happy with how that GTD got out of the way.
No, indeed not. Now, how many of these drivers or these teams are thinking about switching drivers? The reason why I say that, again, this is another thing with the rain. You want to have, for one, a fresh driver in. For two, obviously you want a wet weather specialist. But then it's kind of like this. You want someone who's good at the transition. Now, just because you're good at the rain does not necessarily mean that you're good at the transition period between dry to wet. And it's kind of one of the things that you need to discuss between your team, who's taken over this. The rain, by the way, to let you know, again, I'm not a meteorologist. In the time that it's around, it should be around in about half an hour. It might even start raining in the next 20 or so minutes, right? According to my my weather reader here, it's going to be around for at least 4 hours. That's a long time.
That's a while. Yeah, that's going to be quite a long way in the what we've been doing. We've had Canada giving us some really good little points about how the cars should be faring in the conditions. He reckons that the Acura is probably better in the rain. Ferrari and BMW is quite similar, but Acura with an edge. That would favour the likes of Drago Racing, who are sat in P3 for the time being, and a little group of the Grid and Go 001, Mivano, Rosso and Solpec at the back end of the top 10. I also wanted to quickly mention that I think they've had a driver change, I believe, in the Williams Esports Academy car, the LMP2 car, and I think you recognise the driver in that car at the moment, Lewis, John Bennett.
John Bennett, yeah. Yeah, he's been driving around he's been behind the wheel for a little while. But my boy John Bennett, the owner, or maybe his dad's paying attention. I want free Mackies. Obviously, you know, they've got themselves a little bit of business running, and John Bennett is on the way to Formula 2, which is crazy. Obviously, the runner-up of the GP3 Championship last year, which is just, again, it's 2024 as last year. It's already 2025. Time's flying, mate. Not a fan of that. But yeah, John Bennett flying all the way up to Formula 2. Like I say, behind the wheel of the Williams Esports Academy LMDH car. They are a lap down, as is, to be fair, quite a few drivers and teams in the LMDH GTP category. I know what I mean, it's because they're called LMDH. In the GTP category, that really shows the speed of the top group.
Oh, absolutely so. They have been supreme so far. I mean, all three right at the front of the field have just been incredibly quick. You've almost got a feel somewhat for the Scuderia Ferrari car in P4, who were almost just isolated on their own. 17 seconds off the back of the battle for P2, and pretty much half a minute ahead of the BS Plus Sunset car in P5, and running their own race, as they have been doing for such a long time in this race. We've barely mentioned them for a very long time because they've had nobody around them to talk about. So, you know, they've been going well, don't get me wrong, but I think they'd like a little bit more excitement going into the next couple of hours. We're just about to cross into hour number 6, Lewis.
Yeah, indeed. I say it's flying past. 5 hours complete in the iRacing Daytona 24-hour. It's BMW M Team Redline continuing to lead in GTP by 7 seconds. And Williams Esports, Chill Blast and Drago Racing. iNet Motorsport Blue continue to lead in LMP2. They've grown their gap out now to nearly 3 seconds over the Hungarian Super Team. And then, of course, the WSR Esports car that we're looking at here, getting a little bit of assistance from the Apex Racing Team. Williams Esports, Prodigy and Drago Racing running first and second in GTD, all bump drafting, trying to work themselves comfortably clear of the Team Redline duo that run in third and fourth. But the important bit is that rain is on the horizon. We'll update you with it as soon as it starts raining. We might be able to see it before you can, just compressing YouTube and streaming, you know, all that kind of like. There is the update with the radar. You can see the rain coming in. There's the late Darren Thacker ready to take you through the next couple of hours of racing as well. Here's some of the battling up and down the order. Here's the battling for 12th position. Smenimira Artheno just ahead of Nathan Moore.
Yeah, Nathan Moore looking for the move past the 002 Grid and Go car, which is the third of the Grid and Go cars for the time being. So that's a little bit annoying, a little bit frustrating to me personally. But let's see if they can work their way up the order, because they're going to have a little bit of pressure from behind. There's going to be the likes of that Williams car looking to come through. But in this kind of part of the field, there are some height gaps. The Apex Racing Team with the 99 with Alex Gal currently in the car, only 3 seconds ahead of the 002 Grid and Go car. So not too far to go to find maybe a P11. The only issue therefore is you've got 30 seconds to get up to P9 in Solveig Precision Racing. So a little bit of work to do for those guys. But if rain is starting to come in, quite literally anything can happen. These gaps can be scrapped, go out of the window. They're going to be changing around, and teams could be losing heaps of time by just getting the strategy ever so slightly wrong, and that could really shake up the race.
Yeah, by the way, just to talk a little bit of the GTD category very quickly, just because I didn't even notice in our little chat that, like I say, Chadwick has jumped in, passed on a bit of information. Most importantly, I said about the BMW M4 and how I'd rather drive the BMW M4 in the wet weather conditions because, you know, I'm talentless and I think I feel it will probably be a bit easier. It might be a bit more understeery. Will Chadwick said that the M4 is the worst car in the wet. It's not even close. Shows my taste. We'll wait and see, though, as to whether this grouping might get caught by Team Redline. If that is the case, and the Audi is significantly better in the wet weather, that is obviously why Team Redline have taken the Audi. We were kind of surprised, me and Arjuna, that they didn't take the BMW, because we normally see Redline in a BMW or obviously the Ferrari 296 like we've seen in the IMSA Esports Global Championship. If it works better in the rain, well, yeah, I mean, you could afford me.
Yeah, we'll have to see if it works out for them in that way. It doesn't seem like it would necessarily work out well for them in the GTP category, but we'll have to keep an eye on that. You need to also stop doing yourself down about how good of a driver you are. Anybody will know that you're a decent driver if they're able to tune into the Lewis McGlade YouTube channel, of course, eh?
Well, nice. That is true, but on there it's all edited, so I edit around my terrible mistakes. So, you know, that's banter. Don't worry about it.
You don't take them all out, do you? You leave a few of them in.
Well, it's because if not, the video would be 2 minutes long.
Yeah, that's true. I was trying to be nice.
Yeah, no,
I was trying for you there.
I've won championships. That's all that matters. That was a long time ago. That's probably before you were born.
Oh, probably. I felt very young, actually, listening earlier to Paul and Arjuna talk about what they were doing for milestone birthdays. I felt very young, and I can only apologise for that. But yeah, you probably had about 5 championships by the time I was born. How many do you have?
2.
It's got to be double figures, surely.
No, it's 2 champions.
2, right.
Thanks, though. No, it's 2 championships. They were all right level. Technically, you could say 3. I did help Cameron Rogers' team to a team's championship once, but that's fine. We'll hear from Cameron Roger. Probably not about that a lot later on in this broadcast when he and Ewan O'Leary take over the. I was going to say the graveyard shift. I have no idea what time they're supposed to be on. No idea.
UK time, it'll be 5 till 9 a.m. For them, I think it'll be 6 till 10 a.m.
Yeah, because they are in the Netherlands.
They are indeed. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. I think they got away with that a bit, if I'm honest.
Yeah, it's fine. Meanwhile, I get a nice little lie-in, wake up at 10 o'clock, 10:40, jump back on the broadcast, take you to the checkered flag. Don't worry about it. I am lazy. That's fine. What is not lazy, though, is this, again, I don't want to call it a battle for the race lead, because it's kind of not. This is just 2 teams working together to keep those Audis at bay.
Yeah, it feels almost like a partnership at the moment, doesn't it? They're not really fighting each other. They're, if anything, working together at this stage of the race. I can't imagine that'll last for the next 18 hours and 54 minutes as we run you through all the way to the checker here on the iRacing Esports Network and, of course, Raceport TV. But Williams Esports Racing Prodigy been able to save quite a bit of fuel on this stint, sitting where they are. I can't see that being a negative point for them at all. They've been able to bump draft, as we're about to see, all the way through this stint, and it will be saving that number 1 a little bit more fuel. May help them if they have to shorten the pit stop with rain incoming in the next 20-30 minutes. So definitely considerations for them. Not too happy how Drago will be, knowing that there will be that inherent advantage for the number 1, but at least they're getting the push, eh?
Indeed, I will say got a few cars in the pit lane. We'll talk about that in a second. T-Ball Kish has come into the YouTube chat to say that the Hungarian super team, is what I'm just going to call them now, is pronounced something like, and then it's put one of those. Have you seen them on like Wikipedia where it's like it's pronounced like, and there's loads of like weird symbols which do technically make sense, but I obviously can't read that. And the Italian flag would be from green to left. We get that, but what if we're behind it? What if we're ahead of it? What if we're on the side of it? What if we're looking over it?
Yeah.
There's a lot of different things, but I don't know how to read that. I don't know if you do. No idea.
No, English is not my strong point, which is ironic, really, because I'm talking. I know. I think I once had a French teacher who was a linguist and could read pronunciations like that. I won't be able to get him onto that, but it's going to be something that is far more clever than we can manage. That's for sure. Yeah, but I think going back to the conversation about the livery, it's difficult because from above, it'll look like the Hungarian flag from one angle. But that's about it, because from the side, all the colours, one side will look green, one side looks red. You can't necessarily tell if you're just looking at the side. It's a nice livery either way, though, pleasing on the eye, that's for sure.
I was going to say, look, we're as much as we're judging the livery based on that, we're not saying it's a bad livery at all. It is still a perfectly delightful. I mean, it's not black and red, so that's doing something for me, because a lot of sim racing liveries were black and red. These days, some people have got a little bit more imagination. Not everything's black and red. Although Drago Racing, which were charcoal, grey, and pink, and now guess what? Black and red. Well, it's red and black, really.
Red, yeah.
Boring, isn't it? It's quite a good livery, actually.
Well, it is. We might see Drago Racing maybe going to what the 2025 average was in a couple of years' time. Maybe we'll see that shift over time for Drago. But I do like what they've got going for the time being. It does look pretty sharp. A couple of drivers coming out of the pit lane with stops ongoing for a couple of the teams running further back in the GTPs. I believe that's one of the fiercely forward entries. Could be the fiercely forward red. We don't know, because it's still yellow and black, not necessarily black and red or yellow and red. Or not even the wing mirrors are different, Lewis. It's annoying me now.
Yeah,
they do look great though. I will say either way.
I have commentated on a few. Was that car on the right? Was there a car on the right there on the back? stretch, or am I going crazy? Maybe I was going crazy. It's just a light. Sometimes you get tricked. Sometimes you get duped. But maybe there was a car there. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, look. Some teams, they don't add any differentiators between them, which I find really annoying. I distinctly remember the 2023 Le Mans Virtual, where I put a lot of teams onto a naughty boys list because there was no difference between each of their cars. I can't remember exactly who they were. I know R8G was one of them. I think Redline might have been one. Okay, so there might have been a car actually off. This is a WSR Esports butt-kicker car, and they were off as well. That was the BMW, was WSR Esports butt kicker. We had the Hydro Race G and Desic racing car involved there, and receiving a little bit of contact from the 20. Is that the 27? Who's that?
It could have been. It was difficult to see, but you were right. At least it means you weren't seeing things out of the Western Horseshoe. That's for sure. As they worked their way through, little moments like that can often happen, and it was the 27 going around, getting collected, and going to be looking a little bit worse for wear in that Instinct mechanic racing entry, and just trying to get back onto the circuit. So difficult to avoid getting onto the racing line and avoid the Hydro Race Geodesic car, who's also trying to emerge back onto the circuit. So just about recovering there was the 27. Hydro Race having a couple more difficulties getting it back onto the black stuff, but they will continue on, and if there are repairs to be made, they will conduct those and have more than enough time to try and recover a little bit of time in the positions that they've lost in this race, because they've got just shy of 19 hours to do so. It's a long time.
Exactly, plenty of time left to go, although the damage repair will keep them in the pit lane for a little while. I mean, look, that's what happens. I think a lot of people will be very disappointed to have that kind of damage moments before the potential rain hits. Although what I'm seeing, just going to very quickly touch on it, and again, following on the information that we've been getting a little bit fed to us by Will Chadwick as to how the rain works, talking about the different colours of rain. That's not about the rain coming down. That's about the rain that we're getting on our radar. And basically, if it's like light blue, or it's generally blue, it's not it might not necessarily be heavy enough to switch onto a wet compound tyre. Once we get the green, once we get that slightly heavy rain, then we can. Big talking point though, guess what? All the fans might be a little bit happy. The number 20 is in the pit lane. Diogo Pinto, BMW M Team Redline into the pit lane. Will Pinto be jumping out? He's holding on for now.
Yeah, let's see. It doesn't look like that car is going to be disappearing, so Pinto may do an extra stint, which means to answer the question, no, Max Verstappen is not yet in this race. So we'll have to wait a little bit longer to see when he can get in the car. But Redline should still be in the lead when Munoz comes in.
I respect it. They're teasing. They're playing a little game. I respect it. Diogo Pinto's quality. Maybe it's down to experience in wet weather on iRacing. Diogo Pinto will obviously realistically have more. And that's kind of the important bit. Regardless of who you think your heavy hitter is, who's got the most experience in these kind of conditions. I almost wouldn't have been surprised if they'd have switched it out and put Lullen in.
That would have been a kicker for the fans hoping for Max Verstappen, because I think they were expecting him to come in first. They were expecting him to come in when Pinto came in, and they're really now expecting him to come in next. So if Lullen comes in, I think it's really going to mess with some people's minds. Maybe Max is only coming in for the final 2 hours. That could be what Redline are holding their cars onto. It would be harsh on Pinto and Lullen, but they've done a fantastic job so far. So it wouldn't necessarily be a bad strategy pick, as we now see Munoz into the box, and we'll see what the 5 can do in their battle with the 6.
Yeah, and obviously Munoz will be staying behind the wheel, or realistically should be staying behind the wheel of the number 5. Obviously did the opening portion of this race, then handed over to Robin Glerham, and then has retaken over the car for the last hour or so, and potentially will be rolling his way through for a fair while yet in this race. They do have 2 other drivers, Moreno Sharika being one of them, Matt Farrow being the other one. Matt Farrow, of course, is the driver with the highest number of wins in the IMSA Esports Global Championship in the GTP category. always a fun stat to throw out there. Has had 3 victories in that, and also a title as well to chuck into the mix. So it'll be very exciting to see them as Jaden Munoz rolls his way on the exit of pit lane. We'll be on the inside running through here, but obviously you can see the speed carried through from the BMW M Team Redline car.
Yeah, and of course, losing out time by having to go slower all the way around that with the pit lane limiter on through turn 1. But as we've seen earlier, it at least saves you from possible disaster if drivers are having a crash as they make their way towards turn number 1. So the give and take on full display there. Munoz, though, has closed a couple of seconds to Pinto and gained a couple of seconds to Kapanen in that pit phase. Of course, I think we're expecting him to maybe lose a couple of tenths on the outlap, but definitely back into more of a contention than we were seeing not too long ago, which is always good to see. I've also just seen a question in the YouTube chat saying if to me and you, Lewis, if we were in this race, what place do you think you would be in currently? And for me, I'd say I wouldn't be in the race because I would have crashed on lap number 1, but I'm not sure about you.
I would be at least 30 splits down, so let's roll with that one. Also, again, would have almost certainly retired. I'd be sat back on my sofa watching the Arsenal match. So there's that. Just being realistic with you, I definitely wouldn't have made it this far. Although that said, I'm not Arjuna. I've not tried this race 5 times and retired all 5 times. I've never tried this race. But that is a good question. It's an interesting one. On this grid, I wouldn't be able to, like, Darren and I would not be able to hold a candle. Our broadcast producer, though, Hugo Luis, do you know what? There's still got to be some speed in there. I've seen him with me. To be fair, actually, I'll have you know, I was in Cologne. I was at the Race Spot HQ last year, and we all had a little go on Live for Speed of all things. Hugo's still got it. Hugo has still got it. So I reckon if Hugo was on this grid, he'd be absolutely fine. I'd be a comfortable amount of laps down.
Yeah, I wouldn't be. I think I'd be black flagged in this split for just being too slow, just pure and simple, for being a danger on the circuit. Well, yeah, you know, and that's why I'm not racing. There's a reason that I'm talking, and that I've done this for a few years rather than trying to race myself, because I knew from a very young age that was not going to work out very well.
Just to clarify as well, I am 3k I rate. I actually don't know how much I am. I wrap somewhere between 3 and 3.2k I rate. I actually have no idea. I don't think I agree with what Paul and Arjuna were saying about if you're taking part in iRacing, don't care about I rating that much. It's just not a big deal. Just not a big deal until you get to this kind of level. At that point, you'll enjoy it more if you stop thinking about that and just start playing it race by race. With that in mind, I'm about 3k I rate, which is above average. I'm somewhere like the top 8%, right? To put into perspective how far behind I am of this lot, the lowest strength of field per class is the LMP2s, which is 8.3k. That is the average I rating of all of the drivers in the LMP2 category. Of GTP, it's 8.5k. That is over 20-odd cars and an average of 3 drivers apiece. So that's 60 drivers, 8.5k. And the top category... sorry, no, that was the GTPs. So the top category is the GTDs, which is 9.2k average.
Yeah.
I am so far behind that. So far behind.
But it just goes to show how high quality these drivers are. It really does, because they are just at the top of the game. I know some of the splits will have had a few more incidents than we will have seen up here in top split, but I mean, the quality of some of these drivers really is to be applauded. So many names in teams that aren't necessarily in some of the leading battles, but you look at some of the names up and down the field and you think, yeah, well, I recognise them from this championship, and so-and-so's a champion here. It really is an incredibly strong field. And even if you feel like you're fighting with a team's best driver, for example, right at the front of the field, in the likes of that red line at the front with Pinto, Lolem and Max Verstappen, the second Pinto comes out of the car, you know, if you're slightly behind, you may be thinking, phew, that kind of pace may be diminishing. And then you realise that a lot more Verstappen's got in the car. That's not necessarily a good feeling. But that's the kind of high quality driver lineups that some of these teams have and have been able to build up over the years, and that is what makes them the best of the best.
Just to clarify, by the way, I was 8,900th of 178,676 people. Do you do the maths on that?
Wow.
That's like top. That's like,
Give me that again. I'll do the maths. Do
like 8,900 on 171,000 people.
71,000 people. Right, I'll try and work that out for you.
Thanks, thanks, Bush.
It's all right. It's all right. Get my phone calculator app out. That's what I'll do.
I mean, it's not that hard to work out. Yeah, I think it's about top 4 5%. Something like that. Oh, maybe, yeah. What did I say? I said 8%, didn't I?
Top 5.2. Top 5.2%.
It's all right. Yeah, it's all right. There you go. There you go. And to be fair,
top 5%.
It's fine. I really wanted to bring up someone specific on this race as well, because we were talking about long mega stints earlier on in this race. Obviously we were talking of the big 10 hours 15-minute stint. I've just seen, I didn't realise he was actually in this race, but Rowan Alfredson is behind the wheel of the 003 grid and go car. Did not realise he was in this race. He's the driver that we were alluding to earlier, did the entirety of the 24 Hours of Nürburgring last year by himself, which is banter, I guess.
Yeah. That was quite some feat. Roland Alfredson, wasn't it? Roland Alonefredson, yeah.
Alonefredson was
great name. I think that's one of the best team names I think we've ever had for any special event, because it was just so perfect. And yeah, good to see him involved. I think lucky for him that he doesn't have to do the entirety of the 24 hours. I was actually having a discussion about this with few people I know talking about this race coming into the weekend, and they were saying, is it even possible to do the 24 hours? And I was saying that we've had it before in the Nürburgring 24 hours, but I think that's because you always have to be awake and alert all of the time at the Nürburgring. Here at Daytona, where there's a lot of, you're just going in a straight line, you're not really thinking about it too much, I don't reckon you could do a full 24 hours.
I reckon some people can. I reckon some people are. Like, you've got to imagine of the...
Oh, somebody will be, yes.
Of the 16,000 people doing this race, someone's doing it alone. Someone has no friends, and they've still come along to... No, it could be for charity, it could be for anything. Could also be for no friends. That's fine. Solpeck here, Agustin Canapino going on the attack of Peter Zuber, by the way. That's for 9th position in the GTP category. Not teammates, as we discussed before. The 001 is the grid and go car. The Solpeck Precision Racing car, Agustin Canapino behind the wheel. Also has Wesley Caspers directly ahead in the Movano Rosso car, and the BMW M Team BS competition car, Dom Hoffman behind the wheel, about 3 seconds down the road. So we've got a few cars battling here towards the back end of the top 10.
It's a bit of a mixed bag in all for grid and go. 003, 001, 002 running relatively well in that GTP group, and then of course in the GTDs you've got the 005 running in P5 overall. A couple of the cars a long way down. I think Sven Haase, the last driver to be in the 004, maybe out of the race, a very long way down on the rest of the field. We're talking 80 laps down on the rest of the field. The 006 grid and go car, currently the final car still on the circuit, are again a long way down, 4 laps down on anybody. And then we've got the grid and go 007 car, who are running all right, P16 in class, P48 overall, but they're not really too close to anybody, a lap behind the car in front.
Let's pull up, I don't know if we can, let's pull up the weather radar, because guess what, you can see it on your screens. Rain is here, ladies and gentlemen. Rain has arrived at the Daytona International Circuit. Now, this is a band of rain. Oh my goodness, is he here for a chat?
I am indeed. Lewis,
Take it away.
We've got the rain, and you can see the scale at the bottom indicates the intensity, right? Blue is basically a drizzle. If it gets to this side, well, that's not great. Not the Sunshine State. This is about as light as you can expect, and so word from some drivers is they don't even expect to go onto the rain tires. Let's zoom out. Zoom out. Bam, there you go. Look at how infrequent this rain is going to be, Lewis. I just came here to say you guys are going to have fun. I think they're going to stay on the slick tires, and I wonder if we're going to see any mistakes.
Still didn't dress up properly. Can you believe that? Like, I mean, the racing
He's got the racing suit on, though.
Yeah, he said he was going all like Larko on us from the V8 Supercars. That's fine, but like I wanted him to dress up, suit, tie, like I wanted the whole shebang. But no, that's fine. It's fine. He's
We get a helmet in there as well.
Exactly.
Maybe.
Pick up that IndyCar wing in the background, have that closer. You know, there's loads of stuff. As you're saying though, we've got a band of rain coming over first. Then it should stop for a little bit, and then we'll have a larger band of rain, which I do see has some of the green rain. Not acid rain, don't worry. It's just more intensity.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be on the drivers' minds and on the horizons, both literally and metaphorically. Looking forward to seeing if this changes anything around. But if it is just that light rain, it's almost that agonising case of the track's getting greasy, but nowhere near greasy enough to change tyres. And then it's a conversation about how well can some of these drivers cope in what will be somewhat challenging conditions, but not challenging enough that the pace is dropping away too heavily. The Le Mans chicane could get a little bit interesting, could get a little bit slippery as well, and that'll be a pressure point, as will be the Western Horseshoe, as we see the 001 Grid and Go car up the inside of a couple of lapped cars.
Indeed. Sorry, just seeing someone posted in chat saying I'm doing the solo 24-hour race. Well, that's not. It should be you're typing in chat. Oh, maybe you could have stopped for. No, there's no way that you'd have heard the right part, stopped in pit lane, and then put the message in chat.
Stop. Yeah.
That's unlikely. But hey, if that is the case, respect to you and best of luck. Best of luck to everyone taking part in this race. By the way, we're not biased towards anyone in that sense. However, now the rain is coming down a little bit. I'm sure some drivers will be a little bit more aggressive on making some moves. Here comes Canapino to the high side.
Canapino trying to make this move. He's just going to have to go the long way around. Of course, he's on that little bit of a higher line. Gets back to the closer to the apron, to the inside line. Goes back to the outside once again, almost trying to dummy his way up the order. He'll be on the outside into turn one. Not a place where we've seen many moves occur, but he's going to have the freedom of the outside of the circuit to try and pick a point to brake and turn into. He's taking a far wider line. He could fit about 3 London buses between the lines that we just saw between those two as they work their way in towards 2 and 3. Careful, because there's a car coming out of the pit lane, and that wasn't factored into consideration, I don't think, by the Grid and Go car.
Nah, Peter Zuber had absolutely no idea that car it was existing, because obviously as he was coming round, Agustin Canapino would have been blocking that one. Canapino knew it was there. Contact was there. That is exactly what our junior was saying earlier on. The pit exit here, especially later on in the race, can cause its fair share of problems. They were already side by side as the car was coming out of pit lane. Just a bit unlucky, and a bit of contact was made. They're quite lucky to continue, though, with minor damage on the cars. Will say the thing in iRacing is it does say the track is still mostly dry. So anyone who's all over it because there's a bit of spray coming off the cars, don't worry too much. It's just a little bit. It's more obvious because it's night time and the lights are kind of giving that. They're making it look a little bit worse than it is. It's not. This is not that heavy. This is someone's just dropped someone's dropped a bucket of water down the track. It's fine.
Yeah, it's not that bad. It's not quite the torrential rain that you can see wash in some parts of ADUSB, Western Europe as well. Le Mans is definitely a good example of that. We're not quite there now as the Solpec car goes to the inside line. Should be able to take that position, and in the battle of the two nearly identical liveries, Solpec look like they've come out on top for the time being, at least, bouncing their way through the little chicane at 2 and 3 and in towards the International Horseshoe. They've got some traffic to negotiate, but they're going to have the prerogative on which line they are going to take, so that'll give them a good advantage. Make their way back through the 2 horseshoes.
Yes, indeed. Like I say, it's not an easy one. It's getting very close. There was a couple of the GTDs, must be said. Not an easy one to navigate. Already, all the gaps are still remain the same. No, effectively speaking, this hasn't changed anything yet. But everyone knows it's going to be changing quite a lot. Speaking of things, here's something that has changed. Dura Esports going for a bit of a spin in their GTP entry. They are towards the rear end of the GTP category. That was after a little bit of contact, I believe, going through turn 2. So just out for a bit of a slide and a bit of a spin. And like I say, they've dropped their way back down. Is what it is. Back to the Solpec and Grid and Go fight, of course. Back towards the rear end of the top 10. And obviously you can see the Movano Rosso car. Wesley Caspers still behind the wheel. To give you the idea of the grouping ahead of this, they've got the BMW M-Team BS competition car sat 3.7, well, about 3 to 4 seconds ahead of this trio. And then the BS Sunset car is not that far ahead of that as well. So there are a few more positions to be gathered, as there was the move to the inside, and Solpec, Agustin Canapino, works his way straight on through. That was a lovely move. Very brave indeed. Still not done, though, as there comes the move to the inside from Quid and Go.
Yeah, and Canapino is going to be looking to try and keep this one at bay somewhat as they work their way back towards the dog leg. A little bit of a flick through, and all three of them flying through pretty much nose to tail, nearly pushing each other through this part of the circuit. Inside line into the West Horseshoe. Very, very tricky place to make a move for the 001 Grid and Go. But it looks like that's maybe just worked, not quite though, as we work our way out of this infield back onto the oval. But fine margins between these drivers through the infield.
Yeah, I mean, look, it is tight. It is a little bit sketchy in there, and you got to feel that maybe Peter Zuba's thinking that Agustin Canapino might be able to check out if that gap goes slightly unchecked. As just trying to get out of the spray there to find a little bit of clear road. I was just trying to look through drivers that have left and joined the server, because I distinctly remember earlier that Chris Lullen had left the server. I don't know if he's rejoined the server, and the reason why I bring that up is because Max Verstappen also has left the server, which means that Diogo Pinto, I believe in that car, is the only driver in this session. That tells me that the other two, Max Verstappen, Chris Lullen, Gianni Vecchio, also left. A lot of the Team Redline drivers have left. They're going on to basically a private server where they can test in the rain to be prepared for this. That would be in a complete assumption, by the way, but, you know, there ain't smoke without fire.
Yeah, I think it'd be harsh if they just sat there and started laughing and thought we'll leave Diogo to do this bit on his own. I doubt that happened. Yeah, it would be funny, but I don't think it did happen. But Diogo, for the time being, is having to deal with these conditions on his own. Munoz is getting a little bit closer. I mean, when I say a little bit, I really mean a little bit. I think he's gained about 0.3 in the last 15 minutes. Like, such a small incremental gain, it's almost invisible to the naked eye. So we'll see if Munoz can gain any more than that. Kapanen has dropped off the back a bit, which is interesting. 8 seconds or 7.5 seconds is his gap up to Pinto. Of course, those three cars were running pretty much nose to tail about an hour ago, so they've split up just a little bit, but still not by a lot in the grand scheme of things. We've still got 18.5 hours left. An 8-second margin with that long is just absolutely nothing. You can almost forget about it.
Indeed. Just going to say the lap times, because there's a little bit of discussion as to what lap times are running at. Track is classified as very lightly wet, by the way, and I've just seen Diogo Pinto understeer an awful lot going through the Le Mans chicane. Pre-rain was running a low 1 minute 30. It's basically his average lap time throughout the stint. Just come across the line. The last two laps, a 132.9, a 132.9, about to cross the line once more. And once it does, I'll update you with a lap time 132.6. So he's lost probably around 2.5 seconds to maybe 3 seconds. Quite close to 3 seconds since this weather's front started hitting. So that's the kind of lap time loss. Not major, certainly not wet enough for wet tyres.
Yeah, a little bit tricky on the way in towards some of these slower parts of the lap. The GTD, the 25 GTD, almost getting in the way here of Peter Zuba as he ends up working his way through and just about gets himself onto the oval, still in contention for that top 9 position as they will run once again towards the Le Mans chicane, trying to pick their way through traffic, which is ever more difficult with the spray that will be kicked up onto the windscreen. But at least we didn't have this kind of spray in the opening 15-20 minutes of the race, because that would have been absolute unmitigated carnage.
Yeah, indeed, it was close enough. It was close enough. This is what I think is probably one of the more difficult parts of the circuit at the moment that Peter Zuba just run through, that Le Mans chicane. It's been causing a couple of problems for a few drivers, and yeah, certainly seeing that there. I mean, to be fair, it looked comfortable for Peter Zuba. Obviously, lack of visibility, fair enough, put that one to one side. But realistically, it wasn't looking easy. Going past the WSR and the Falcon car there. Of course, those two in the GTD category, a little bit further down the GTD category than where they'd want after some issues on the race start. That is what it is. I mean, it's like I say, it's not looking easy out there. Again, I know it's not wet.
Yeah, but for Jaden Ladich in that 269 going around at the Western Horseshoe, wonder if there was any contact for the team running, I think in P5, that Dragger Racing car. Indeed they are, and very much helped around at the Western Horseshoe. I think it was an LMP2 coming through would have argued that they've given way, but Dragger Racing will argue that, well, you've just taken us out, and I think that's probably quite a fair argument.
Yeah, probably not going to be too pleased with it as the two red line cars getting quite close here in the GTD category. Meanwhile, Sam Coulter's going to bring it down onto pit lane. This is an awkward time for them, though, because it's not going to be... It's not wet enough for wet tyres, but you might have to go onto wet tyres knowing that, basically, again, this rain is going to stop. Then there is going to be a little while with no rain, and then we're going to get heavier rain. You kind of have to, you might have to go onto wets now, waiting for that heavier bit of rain. I actually don't know what the strategy would be now, but they were kind of backed into it because they've done what is effectively a full stint until this point. This is when their normal pit stop, I believe, was basically supposed to be. And this is going to be the same problem for most of the GTD category, by the way. Absolutely no idea what tyres they're on. Can't tell.
Yeah, and it's really tricky to really judge as well. With rain almost looking like it's going to be here, then maybe come back again. It just doesn't help at all. And this is why the unpredictability that we're about to face, I think, is really going to affect some of the teams and drivers. The 169, though, should safely get out of the pit lane, going back behind the wall through turn one. Not really where they need the wall there. They kind of need it. Where we saw that nearly moment down on the entry to turn number one, but we see the 169 back out safely, but into an absolute melee and nearly getting hit by, I think that was one of the fiercely forward cars on the inside. He was ducking and diving to try and make his way through a couple of GTDs.
I believe I believe one way. I was going to say I believe it's slick, but you just can't tell. There is absolutely no way of us actually knowing. I don't think I've got I don't think we have a graphic or anything that can tell. So we're in the dark a little bit as to when people move onto the wet tyres. Same as everyone sat at home. We'll roll through this as best we can, but either way, we do know that they have been into the pit lane. There has been a pit stop done by this team red line car, the 169. That's all we know.
Yeah, and that's all we can really go on for the time being, that's for sure, as we really have descended into the darkness here at Daytona. It came on pretty quickly, didn't it? There was not really much warning. The sunset was a pretty short window, as you'd expect for this time of year in northern Florida, but as it is, we're going to have a lot of dark running and seemingly a lot of damp weather running. I wouldn't quite call it wet weather running because we're not on the full wets for the time being, but it definitely is damp out there for the time being. And I wonder how much rain there is around all of the splits and how many drivers are going to be facing it, because we do have, I believe, I've just seen from Steve Myers saying that 23,397 is the official number of drivers in the Daytona 24, which is an incredible number, particularly up from last year.
Yeah, indeed, that is mega. Just so cool to have all these drivers take part. It's another issue for Dura Esports. It's going in a little bit too deep as they work their way down towards turn 6 and 7. Again, just by the way, we're still trying to get the information as to what tyres everyone's on, because obviously we know the red line car has been into the pit lane. As far as everyone can work out at the moment, they're still on slicks. That is a huge moment for Sim RC, showing how difficult the slick tyres are going to be in these conditions, going through the dogleg into the West Horseshoe. All really in an awkward position on the track, remain stationary to allow what looked like the grid and go car to get around the outside of him. That was sketchy, and a big slide coming off for the Apex Racing team.
Yeah, massive slide, and that's not what they wanted whatsoever. And Apex will be less than pleased at that little moment, but at least they are still kicking around in this race. The two red line cars are going to be pretty much nose to tail as they work their way through the banking in 5th and in 6th. A couple of cars maybe that they're going to have to fight their way through in the form of the 23 WSR Esports butt kicker and that 150 Mag Performance SRT car, because they're only a couple of seconds behind them. We'll have to see when they come down pit lane. Of course, they're not running in P3 and 4 overall in terms of their position. They're yet to have a pit stop. That's going to be interesting to see if Redline have to fight them, and if so, how quickly they can negotiate their way through.
Fascinating times then for us to kind of venture our way through this part of the 2025 iRacing Daytona 24. 20 minutes away from being a quarter down. We've got plenty of time left to go. Team Redline once again working together as they'll try and push through here just to close their gap down using the pit stop sequence to maybe close some form of gap to the Drago Racing Williams Esports Prodigy duo that are running first and second and comfortably clear at the moment, still awaiting them to jump down to the lane as traffic's getting a little awkward for them.
It looks like it's not necessarily the easiest couple of moments for a couple of these guys, particularly down into the international horseshoe. You can see how much traffic there is ahead and how much spray that's kicking up accordingly. Through the dog leg, should be nice and safe though for the 171, but you're never really far from danger as one of the fierce forward cars is trying to bring its way through. The 27's been in the wars and was going the wrong way there on the exit of the infield section.
Yeah, again, we're going to see quite a lot of this as we're in where the track's very lightly wet. We're in that really awkward band of it. Just, it's greasy. It's really tricky to keep on top of. It's really hard to find the grip wherever it's hiding its way around here. Just to give you an update, by the way, wet weather tyres. I know I've brought this up a few times, but just to clarify, we aren't really expecting anyone to take wet weather tyres until the heavier band of rain hits the circuit. That isn't expected for about another 20 minutes. So we suspect that kind of everyone on this grid, all of the cars that are taking to the circuit right now, are just kind of having to deal with it. And we're seeing the difficulties in doing so. You got off the road, there was the 26 Williams Esports Academy LMDH car. That would be the second of the Williams Esports Academy. That is Formula 2 driver John Bennett going for a little bit of a lock-up there, who is well versed, by the way, at weather driving. Put on what I still maintain was the best move of 2024 around the outside of Island Bend at Alton Park on Louis Sharp. Fantastic move in the pouring down rain. I'm not biased, don't worry.
As we see another driver. It seems to be that exit of the infield section that is catching a lot of drivers now, clearly getting quite slippery down there. This time it's the number 23 WSR Esports butt kicker car. They were running pretty well. They were one of the cars that were just in front of the red line team, so that's going to help out the likes of Gustavo Ariel and the fellow red line driver of Sam once again in the 169. So they will work their way into 3rd and 4th and ahead of the drivers that they were slightly worried about getting caught behind.
Yeah, if I'm race engineers, spotters, other drivers, whatever, I'm telling all my drivers immediately, be careful of that corner, especially, I think it's because they, generally speaking, you use the curb on turn-in there. As you leave the infield section, you use a little bit of that curve, and that's the natural racing line. And I think as it's got wet, obviously you can't really use that. That's where it's getting really, really slippery. Just a little quick chat of the race lead. Diogo Pinto, Jaden Munoz, 1.3 seconds now between the top two in the GTP category. As a few of the other GTPs have entered the pit lane. We're on board with Marcus Saul now in the Apex Racing team car, who slots the gap there to get his way past a bit of the lap traffic. That was brilliant.
Yeah, really nicely done and well judged in that Ferrari car from the Apex 99. I've got to be careful though, because you've got to grid and go right in behind. Had to be absolutely perfect, otherwise he was going to find himself under quite a bit of pressure. Through the dogleg he will go with absolutely no pressures at all, and will be able to sit back and relax for about half a second before working out where to pin his foot on the brake down in towards the western horseshoe. Really interesting, I think, that Munoz is able to come back towards Diogo Pinto in this slightly wetter phase of the race. Both of those drivers, mind you, are in the BMW, so nothing in terms of how the cars are and the wet weather conditions is at play for that gap coming down, apart from maybe a couple of setup changes between the cars. We were talking, or Will Chadwick was talking to us a little bit earlier, saying that they're suggesting that there may be a possibility that the Acura is a little bit faster in these wet weather conditions, but we're waiting. We're still yet to see if Kapanen can really put pay to that and close that 6.5 second gap.
I will say the 007 car, Fabio Basucci, just had a bit of a moment, by the way, ahead of Diogo Pinto going through the Le Mans chicane. It slowed Diogo Pinto down just a touch. Here is that moment from the 007. Big slide going through. I mean, yeah, sure, it wasn't like on the racing line or nothing, but I'm sure it was distracting enough. Slow exit coming in from Diogo Pinto, regardless, has put the gap back down now to under a second. Jayden Munoz right onto the rear end, nearly into the rear end of Diogo Pinto, as we are back to battling for the race lead. BMW versus BMW. It is Williams versus Redline, as we had throughout the entirety of the GTP category in the IMSA Esports Global Championship. Big moment there for Jayden Munoz. Drops now a second behind Diogo Pinto.
I think that rear end was almost kind of go to Disneyland there. It was nowhere near where the circuit was meant to be flowing there, and he's dropped back a further second from where he was to Diogo Pinto. All that time gained behind those back markers, with Pinto getting a little bit caught up. He lost pretty much immediately, and there's still a little bit of work to do. There's a GTD that will be in the way on the exit of this Le Mans chicane, but we'll negotiate that with ease and with aplomb. We'll start to try and wind in that number 20 once again. Pinto trying to stay in the lead, as he has been for quite a while in this race. Wouldn't mind handing over to one of his teammates, you'd think, at the next pit stop in the lead once again, but Munoz doing everything he can to almost put the cat amongst the pigeons in that regard, and Pinto under more pressure than he was hoping to be.
Just to clarify, by the way, because I know a couple of people have asked just a touch about it, about showing tyre compounds and such. There we go. Was just about to talk about this. Seen a couple of LMP2s going on to the wet weather compound. Anyone with a D next to the name, they're on dries. Anyone with a W next to the name, they're on wets. A couple of LMP2s have gone onto it. Claudio Mack, they're in the number 27 Instinct Mechanic Race Car, but that obviously had a bit of a moment anyway. Outside of that, as much as there's a bit of spray coming off, this is still a dry track. Agustin Canapino, curiously, in the Solpec Precision Racing car, is on the wet tyres. That is early, but that's interesting, because that's, you know, Agustin Canapino's won this race recently.
Yeah, we're going to have to keep an eye on his lap times, I think, to really see if that's working out for him and the team currently. There you can see more Movano Rosso, Crown Strike as well. The 04 also on the wet weather tyres. Everybody below P19 is either a very long way down or out of the race, and you can see that there. So only 3 of the GTPs at the moment on that wet weather compound, so clearly not a popular choice, but we'll have to see if it's one that's going to work out for them. This is the battle for the lead, though. This is just looking like it's a horrible situation for Diogo Pinto. We've got the Williams car all over the rear end, looking for the outside line, may duck down to the inside, you can't really tell, and with traffic to negotiate, it's not going to make it any easier.
Yeah, and here we go then. Jayden Munoz to the outside, coming down into T1. We head onto the tri-oval. It's still going to be Redline hanging on to the race lead. Jayden Munoz switches it up, sends it back to the inside, commits to the inside, going into the first corner. And Williams Esports Chill Blast hit the front once again here at Daytona, with still 18 hours and 15 minutes left to go. The rain is hitting, but it's expected to get heavier. Munoz has retaken over the race lead, made a bit of a mess though of the International Horseshoe. Big punch out of the corner, and here comes Diogo Pinto. BMW M Team Redline back to the front. The lead lasted mere seconds for Williams Esports Chill Blast.
Nearly a look up to the inside of the dog leg for Williams Esports, but nothing going on there, and again nothing happening into the second of the 2 horseshoes at the West Horseshoe. Maybe he'll think about a move coming back onto the oval, but it's not going to work out there, and he will have to sit and wait behind yet again. Maybe targeting turn 1 once again, because you're hardly going to make a move down at the Le Mans chicane without absolute ultimate commitment and most of your car ahead going into the corner, and then you run all the way towards turn 1 once again. So negotiating the traffic is keyword number 1 here for the Williams car, but again I think definitely we're going to see a targeting of turn 1 from Jayden Munoz, and to see if he can get this one stuck this time.
Yeah, indeed. I'll update you with some laps as well, by the way, because we said earlier, you know, their dry pace of this lot around the 1 minute 30s, roughly. The kind of like holding down low 1 minute 30s, 1 minute 31s. There's the Williams Esports Academy car. That was not the same one that we saw with John Bennett behind the wheel, but they've also had a moment in the number 17 down at T1. At the moment, they are running 1 minute 35s, 36s, 37s. That lap was just a 36.8 for Jaden Munoz. It was a 36.6 for the race-leading BMW M Team Redline car in the the GTP category, which is a bit awkward as Jaden Munoz gets blocked a little bit by his teammate Becca Jasir in the race through the GTD category. Very quickly, that's touching the pace as Jaden Munoz has gone off the road at the International Horseshoe. He'll be able to rejoin, but that's cost him about 3 seconds there. The car I wanted to touch on was the Solpec Precision car, which is running a 1 minute 37.8 on the previous lap. So the wets are still slower, but we're only talking about a second difference.
But I think it is starting to get a little bit faster on the circuit. All of the top 3 last time around improved on their lap times back into the 136s. They were into the 137s before, so the track may be drying just a touch at this stage of the race. I think there's been a bit of a change for P2 in the LMP2s. I thought for a second that the 223 of WSR Esports Abruzzi had a bit of a moment, but maybe that's just a close battle going on back here in the LMP2s. But for the Williams Esports Chill Class, this is what happened. Just going too deep, the rear end not sticking, and off the road, that's going to cost you. And that is going to cost you 3 seconds, and that's where the 3 seconds were lost.
Yeah, just again, the rear end of these cars of the GTP is probably the most tricky part. Again, once all the hybrid and just where all the weight is and stuff, it can be really, really tricky to get the rear end slowed down, especially when the tyres are cooling, which you'll be getting a lot with the track at the moment. Again, track still classified as being very lightly wet, although I will say the rain falling down has stopped for now. It will be getting heavier. Do not worry about that one bit. We are getting a heavier band of rain incoming. We might miss the larger part of the heavier band, by the way, but still, it's on its way.
Yeah, I think for the teams, they don't want to be looking at the broadcast and see the Arjuna Kankapati of doom with another weather radar if rain is starting to come through once again. I think they wouldn't mind if it goes... stays dry for a little while now. Teams that have gone into the wets, though, I'm sure will be ruining the decision if it's trending in that direction, which it is. And Agustin Canapino is now starting ever further off the back of that top 10 in the GTP class. So difficult times for them, but we'll see if they decide to jump ship from that strategy anytime soon, or whether they're going to try and style it out. There's a bit of a crash there. I'm not too sure who that is in the black and white car coming towards the International Horseshoe. That was on the exit of turn 1.
Jonas Wanner in the Dur Esports GTP car. We've seen him have a few moments recently. They are running down in 19th position. Here we go. Coming out of T1, a little bit too quick through T1 and got on the power whilst awkwardly offline and into the barrier. Again, slick tyres, greasy conditions, and already asking a little bit too much of them. It's not going to be an easy one, and it certainly cost them there. Back to Nathan Moore, who is currently driving the Williams Esports Academy car. This is going to be a very interesting one here, because the Movano Rosso car is on wet tyres, right? Let's keep our eye on that one. Nathan Moore in the blue and yellow car right at the foreground of shot is on slicks. And there we go. Perfect example of that.
Yeah, sliding off. It's that corner once again. It's so tricky after you make your way through the Western Horseshoe to then get onto the oval, it seems. We've seen so many drivers caught out down there in the last 10-15 minutes. Clearly a dangerous spot the drivers are going to have to be keeping an eye on throughout the period of time where the track is kicking up a little bit of spray, and definitely a little bit of treachery involved in making your way through that part of the circuit. Getting close into the Western Horseshoe, though, is Ian Gagnon Renault behind the number 22. He's in the 23, he's behind the 22, and they're fighting over P11 as they make their way through. Any kind of moments as they make their way into the oval? Let's hope not, and I think they'll just about get away with it.
Indeed. I mean, look, it's tight stuff. Just going to quickly update you on the race lead, by the way. 2.3 seconds at the moment, separating first and second in the GTP category. It was 1.7, but Jaden Munoz is getting held up a little bit by traffic, so the gap has grown back out to around 3 seconds. So Diogo Pinto is making hay while the sun shines. got to say, do not count out Ate Kauppinen. You were talking about them quite a lot earlier on. Kauppinen, the Drago racing car, flying up to the rear end of Jaden Munoz and Diogo Pinto, especially whilst they've been battling. He's only 1 second now off of Jaden Munoz.
And Munoz has had some great pace, hasn't he, in the last 10-15 minutes. There's a couple of mistakes have really denied him the ability to be leading right now. Kauppinen in the Acura, is that going to help him out in the next couple of laps? That gap hovering around the 4-second mark is jumped out over the 5-second mark ever so briefly, but that will come down once again. Really interesting just to see the ebbing and the flowing of that gap. But for Kauppinen, this is really exciting for him personally and for the team to get themselves back involved right in the meat of the battle for the race lead. We saw the top three when we jumped on, Lewis, about 2 hours ago now, that they were running line of stern, 1, 2 and 3, about a second between them. That widened out over the hour number 5, and it's tightened again over hour number 6, which is always what we want to see.
Let's do a lap time check between the highest placed driver, highest placed team, and of course the highest placed team on the wet weather tyres. So slicks versus wets, let's talk about it. Augustin Canapino, Solpec Precision, wet tyres, the highest placed of them in the GTP category. At the moment, running a 1 minute 39.5. Race leaders, Diogo Pinto, 1 minute 36.1. Confirmation too early for the wet tyres. And sure, that band of heavier rain is on its way, but it's still maybe 5 minutes away. It's still time away. If you're on the wets now, it's not the right strategy. Needed to have waited, needed to have been more patient, like our race leaders, like the drivers battling it up towards the front. But that's easier said and so difficult to do. How do you be patient when you've got no grip and you keep going off down at 10.6?
This is going to be an interesting comparison. Here is Grania trying to come through in the 04 on the wet weather tyres for the time being. Not really having too much pace through the opening couple of corners, but of course, being in the GTP, you'd expect maybe a little bit more pace through the opening sector. And clearly, there's a bit of a pace disadvantage, whether that be damage, whether that just be the tyres. Difficult to really say, but a last lap time of 140 is not where they need to be. That's a good 4 or 5 seconds slower than what some of the leaders are doing.
So I was asking about the tyre wear in Calgary. Realistically speaking, by the way, because of how the pit stops are, they change tyres every stop because you do fuel and tyres at the same time, which Arjuna and I will complain about. And you, and maybe you'll chuck into it, Darren, I don't know. I hate the fact that we do fuel and tyres at the same time. Absolutely despise it, because it means that there's no strategy on like when you're taking tyres. We've had so many interesting strategies where people have taken some tyres. Here's the BS Sunset car. Woo, that's a big one. That is a big one for BS Sunset, and that is a huge crash into the barrier for Thomas Danuli. Whoops. But yeah, they change tyres every stop. So tyre wear is not really a factor we ever really talk about. We are mostly focused on fuel mileage here. So that's how it is. By the way, that's not a thing against iRacing. That's the rules as to what we're running at in IMSA. That's just the modern rules. It is fuel and tyres at the same time. Like it or not.
Yeah, and that's how the teams are playing it. Yeah, it would create a little bit more strategy if there was a slight difference between them, but for the time being, there's nothing. Really interesting moments, though, now in the GTP. Munoz right to the back of Diogo Pinto. Kauppinen has come into the pit lane early. We've generally seen Diogo Pinto, the number 20 and the number 6 car, I should say, come into the pit lane at the same time, and Munoz and the Williams Esports Shield Blast car go the 1 lap longer. But this time, Drago Racing have come in maybe the 1 lap earlier, maybe the pit lap. We could see an extension of the lap from Team Redline in the 20. Going to be really interesting over the next couple of laps to see how this is played out. But for Munoz in the Williams Esports Shield Blast car, he wouldn't mind getting the race lead back again, which he briefly had just about 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, we'll check the tyre compounds once Ate Kauppinen has come out of the pit lane, but I do believe Zola Steinbrand is also in the number 50 Ferrari. I do believe it might still be, realistically, it should still be slick tyres.
They're on wets.
It does say wets.
Believe they have. That's what I'm seeing. I think Will Jarrett's confirming that, and Paul Smith are confirming that to us. I believe Drago Racing have gone wets. So that is an interesting strategy from them. If it's going to work out, we'll wait and see. But Redline and Williams Esports, are they going to come in and they're going to do something similar here?
I understand what's happening. So obviously they've come in a lap early. Now, obviously we've got Team Redline coming in now. We'll have Williams Esports Chill Blast coming in a lap's time. Now, the thing is with that, the reason why we're seeing Attic-Alphen go onto the wets is because the heavy wet weather is coming. So they're going to need to go onto the wets. Again, you can see the rain's already started to come back down again. It's obviously not going to be wet enough for wet tyres, but it's to stop you coming down the pit lane once again immediately. So I'm assuming Diogo Pinto going to be going straight onto the wet tyres. Do you know, Williams Esports Chill Blast could have an app that, because they went one lap early on that very first stint 6 hours ago, this could play very much into their hands.
Oh, absolutely. As Chris Lullen gets into that number 20 red line car, which means the question is again answered. Max Verstappen is not yet in this race. It will be Lullen retaking control of that number 20 car. But for Drago Racing, coming into the pit lane one lap earlier than Team Redline is going to be a problem for them, I think, in the next half an hour of the race, and maybe a little bit longer than that. For Williams Esports, you're absolutely right. Being able to extend that one lap really early on into the race is going to pay them dividends so well. Basically at hour 6, a quarter of the way into the race, whether they can almost use that somewhat bit of good strategy to their advantage. But this is a really, really interesting stage of the race. Different strategies, slightly different timings can mean quite a big difference for some of these teams.
I get the feeling that Jaden Munoz is about to take over the race, or he's in the race lead, but I think he might hold the race lead in the Williams Esports Chill Blast car. As there we go, straight onto pit lane comes Jaden Munoz. Make sure not to speed in pit lane. It's what caught out Team Redline in the Insta Esports Global Championship finale. As Chris Lullen back out, obviously, onto the racetrack. We said before, I said it earlier on in the race, I don't necessarily disagree. I kind of wondered if they were going to put Chris Lullen in the previous stint because of his experience of the platform, his understanding of the wet weather conditions and of how we go from dry to wet and that kind of dynamic. Choosing experience, and to be fair, potentially even in that case, speed. Chris Lullen is no slouch behind the wheel in sim racing terms. He's one of the absolute fastest. We've seen him win time and time again. And Diogo Pinto obviously has won the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup, so let's be honest, plenty quick enough driver himself. 3 seconds separates second and third in the GTP category, as we'll see the Apex car go through the Le Mans chicane, heading back out onto towards the trioval, towards the start-finish straight, and already Jaden Munoz is leaving the pit lane. I believe this is advantage Williams Esports Chill Blast. This could be the lead for them.
Yeah, it's still going to be pretty close on the exit, though. That 6-second gap is going to diminish. Whereas the red line car, you could just about see it, I think, coming through the background. Oh, nowhere near. There, I think, on the outside of turn number 1. That is a huge advantage now for the number 5 car. Just under 4 seconds it is. Drago Racing, I think, also gained a bit of time in that pit stop phase on red line. So, if anything, I think this is a bit of a net loss for red line compared to both teams. Williams definitely gaining the advantage on both as well. So, really, really crucial stage of the race for them. And for the number 5 car, still piloted by Jaden Munoz now, I do believe, unless my timing screen hasn't quite updated yet. This is going to be a really good stint for the race to try and eke that advantage ever further out.
Indeed. Well, the BMW of Williams Esports Chill Blast, the BMW of BMW and Team Redline holding firm at the moment. We are expecting the Acura of Drago Racing to maybe get a little bit quicker as well. Whilst we've been talking about the GTP category, we've kind of been ignoring some of the gaps and such in the other categories. That's just because we have small brains and we can't focus on 3 different things at once. At the moment, 12.8 second gap for Williams Esports Racing Prodigy over Drago Racing. They have been taking pure control of the GTD category. They're 20 seconds clear of Team Redline.
Yeah, incredible advantage that some of these teams have been able to build up, particularly in this kind of phase of the race. But Beckham just here in that GTD class doing an absolutely stellar job at the moment. And for Williams Esports Racing Prodigy, really does look like those Prodigies are really the real deal. Redline being left in the dust for the time being because, I mean, Gustavo Ariel and sound quite you wouldn't necessarily expect them to be left in the dust by any stretch of the imagination, but a 20-second gap being built up, especially with the 2 red lines, you'd think working together somewhat, that is a huge margin and incredibly impressive as well.
This is an interesting call. This is very, very interesting because you've kind of got to imagine if if that really heavy band of rain doesn't hit for another 10, 15 minutes, would it not have been better staying on the slick tyres and maybe trying to build that margin? But would you be able to build that margin, and is that worth the risk? You can see the rain's coming down. And basically, this is kind of one of those scenarios where there's no right call. Everything is kind of slightly a wrong call to its own degree. We are expecting again the rain to get a little bit heavier in the next sort of 10, maybe 15 minutes, and that rain should last for a fair while. So things are going to get tricky. Things are going to get wet around here. I mean, it's fascinating, isn't it? And by the way, all of the categories are in this bit where everything's up in the air and no one really knows exactly what to do.
Yeah, and teams are going this way and that. I think there's been a bit of a difference from some of the teams. Some have gone on to slicks. I think the 99 Apex GTP has gone on to slick tyres. So they have gone a different way, have gone to a different mentality in terms of where to go on the strategy than the leading three. Interesting as well, how much of a difference in the speed you get between the wets and the dry tyres. The number 20, when it was on that wet tyre while the number 5 was still on the slicks, was 12 kph down. On the Williams car, and that is a huge margin when you're at full throttle for such a long time around the lap. That is an absolutely huge amount of time, and it's almost like you're standing still, and you just see a car go past, much the same way that you'll see a car go past when you're driving on the motorway. It really is a huge difference, and that is why there's such a big advantage for the 5.
Here comes a little bit of look to the inside. Ian Gagnon Renault trying to get past Bell City, but cannot do it down into turn 1. Sits behind, 3 seconds down the road is the Sim RC Adam Isaacson. So, yeah, there's a little bit to fight for in all this. Again, just to clarify, these are all on slick tyres. I believe the entirety of the GTD category, with maybe a couple of exceptions from those that might have stopped a little bit earlier, pretty much the entirety of the GTD category is running around on the slick tyres at the moment. They remain on the slicks, and the reason why the GTPs have gone onto the wets is because it fell into their pit window. They were forced onto the less ideal tyre. Jaden Munoz has got a 10-second lead now.
Incredible, really. I mean, he's been out there for how many laps? 3, 4, and that advantage has just been extended lap after lap. 2 seconds on the last lap.
Yeah, and I'm just sorry, ladies and gents, for us not picking up on this. Do you want to know why? Have we brought this up yet?
I'd love to know why.
What type of bounty on?
Oh, they're on slicks, aren't they?
They are on slicks. Race leader Jaden Munoz is on slick tyres. We thought it was going to be a slam dunk they're going on to wets. Sorry about that, because obviously everyone else had gone on to the wets. We thought they were going to do the same thing because they were pitting later than everyone else. They've stayed on slick tyres. That's why the margin is being pulled out so rapidly. 12 seconds is the margin. They are trying to pull a pit stop before the rain gets too heavy. The last lap from them, 1:33.2. The last lap time from Lulham, 1:37.2. 4 seconds faster on the previous rotation of this circuit. But they are in a race against not only the other drivers in the field, but they are in a race against time and the weather as well.
It's brave if you want to pull a full pit stop here at Daytona on some of your competitors that are right at the top of their game as well. This strategy, for the time being, working out for Williams, but will it continue? We'll have to wait and see. Going through is the GTP. Oh, it is the Chill Blast car on a fellow Williams car as they work their way around the banking. And to an extent, that is somewhat of the difference between tyres and between classes. As we can see, the tyre choices in the LMP2. A few of them are on wets. The majority, though, Lewis, sticking on the dries. And for the time being, that feels like it's the better call right now.
Yeah, indeed. It's, again, it is right now. But will it be in 10 minutes' time? Will it be in 5 minutes' time? That's the important bit. We just don't know. We're still in this sort of light band of rain. If it lasts for another 10 or so minutes, the slick tyres might, like Jaden Munoz might have pulled out a large enough margin before it gets too wet. The thing is, I'm going to say it now, I don't think he's going to do it. I don't think he's going to pull out a large enough margin. I think he's going to have to come in and go to wets and then be behind. That said, those are the drivers that are on the wet tyres right now surely they are overheating them and burning them out. And once the rain gets heavier, they are not going to be in the ideal working window. I don't know for sure, but surely that's the case.
I think that would be the general thought process at this point in time, and I think we may see the likes of Drago and Redline maybe start to suffer from the decisions that they have started to make. We're still yet to see, though, how the tyre decisions are going to impact if and when the next heavier band of rain comes through. That will shake it up once again, and then you'd expect the dry running Williams to fall back, and will fall back towards them somewhat if they don't come into the pit lane. But that really is the trade-off. You can see the Williams car, the only GTP in the top 4 on those dry tyres, and there's only one other inside the top 5, top 6 in Solcombe, maybe even inside the top 10 as well. So really interesting to see how Williams have gone on the strategy. It's different from the rest. At the moment, it looks like it could be the better strategy. But time will tell if they've struck gold in almost surprising everybody by staying on with the slick tyres, or whether they were slightly mistaken for thinking in time that would be the better strategy. We're yet to find out and see.
It's a tricky one. It is certainly a tricky one. Again, no right call. Seeing a bit of a move there in the GTP category, just ahead of the LMP2 that we are looking at. Of course, the grid and go Solpec battle that we've been seeing time and time again, and it's remaining pretty tricky. The 160 Solpec car going out wide, and then even being passed by an LMP2. I mean, that just shows the difference in grip as things unfold. The Solpec car at the moment, obviously driving around on the wet weather tyres that Agustin Canapino's been using for a fair while. Sasha Lehmann in the 908 Effect Simulations car was able to fire its way past. That was the difference between slicks and wets. The LMP2 being on the slicks, the GTP being on the wets. Definitely still a slick tyre circuit for now, despite the little bits of spray coming off, as here comes the move from the number 22 BMW GT3? M4 GT3.
Yeah, and that's Belziti working his way up into P9. Lucas Perez will be the next target, but that's another 20 seconds or so off the road. So I think expectations will be realistic in terms of that battle for the time being. But again, they've got 17 hours and 50 minutes to make that move. More than enough time to try and find a way through. Oh, there's GT3 nearly going off the road. I think maybe going off the road ever so slightly through the dog leg. Just in the background there, you could see maybe it was just a bit of a slow run, but definitely looked like there was a little bit of a slide. Regardless, difficult conditions. Drivers really having to dial in and fully concentrate. Daytona, not a circuit with too many corners, but every single one being a real challenge at the moment.
Indeed. Again, the gap for the race lead now 30 seconds, but just to remind you, if you're just jumping in, race leader Jaden Munoz on the slick tyres at the moment. The rest of the GTP category, for the most part, running around on the wet tyres at the moment. This is allowing the Williams Esports Chill Blast car to run away, but with heavier rain on the horizon, we are expecting another pit stop to come in from Williams Esports Chill Blast, just dependent on how the tyres will be on the rest of the GTP contingent as to whether this one's going to work out for Jaden Munoz. Updates on the lap times. Chris Lullen behind the wheel of the BMW M Team Redline car. Previous lap time was a 1 minute 38.5. The last lap time for Jaden Munoz, 1 minute 31.9. Across the line this time by 33.8. Seconds faster a lap.
Issue though for Jaden Munoz is he's getting all of this time, but I think I've started to see that there is a little bit more precipitation in the air falling onto the circuit. It had stopped, the track was getting a little bit better, but now that may start to switch towards Lullen and Kaupinen in the 20 and the 6 on the wet weather compound tyres. That gap, I think we're going to have to watch it like Munoz trying to build up that pit stop window, and even though I don't think he's built up a full pit stop window, he is really building up an impressive gap that, if he went onto some fresher wet tyres, may benefit the car far better than they're benefiting the 20 and the 6. So this is really good for the Williams Esports Chill Blast car and Jaden Munoz at the moment. Fantastic job that Munoz has done to eke that out to well over half a minute from what was 3 seconds when they came out of the pit lane all of 15 minutes ago, if that.
Yeah, and just remember, that the wet tyres that he'll go on, obviously they're going to be in better condition because they're going to be brand new. Fascinating scenes. The amount of laps, by the way, it's been 7 laps. Nearly, it'll be 8 laps of the completion of this one that Jaden Munoz has been running around on these slick tyres versus the wet tyres of everyone else. So he's pulled out a 38-second gap in 8 laps. That surely tells you enough about the difference in conditions tyre-wise. The more I look at it, the more I think about it. I mean, I was literally saying 4 laps ago, I don't see it happening, and now all I can see is, well, Williams Esports Chill Blast have made the right call. And this is what I said, is no call is really like necessarily the right call or the wrong call. Everything has its negatives until Williams come along and make the exact right call and absolutely dominate.
Yeah, and Williams really do look like they have nailed it for the time being. Not necessarily in a part of the race that we would have expected big strategy differentials, but with 17 hours 50 or 45 minutes to go, that's where we find ourselves. It was really good to see teams and drivers not all going for the same strategy, creating these little conversations about what's the better way to go, and really the conversations becoming reality of Williams Esports risking it to go, or you could say risking it to go into this thing, knowing that the rain is likely to fall and heavier soon, but pulling out that 40-second gap really is impressive. Maybe not something the likes of Redline or Drag Racing were expecting, and with every passing lap they have started ruining their decision more and more as Williams Esports Shield Blast now put by the end of the lap, I reckon, will have put pretty much half of a lap on Redline. Absolutely incredible.
Michael Preston and the engineering teams behind the scenes at Williams probably sat back, big smile on the face as things are looking really good for Jaden Munoz in the GTP category. But look at the tower on the left-hand side of your screen. GTP leader, Williams Esports Chill Blast. LMP2 leader, Williams Esports Academy. GTD leader, Williams Esports Racing Prodigy. We said at the start of the broadcast that this event, it used to be owned by Coanda. They used to dominate round here. They're not in action today, but since this GTP era started, it's basically starting to look like it's become under the ownership of Williams, and that ownership is looking to continue. 6 hours, 15 minutes down, and a 45-second lead at the head of the GTP category. But that is what is heading this way. Heavier rain, like you've been talking about. It is about to hit the circuit, and it is about to get into very wet weather conditions. Another driver to give a shout out, by the way, you were talking about it, Apex Racing Team. They were the other ones to stay on the slick tyres, and I believe it is still Marcus Soholm behind the wheel, up to 5th position in the GTP category, but still a lap down.
Yeah, and may have to come into the pit lane in the not too distant future to get themselves onto some wet tyres. That rain falling will start to get heavier, will start to hamper the progress of the slick runners once again, but we'll have to see how it plays out. Generally, we're seeing pit stops take a minute in the pit lane. So I think Williams Esports Chill Blaster are probably about a minute off when you consider the pit lane exit is quite a long one where you're losing time there anyway, but they are definitely going to be in contention. Much fresher, much healthier looking wet weather tyres that they will likely go onto, and still that gap increasing all the time. 49 seconds now for Williams Esports Chill Blast, and will continue to increase all the way around the banking, you would expect, with the nature of the car being, well, with the dry tyres being faster on the car than the wet tyres as a rule. So really looking good for Williams Esports Chill Blast. Remember how we were talking as well, how all 3 leading battles were well under 5 seconds? All 3 well over 15 seconds, and now a combined 1.5 minutes between all the leading battles.
Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? That's just how things chop and change so quickly around these kinds of races. I do remember as well that in the other categories, not being the kind of the big up in the air strategy quite as much. Fiercely forward red, big off down at T1. It's going to hit the barrier, maybe. Oh no, it's to be fair, they turned out that early enough. They were able to avoid it in the number 11 car. So good driving there from Patrick Wolf. We know quite a lot about Paddy Wolf and how quick he is behind the wheel of a sim racing car. It's lovely to see him at Fiercely Forward Red, and not so lovely to see the mistake there. But yeah, whilst GTP have had the big up in the air strategy, the other categories certainly less so. There is a little bit of it, but certainly not to the degree as what we're seeing in the GTP category, courtesy of when the pit stops were required from the other categories. That one's been a bit more up in the air. That said, the GTD pit stops aren't that far away, and when they come in, like there is only one option. It is only wet because the track's getting wet.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if anybody will try and brave it, seeing what's happened to Williams, but they should surely know that the track will be getting wetter. I think the slicks are now getting slower than the wet tyres. It's definitely the crossover regardless. That gap now 51. Esports Chill Blast and the BMW M Team Redline number 20 car is 51 seconds and now starting to decrease a touch. So Williams Esports may have to start thinking about changing tyres pretty soon, or maybe they're just going to try and hold it out to the next pit stop. That would be far too brave, surely, wouldn't it? It's just they must come in for a pit stop to change their tyres, and they should be right back in the leading battle again once they do.
Yeah, no, they've definitely got to stop. I think you're absolutely right. Yeah, I think the transition has been now. I do believe that Jaden Munoz and the Williams Esports Chill Blast car, they need to come into pit lane this lap. Last lap time from him, we were saying about the 138s, 139s, that's where the kind of wet tyres are running. Well, Jaden Munoz on the last lap time, 137.2, slightly faster, but I believe this lap time will be slower than the wet tyres. So I kind of think it's now or never for the Williams Esports Chill Blast car. And it might require a trip down onto pit lane. But that said, I am not a race engineer. I am not behind the team of Williams. We'll have to wait and see. But you can see there, the last 3 laps, they've been getting slower and slower because the rain has been getting heavier and heavier. The classification in-game is still lightly wet. I think that's about to change.
Yeah, and is Jaden Munoz position in the lead about to change? The answer is no, going to stay out one more time at least. I mean, the gap is increased up to 53 to Chris Lullum in that number 20 car. So it is still looking like it's a little bit faster on the slick tyres, ever so slightly. In the Williams, at least, may not be the rule across the field, but Munoz is able to find a little bit more time than others, it seems, in little phase of the race. The question is, how much does he risk? Because that lap could have been a perfect time to come into the pit lane, with this lap possibly being an inopportune moment as the Chill Blast car gets through on one of the Redline GTDs.
Yeah, it was Sam Coiter there. You had Martin Kadlachik as well, who was just off the road. Speaking of off the road, whoa, that was a bit of a moment there from Jaden Munoz going through the dog leg. Just out a little bit wide, couldn't get it down to the apex and had a bit of a slide going through the dog leg, was able to bring it back onto the race line. Obviously got a bit of dirtier tyres, so got to be careful for the next couple of corners. The gap remains around 50 seconds. It's holding it around 50. I mean, look, we're at that crossover point. I will say, though, in all my years of commentating on the iRacing Daytona 24 hours, as if I've been doing it for 10 years, I've been doing it for 4, Jaden Munoz's stint here is up there. I wouldn't say it's the best stint I've ever seen, but it is up there with one of them. I cannot recall many stints that have been better than this from Jaden Munoz.
Yeah, incredible from the number 5 driver. He just 51 seconds pulled. I know he has that inherent advantage by being on the faster tyre, but just to get the lap times in, to negotiate the traffic with absolute ease, and to put so much pressure on teams that seemingly went for the generic strategy, went for the somewhat more general agreement in terms of the strategy for the 20 and for the 6. Munoz, though, now down into pit lane. I think he's following the Williams Academy onto the wets a couple of laps to go, maybe just last lap, but Munoz now into the pit lane in the number 5 will surely lose the lead, but not by a great deal, and with tyres on the car that are going to be looking pretty racy pretty quickly.
What a fascinating time to be here in the 2025 iRacing Daytona 24 hour. Had a couple of GTDs also into the pit lane. They are taking the call to move on to the wet weather tyres as well. I believe the LMP2s will also come in. Got Williams Esports Academy going through the Le Mans chicane now. Jaden Munoz rolling off of pit lane. And you know what? It's still going to comfortably be the race lead. Here comes Chris Lullum onto the tri-oval. Williams Esports Chill Blast have played an absolute blinder on the field and remain an 8-second lead on fresher, wet tyres. That is wild.
absolutely incredible. I mean, Munoz with, as you said, one of the stints that I think we've ever seen in the Daytona 24. Lullum fighting his way through traffic, losing more time in doing so. Of course, Munoz will have to warm those tyres up with the wet weather tyres, getting the temperature in being somewhat difficult, especially in the first couple of laps. But that's not going to lose him 8 seconds worth of time. Munoz will surely, without big mistakes, hold the lead here ahead of Redline and of Drago Racing. What a stint. What a stint it's been. Heusingfeld haven't quite had the same kind of caliber of stint. That almost looked like some kind of tech failure there.
Just a complete lack of grip. Just had that from the race leaders in the LMP2 category as well. I've just seen down, I believe it might have been turn 6, the one that's been very awkward. Our race leaders in LMP2 have just been off the road. They came to a halt, had to stick it in reverse, and had to get back going again. This is what happened. It's down into that awkward corner we've been talking about quite a few times. Just did not have the grip to slow it down off the racing line.
Going to back onto the circuit. Pretty quickly for Quenza, so not the biggest time loss, but how many times have we seen cars now go deep down there and misjudge the braking zone? So easy to do at the moment, but even so, the 16 holds a 45-second lead over the 18 of Balázs Pála, so definitely still good news for the number 16 Williams car in the LMP2s, just maybe a couple of hiccups that they could have done without at this stage of the race.
Indeed, and you can see there on the left-hand side, GTDs, by the way, have all been into the pit lane. Beckham just see has a 13-second lead in the GTD category. I believe this will be a, well, I was going to say it's going to be big for the 18 and LMP2. The 18's not stopped, the 16's not stopped. There goes Williams Esports Chill Blast straight around the outside. That was a bit sketchy, as well as the Academy car also finds its way past this battle in the GTD category. I'm trying to work out. So the top two in LMP2 have not stopped for wets. They still remain on the slick tyres. WSR Esports Abruzzi, Romanelli has been in for wet tyres. So third place in LMP2 is on the wets.
Yeah, let's see what Romanelli can do there. I think also that Quenza in the lead of the LMP2 has lost a little bit more time to Balázs Pála, down to 36. Maybe just a bit of a symptom of the spin that we saw just a minute or two ago, but looking still difficult for those guys as we see a bit of a melee. Oh, in towards the Le Mans chicane. That looks far closer from this camera angle than it probably did down inside of the cockpits there, but still a real crossover there between some of the GTPs and the GTDs in these wet weather conditions, when it's already tricky enough to gauge exactly how fast the slower cars are going to be going into some high-speed sections of the lap. In the wet weather conditions, it's even more tricky to judge.
Indeed. Like I say, it is. I mean, look, we were talking about the little bit of spray earlier on. Spray's being kicked up a little bit more now. And again, this rain's going to remain this heavy for a little while. It's still lightly wet, apparently, but it's definitely getting more. And that is for sure. The rain is coming down a little bit heavier. The expectation is that rain, to some degree, will last all the way up to about 11:15 in game. It is currently 8:30, so we're expecting rain probably for another 2.5 to 3 hours to some degree. Won't be this heavy the entire time. It is going to chop and change, probably lighten up a fair amount, but we are going to get a fair amount of rain. What on earth just happened to our race leaders? They were trying to come into pit lane. Race leaders in LMP2 going for a massive spin.
And everything seemingly going wrong for them at the moment. I think that's, well, it's at least two big moments, if not a third littler moment that we didn't see. Maybe this is it from the number 16. Yeah, this is it, going around down at the bus stop chicane. And that is what lost them a further 8 seconds to Balázs Pála in that number 18 car as they work their way now onto pit road and down the order, as we will now see a change in the lead in the LMP2s. First time we've seen that in a little while. And Balázs Pála now takes up the mantle.
But Balázs Pála is also on, as far as I am aware, Balázs Pála is on the slick tyres still, which is interesting. That was what was causing the problem for Kunze there, who we were on board with, looking at the Williams Esports Academy car. They were on the slick tyres. That was what was causing the problems. Pála remains out and is really trying to become a Hungarian superstar. But then the WSR Esports Abruzzi team are on the wets.
I think Romanelli's going to fancy his chances here of getting that 2-2-3 into the race lead. I mean, last couple of lap times that we've seen from these guys suggest that there's not much to split them. Only 4 tenths between them last time around in favour of Romanelli in that WSR Esports Abruzzi car. So there's not too much to separate them, but it's not to say that that gap can continue closing. Difficult to also judge exactly how much rain is falling onto the circuit, whether that kind of pace will ebb and flow for drivers on the wet tyres just based on how much precipitation is still on the circuit and on the racing line. But yeah, really difficult to judge at the moment, and difficult to see some of these cars as they work their way through some of this spray.
Just going to get an update, by the way, on the number 18 Balázs Pala. Getting a couple of notes. Obviously, I'm registering them as on slicks. Everyone else is registering them as on wets, and based on the times, let's simplify this a little bit. They're definitely on the wets. That makes a lot more sense. So Balázs Pala definitely on the wet tyres at the head of the LMP2 field. So we'll have that one confirmed. It's just, again, some of the bugs that need to be taken out. Not on mine, it's on mine. It's fine, don't worry about it. I'll allow it. But alas, it is a wet tyre for our race leaders in LMP2, and of course in GTD and in GTD. Pretty much the entire field now really should be on wet tyres. I'd be surprised if anyone wasn't at the moment.
Yeah, it'd be brave not being wet tyres right now. Definitely so, because the amount of spray being kicked up really does illustrate the point that the track is getting too damp just to stay out on some slick tyres. We saw it just about work at the crossover phase, but after that, really clearly, the wet tyres are the way to go. Slick tyres almost just a prayer, just a hope against hope. Maybe we could make it work towards the end of wet weather phase, but it's just not going to happen that way. Roland Alfredsson, not alone for this Daytona 24 as he was for the Nürburgring 24 last year, nearly going wide of the dogleg, sticking in behind in P6 and trying to fight for P5 in the GTP category, and it's getting pretty close to the Western Horseshoe.
Yeah, like I say, just getting the note. All drivers, as expected, but just to confirm for everyone sat at home, in case you think anyone's a bit weird, all drivers confirmed as being on wet tyres. It is expected, but just so we're all well aware. So everything is settled. 6 hours and 30 minutes left to go. Rain is in the air. I mean, this race always delivers some form of excitement, doesn't it? I mean, absolutely wild. A 7.7 second lead, though, for Williams Esports Chill Blast in the GTP category. It's holding firm with BMW M Team Redline. Got to say, very impressive from Lulham at the moment, who's been on those tyres for a while. And let's be honest, in not ideal conditions, those tyres, he's probably worn them down quite far. Still running at some decent pace. Losing a bit of time now, but that was because of lap traffic. But still, holding firm.
Yeah, and this is getting a little bit chaotic, isn't it? Down to start finish. Great couple of, I think that's a GTP through an LMP2, and who is also coming through a GTD on the way down in towards turn number 1. We'll see Lulham just about making through inside of the 005 grid and go-car and have a little bit of calm through the little chicane at 2 and 3 and into the International Horseshoe. Still 9 seconds off the back. The Williams Esports Chill Blast car. Got a fellow Williams car to put a lap on next, but still a little bit of time to try and compose the thoughts. The gap between Redline and Dragger Racing not really shifting at all since we saw the pit stops occur about, 30, maybe even 40 minutes ago, to see the Redline and the Dragger Racing car go onto the wet weather tyres. And as it is, it stayed pretty stagnant, which is interesting because you'd think in these kind of conditions it would ebb and flow quite dramatically.
By the way, no wonder Lulham lost about a second on the previous lap. Did you see how many cars he had to come through? We saw the army of cars in the background going through the dogleg. I mean, no wonder you've lost a second or so, and then continues to lose a little bit, being stuck behind the Williams Esports Academy car as well. So, not ideal, but it's fine. It is what it is. There's a bit of blink in there for the Williams Esports Academy as well. That's not going to really help the concentration for Lulham working his way through the Le Mans chicane. Yeah, and Lulham doing a good job for the time being. I'm not too sure what the mood will be like down at Redline at the moment.
moment. Of course, losing out on the lead and seemingly losing time continuously to that Williams Esports Shield Blast car. Clearly the strategy was not nailed, at least in this part of the race. Still 17.5 hours to go, and a 10-second gap really is meaningless with that kind of time remaining. But even so, really interesting to see how that one is going to play out, particularly when it starts to, if it starts to dry in about 3 to 4 hours time. So it's why we love endurance racing. We can keep an eye on this for hours into the future, and we don't exactly know how it's going to go. We do know that we're going to see a move from the Williams Esports Academy LMP2 car. Had its own struggles throughout the race, but it's ahead of the 50 forward pink car and back up into the podium spots.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, we're all getting a little bit sketchy here, working our way behind the Dura Esports car, Williams Esports Academy to the inside. This is not going to end well. My goodness, how have they got through that without any major dramas? Obviously, this is the battle a little bit further down, third position, I believe it is. Williams Esports Academy against the fiercely forward pink car. That was dicey in the final step for the podium.
Yeah, but to be fair, I think most of the moves being made at the moment are going to feel a little bit dicey with the conditions that are that we are feeling, but that was particularly treacherous as they made their way through. Maybe we'll come back on Laubish, but he's going to get cut off towards the apron, as you would expect. I think it would be difficult to make a move through there, and difficult to see a move happen down into the Le Mans chicanes with 3 wide up to the top of the banking, but no concern there. Not quite the 4 wide that we saw at Turn 1 in the opening 10-15 minutes of the race.
Here comes a bit of a look to the inside of the Le Mans chicane. Obviously wasn't alongside, so manages to back out of that one nicely, but fiercely forward pink feeling the pressure at the moment. Nicholas Laubish, I mean, you got to say the Williams Esports Academy car is looking faster at the moment, and I would say relatively comfortably so. We know that Williams Esports Academy car was running at the race lead a little bit earlier on in the race. At the moment, it's looking like applying that pressure, but just cannot completely find the move to the outside, going down to turn 1. Back for third position, LMP2 fiercely forward to the inside. Once again, a move to the outside coming in, though, this time from Williams Esports Academy. Bit of a lock of the rear brakes, manages to hold the car. That was brave.
Yeah, and it really shows how risky it is to take that really wide line into turn number 1. Inside line, maybe at the International Horseshoe. Not going to work out for the 16, but maybe just almost scaring fiercely forward pink off the racing line, and will have a shout around the outside of the dogleg. The traffic is not going to help them, and they're going to have to sit and wait in behind and not be able to make the move into the dogleg. Anything happening into the Western Horseshoe, they're going to have to make their way through on the GTD into the Western Horseshoe. They're not even going to be able to do that because the GTP is coming around the outside, and they have lost well over a second. They're disaster really in the mini battle. Laubish is going to feel a little bit more safe than he did a minute ago.
Yeah, it was the CrowdStrike car getting to the outside, and it was the PGZ P1Docs.com car that was just sat directly ahead, and Queensland was not able to do anything in that Williams Esports Academy car. Had to sit behind, had to be patient, but realistically didn't do anything too silly, so at least there is that. This is the race lead though in GTD. Beck and Jasir behind the wheel of the Williams Esports Racing Prodigy car. 17.5 seconds clear at the moment from Nicholas Matteo in what we've been told is not the ideal car for these wet weather conditions. That's not my information. It's not much to say. It's what we've been told. Not the ideal car for these wet weather conditions. Looking pretty good on the gap though. I don't know about you. 17 seconds over the 69 car. Of course, that one is another BMW M4 GT3. And then 25 seconds over Team Redline and the Audi R8. Wow.
I think the only concern at the moment would be for Beckham Jasir in the number 1, that in the last few laps, you have seen Gustavo Ariel in that P3 171 Team Redline car catch a few tenths each lap. Up to about 8 tenths on lap 219, which was not a million years ago for those guys, only just a couple of laps ago. So definitely Gustavo Ariel and Team Redline, I think, will be buoyed by that kind of speed and advantage that they may be having, but they have to catch. They then have to overtake Beckham Jasir, who is looking pretty confident and pretty collected at the moment. I think it's definitely going to be difficult to catch, but then to overtake, we're seeing it in the LMP2, it's going to be so tricky to make sure you've got it done here at Daytona, which is at the best of times a somewhat difficult place to make a move stick.
Yeah, indeed. Like I say, it's not about getting past that's necessarily the problem around here. It's about getting past and getting away. That's the problem. That's the difficult part around here. That's where you see a lot of groups where they just kind of stick together for ages because they get past and then are unable to kind of stamp their foot on that gap, give themselves a 1 second lead, and then run away into the distance. That just doesn't really happen. It's super hard to do around here, especially with a slipstream. That said, it'll be easier to do in the wet weather conditions that we currently have. So. Maybe for some people it's a now or never type vibe.
Yeah, and I think that's definitely the feeling, which seems crazy if you're thinking about things being now or never, considering you've got 17 hours and 22 minutes before the checkered flag starts to fly. But that is will be some of the feelings in some of the cars, as there's a little bit of flickering going on with that Williams car as it continues to appear and disappear, and that is not going to necessarily please the team in behind that number 21 car, who is just trying to find a way around the outside, and Cowlarts is just trying to keep himself out of trouble. Sometimes doesn't know where that fellow car is in the number 26, the Williams Esports Academy car.
Yep, it's Salisbury's finest, John Bennett behind the wheel of the Williams Esports Academy, one of their two cars. I mean, there you go. You get a perfect view, or lack thereof, running down into the Le Mans chicane. Try and pick your way through that. That is not easy to do. And like you say, once again, dropping out and dropping back in, John Bennett back into the race, and nearly with a second lead. Not easy to navigate. I mean, you're just getting that vibe as to how hard it is to drive through this spray. You've got to have such awareness as to where everything is. You're constantly looking at your relative to work out roughly the distance between all the cars, and in case anything spots you out, and then you're just looking for any form of clean air to spot your brake marks. It's tough.
I think one thing that should be mentioned as well, as Cowlarts is going to get to the inside and ahead of the GTD, one thing that should be mentioned with the conditions that we are seeing is that it's going to be much more difficult down in towards the Le Mans chicane than it is in the real world now, and I think that's definitely an advantage that iRacing has over reality, is that Le Mans chicane now. I'm sure you've seen that, Lewis, where they have mown or just completely taken away all the grass down at Le Mans chicane. Looks a lot better, I think, here in iRacing.
Oh yeah, no, I distinctly remember when I saw that. Obviously, turn to tarmac, and I understand there is a bit of a safety thing for obviously the Daytona 500 for when NASCAR comes here, because it is quite dangerous having grass. That's what you dig into, but can cause flips, etc. We've obviously seen that a fair few times, but it does look worse, and I'm only here for aesthetics. That's why I look so good, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Fair enough. No, it's all good.
I seem to remember also at the Esports World Cup when you put on the BS competition scarf. I think you commented, quote, "I look good." I think that was probably the peak of your powers in that regard.
Definitely. It works. It's fine. You just got to commit to the part. Alas, no. It's fine. We'll move on from this topic. Otherwise, we're going to dig ourselves a very big hole. It's not going to be a good one. You can see a little bit of lap traffic again, still ahead of this group. This is the battle, of course, for what is now 11th position in class. The Solpec car is in pit lane. The Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports car is in pit lane. Graham Carroll behind the wheel. I think that's just for a normal pit stop. Well, maybe not. But the Solpec Precision Racing car has had a crash, and it's a big one at the Le Mans chicane.
Here it is then. Let's see. That rear end's going. That rear end's not finding anything other than the barrier, and that is a flip and a half, and another half of the flip. That's two full flips, in fact, if you add all of that together. And that Solpec Precision Racing car is not going to be looking too fancy anymore, I think it's fair to say.
We give it a salute and we say goodbye. That car most likely will not be returning to the circuit anytime soon. Daniel Ferguson and the WSR Esports bucket car, that was close to being something a bit more major. Let's give a shout out. Whoa! The fiercely forward silver car being sent to the barrier, I think, by BS Competition. That might have just been themselves, to be perfectly honest. No, in these conditions, you just never really know. The replay machine being fired up on all cylinders and needing to do so, courtesy of the conditions. We were giving a shout out to the excellent stint from Jaden Munoz a little bit earlier on. I know someone said that it was about, tyre conditions or, being on the right tyres. I don't care. It was a good stint in really tricky conditions, so have it. BMW M Team Redline, though, Chris Lullum, now he's the one putting in the mega stint. That said, if you want to play the whole tyre game, he's lower on fuel at the moment. Maybe that's why he's going faster, who knows. Can we all just give respect to the drivers for doing good stints?
I think we can. I think the stint we were also mainly talking about was once he went back onto the dry tyres and pulled that gap of about 50 seconds. That was a pretty insane stint. I don't think there's anything you can take away from that stint. Even if you search through it. Oh, well, yeah, because he spun, right? I think because he spun before he went deep. So overall, the stint is there. I still think the stint's been incredible because he leaves the race by 7.5 seconds. Chris Lullum, who's one of the best drivers on iRacing, I don't think anybody can doubt that, isn't able to eat into that margin too much. And I think they're on the same tyres now, I believe, unless I'm mistaken.
It's just age. It's just the fact that the Williams Esports Chill Blast car, those tyres are much newer. However, the car is much heavier. I believe this car of Lullum might be in the pit lane this time because Ate Kaupanen's just come into the pit lane of the Drago racing car that was running in 3rd position. So potentially expect Lullum to maybe make a trip down onto pit lane in the near future.
Does that mean we're going to have to get the question out again on who's going to be driving that car, Lewis? That's going to be that's the key here as Lullum comes around the banking once again. All on his own, though. He's got a nice bit of track to think about whether he's coming to the pit lane or not having to worry about any traffic to the inside of him as he dives down onto pit road. Is he going to make the stop yet? No. He's going to go one lap longer. And it almost feels like, if I think Drago Racing are having to shorten stints rather than an extension from the other two teams. I feel like that's more where we're at the moment.
Indeed. So what I was going to say on the whether we'll see a switch of driver in this car, whichever way it may go, I don't think so. And the only reason I say it is I'm kind of like, Lullum's only done one stint. Leave him in. Leave him to get into the vibe. Leave him to stay in the rhythm. I mean, maybe you could switch him out. I say one stint. It's 2, isn't it? Oh no, it's 1. Took over on lap 232. We're currently running on lap 258. I'd leave him behind the wheel.
I wouldn't change around who's driving that car. The conditions staying relatively the same. Lullum's in the rhythm. I'd keep him in. Keep Max in the back pocket for a little while. We don't know when he'll be in the car just yet, but Lullum doing a fantastic job, as he always does, for the team Red Line. Number 20 this time for him. We'll see if he comes into the pit lane this time around as he jukes and dives his way through the Le Mans chicane. A little bit of a struggle on the rear end through the middle of it, but he gets out smartly. And will that be for the last time in his stint? Will it be for the last time before he comes into the pit lane at least? All is about to be revealed.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, like I say, it's a fascinating time to be here, and the fact that we've done nearly 7 hours of racing. Here comes Chris Lullum then into the pit lane. Obviously, everyone's running on the wet tyres. The rain might lighten up a little bit over the next sort of 10 to 15 minutes, and maybe it'll get heavier again after that. Who knows? But it's definitely not going to stop anytime soon. So there's only one call here, obviously staying on the slick tyres. Is Lullum staying behind the wheel, up onto the jacks, putting on some fresh wet weather tyres, and as we were predicting earlier, I believe staying behind the wheel.
And staying where he is, no disappearing of the car to insinuate that someone new is getting in. And Lullum will be coming out of the pit lane in the not too distant future. No surprise to see that Munoz has gone around one more time. We'd expect him to come in this lap, but Lullum, let's see if he could do anything on a slight undercut in the number 20 car. It's not really worked out on the undercut by the one lap so far across the race, but with these differing conditions, things can start to change around. Fresher tyres ever so slightly may work out well for him, but we will have to see. Still in the pit box as he gets out. I was waiting for that because the pit stops we're seeing are around that 40-42 second mark.
do remember, as you said, as much as you just said about Jaden Munoz maybe coming into the pit lane this lap, that would have been pre-wet weather. Obviously, do remember that car is now way off strategy. They only pitted 15 laps ago. Ooh. And that is a bit of a squeeze as well on the rejoin to the circuit for Chris Lulham. So straight back out and into the battlefield.
Were they able to take fuel the last time with the number 5? Because the pit stop was only 23 seconds long. Oh, yeah, okay. That's fine then. That's where I...
They might not have got a full tank.
Yes, of course. Yes, yeah, exactly. They would have. Yeah, that makes complete sense. But it means that Lulham was fighting a shadow at the moment, doesn't it? That's the issue for him.
Been there. No, like I said, it's kind of it's the way for Lulham and Redline right now is, and this is again, this is easier said than done. This is not how every team will approach it. But honestly, the easiest thing to do at the moment is to kind of ignore the number 5 for a little bit, because they're the ones off strategy. They're the ones doing something a bit odd. Do what you're doing and do it as quick as you can, and because you like. It's not as if you can pull out a magic wand and then try something different right now that might make something work. Well, like, you can't do anything right now. So it's just drive as quick as you can around the circuit and then see where they end up once they've done a full pit stop again.
Yeah, and that's the real... going to be having in terms of the strategy department and what they're going to be thinking about doing in the coming stops and hours. That may change though if Kapanen in the Jaguar racing car decides that he wants to take P2 off of Chris Lulham and Team Redline and make the move. He's in the Acura and he's on the outside line down into turn 1. Not going to work out this time around though, but definitely a much closer battle between these guys with the 2-lap undercut that we saw Jaguar Racing have over Redline. I wouldn't say that's going to benefit them throughout the rest of the race if they're going to end up having to take one extra pit stop than Redline, or whether they have to extend stints a little bit longer going deeper into the race. But for the time being, the battle is still nice and tight, and the P2 is up for conversation right now as we go towards the end of the 7th hour.
Yeah, obviously pit stops up in the air in both GTP and a little bit in LMP2 as well. That is the order in GTD, and Team Redline 171 have caught up the Drago Racing 069. So the battle for second position in GTD is effectively on, as it is in GTP as well. BMW Redline versus Drago. Drago versus Team Redline. Other way round in the GTD category as the pressure's been applied the other side. There is the Audi R8 that we expect to go well in these wet weather conditions. It has been running faster than Williams Esports Racing Prodigy, and definitely faster than the Drago Racing car, but not really by a huge margin. It's been an epic stint at the moment from the 171 to close that margin down and to battle for second position with Gustavo Ariel.
Yeah, and it has been incredibly impressive to see Ariel's pace at this stage of the race. The Audi may be faring a little bit better in these wet weather conditions, but he's closed the gap. He's put himself right onto the back of that Jaguar Racing 069. He's now going to make that move and make it stick. Going to be difficult to do. Turn 1's going to be, I think, the next opportunity in the mind of Gustavo Ariel as they work their way around the banking for what will be for them the 100 or 230th time, I should say. They've been going for quite some time in this race, and they're only just over a quarter of the way through, my dear.
Indeed. I mean, look, this is the thing with endurance races. They're long, and you've got to be a bit more careful of timing. As Williams Esports Academy, the number 26 of John Bennett having a bit of a moment there down at turn 1, and I believe nearly collected the race leader in GTD. I'd want to see that one again. I think it was the Racing Prodigy Williams Esports car that's currently at the front of the GTD category. That probably wouldn't have gone down so well with the team.
No. I think that's fair to say. I don't think there would have been very happy conversations ongoing there. I think dinner may have been eaten with a little bit of a sour taste in the mouth, that's for sure. As we continue to see this GTD battle for P2, better line for Gustavo Ariel, not having to deal with the traffic into turn 1. Any kind of send-on coming down into the International Horse, you've got to be careful though, because you've got a GTP coming through as well. Careful, you don't want to take out anybody and cause yourself too much of problems with race stewards, with anything like that. And for Gustavo Ariel, keeping his nose clean, but keeping his nose in P3, not exactly where he wants to be.
I've just had another. So I've just been looking at John Bennett, who's just gone past a car which I think is what I thought. I don't think it was the Williams Esports Racing Prodigy. I think it was the Falcon Sim Racing team. Lewis Woods behind the wheel. They've got the same kind of front end and then blue rear, similar-ish liveries. Although the Falcon is very very distinct, but just similar in that colour palette. I think I might have been Lewis Woods that John Bennett got quite close to. So that would be that big defensive line coming in. Then from the Drago Racing car at the moment, heading back out onto the oval section, Nicholas Matteo, Gustavo Ariel all in battle. Matteo behind the wheel, of course, of the 069 Drago Racing BMW that's taking the defensive line coming down into the Le Mans chicane. As let's see the move to the outside. Gustavo Ariel is going to commit to it, but can he commit all the way through? Around the outside through the first part, bit of contact between the pair of them, going to push the the Audi offline ever so slightly. Gustavo Ariel is through into third position. Will that switch again? Second position, rather. Will that switch again down into turn one?
Yeah, we've not seen many moves being made effectively down at the Le Mans chicane, but that could be the first. The only issue now is he has to defend it, and he'll just see the ever-gaining Drago Racing 069 behind him getting closer and closer in the wing mirrors. When's it going to duck and dive out off that slipstream? It'll have to be the outside line, you'd think. Oh, were they waiting for an inside line? It looked like they were going to go to the outside, but they look like they're waiting. Inside defence thrown by Gustavo Ariel. He's going to take a much tighter line again. 2 London buses he could fit in between those cars on the entry to turn 1, but there is nothing that the 069 can do. And Gustavo Ariel stays very nicely and very effectively ahead of Nicholas Matteo for the time being as they make their way into the International Horseshoe. Doesn't help to go 3 wide.
No, indeed not. You got Lasse Urinen going around the outside in the 002 grid and go-kart. That one obviously checking out of the distance. That was 12th place in the GTP category. Next one behind them is Marcus Solm, of course, who stayed in the slick tyres for long enough and is still in 5th position in the GTP category. So clearly has made that strategy work to the outside at the moment of Drago, but then has to be a little bit patient behind the wheel of the team. Redline car might make contact, has to get onto the brakes. That was very sketchy indeed. Gustavo Ariel intentionally trying to slow that Apex car and keep them behind as they work their way through the corner. To give it a little bit of a gap, it's almost worked. Ignore the fact that it says dry tyres on Nicholas Matteo's car. I can almost certainly confirm they are wet. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, Matteo just having to recover those extra couple of tenths that he was losing coming onto the banking, and the Apex car flashing on the lights as they made their way out as well. Clearly not happy with Ariel's line, but Ariel trying to somewhat manipulate the lines and the momentum off of the corner from a couple of those guys to benefit him, and did it very effectively. So he will stay in P2, you would suspect, down into turn 1. It is a 6/10th gap coming down towards the start finish line once again. You're going to find it difficult to close that towards turn number 1. It is closing, of course, but just not by enough, as we have an LMP2 on the outside line, and that is the P3 Balázs Pala, the number 18 car, coming through, as there's also a Ferrari GTP coming through, so it's melee down into turn 1 once again.
Yep, a little bit deep, could be Matteo. And yeah, it certainly was. Couldn't quite get that one slowed down. Went out wide and has allowed the gap to open up to over a second now. I mean, look, that was a quality bit of racing, but Team Redline, Gustavo Ariel, should be consolidating that position now. Second place, 1.1 seconds back. Sam Coiter and the 169's not too far back as well. The big one for them is the gap to the race lead. 22 seconds to Williams Esports Racing Prodigy, as the rain is certainly lightening up. It doesn't mean the track's getting any drier, but the rain itself is kind of lightening up a little bit. But again, it's going to be on and off like this in heaviness terms, probably for the next 2 hours, as there is a moment for the 002.
Yeah, and off the International Horseshoe. Not what the Grid and Go team wanted to say. I believe that was International Horseshoe down there, unless I'm heavily mistaken, and I've somehow got confused in the darkness of the circuit. I have to say that in the last hour and a half or so has absolutely flown by, with the wet weather really getting all of us excited, really, with the differing strategies, the big changes in terms of pace advantages from car to car, from class to class. It has been an incredible way to run us towards the end of the 7th hour, and we still don't really know exactly how it's going to pan out, with Munoz and the Williams Esports Skillbars car so far off kilter with strategy now, with the number 20 and the number 6. They were pretty much on the same strategy, give or take a lap or two. Now you're nearly completely off strategy. Halfway through the stint they're going to be pitting, pretty much.
Yeah. Yeah, it's completely different now. Jaden Munoz' strategy and the Williams Esports Chill Blast team. By the way, whilst we were looking at grid and go cars, that did remind me. I wanted to bring up one thing. Obviously, there's 7 grid and go cars. One of them, which is out of the race, which is the Grid and Go Esports 006. The reason I'm talking about, I believe one of their drivers, Adrian Garicki. Do you know what? If I had his account, I would have quit iRacing on that account. I would never use it again because the iRating is 10000. How satisfying is that? I wouldn't bother. I'd be like, no, that's it. Still took part in this race. Not going to be on 10,000 anymore. But 10,000 on the dot, I would have quit. I promise you, I would have got to 10,000 and been like, let's get ourselves a new account then. I ain't bothering with that anymore.
Yeah. It's always nice when you get, or if it was, well, you wouldn't want to stop it at 9,999, but equally that is quite satisfying.
It's one away.
Satisfying to look at, but as a driver, you'd absolutely hate it, wouldn't you? You'd be looking at that with fury. You wouldn't be able to sleep at night.
No, honestly, yeah, I'd be fuming. I believe it is anyway, but yeah, 10,000 on the dot. Quite a few drivers these days above 10k. 2 drivers not involved in that, myself or Dara. We are not above 10k.
Yes.
Do you even have iRacing?
I did a very long time ago, very briefly, and yeah, didn't go well. Let's just put it that way.
Well, there was a driver, Aaron Vasquez, who's not just above 10,000. He's not just above 11,000. He's above 12,000, 12,200. I believe still the highest I-rated driver on the platform, taking part here in the LMP2 category. Of course, is partnered up with the likes of Dana Moore, Daniel Civicciabo, and the likes. The problem for the 199 car is the big drama they had earlier on, and that large crash. Jordan Johnson there, 4th driver behind the wheel. 2 minutes left to go of our little stint, and then we get to step aside, pass you on to more competent and more serious commentary duties. But that's fine. I mean, look, it's been a fun 3 hours, Dara. It's absolutely flown past.
It has. The first hour was, I think we were waiting for the raid. We were almost expecting and almost just waiting. The drivers were almost setting themselves up with the strategies, with the preparations, with a couple of driver changes as well for that rain phase. And ever since it's hit, it has been all go. And yet we haven't really known where to look. Leading battles have ebbed and flowed. We've had in our stint, we've had all 3 leading battles at the same time being under 2 seconds, and we've had them all being over 20 seconds. At some point, it's been an incredible few hours worth of racing, and yet in all of that, we still haven't really got any further into understanding who is going to be winning these races, because Williams Esports Shield Blast have the lead, but they're off strategy. How's that going to pan out over the next 17 hours? Incredibly difficult to say right now. LMP2s, they've only got 5 seconds worth of the gap for the lead. In the GTDs, Williams Esports Racing Prodigy have the lead, but the likes of Team Redline are closing, and mistakes like that aren't going to help. So it really is still up in the air, with still 17 hours to go.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, look, like I say, there's a lot up in the air in this race, and again, a lot of exciting stuff to deal with. But it's been fascinating. Williams Esports Chill Blast are the race leaders, but again, we're still waiting for them to come into the pit lane and service their car. Whether they'll lose the race lead in that, we don't know. It will be a full pit stop for them. I would suspect they might lose the race lead in all of that. Obviously, it's a 4.5 second lead for Williams Esports Academy LMP2, but they're off kilter on strategy because of the slick tyres. And then the Williams Esports Racing Prodigy, all Williams in this race thus far. I would be handing over to Joey and Paul at the moment, but I don't have Joey in the comms booth. There he is, Joe. Nice. Joe Peak has joined the comms booth. We've got 7 seconds left to go. Let's pass it over then to Paul Smith and Joe Peak.
Well, fantastic. Throwing a little bit into the deep end here as we get ready to go. I have been watching, just haven't obviously had myself in the booth physically. Certainly been a fascinating race, especially with the rain. I'm Joe Peak here with Paul Smith to pick things up from Lewis McGlade and Dara Thacker. Paul, this is kind of exactly what we want at a Daytona race, is having the drivers dealing with unpredictable conditions, kind of throwing things into the mix and seeing how they all deal with it. That's the true test.
It's certainly been fun to watch, absolutely, and a brilliant strategy call from the Williams Esports Chill Blast team to stay on those slick tyres a lot longer than everybody else. This is an incident that's happened to Williams Academy. Oh, now that's a big moment down into the international, that's into the Western Horseshoe, should I say. So the 26 going for a bit of a trip. But yes, definitely it was intriguing to watch how the Williams team were able to call that strategy call absolutely spot on in all of that. And it's not just in their GTP category that they've done that as well, in the LMP2 and in GTD, absolutely spot on. But I'll tell you what, in LMP2 Effect Simulations, they've been just working away, plugging away at catching up to Williams Esports. And I can tell you, a few laps ago, Williams Esports number 16 in LMP2 did have an incident with another car, so plenty can still happen in this race. So then, as we go through, there's the team red line, the BMW M team red line number 20 on screen right now, just working their way past the Audi on screen. But yeah, Chris Lulham still at the wheel of his car. He's been working away hard as well, and trying to get some of that time back to the overall leaders in GTP. They are off cycle though, so even though that gap does say 1 minute 5, Williams duo is a pit stop in about 4-5 laps time, Joe.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the pit stops are probably going to be the big talking point throughout this race with this rain, if we get another bit of it later on. And also probably, you know, on the reverse, when do they switch back over to those slick tires? It's throwing the cat amongst the pigeons, and I agree that Williams did such a brilliant job in setting that one up and kind of using it to their advantage. That was brave too, because you have to say, typically you expect that those sort of risks from the teams that are farther down, as it looks like the 04 unfortunately finds the tire barrier. That seemed to be maybe in the International Horseshoe, or a couple cars together. Wow.
Yeah, so that was CrowdStrike Racing and the BMW M Team BS competition car, both off at the Western Horseshoe. It's still too wet for slick tyres. We're not going to be seeing those. But the weather, and I don't know if we can bring up the weather radar on the not the zoomed in part of it. When you look at the weather as a whole, it's patchy with heavier rain. But it's going to be continually raining now for a little while yet. So it's saying around about 11 o'clock in the evening in sim time should be when we're seeing the rain end, which would just nicely take us to the end of our stint here on commentary. So yeah, as we carry on through here, and it is still right now Nicholas Matteo on screen at P3 in your GTD field. Just to quickly go through the teams and where they stand right now in GTD. It is the Williams Esports Chill Blast team leading the race by 1 minute and 5 seconds. However, they do owe us a pit stop yet ahead of the BMW M Team Redline car. In third place is Drago Racing with Ati Kaupanen behind the wheel of them. Scuderia Ferrari EHP Esports, they are in fourth ahead of the Apex Racing team, rounding out the top 5 in GTD. In GTP, should I say. In LMP2, it is the Williams Esports Academy team. They are ahead of the ZES Esports team, as a couple of the teams have made pit stops this lap, with Duopo SR Esports Abruzzi in third ahead of the Fiercely Forward Pink, the Delatraz Automotive car in fifth. then in your GTDs, it is Williams Esports Racing ahead of Team Redline by 19.5 seconds. So Gustavo Ariel is closing up that gap there. Battle for third between Matteo and the Team Redline car of Sam Keiter, and Keiter moving alongside in the LMP2, the 909, trying to find a way past there in that Effect Simulations car, and the Grid and Go team number 005, sorry, round out the top 5 in GTD there, Joe.
Oof, this is pretty fierce for third place with this much time left. There was almost nothing between them, sliding back across, coming into the kink there, as the 169 of Keutert is definitely cutting the margins thin. But that also, yeah, I agree, that was really not ideal for the prototype. Is a little bit deep for Keutert coming into the corner, takes him 3 wide again, and then off onto the oval. They are, my goodness, they're having a battle amidst everybody else kind of just having to tiptoe their way through and deal with the rain on top of it. This is quite spicy.
It certainly is, and it shows that the Redline team, they want to get back with their teammates, but they're about 9 seconds back from Gustavo Ariel. But Sam Keiter, very, very experienced driver at the top level. He knows what he's doing behind the wheel. That's not to say that Nicolas Matteo doesn't know what he's doing, but yeah, I do remember back in the Porsche Esports Super Cup Contender Series that Matteo seemed to have a really blindingly good race at Okayama in absolutely filthy conditions. All seemed to work out for him until somebody wiped him out into the hairpin. So he'll be looking to make amends and looking to do a good job for the Drago Racing team.
With things being so wet and the visibility being so poor, you wouldn't count against the possibility of getting wiped out into a hairpin as well through here. We've already seen a number of drivers go way too deep into corners and end their day early, or just at least severely compromise their race. And like I was saying earlier, that this is the great equalizer. It kind of puts everybody on their toes. You have to read the conditions each and every lap around, and you can't just rely on having to do the same thing over and over again, lap after lap, to win this 24 hours. This is going to take adaptability if you want to come out ahead, and Sam is sure having to adapt his racing line into turn 6 with the GTP coming through there.
As your overall race leader comes onto pit road as well, so that'll give us an idea as to what the net race lead is once they finish their pit stop. But yeah, Sam Keiter a little bit compromised into turn number 6, and I agree with Lewis McGlade. It is one of the most difficult corners on this track, going back onto the oval there, and Jaden Munoz, well, our graphic says that he's on dry tyres. I can tell you that it's officially moderately wet, which would be too wet for wet tyres in my opinion.
Well, the rain hasn't stopped coming down, and we know that they had gone on wets earlier, so yeah, I agree. I think we can pretty much suss out that that is indeed the wet tires on the number 5, and honestly, they've no reason to change course at this stage. It worked out for them before. They have no reason. One of the things, before I had a little technical issue, that I wanted to say a little bit earlier is it was awful brave of the team to really go against the flow on that one, because usually you try to take the safe route if you're one of the leading cars, and those up at the front have less reason to try and gamble out there. But they went with it, and it paid off handsomely. They could have been the only car to be wrong on that one. One of only, 2 or 3 that stayed out on those slicks that long. And it worked out beautifully. Whoever their engineer was really earned his pay.
Well, I mean, I was speaking on my earlier shift with Arjuna that I was sort of pseudo weatherman / race engineer for a friend of mine who did the iRacing Raw in the LMP3 prototype, and we had rain where it was likely rain, and we pitted for wets too early, and that's where I learned about this track. It's a bit of a foible of this track, as Fiercely Forward Pink making the move on WSR Esports Abrupti for second place in LMP2. But it is quite a unique track because there is so much high speed on this track. The wet tyres, they actually make you a slower top speed. So if you can make those slick tyres last and go as long as possible, you can gain so much time. And we were seeing Williams Esports Chill Blast at some points gaining 8 seconds a lap over the Team Redline car. So that gap has come down a bit. It's 8.5 seconds now that we've had Williams have their pit stop, but it's still a lead that they'd been able to gain through running on the slicks.
And to top it off, they're off strategy from everybody else as well. So that gives them something else to play with. Now, it's kind of unusual compared to what we typically think of, because you think, oh, they made an extra stop, that's going to put them on the back foot. But no, it's put them a little bit ahead on that now instead, because they gained the time. It's almost as though they saved a stop instead of using that extra one. So now they've essentially got themselves the lead, but they're also pitting at different times to everybody else. Now the weird thing for that is that now when this weather changes, they're also going to have to kind of play it on their own, especially if they have to pit when it's still in that transition period and they don't have anybody to go off of whether it's the time to switch over to the slicks. Now in sim racing, obviously you have a few tools that can help you out with that, such as hopping into practice sessions and seeing which is better. But I do think that they're gonna be kind of running a little bit blind in comparison to everybody else once we get to the end of this rain.
I think what they have got is that they basically were able to get half a stint of extra time out of that run on slick tyres. They pitted about halfway through a stint and still came out in the lead after that pit stop. So they've gained themselves half a stint of wiggle room to be able to work on the fuel and also their strategy call in all of this one. So definitely, as I can tell you, now, am I seeing this right? The Williams Esports Chill Blast car is on pit road with a mechanical meatball warning flag.
You are right. Let's see if we can get a replay up of that. So, I mean, clearly something major has happened that has caused them serious damage. And the question is whether or not that involved another car, whether in class or out of class. There you can see them on pit lane now. So what was sitting in an excellent position has suddenly unraveled in the split second.
That is huge. There's a number of cars with mechanical meatball warning flags at the moment on pit road. So a number of cars have had issues in the last couple of minutes or so. But yeah, Jaden Munoz not going anywhere fast right now. Here's what it is. It's the Daytona, it's the Le Mans chicane, and it's contact with the Grid and Go car.
Oh, and while it was a good thud, I wouldn't have thought that it would have been a meatball flag thud into the wall. We're going to watch it from on board. Thought he could find a gap off to the right-hand side. I wonder if there was a small slip up from the Grid and Go car, because it looked like they were clear and then suddenly it veered into them, so they may have had a little bobble coming off the corner.
And that's some of the risks that you can have coming off of the chicane there. If they so much as have a wiggle there when there's a GTP or an LMP2 car coming up alongside, then that can cause them huge problems. But that's massive when we talk about the lead of GTP. What that does give us is a two-car scrap right now. The leaders, half a second between them.
We're getting word that might be race over for them. They're already a lap down. They could get back out there. It's just they are not in for the win, essentially, unless something wild happens out on the track. But as we see, you cannot predict what's going to happen, so you got to stay with it. And yeah, nice little battle between Lillum and Kaupinen here. BMW Team Redline and Drago Racing going to try and decide the top spot, and they've got room to race too. It's a whole 33 seconds down to Scuderia Ferrari Esports.
And now, yeah, Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team up into third place through all of that podium. I said earlier what a great thing it is to have them here. Now that Acura is actually considered to be better in the wet conditions, and it's running the short gear stack. All of the Acuras are running the short gear stack here today, so it should actually be better, in theory, in the wet. But you've got Chris Lulham at the wheel of that Team Redline car. He is an extremely quick driver as well. So don't write off Team Redline. And they're not going to be coming on pit road for another 8 laps or so.
Well, and to be fair, you've got Kalpinen, who looks around the outside briefly but decides against it. You never want to bet against a Finn in tricky, slippery conditions. That's their bread and butter.
Yeah, I mean, when you consider that part of them learning to drive is mandatory skid pan time, it kind of tells you the level of skill, a baseline skill that some Finnish drivers have compared to, say, people in the north of England. I'm just saying certain parts of West Yorkshire, there is some very questionable driving go on. As Drago just got a little bit deep there at the international... No, that was the Western Horseshoe, sorry.
You haven't seen questionable driving until Californians moved to Colorado. I'll tell you that, as someone who used to live there. But it looks like they're going to at least give a little bit of a gap for now as Lulham gets himself some wiggle room over Drago Racing's Kalpinen, and going to try and use these lapped cars as well to put some space between them for the time being. Boy, visibility. Every time we hop on one of these cars, it always just astonishes me how well they're racing with how little they can see.
It's where the rest of your senses then take over, and you rely on what you can see for reference points from your side view, which in a normal GT car is fine, but in one of these prototypes you haven't got the widest view, and you can see the different lines that they're having to take into turn one, because there are puddles out there on track right now. The rain's lightening off just a little bit. We're coming to the back end of another band of heavier rain, and it's going to be light rain pretty much for the rest of the time. So this is pretty much the worst of the conditions that we're going to have now, and the drivers having to pick and choose their lines.
And watch out for those puddles, which is probably even harder with this happening in the night. I'm not sure how much the lights are glancing off of them, but of course, typically you'd be looking for the shine, sort of the change in the surface that you watch for to know where the puddles are, not just trying to feel for it, but visibly spot them and know where to avoid out there. But nighttime does kind of increase the hard factor on that one. Still hanging on to the back of Lulham, at least for the time being. And I said they were free to race just to give you an idea of how much it can cost you. It's been 3 seconds difference since I last reported that the 50 car has run them down a little bit.
So I can tell you that Drago Racing, they are on lap 22 of their stint here. The BMW Team Redline car is on lap 20 of their stint, and the Scuderia Ferrari HP esports team are on lap 21 of their stint. So they're all in and around a similar time. Another team that is off cycle another one that went late on the slicks was Apex Racing Team in 5th place. So they're only on lap 8 of their stint right now, and they kind of find themselves in a bit of no man's land in 5th at the moment. But still, 16 hours 40 left. There's loads to happen in this race yet.
And you always know going into these races that you're not going to have constant wheel-to-wheel action out there. In fact, honestly, the traffic does enough of that for you. So you'll be kept on your toes regardless. So yeah, you can't let it get to you. And none of these drivers at this level will be psychologically hampered by having that big of a gap at this stage. Because like you said, so much can happen. Pace can change. They're going to be swapping drivers in and out. There's going to be those strategy calls with this changeable weather that we've had here at Daytona for this year's Daytona 24. But things can happen, so you just got to keep plugging away. You got to put your laps in, and more than anything, you have to focus on your own race. You have to worry about what you're doing out there, which kind of the Chill Blast team and the Williams teams all illustrated is everybody else might be doing something, but if the data is telling you something else, trust the data.
I remember listening to one commentary, and I think it was a Nürburgring 24 Hours race a couple of years ago, and it was, surprise, surprise, when it was mixed conditions. I mean, who would have thought for the Nürburgring? And one of the commentators from Radio Le Mans, they were there saying, I can't remember exactly which commentator it was now, whether it was Snowy or someone like that, who basically said, when you come in for your normal pit stop, you need to put on the tyres that are for the conditions that you're in right now. And that's not what Drago or BMW M Team Redline did in that pit stop phase, whereas Williams did. And it proved to be a sensational choice. Unfortunately, we won't know how that would have panned out now, but it was the right choice at the right time. And you've got to look at that, and you've got to see what is the best for the conditions that we have. As the Redline car getting caught up behind the LMP2s. And that's the problem going into turn 6, by the way. You want to take that more middle to inside line on the braking zone so that you're not braking on the racing line.
Exactly. And you'd mentioned how tricky that one is for drivers. It's a combination of things, I feel like, because you look at it and it doesn't look like anything particularly special when you just see it from above. And then you get out there and it feels off camber. It's an important corner because you need the exit off there. And like you just pointed out, when you approach with traffic, that also compromises things. And if you're at a sports car race here at Daytona, you're likely going to be running into traffic at some point coming into that corner. So it's devilish, despite it seeming like just a 90-degree bend that you need to really get on the throttle as early as you can. It seems to continually test you in. And on top of that, we do have to remember, there's not a lot of runoff to the outside. I'm kind of surprised in all the cars that we've seen go deep, none of them have managed to wind up in the tire barrier. There's precious little room before you wind up running into that thing.
That sounds like a challenge to the drivers out there. First one to find the barrier.
You're welcome.
You get the Joe Peak applause award. There you go. The slow clap from for hitting that wall. But got a good battle actually here in GTP as well for 5th and 6th. No, not 5th and 6th. 6th and 7th. Fiercely Forward Silver and Williams Esports Academy together out there on track. So a couple of battles in GTP. The rest of the field, it's all pretty spread out if I look at the timing sheet here. Yeah, it's all pretty much been spread apart by these changeable conditions.
To be fair, I'm looking at the LMP2s, and in endurance terms, we've got the top, let's see, it looks like top 5 split by maybe about 15 seconds or so, maybe even less than that. So I mean, that's honestly pretty darn close with us being 8 hours into this thing, nearly 8 hours into this thing.
I would point to, you see, this is where I'm going to be the downer on that, unfortunately. Fiercely Forward, WSR Esports, and the Zeze Esports, they all owe us a pit stop in the next. Literally as I speak, WSR Esports and the Zeze team onto pit road.
Still, I mean, if they're on the same strategy, that's some racing that is relatively close, I guess, to save my point somewhat down there. But you're right, the rest of them, looking down through the field, GTD is very much spread apart. There is at least one farther down, 11th and 12th, split by about a second, so there's not much between them at this stage. And we come back to the battle once again for the lead. So at least if we're going to get a good battle, it's for a potential win and for the fastest class. And that was some definite patience shown in there by Kauppinen, realizing it's not worth throwing away the race right in that moment.
That was incredible reactions there. That's how quickly he had to react to that then. And to get out of it, I mean, that was fair play. That could have been a hell of a lot more happened to him. So definitely a little bit of a moment for Kauppinen, but it comes back because Lillem's just got held up through the Le Mans chicane, and that's given that out Acura a great run.
Traffic giveth and traffic taketh, and he's going to try and go up around the outside. But remember, a longer line there, and it looks like it didn't quite work out, is the Williams Esports Academy car found its way off into the runoff of turn 1. Still going to give a look, but a defensive line from Lullum will deny him for the time being. That's going to be the tricky thing, I think. Even if he gets the launch, he needs enough momentum to finish the pass, unless he can do it here coming down into the International Horseshoe, and it looks like that also is not going to bear fruit. So Kauppinen trying a number of things at this stage. He's experimenting.
Can I just point out as well, Lullum a 140.1, Kauppinen 140.2, but down there in third place a 38.5. Okay, there was a bit of traffic on that lap, but still, it's been consistently quicker and catching up as that Ferrari. It's only 24 seconds back. It only feels like 15, 20 minutes ago that we were saying that it was 34 seconds back. So it has been gaining.
You're right, and I think the battling is something to do with that as well. So how long can the Drago team keep trying this before they have to say, okay, well, let's just maybe make a temporary truce and try to keep from getting caught by third place here, because the more they keep trying to go side by side, the more time they're going to lose. They need to almost maybe focus a little bit more on the traffic, use that to their advantage. And are we going to see a repeat of last time here? Because again, he had the speed, but the higher line just isn't giving him enough of it.
It's that short stack gearbox.
That too, yeah.
That's the big problem for them. They hit that limiter, that engine rev limiter, a lot sooner than any other car, and it hurts them going into turn number 1. What they need to do is make the moves elsewhere. It's easier said than done, it must be said, but they're trying, and they keep on trying.
They're doing what they can. Ooh, just about holds on to that outside line coming through the International Horseshoe that time. But if he can do that, then maybe that'd be enough here through the infield section. Probably where it's going to have to happen if they've lacked that top end speed, which this is not a track where you want that to be the case. This is very much a trim out that car, try and get the gearing so that you can run away. But unfortunately, like you said, it sounds like the Acura just wouldn't work with that the way they needed it to set it up. And once again, they reach the banking. Kauppinen can only watch as Lullum just creeps away.
For now, yeah, it swings and roundabouts, as we would say over here in the UK. It comes and goes. It expands, then contracts, does that lead, and I think we're going to be seeing these two stuck together for quite a while. Although Kauppinen, I reckon, will be due a pit stop either this or next lap. So the pit stop cycle is about to start for those GTPs up at the front.
Okay, so where is that go? Well, speak of the devil. There's Drago heading on in. So Kauppinen is going to be the first to blink amongst those two and hopefully hit their marks just right. Meanwhile, the 007 gridandgo.com esports car loses complete control coming out through the Le Mans chicane. Thankfully, just slides off into the runoff and doesn't hit the tire barrier. That is a place where often, if you lose control, you can wind up ending your race if you just go off a little too far to the left.
Yeah, that 007 car, by the way, showing the battle wounds from the contact with the Williams Esports Chill Blast GTP that was the race leader. So, yeah, you're seeing how that has the effect there. Drago keeping Kauppinen in the behind the wheel in third place, still on pit road for the time being, but it does move the Ferrari team up into second for the time being. But of course, pit stop cycles are underway, and I would expect the Ferrari onto pit road this lap as well.
Yeah, most likely. Redline having bought themselves a little bit of time on the pit strategy here. Hopefully be able to go another lap longer in comparison. What's interesting is they've gapped everybody else so well that Drago only moved down to third after that pit stop. So they were only passed by the Scuderia Ferrari car, who's going to hand it right back once they get their pit stop. And as we expected, Lullum does not pit in this time. 20 car is going to carry on for another lap. I do see the fiercely forward number 28 with Pedro Valencia heading into pit lane, along with the Grid and Go 003 GTP car having pit in. By the way, since we brought it up just recently, the Williams Esports Chill Blast car is... I thought they were back out on track. It looks like, no, I was wrong. It looks like they're still taking repairs, so I'm not sure if they will return. Whoa! Well, that's why the 003 was in pit lane.
Yes, and it wasn't by choice. That is a big moment to have through the kink there at 4, and you touch that outside curb, and you're a passenger at that point in these conditions. And it absolutely showed. You've got to be careful coming onto pit road as well, onto pit lane, because there is a bit of a puddle forming as you transition from the racetrack through the apron onto pit road. So again, that's another thing. as if it wasn't difficult enough for the drivers out there, that's another thing to take on board.
This view has brought the 50 in, so there's their pit stop done. There they are on screen now. As they wait for their fuel and tires to finish out. Actually, tires are already done at this stage. They're down off the jacks. It's just waiting for the fuel and energy to finish up before they exit out. The brand new Ferrari 499P racing here at Daytona in iRacing. Got to see that car in person a year and a half ago, and it is definitely gorgeous to behold.
I've not been fortunate enough yet to see that. I've not been fortunate enough to see any of this era of prototype car, to be honest. I think going back, it must have been either 2017 or 2018 that I saw the World Endurance for a practice day, seeing some of the old LMP1s, the hybrids that they had then. So that's the last era of prototypes that I've seen in person. As Lullum onto pit road now. We'll keep an eye on how his pit stop goes against Drago Racing.
This looks like this is a fight for 11th that I had mentioned a little bit earlier. La Fuente sees Gagnon Renault catching up to the back of him. That's down in GTD. There is Lullum. And again, if you're just joining us, you can disregard the dry tire marker there on his graphic. It is wet. Sometimes we just have a few glitches. At least it's, again, simulating real life, because there are times that we don't get the right tire graphics on the real thing.
Oh, that's Drago.
Wow. And that was right when they were about to pick up the spot over Team Redline. It looked like they were going to come out narrowly ahead if that was looking like it was going to be. What happened into the corner? Was this related to the Acura in front of them? Whoa!
They've locked up the rears. That's what they've done there. They've locked up the rears. Must have hit a puddle or something like that offline. You're not normally going that far wide, and it is the mechanical meatball warning flag for them. So they're heading onto pit road, and that's their race for the lead done. And Ferrari must be counting all their chickens right now, because they're going, oh, that's a P2 for us.
You just do not know what is going to happen. It's not over till that checkered flag falls. So yeah, 2 positions that they get without having to essentially lift a finger, just keep doing what they're doing. I didn't think that was going to be that big of a hit, but you hit the car the wrong way. Sometimes you hit the corner of the car, that can damage the suspension. And that's not going to allow you to carry on. Although the car's still going, so either virtually dropping some fluids, according to the sim, or something that is considered unsafe, that they will not be allowed to continue until they repair that.
Well, Team Redline as well. BMW M Team Redline number 20, Chris Lullum, must be thinking, well, that's a bit of pressure off of my shoulders then. If you are just joining us, about what would it be, about 20 minutes ago, the race leading at the time Williams Esports Chill Blast car had contact with the 007 Grid and Go GTD on the exit of the Le Mans chicane. That had put them into pit road and out of this race, we do believe. And they're still sat on pit road, but they're not leaving, even though they have had some of the repairs done. And now that has happened to Drago Racing, and it was the white line fever. You don't want to touch those white lines in wet racing, or else you will end up in the wall.
Indeed. And just checking here, it looks like we've got maybe about an hour and a half or thereabouts of more rain continuing on, but then it's predicting it should lighten by then. We'll see how accurate that is. Much like in real life here in the sim, it's a prediction. It's not always 100% accurate, but it just gives you an idea of what should go down out there. Nice cut back underneath from Nicholas. So P2 now officially for the number 50 machine, bringing those Ferrari colors around. Question is 20 seconds up to Chris Lulm, and some of that we were kind of attributing, Paul, to the battling, to the traffic and whatnot. That's what, about 13-14 seconds they've cut in on that, but now there's nobody battling with that 20 car. I think this is going to be the real test to see if they can continue to gain bit by bit.
Yeah, that's the next thing. That'll be, see what that team can do here. I mean, what an achievement it would be if they were able to get right up there with the leader. But it's a long way, and it's only 21 seconds. It's a long way. You only need to just be catching up little bit by little. It doesn't have to be big chunks of time at this stage. If it was, say, the last 40 minutes of the race, then yeah, you would be asking for big chunks of time. But right now, no, that's not the case. I could tell you, by the way, if I put my meteorological hat on, it's a different flat cap if people are wondering. I can tell you that we are just now in a big band of light rain, and it's going to stay that way. There's no more heavy downpours of rain, so if the drivers carry on like this, they should start drying out that track soon, and once it stops raining, that's when we'll start looking to see when they change the dry tyres, and they'll want to change the dry tyres sooner rather than later in this.
In fact, we're told officially, according to the sim, that the track wetness has just dropped. So yeah, lightly wet. I can confirm that is swapped around. That doesn't mean a whole lot. At least it really, the thing that drivers are more worried about at this stage is, what does the track feel like underneath me? Where where are there puddles? How slick is it? Where's the grip out there? So overall, it's considered lightly wet.
But that's just at a point at the start and finish area. That's what.
Oh, so it's not in a mass of it. It's just at a specific spot. Interesting.
It's like with the track temperature. That's at a specific spot on the track.
So, well, and that's not going to be the best gauge to go by as fiercely forward. Did they stay out of the wall? I think they did. It was close, and they'll get back on there at the exit of the International Horseshoe. But yeah, if it's at the start-finish line, that probably won't be the best place, because they're going at a very high rate of knots across there, so that's going to dry it up quicker on that part of the track, and it's banked, so that's going to run. It's not going to puddle there, so it'll run off a lot quicker on that portion.
And that's the key part, is if you're on slick tires, it may be quicker. When you get to a certain point, it may be quicker. However, traffic come about, you go offline, you're onto a wetter part, you are at serious risk then to be able to keep on track with slick tires. So you will want to cross over at some point. I mean, the leader, Chris Lulm, his last lap was a 1:38.5 out there. He's just about to finish another lap. We'll be able to tell you his latest lap, a 1:38.2. So the times are coming quicker Is there going to be somebody further down the field that thinks, do you know what? I saw what happened with Williams earlier on. It's a risk worth taking.
There might be. And again, I would look towards the farther back in the field, somebody who feels like there's a gamble worth trying in there to gain themselves some time and some spots. So watch out for it as time carries on. With how much it was spraying even before they switched over to wets. Unfortunately, I don't think we'll really be able to go by that so much, just as continuing to watch the lap times. And everybody else will be watching those like a hawk. Now, this reminded me as well of one question that someone once posed to me that really made me think is, they have the 24 here, even in the rain, up on the banking, and that's pretty fast. So why don't they put NASCAR on wet tires and send them around Daytona?
No. there's a difference between the speed that these cars are doing on the oval, where they're then going to be slowing down, compared to consistently having that sort of speed all the way around the oval in tight packs as well. You'd be asking for trouble. On short tracks, I can understand that. On those short tracks where you can maybe run a wet tyre. Yeah, absolutely, why not? I mean, for goodness sake, we've had dirt racing at Bristol in the NASCAR, so why not? Why not the short track wet racing?
It amused me that, they pointed out, well, they do it for the 24, why can't they do it for the stock cars? And you explained why pretty well, I'd say, but it was an amusing question. It was like, fair point. It's,
out of pit road, number 6, Drago Racing, Attic Component, is heading back out there. So fair play to Drago Racing. They're obviously thinking, this race isn't over yet, something could come our way.
Yeah, they've emerged after about 6.5 minutes of repairs. It's now been a half an hour since Williams went in there, so I don't believe they actually have anybody in the car potentially, it looks like, since I'm not even getting tire data from them at this stage. So they may have truly given up the ghost. I'll double check actually in the sim, see if they've got a checkered flag next to their name and they've withdrawn. But as we watch side by side coming down into turn 1 amongst some of our GTDs, this is a little bit harder to try and go wheel to wheel through here because you don't have the downforce that the GTPs do, and that was a little bit of more risky stuff between this pair. Gagnon Renault and LaFuente is going to carry on down into the International Horseshoe. Again, a very close cutback for Ian.
What these GTDs lack in downforce, they make up for with traction control and ABS brakes. I know you don't want to rely on those two things, but they are there just in case that you need them at an absolute moment of desperation. So you will see some maybe more riskier attempts being made in the GTDs than, say, one of the prototypes where it's easily locked up one of their tires. So definitely these two going full bore on this one, and giving us a good show whilst everybody else is doing laps out there. But yeah, certainly, even though they're further down in that GTD field, it's good to see them just fighting all the way, because you might as well. There's loads of time in this race. Anything can happen, and as we've seen already, it can happen.
Yeah, in fact, going too wide into the bus stop often can elicit those things, but thankfully they make it their way out of that. By the way, I did check, and the Chill Blast car has not officially withdrawn, so we can't really officially say they've retired yet, but it's looking pretty much a done deal at this stage. So as we watch, did something happen here?
Well, I have a theory about the Williams Chill Blast car.
Well, wait, hold on. The 23 is not in our picture, and they're showing 13 seconds behind LaFuente now. Did they have an accident?
Something has happened there for them as the 003's on pit road. I do have a theory, by the way, about the Williams Chill Blast car. If they can get that car fully fixed, they can then gather data for the Williams Esports Academy car, which is P5 right now in GTP. So if they're able to get that car fully fixed and get back back out there, they can be a guinea pig to maybe try slick tyres at some point to help their teammates get that data.
And I agree. I think that would be the smart thing to do. But at 32 minutes in, I wouldn't think the hit that they had would require that much repair time. So I don't know, sleuthing that one out, I don't get the sense that it looks like they plan on returning, which I feel like you make the smart point on that one, that they should get out there just to carry on, one, to see what would happen, two, to be able to be the wingman for the remaining competitors.
Yeah, and it would be valuable data as well. Grid and Go with that 002 car that was in the pit box, they have mechanical meatball warning flags, so that's why they're on pit road right now. So Grid and Go, they've actually had two cars with mechanical meatball warning flags, the 002 and the 003 car. The 003 has been sat in the pit box 15 and a half minutes, so not been a good day for Grid and Go, with the 007 getting involved with the overall race leaders earlier on.
Lacking the go part of the name for the time being, unfortunately. Here's what put them in that spot, and again down into turn one, and again not a very big hit, but did get the corner, so maybe it's just the suspension does not like being rearranged, as WSR Esports butt kicker also going off and into the very slippery grass, which makes it tough to get the car turned back around. You can see how long it took them spinning that up before they could finally return to the racing surface.
And that's where they lost that 12 seconds to La Fuente. So yes, definitely what happened with those two. So yeah, it's all calmed a bit down now, Joe, hasn't it, this race? It's chilled out. However, that Ferrari team, they're now, 18 and a half seconds back from the overall race leader, so they're still plugging away at that race lead right now.
Do we know how many stints Nicholas has been in the car? Because as long as he's comfortable in it and they're not in trouble with drive time, I'd say keep him in there, because he's making very impressive pace out here in the wet to catch up to Lolum. However long you can utilize that speed, you might as well take advantage of it.
He jumped into the car on lap 231. They're now on 296.
So he's been in there a while, unfortunately, so they might have to pull him out.
Sure.
Yeah.
Possibly. It's about 28 laps a stint.
Okay, so he might be due to be
stint.
switching out. Yeah. Unfortunate, since it seems like he's really in the zone here, but that's how the cookie crumbles. They don't have any safety rules in iRacing's official endurance races in terms of that. So theoretically, they could keep him in as long as he's within the drive time based on what they have in their team, and that's equal share divided by quarters, I believe, is the minimum that you can do out there. Everybody has to at least meet that minimum to count towards the team. And these are relatively small teams, so it should be somewhat straightforward for them to figure out.
It should be. I wasn't the best at maths at school, I'll be honest.
Same.
So, wasn't my strong point. Some would say speaking English isn't the strong point of mine either, but there you go. It's 16 and a half seconds now is that lead. So again, a bit of traffic that the leaders had to work through. That means that the Ferrari team will now have to work through that traffic. So we should see that gap just eke out just a little bit here in the next lap or so.
It does create such an interesting dynamic at this top level. Here, we have to remember, for the audience who's not aware, this is top split, many thousands of drivers that are taking part. So this is literally the best of the best teams that you're going to find out here. And because of that, as Zenith Esports slips off the road at turn 6, it looks like, or before turn 6, you have to remember that you can't really waste time. They have to be aggressive in traffic, because that's what happens when you go a little bit too timidly with it. We now have lost another 4 seconds between first and second place, and Team Redline has to kind of weigh and measure how much do we want to try and push things to not lose time in the traffic. What is worth the risk out here? Because this truly is a 24-hour sprint race. I know that gets bandied about quite frequently, even in real endurance racing these days, but everybody is going at 10/10 on this one.
I mean, I'm old enough to remember the days of when it was a case of look after the car. You need to look after the car because it will break at some point. It's just a matter of when. But ever since the late 90s, early 2000s, cars have been bulletproof in their reliability, and it's just been out and out sprint racing. You were mentioning about thousands. 4,703 unique teams and 19,125 unique drivers have taken part in this event this weekend.
That's just incredible. And especially, I mean, you talk about thinking about the old days. I remember, the first few that they had when they introduced endurance racing here on the sim. And to think 4,000 teams back then would have been absolutely mind-boggling to imagine that they'd have that many just teams competing out here. Just fathom how many splits that is that are racing simultaneously. Now, of course, they do have different times to start this race, of course, so that different teams can compete based on their availability. But still, that's how many over the course of a weekend.
It's incredible, and especially this event. I don't know what it is about Daytona, whether it's because it's in January, it's the start of the endurance season on iRacing. There's just something special about this event in iRacing that seems to draw the teams, draw all the drivers through to this event, and it certainly gives us some great entertainment as well. And certainly year on year this event just keeps on getting bigger and better, and with the addition of weather, this is the first year with the iRacing weather system as well for Daytona. So with that addition on top of things, it's just really just opened up the avenues of what can happen in this event.
Yeah, that's a good point. I didn't think about the fact this is the first year that we've gotten to see rain at Daytona. So this is a new experience for a lot of drivers, and they have had fog for a while in here. The good news is, unlike the real one, we won't have to worry about red flagging the race. If much like the real one frequently gets, if we do get that fog start to roll in off the ocean here, since we're literally just a couple blocks from the beach at this track. You have to remember that this is actually very, very close to the ocean itself.
I said earlier on my stint on commentary with our junior earlier that this is an event that I do want to attend, and it's on my bucket list of racing events to attend. Alex Gall for Apex Racing Team, they're a team that's off cycle because they were one of the teams, along with Williams Esports Chill Blast, who took the dry tyres a lot further. So they are now on pit road, and Alex Gall has jumped into that car for them. Another really good, solid driver for them to be behind the wheel. But wet plus the darkness, that I think is the worst combination for me in sim. I mean, to be honest, me and wet weather is a bad enough combination as it is, but fortunately with this venue you do get that lighting around the oval, so you do get some ambient light around the track here to help with the headlights.
Exactly. So it's not so much the darkness here, since it's a bit unusual compared to most endurance races in that regard. But it definitely makes it tough to try and figure out the grip in these sort of changeable conditions. Gal looks like he's taking it back out onto the track. That has been very cool to watch, Alex, over the years, because I remember first seeing him pop up over in the IMSA Vintage series over in the Nissans, and getting to see him race there. So I kind of knew he was incredibly fast, so it makes sense that he'd show up here in top split. By the way, I can tell you that it will absolutely be worth it if you manage to make your way over. I've been to the Real 24 a few times, and to me, it is the best bang for your buck of any race you can go to. 24 hours of racing. The tickets are not expensive at all, and for the best part, you can see pretty much the entire track from some spots up in the stands.
Yeah, that is one of the beauties of it being held on a venue that is home to one of the most iconic oval races in the world of motorsport as well, with the Daytona 500. So it does help that you've got that high vantage point if you can get into the grandstand there. But there is also plenty of infield viewing as well, and of course the RV park as well. I have heard from big switch then. Oh my goodness, how on earth did Isaac Phelps hold on to that one through the kink there? My goodness, that was a big moment there, but does hold on to that well. But yeah, former race spot commentator Alvin Nieves was telling us about some interesting things that had happened in the past that I don't think are necessarily broadcastable, not without his permission anyway.
Yeah, it's an experience. You definitely want to go and wander around there if you go and visit. But that was a wing and a prayer there, and hold on to that car for the 223, and gives a little bit of a look to see if he can fight for the top spot here in the LMP2s. Abish in the number 12 is under some threat, but he might be hoping that the 223 has some more of those moments so he can maybe get some breathing space.
Yeah, don't forget that WSR Esports, they did end up doing so well last year in this event, and have really got this as one of their marquee events to really perform at, and they seem to go well here. So it's good to see them up there at the front of LMP2 as well. So yeah, it's a team that I know quite a few of their drivers through racing with one of their previous outfits a few years ago. I say a few years ago, it was about 7 years ago now since I raced for them. So yeah, one of the previous guys that used to race with quite a few of their drivers, so I know that team well, and it's been good to see how they've been able to progress forward.
What's happened to Movano Rosso? Woo! That Acura, the Gridgo car, did a great job reading that situation. That could have been disastrous for them. Just slowed it up in time. Unfortunately, they lost a bit having to ease up there, but better to have a whole car and carrying on in the race than have damage and be stuck in pit lane, as we've seen for a few already.
Yeah, the number of cars that are still stuck on pit road, not going anywhere fast. I'm just looking at the weather radar. I think we've got about another 40 minutes or so of this very light rain, and then it will stop entirely, and that rain band will then disappear off. So we are going to be getting towards the point of where drivers and teams will then start to go forward and to look towards slick tyres.
That's a good point. And some of the teams probably already kind of watching that to see what the lap times look like out there. That's really what you got to base this one on, not just the feeling of the driver out there, because as we've seen, those that are worth their salt will be able to handle the slippery feeling out on the track, as long as it means the lap time is going to be quicker. And that's kind of their job, is once your engineer tells you, hey, it's quicker to put the slick tires on, you just got to suck it up and get out there and go. In the meantime, got just another little battle here. This is the 11. Yeah, this is for 8th between Akaboise and Manfredotti. Yeah, on to the banking once again, and giving us some fights a little bit further down the order. And yeah, these two pretty close together right now. It's that second Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team car that's leading
the fiercely forward red car as they come out of the Daytona chicane and make their moves towards the start and finish straight once again. Well, tri-oval, I should say, really, to give it its proper title. But yeah, it's we're about halfway through the stint once again for the leading GTPs. The LMP2s, that again, the leading three, leading four, sorry, they're going to be pitting in the next 5 or 6 laps or so. And GTD, they're not quite able to go the full hour. We've been finding all the way through, so it means that they're just going short of the hour. Yeah, definitely we're seeing them head onto pit road in, I don't know, about 6 or 7 laps time for GTD.
Indeed. By the way, the thing worth bringing up out here is the current time is it's still only a little past 10 virtual standard time out there, 10 p.m. So this is still very early in the night. We have a long ways to go before we get to daylight, and that's one thing that this race is kind of known for, with it being so early in the year. It has one of the longest periods of nighttime racing of any endurance race that you can find out there. So you wind up with a little bit of light at the start, and then you're basically into the dark for a good chunk of time into the chilly January air, and have to try and hold out until we finally get the sun coming up, maybe around 7:30, 8 a.m., somewhere around there.
Or to us Northern English people, quite a balmy January day.
Well, yeah, see, that's the thing. For a Midwesterner like me, the times that I've been down there, everybody's like, oh, this is horribly cold. I'm like, no, this is just chilly. That's all.
The amount of times I've been out for a walk, there's frost on the ground, and I'm there in just a polo shirt and walking in trousers, and people looking at me with the big coats on there. And it's like, what? I'm walking. As soon as I stop walking, I put a top on.
Another problem for the CrowdStrike 04. Gotta be heads up. Tried to turn in, and that GTD car was there. Oh, did they get beached?
I'm trying to see if they got moving again. I don't think they did. No, they've had to take the tow. So they got beached. That was 2 laps out of the pits after taking repairs. They were back into pit road now.
So, interesting note, which, again, I don't know how they would simulate that here in the sim necessarily, but in real life, that's actually quite easy to do if you wind up in that situation, because you have, like I said, this is so close to the beach. Well, it's very sandy dirt out and around there. So you can, if you don't have good purchase, your car absolutely can get stuck sometimes.
Yeah, and it's also a service road on the exit of that International Horseshoe, which is a little bit lower at that point. So the grass, it has to almost apex at some point, and that's where you end up with getting beached on the exit of the corner. Lead gap is down to 12.5 seconds now. So Lulham still getting closed up by that Ferrari team in second place.
Really, really impressed with what Nicholas has been doing out there. I mean, obviously things has swung his way slightly that were out of his control, but he's basically been using the cards he's been dealt and making great effect with them. As I thought I saw a change for position a little farther down in the GTDs, but I've lost track of it now, so I'll try and drag that out a little bit later to figure out what's going on. I think we truly are finally starting to see things get into a rhythm out here, like we tend to expect to see in these endurance races, where everybody's just running their own race. It's not about the battles so much as it is the strategy, and of course today dealing with the changing conditions. So I say this knowing that I'm probably going to curse somebody to have a bad moment, but I think it's settling down.
Well, the interesting thing for me is you look at Gustavo Ariel, second place in GTD. He's been closing up to Beckham Jassia So the Williams Esports Racing car number 1 in the lead of GTD has been slowly being gained by the Team Redline 171 of Gustavo Ariel. Yeah, we could be getting a fight for GTD lead. And the thing is, Sam Kiter in that Team Redline 169, he's not too far back either in all of that, 20.5 seconds. So the Audis, they look good at this condition, and with the information that we were provided a little bit earlier on is these Audis are good in the wet, a lot better than the BMWs.
Ooh, that was way wide there for the 171 of Ariel. Kind of interesting how just a couple hours ago we heard Lewis saying how this race seemed to really be Williams, and they were dominating. Yeah, they had all 3 classes, but they are not in the lead of any of those 3 classes, and instead you've got BMW Team Redline leading 1 and 2nd and gaining, like you said, in the other, along with Koitert's down there in 3rd in that same class in GTD. So it has completely changed complexion within the scope of about 2 hours here.
Yeah, it's just amazing how something so simple can change things, and just a little bit of contact with some lap traffic, locking up tyres onto a white line and losing control into turn 1. So easily done. And this is the thing, it just then comes back to bite. And this track bites hard when you do have an accident. So it really will be a survival of the fittest when it comes towards the end of the race. So definitely half of the battle is just keeping the car on track and keeping out of trouble.
And you talked a little bit earlier about how that used to be kind of a bigger aspect of endurance racing, that you would just try to preserve the car more than anything. One of my favorite stories, honestly, that I've heard on endurance racing is Bobby Rahal once told about one of his Daytona experiences. His team told him, stay off the curbs, and watch out for the car. And next thing he knew, he was leading by 18 laps, and he came in and they said, I thought I told you to stay off the curbs. He said, I did. Everybody else wasn't. That's how much of an advantage it gave him just to not push at 10/10 at all times.
Now, I'm just having a look here because I believe Fiercely Forward Pink have got a mechanical beatball warning flag, and Isaac Phelps taking a tour back to pit road. Is that going to be in a bit of 2+2? Well, here's what happened to Fiercely Forward.
That was turn 1, so that's completely other spot, because that was down, I think, at the Le Mans chicane. Yeah, here we go. This is coming out to the backstretch here. Did they just lock up the tires, or did they have some help here?
They're running slow there.
Oh, out of fuel, maybe?
Fuel.
Wow. That or some sort of
out of fuel.
Some sort of hardware issue. The only other thing I could think of there.
There's no engine up there that I could hear. And yeah, they were just trying to roll that car back to pit road. Oh my goodness.
And that's not running out with just a bit to go. They massively miscalculated. How does that happen?
You can sometimes end up using more fuel in the rain.
That's true.
If you are spinning up tyres, for example, on throttle application, you can end up using more fuel.
But somebody was not watching, though. Somebody who was supposed to be paying attention to that fuel number to see it getting down to 0 did not notice the red light blinking on the dash, unfortunately. So they're going to pay heavily for that one. For those not familiar with the iRacing sim, when you take a tow, it will bring you back into pit lane. So they will be able to get back into this race, but it is much longer than if you could drive it back to pit lane, especially if you're trying to drive it back with damage. So they will put some fuel back in it, get back out there, but it's probably going to put them a lap, 2 laps down potentially.
Speaking of pitting, Fiercely Forward Pink from the lead of LMP2 then. Out of all that drama with the WSR Esports team, they're onto pit road now with their mechanical meatball warning flag, and CrowdStrike Racing have got a mechanical meatball warning flag. they've just come out of the pit road 2 laps ago after getting the car beached and having to take the turn. It has not been their day at the office. Sometimes it's better to just say, do you know what, let's pack it up and go home, chaps.
Sometimes it's just not your day. Well, this seems to be kind of one of those situations. So, they missed that. Explains a lot right there. So they did not get the car woed up in time. Instead of taking the penalty, they just carried on. And that, unfortunately, was kind of the wrong decision in the heat of the moment. They almost needed to take the speeding penalty instead.
Well, I mentioned it earlier. There's a puddle that forms on the apron there, coming onto pit road, and they hit that puddle. And we've seen a number of cars have issues. I mean, when we had the cars on slick tyres earlier on, when it was transitioning to the full wet tyres, again, we saw multiple cars missing pit entry because of that issue. Oh, dear. So, yeah, it's not been a miscalculation. It's just bad luck with the puddle.
That explains everything. Like I said, it seemed very weird that they would slow that short of getting to pit lane. As we watch the leader in the GTPs continue to deal with traffic out there. I feel like this is one of those tracks where it looks like such a simple pit entry, so you wouldn't think it caused so much trouble. But between speeding penalties and what we just saw there, and also, as you pointed out, the weather, this is one I really feel like you need to make sure in practice, because that's one of the fastest points on the track. So you can't miss your braking point coming into there.
Well, it's almost worth just taking that, maybe breaking that little bit earlier, 100 yards earlier, and not risking that.
Agreed.
And making sure that you can make it onto pit road. With that puddle there, it seems to form a line down the edge of the apron where the banking meets the apron, so naturally you would have water sort of gather in that area. You've got to get on the other side of that puddle very early before you then start braking, because it is a bit drier on that inside part of the apron. So you'll see a number of cars taking that route compared to trying to cut in a little bit later on. So definitely it's going to be sketchy for teams to head onto pit road at this rate when they do make their pit stops. And the leading GTPs, you're talking about 4 or 5 laps now.
Saw a little bit of a slide from Lullum here coming through the kink, so cars definitely wiggling around a little bit, and someone's trying to get their lap back apparently as well. So it's who is this? I'm trying to 001. So this is Sean Campbell in the Grid and Go esports car, and they're completely allowed to do this if they feel like they've got the speed. I'm a little bit surprised that they have that much pace, that they're hassling them. We want a lap back.
It's the Acura. Again, it's the Acura with the short gear stack and the better car. And look at that round the outside to try and unlap themselves. Here's what happened to CrowdStrike Racing. And again, just gone straight on at the Western Horseshoe. And yet, the leader, Chris Lullum, has been unlapped by the Grid and Go car. And Chris Lullum's got to be careful now that Grid and Go car doesn't hold him up, because that Ferrari has been just slowly plugging away at him.
See, gives only a car's width down to the apex to the Acura and nothing more. It always worries me when drivers cut it that close, but again, a testament to the skill of the participants that are in this split. They are willing and understand just exactly what everybody out there is capable of. They're willing to not leave anything on the table and even put 2 wheels into the wet grass to deal with the lap traffic, apparently.
Yeah, that's a risk I wouldn't be willing to take, I'll be honest with you. But somebody's feeling very confident out there, and it certainly worked out for them. Yeah, we are looking at Effect Simulations car. in the lead of LMP2. Your leaders from GTD onto pit road, Williams Esports, Daniel Pashto behind the wheel for them, whereas Gustavo Ariel and Sam Keita are carrying on in the Team Redline Audis in GTD, and they have still been just steady away, plugging away at that race lead in GTD. So we could be heading towards business picking up in the next hour or so.
Just saw Daniel Pastor for the number 1 Williams Esports Prodigy car pitting in the GTDs. So that takes them out of some of the front runners while we wait for the rest of them to duck in here soon enough. Also, it looks like SimRC's number 76 car is also taking fuel and tires, should be back out there shortly themselves. What do we got here? Acura versus another Acura? No, or is this the Audi it looks
Audi.
like they're up against?
Yeah, so that's the Redline Audi, the race leading GTD at the moment that does owe us a pit stop. So Ariel and Keita ahead now of the Williams Esports racing car, the number 1 car. The rain, by the way, it's still very light rain, but we're talking about 10 or 15 minutes and then it completely dries. So these GTDs are having to pit, having to put on wet weather tyres, but then they're going to be looking mid-stint to move on to slicks.
Yeah, if it merits having to switch over, if they're losing that much time. And it seemed like what was interesting to me is that there was a lot of teams that kind of were unwilling to switch that up. They all waited until they got to the pit stop and committed to the strategy that they were running. And I'm wondering if maybe because of the advantage that the Chill Blast team managed to gain last time, will we see anybody decide to, switch horses midstream, so to speak, if they see, okay, the time is clearly better because somebody else has managed to make it work. So we gotta kind of bite the bullet and cut this stint in half.
Well, we were seeing that the sort of threshold for the wet weather tyres of like the maximum time that they could get on those wet tyres earlier on, when it was that into the transitional period, was around the 36-37 mark. Well, the 50 car did a 37.5 last lap. Drago Racing's number 6 did a 37.8 last lap as well. So it seems to be that we're at that, almost at that threshold of the wet tyres can't really go much quicker now. It's just a case of when do teams feel safe enough, and that's the crucial thing, safe enough to be able to go onto the slick tyres, because as we've mentioned, go offline and it's basically an ice rink for you.
Yeah, that's a good point. And with this being still very heavily trafficked, it's going to be difficult to stay online at all times. We've had a number of teams retire. And as far as official retirements go, actually, I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 so far. 6 that are officially out. But I see even more than that grayed out on our timing screen that don't look like they are intent on coming back. Currently, there's somewhere in the realm of about 46 or so cars that are still racing.
Keita onto pit road from GTD lead, as also his teammate as well, Ariel, onto pit road as well. So the two of those taking a service. Staying behind the wheel of their car is Gustavo Ariel. Sam Keita will change driver, and Cooper Webster jumping into the 169 GTD Team Redline Audi.
It's about the third different problem we've seen in just our short period of coverage here for the 007 car. That at least this time didn't hit anything or anyone and just kind of slid out what looked like coming through one of the horseshoes. Unfortunately, they'll get back on their way. Actually, where are they right now? They're 17th in class as it sits right now. So they're one of those that, as you said, are having a day where they kind of probably wish they had just stayed indoors.
Yeah, certainly they will have wished for a better day at the office. The Ferrari GTP has pitted from second place, stays in second place, and is out of pit road. We should expect this car, the BMW M Team Redline car, onto pit road. There you go, and look at them, the cut the inside of that apron, avoid the puddle. And is this the moment that we see Chris Lillam jumping out of that car? There is a certain Max Verstappen waiting in session. He's the only other driver of that team actually in session right now. So if Lillam does jump out, we know who's jumping in.
Exactly. So far, car has not disappeared. They do have a little bit before. There he goes. And who is going to get in? None other than Max Verstappen, hopping into the car. And he'll be back out onto the track shortly, no doubt. Certainly had a bit of a rough introduction to racing the GTP at this track because of the IMSA race last week.
Yeah, and to be fair, it was an honest mistake. It wasn't anything malicious or anything like that. It was just an honest mistake that he made, and he said as well, didn't he, that he made a mistake and locked up the rear. So be interested to see a car that he's a bit more familiar with that BMW, how he gets on here in these mixed conditions. Now we've seen in full metal racing with Max Verstappen how he is just the absolute rainmeister. I mean, this year at Brazil, possibly one of his finest races that I've seen him race. So be interested to see how he can do. Cold tyres, don't forget, though, to start off with, so you'll need to bring those tyres in. But he's got a 6.5 second lead over the Ferrari.
And this has got to be heavenly in comparison too, because I had mentioned earlier, he can get in and practice in his own test session to kind of feel the car and understand what he needs to do coming out here into the rain on his first laps. And on top of that, well, he doesn't have a wet race suit also to deal with in this version of the rain. So probably so much nicer for him to be able to get out there and get on track. And not only that, he gets to be in a familiar spot as he returns to the lead by the time he exits with about 5 seconds, though. Again, that gap, 33 seconds when we first picked up the 20 and the 50 car and we're watching it. It is cut down now by about 29 seconds.
Someone should stand in front of him with a hose pipe, just and a fan.
Do you want to be that person? I wouldn't want to do that to Max Verstappen.
Just to give him the full... Well, no, but he wouldn't have that in this car, would he? It's a closed cockpit prototype, so he wouldn't have that in this car. So, But I think it's very difficult to see with it being dark conditions, but you can kind of see a drying line appearing out there on track. So, again, it's going to be all about that transition point of when you switch over to the slick tyres, because we are coming towards the end of that rain band. I don't know if we are able to bring up the radar or not, but we are getting towards the end of that rain band, and just 5.3 seconds separating the front two in GTP.
A little bit of hang up there for a moment for the 50 car as the Scuderia Ferrari has to navigate some of the LMP2s through the infield. Where you catch that traffic also kind of makes a big difference around this place, since they do have these long periods on the oval where it's super easy and not held up by that traffic. You just breeze on around the slower cars, but when you get it in the infield, it can certainly cost you time. So you kind of have to hope that you get them in the right place. But it's down to these 5 seconds that they need to catch up. This has got to be, I mean, I'm sure these drivers have dealt with all kinds of high pressure situations, but imagine not just, going up against some of the best in the sim world, but now, you're in the car and you're saying, oh, by the way, you have to catch a multi-time world F1 champion out there.
For me, if you're a professional sim racer, you don't have that thought. It's literally, right, that's our target, get to him. It doesn't factor into it the name that's on the side of the car. For me, if you're a fully professional team, that doesn't factor into it. That is the target. We are working towards that. We are closing up on it. Keep this pace up. And that's all they can do, really. They can't do anything else. They can't hope for a mistake. Yes, a mistake can happen, but you're not going to get too many mistakes out of Team Redline. Let's be honest. The reason that they've been around for over 20 years as a team and been a top team for the majority of that time as well.
Yeah, that's a good point. And you know, I'd mentioned that suddenly they had, you know, the lead in GTP. We're getting close to the lead down in the GTDs. I wasn't surprised at all to see them suddenly crop up as a serious force, especially here at Daytona, as they have been in the past at this track. Definitely one of those that you wouldn't want to try and bet against, as Max flashes his lights at a bit of our lap traffic. Was that the car that actually just unlapped themselves a bit ago?
Yes, it is. Yeah. So Max will be, he'll have seen that happen as well. He'll have been there watching Chris Lillum getting lapped, and he'll be there saying, right, no, I'll have more pace than him. Let's go and let's get past. And all of a sudden our various chats on YouTube and on Twitch have suddenly come alive, all because of one driver.
Gee, I wonder why, yeah. Brings his fan base, that is for sure. That was a smooth move there, just cutting right underneath. And so much of this style of racing too, which is the other thing that impresses me about how quickly Max is taken to this, is in multi-class sports car racing, especially in sim racing, it's knowing the dynamics of the different classes, knowing exactly where you can place that car when, what kind of speeds are those slower classes going to be taking where, and how you can take advantage. Like right here, going around the outside of the Western Horseshoe there, just making it look easy. But he knows that the car is going to stick, that he can easily get by when he needs to, and that's not putting the car at a risk. So there's so much knowledge that needs to be kind of in the back of your head, and being able to pull that out at the right moment, because you're always making these split-second decisions as you're trying to affect these quick laps.
Nicholas Bowe's only got one car between him and Max Verstappen right now in that Scuderia Ferrari HP esports team. So Nicholas has got the bit between his teeth. He's not giving this one up, that is for sure. And it'll certainly be one for the video archive if he's able to pull a move. But I don't think we'll be seeing that. I think what we will be seeing, however, is strategy come to play, because in the next couple of minutes the rain will be stopping, completely stopping, and we've got no more rain on the radar. So this is where it's all going to come down to strategy again. When do you go to those slick tyres? Because at the moment, for me, there's just too many puddles around to go onto slick tyres. But you've got to look at the lap times as well. Is anybody going to try it? Is anybody going to try rolling the dice here?
And I can confirm that both our top two are on wets right now. Rogerio is second in the LMP2s. This is for the FX Simulations 908 machine, so taking their stop. And again, we can't completely rely on our ATVO being accurate, but it is showing dry tires for them right now. I'm not sure if that maybe will change when they come by the line or something.
I would... You see, now this is where you mentioned it about how Williams Esports Chill Blast earlier in the race, they took that risk even though they were that leader. Effect Simulations have been right up there in the play since Apex Racing Team had that incident with BS Competition earlier on in the race. In LMP2, they've been up and there and about. Do they risk it? Because they know they're going to have to pit again, and probably pit early if they're going to have to go onto slick tyres. But yeah, that rain is pretty much now past.
I checked the lap times, and Bo is still quicker consistently than the 20 car. He's going to get a nice little tow from the GTD. That'll help reel him in even more. Let's see what it looks like when they cross the line this time. Somewhere just under 2 seconds, it looks like, between Bo and Verstappen.
I'm going to be keeping an eye on that Effect Simulations car, see what lap times it's doing in LMP2. That'll tell us whether it will be on to slick tyres or not. We'll have to wait about 2 minutes for 2 or 3 minutes for that information to come through to us. But yes, the rain has stopped now, and so this is where the further intrigue comes into this race, doesn't it? Oh, what, half an hour for me on commentary before I hand over? It's certainly going to be an interesting one to watch.
Yeah, it's sometimes you always seem to get the action start to pick up when you're supposed to leave this thing. You're kind of like, no, hey, I actually kind of want to stick around. Things are getting interesting now. I want to see how this all plays out.
Oh, I'll be sticking around. I'll be in the YouTube chat or Twitch chat.
No doubt. And
look at that lead gap. Look at the lead gap now in GTP. Sorry, Joe, but it's under 2 seconds.
Yeah. It was about that when they crossed the line, and we saw that traffic was not in a good spot for Verstappen as he has to lap another of those Acuras down through the bus stop. Let's see what it looks like when they cross this time. Looks like Bo maybe got a bit of traffic himself because it was briefly above 2 seconds. So it's kind of ebbing and flowing, but you tend to expect that. And I'm sure Max got someone on the radio giving him the hurry up saying P2 is coming.
Yeah, and look at this. Some of the worst traffic and the compatriots in the Team Redline Audi that he's having to work around. Now the Ferraris will be wanting to get past them before they reach the kink here, just so they're not compromised by the Audi. And yes, I mean, taking the tight line through the kink there was compromised a little bit, but the Western Horseshoe, they can see the race leader there. They can see that BMW M Team Redline car of car number 20, and they can sniff a potential change in the lead.
Yeah, whenever you can see the car that you're chasing psychologically plays such a factor into this. Surely that's going to just egg on the 50 car to push and try and hold on and maybe eventually pass for the lead. What was it? They were in 5th position before the accidents start to happen, or were they in 4th?
4th. They were in 4th.
Okay. So yeah, from 4th to the lead in a matter of hours potentially here, if they can get this done. This has been quite the climb, and we don't typically see changes like this in the iRacing endurance races in that short amount of period of time. So this has been a bit of an unusual one in terms of iRacing enduros.
Williams Esports Academy and LMP2 are onto pit road for their scheduled stop. It'll be interesting to see whether they switch to slicks or not. I would imagine that they would maybe try the slicks now with there being no more rain on the horizon, but it might be sketchy going at this stage. The problem for the Ferrari, for the number 50, is that they've got to get past the 28 of Fiercely Forward Silver, who are under no obligation to let them pass, but they do manage to get past.
Yeah, Bo, hailing from the DH Club here, with a lot of drivers in that group that are incredibly quick. So we know there's a good pedigree behind the wheel right now as he gets within half a second. But again, they are split by the lap traffic. He's going to be able to get by. Now he can see them directly ahead, pulling a little bit of the draft off the lapped car. Verstappen using every little bit of speed he can gain here on the oval portion.
Yeah. This is so intriguing. And the red light car, the Audi just pulls in front onto the racing line of that Ferrari. That Ferrari won't appreciate that going into the braking zone of the Le Mans chicane. But, well, you've got to try everything to try and help out your compatriots.
I was going to say.
In a big fight like this.
Yeah, it was like a red line car causing a headache for the Ferrari. I mean, who would have thought? But yeah, it gave at least a little bit of room for Verstappen coming down through there. But now, once again, it's just the two of them. The Falcon car not going to play ball as much, and you can tell, oh, that's forcing Max around the outside, but there's not much place for Nick to be able to try and capitalize on that, so it doesn't quite help him like you would have thought.
It's so difficult through the exit of turn one there. It really narrows down, and you can only really go at best 2 wide, and even then it can be a little bit of a compromise between the two of you there. So yeah, this is great stuff, and that Ferrari onto the gearbox of that BMW hybrid car. Fantastic stuff. It's BMW versus Ferrari. It's Max Verstappen versus Nicholas Burt. Great stuff to see now.
And the other interesting aspect is this is the first of the GTP cars to show up on the sim with the most recent one as well, getting to go against one another. And they seem to be relatively evenly matched in comparison to one another. Oh, he's taking a little bit of a look. He's showing himself, but Max does not buckle to the pressure. He just hits his marks once again down into the Le Mans chicane. This time, though, another big toe for the 50 onto NASCAR 3 and 4.
I think part of that was just to try and get a little bit out of the spray because he is pretty close up. But look at the draft. Look at how much is closing up to the back of that BMW. Is this going to be the move? I don't think Max fights this too hard. I think he sees the bigger picture here, but he is holding that inside line.
Knows he just has to fend him off. It's hard to make it work around the outside of turn one, but Nicholas is game. He's going to hang tough. Does he hold the side-by-side? No. They'll get back to single file, switching back to the inside once again. Max trying to prevent an easy move for the 50 in this. So does he get balked, though, by the traffic? They're going to split on either side. Doesn't give the run. I thought for a moment we were going to see a Ricardo Zonta moment.
I'm glad you called that out because I was thinking exactly the same thing there as, into the Western Horseshoe, and Verstappen quite entitled to take his line there into the Western Horseshoe, getting past the Effect Simulations car. But this is fantastic stuff. Two outstanding drivers at the front of the field here, giving us a great spectacle, and there's still 15 hours and 23 minutes remaining in this race.
This is kind of exactly what I expected Max to do. He's going to fight him every inch of the way and not just pull over and let that car through. Yes, there's a long ways to go, but he wants that track position. He wants that lead side by side into the bus stop. Going to be some contact between them. He'll hold on to it. The lightest of touches. They both get out the other side, but things have kicked up a notch.
Oh, okay. Intentions have been shown right now. That Ferrari... people have pointed it out. It's not 100% completely how the hybrid system would work in full metal racing, and it does have that four-wheel drive advantage there, which will help in these conditions around the outside. Oh, the GTD car didn't know where to go.
And, I don't blame Nicholas for making that call. He's still not out of the woods. Now he's finally through. The lapped car catches back up to them and all that insanity. Yeah, he had to do something. I mean, Max had already taken the inside. Either he slotted in behind him or he gave it a go and saw if maybe it handed it out to him. But there's so many marbles when you get off the racing line in turn one. There was only one place that car was going to wind up, and that was in the runoff.
Yeah, as soon as you took that wide line, I mean, if you're the World Sim Racing driver there in all of that, you're thinking, well, I've got nowhere to go in all of this. And Andrew Carone just basically stuck it in the middle and went, good luck to you. Did nothing
Please don't
wrong.
hit me.
Did nothing wrong. Yes, yeah. Exactly. He's thinking, don't hit me. I've got my own race here.
Saw that coming, and that is absolute worst case scenario. You see the leaders battle, and like you said, he's got his own race. He's not going to lift and let them through necessarily, but he's trying to run the most predictable line he can. He did a great job in that situation. Frankly, anybody less, I think, maybe would have binned up one of those GTP cars. So everybody was a good heads up when all was said and done. But this is put it back to about a second back. So Nicholas did it once before. He's got to do it again. Let's see if the pace is still there to run down that BMW.
as the track conditions still continue to change. The track is lightly wet, as we mentioned earlier, but it'll be getting closer and closer to it being very lightly wet. And it was around this sort of that transition between very lightly wet and lightly wet where we saw the slick tyres being the advantageous tyre. So has anybody made a play for that? I don't think that they have at the moment out there on track, from what I can see lap time wise. I think at the moment there's just too many puddles for people to be able to try and take advantage of those slick tyres.
Well, I said, could he catch back up as quickly? That's going to be a big affirmative from Bo, as he's already on the gearbox of the number 20 by the time they get back onto the oval once more. So it's a fast car, but we always bring back that old adage, it's one thing to catch, it's another to pass. Max showing really the impressive defensive skills that he's got in this machine. And he hasn't pulled out anything fancy, honestly. It's just been placing the car very well at the right time into some of these corners.
And this is where the top drivers do excel. It's knowing where and when to defend a position and how to place the car in the right place at the right time. There's no point in defending, say, into the Western Horseshoe if the car behind is not making any move and isn't close enough to make a move. You'll see some drivers doing that. They start watching the mirrors. These top drivers, though, again, trying to go too wide. That isn't clever. Trying to get the cut back, though.
Wow.
That's a great opportunity. Not able to take it, or is he?
He's almost there. They're side by side down in the International Horseshoe. And as they almost come together a second time, here comes more of the traffic once again. And again around the outside, and he makes it stick. I know we have a long ways to go, but up to this point, that's the move of the race for me. That was it. Very intelligent and bold driving.
That also is the effect of that, just having that front wheel power as well to drive off of the corner, really drag the car around there. That was brilliant stuff. And he tried that a couple of times before, trying to use the lap traffic to make the move done. But my goodness, that was a fantastic move.
Let's watch that one again. That's worth analyzing. Yeah, I mean, he learned his lesson from last time, cut back, but man, he timed that to perfection, got a way better launch because Max was pinched down there for his line, was just enough ahead that he could carry the fight here to the International Horseshoe. And again, bold, because he didn't know if that car was going to track out completely. He took the risk, and it paid off handsomely.
Here's a good question now. We've got Apex Racing Team, Alex Gall on pit road. We've got Williams Esports Academy on pit road for their scheduled pit stops because, of course, they were out a cycle with those two. What tyres have they gone for? That's my question. What tyres will they have gone for here? I don't know is the answer. I don't know who pulls the trigger and says this is the opportunity. It's nearly into the back of that Sim RC car because the BMW M Team Redline driver, Max Verstappen.
And he sees Bo skitter off into the distance now. We knew that there was a lot of speed in that Ferrari, and clearly it is utilizing it to great effect. We did understand, we're being told that it's very, very good late in the stint on its rain tires. It tends to take care of them, it sounds like, compared to the other cars. And I wonder if that is part of what we've been witnessing here, that it's just this car later in the stint has been so much quicker than the other ones, and particularly the 20 BMW.
I think it also helps having the electric motors on the front axle as well.
True.
Just pulling the car around the corner as well on corner exit. I mean, track temperature is 18 degrees Celsius. I don't know what that is in freedom units, but it'll be what sort of late 60s Fahrenheit. Well, that, so definitely quite cool out there. I can tell you, Isaac Phelps, who, remember, had the lead in LMP2 until he ran out of fuel has had issues out there at the International Horseshoe.
65 Fahrenheit for
Thank you.
all of our North American folks watching, or at least those.
I use Roman Catholic, unfortunately, sir.
Well, man, already 3.5 seconds, down the road here for Nicholas Bowe, and running away at this stage. I guess the good news for Max is the Grid and Go car, the 001, is a minute 18 behind. Is the only other car left on the lead lap currently in the race. We're not even halfway through. So the rain has separated the wheat from the chaff a bit here. Sim RC fighting hard into the Le Mans chicane, and too hard as the Acura gets sent off.
Neither driver wanted to back out of that one, did they? And unfortunately, it's the Sim RC car that seems to come off worse out of that one. We are looking in your LMP2s right now, and that is Giles Jennett from the Inet Mudspot Blue car. Now, that car in 5th place, we believe, is still on wet tyres. Yes, it is. With the lap times it's doing as Drago Racing. It's going from bad to worse for them. They were a contender for the lead of GTD, was that Drago Racing car earlier on in the race.
Who was the LMP2 in that, though? Because they were very, very lucky that BMW didn't just kind of slither right into them in the heat of the moment. Well, okay, there you go. They win the Joe Peak Award, I guess. Found their way to the barrier on the exit of 6.
I have a sneaky suspicion they're on slick tyres.
That's a good call. I think, well, not necessarily a good call. I mean, a good prediction from your part, I should say. Yeah, it's got the hallmarks that they've taken a gamble, and I think it was premature.
Mac Performance have had issues out there as well. I'm seeing yellow flags for them, and that's on turn 6. So yeah, they are further down in your GTD field, and again, I think that perhaps they may well be on slick tyres. So a few teams trying out the slick tyre option perhaps, and you can definitely see into turn 1 especially, you can see that there is a drier line out there, and the track is very lightly wet. It was that level of wetness that drivers on slick tyres were able to lap quicker. The difference here is, of course, we've got a very narrow, dry line with puddles either side, whereas before there weren't those puddles out there.
And on top of it, you're now having to get those slicks up to temperature. So that's before they were already at temperature and the rain started coming. So it's completely different scenario to have to deal with out there, as LMP2's having a little bit of a fight here, maybe. Allowing one of our Acuras to go by, though, in the meantime.
Yeah, so that is the 5th place car, and they are not that far behind the Williams Esports Academy car, but that Williams Esports Academy car in front is a little bit out of sequence. They pitted about 5 laps later than that Inet Mudspot Blue car. The race leading LMP2 is onto pit road, and whilst he's getting prepared, Jake Sperry has informed us, and I look at the weather forecast, at around 1:15, the threat of rain is coming back.
Yeah, very much a threat at this stage, it looks like, because it's a very low percentage we're seeing. So again, that could change. I've seen it say 1% and then wind up raining before here in the sim. So it's as they like to say these days, it is a non-zero chance.
Yeah, that's one way of putting it. Yeah, that's for sure. And yeah, we'll see how that pans out. The Zessa Esports, David Toth, now behind the wheel for them. Again, my timing screen, it's a mess right now. I can't tell if people are on slicks or on wets right now, so have to play it by ear. I do think that Drago Racing number 69 in GTD is on slicks, because their last lap was a 57.4, so I don't think we're quite dry enough yet.
Yeah, based on what we've been seeing, I'm with you on that one. And was that another grid and go car down to the inside of turn 6 there? We just saw a flash of somebody facing the wrong way. But that may have been the E18.
It was the 007.
Oh.
So, once again,
Jeez.
Roger Christensen just cannot get any luck at all. If he didn't have bad luck, he'd have no luck at all out there with that team. So, yeah, having a testing experience, shall we say.
Well, to their credit, they are continuing on, and honestly, that's the big thing that I want to see in these endurance races is to not give up. Whoa, what BMW has had some issues down there at the bottom of the track trying to get to pit lane. I oftenly jokingly refer to it as the Dory Award. You got to just keep swimming, and if you might be a ways down, you've committed so much to this. Everybody in the team has put so much practice and time and effort into it. Get it to the checkered flag, because you never know what can happen, and you might as well take pride in knowing you finished a 24-hour race.
That GTD was the Dua Esports GTD, the number 3 BMW, heading very slowly onto pit road. So, yeah, definitely not been a good day for Dua Esports either with their GTP outfit. They are out there in the GTP outfit, but they're in 14th place in class, multiple laps down. So, yeah, it's not been a good day for Dua Esports.
It's been that way for a few teams. Back Performance SRT down and around, coming out of turn 6, had just the right gap to get on the throttle and get out of the way, because they were completely prone across the track in a very blind spot. That's the other thing we haven't mentioned that's kind of difficult about turn 6 as we check out Grid and Go Esports. Oof. Whoa, completely gave a miss to the pit entry. And unfortunately gave some work to the iRacing gardening crew in the meantime. But turn 6 is also kind of blind, because there's that wall to the inside that really prevents you from seeing what's on the other side. If you've got a yellow flag, you often don't know what's waiting for you.
By the way, you make a very pertinent point there. That was that puddle that I talked about. You can see it there on the apron onto pit entry. You've got to be careful of that puddle. The team Drago Racing in GTD, who we think are on slick tyres, are now matching the times of everyone but the leader in GTD. So if they've got their tyres up to temperature, they could start gaining on others around them. So they could very much be a benchmark for when slick tyres might be the time to go.
All right. Well, and that makes me wonder, too, how much does that translate across the classes as well? Because these are very different cars. I mean, the LMP2s and the GTPs, pretty similar, so they could maybe use one another. But if you're in these prototypes watching the GTD cars, how much can they read into that?
I mean, it's extremely difficult. It is extremely difficult, but you have to see if a GTD especially is going to be significantly quicker than its fellow competitors and it's on slick tyres. Okay, you might put 2 and 2 together and get 12, but in some cases that can actually tell you a lot as well. So I will say the lead in GTD, it's worth pointing out, that's down to less than 3 seconds. Gustavo Ariel has been raking in and reeling in Daniel Pastor in that Williams Esports racing car.
Yeah, we had touched on that quite a while earlier, how it seemed like it was relatively close for a brief while, and Gustavo was pulling him in, but now to be within 3 seconds will just be similar to what we witnessed with the 50 and the 20 car, where once they were within that range, they caught them very, very fast. Coming down through turn 1 here in our battle for one of the positions in the LMP2s. Is this for the 7th spot? Is this Fiercely Forward Pink? No, this is it is?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, so P7 in your LMP2s. I mean, it was poor LMP2. It was a smaller field to start with anyway, and it's just been absolutely decimated and bullied as this LMP2 field. So going deep there was number 12, the fiercely forward pink car, Nicholas Laubish at Apex Racing Team, who, remember, Apex Racing Team, the 199 behind, did lead early on in LMP2, and it was them who had an accident with the BS competition car on the exit of turn 1. That's what led to them having to be several laps down.
So they're unfortunately now racing for just somewhere within the top 10 in this group. Didn't actually have a huge LMP2 field sign up for this one, as he's going to try and cut back, but looks like Dan not able to make that one work, and that was with dealing with the other traffic class cars out there through the bus stop chicane as well. So despite being sent down through the field, they have not lost any of their fervor.
Drago Racing number 69 in GTD just set the best lap, last lap of those in GTD. So that could well be coming into play as round the outside. Well, we've seen this happen a couple of times today. An Apex Racing Team can't quite get it done.
Dan doing everything he can. Nicholas just continually holding him off around some of these more difficult corners. Doing a fantastic job of it, I have to say. So how much longer can he defend is the question. And is it worth defending? Because if he gets a run, at some point he's going to have to just try and hit his own pace out there and not hold both of them up.
Yeah, this is intriguing to watch, but great stuff from the Apex Racing Team to move forward. So definitely really good to see how they've been getting on moving forward. The problem for them now is they've got quite a bit of a gap now between them and WSR Esports Abruzzi. A few laps between them and the next car, but you just plug away. You never know right now.
You just never know when it comes to endurance racing. You gotta stick with it until the end, that is for sure. Yeah, Drago Racing still continuing to push here and showing incredible pace back. We'll probably check with them a little bit. In the meantime, continue to watch this excellent fight here for 7th in the LMP2s. Apex Racing Team getting past Fiercely Forward Pink, and that was good timing because Fiercely Forward Pink just pitted in.
And Max Verstappen pits for Team Redline. This is early. This is lap 22 of their stint. So this is going to be a change to slick tyres and just brim the car as much as he can with fuel.
It goes up on the jacks, so we'll watch intently here. Not just for the pit stop and see how the car handles coming out, but what kind of speeds is it going to be like? What is the handling of the car going to be like once he gets out into the dampness out there? I think it's enough difference between himself and the 001 that he's not even going to lose that second place. So he'll still emerge in the same place. That's the good thing. They don't lose a position in doing this, but there could be massive gains for gambling on coming in this early.
Now the question is getting the tyres up to temperature. That's going to be the key thing for them. And with Max pitting now, every lap that the Ferrari stays out for, the more and more that BMW's tyres are going to be up to temperature and be able to compete then with that Ferrari. So if you're Scuderia Ferrari HP Esport Team, you need to be looking at your strategy and thinking, do we need to box this lap to try and mitigate that, or did they have enough of a gap to be able to have a bit of breathing room and maybe wait a lap or two?
I know I had said earlier you need to run your own race, but I think this is a case where their only competitor out here right now, as it sits, is that number 20 car. So if I was on the box for them, I'd be watching the lap times of that 20 car like a hawk. As soon as it shows that, it's competitive, I would pull Nicholas in and swap those tires. Don't wait until the end of the stint. Might as well try and get on the same strategy and cover them off.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm going to be stepping aside soon, but I'll be still there in the Twitch chat and in the YouTube chat as well on Racebot TV, and be seeing how people think this goes on. But this is going to be intriguing. This is going to be a great, thrilling race to watch, and you do not want to go anywhere at all in this one. It's going to be an absolute cracker, and I do think that Max is already on it, because that gap has gone from a minute to 57 seconds.
Oof. So that is, again, something where somebody needs to be heads up in this situation if you're the 50. A big thank you to Paul Smith for taking us through these last couple hours. And now we bring in my good friend and cohort, Jake Sperry, to join us before I take off in a little bit of time. Jake, welcome in. You've joined us for a very fascinating iRacing Daytona 24. This has definitely been one of the more intriguing and fluid, if you'll excuse the puns, Daytona races that we've seen here on the set.
Well, this is the back-to-school vibe, isn't it? All of the drivers realise it's Daytona, it's the start of the season. Everybody is looking to try and go out there and impress. You've got drivers in new teams, you've got drivers looking to impress with what they've got. So I think really when you sit down and you look at it at the biggest way possible, that the amount of rain that we've had over the last couple of hours or so has really thrown a wrench in, and this is what we've gone and expected out of our special events here on iRacing. We love the ability now to say that you do not know what the conditions are going to be like, whether you're going to get a fully dry race, whether you're going to get a fully wet race, or you're going to get what we've got here, which is a little bit of something in between, which has been, I think, one of the most impressive things to watch at as we focus on your LMP2 lead right now, as Gilles Johnny is looking to try and find his pass on Matteo Frigerio in the Effect Simulations 908 for the race lead. All three races, I would say, are very much on at the moment, and you don't often get to say that when you're nearing the halfway stage of a 24-hour race.
Okay, here's some interesting info for you. Last lap for Verstappen, a 1:36, whereas Nicholas just has been running consistent 1:38s. I'd say somebody needs to get on the horn to the 50 car right now.
Yeah, I think they want to come in. I think they'd love to at the moment. They know that Scuderia Ferrari HP Sports Team 50 is going to be trying to do a lot, but you have to also remember here at this stage that this is effectively feeling like a brand new team at Ferrari. Nicolas Beau was at Borsod for the longest time. Michele Costantini was Apex Store for the longest time. You got Erlich Steinbroughton, who was part of Team Redline. This feels like a very new Ferrari team that's out there at the front. They've got a lot to do, as in comes said Inet Motorsport blue car in the number 19. They're going to come in, slightly missed their box, so that's going to cost them a couple seconds there as they will go up onto it. But, this is the scenario that they're in. They know they're being hunted down by arguably the most popular sim racer in the world in Max Verstappen, a four-time Formula One world champion. And there's no harm in saying you're losing time at this stage to that, and there's no harm in saying, well, let's just try and stay to our strategy as much as possible, because they'll be looking at what they're doing right now, and they'll also be keeping one eye, of course, in towards the future to say, well, what's the weather going to be doing an hour, 2 hours from now? They don't want to put themselves on the wrong strategy 2 hours from now, for example, when we're expecting a threat of rain to come in that's going to put them on the wrong strategy moving forward.
Well, see, that's where it gets interesting, because there was a lot of teams that were thinking that way, including the Team Redline number 20, where they changed on to those wet weather tires earlier than the Williams Chill Blast team, which they were racing with earlier on. Well, Chill Blast team stayed on the dries, and that proved to be the call because it was a little bit too early, despite all the other teams deciding it was too slippery to try and carry on. They were so much faster on those slicks, and I have a feeling that many have probably taken note of that and will be watching carefully on this one because, and that's why, again, I'm kind of surprised that the Ferrari team has not called him in. Nobody bothered when they saw that that car was so much faster, the Williams car. Nobody bothered to cut the stint in half and say, let's cut our losses. Let's switch over. This is clearly faster. And they lost a ton of time in the process. I get the sense that if you're smart here, once you see that you're starting to be outpaced, you gotta go with the flow.
Well, it's a case of biting a bullet somewhere on the circuit, but I mean that time has just extended back out again to a minute point one. So you're looking at there for the Ferrari HP Esports team. I think they're doing a really good job because look at what Max Verstappen's got to do by comparison. He has got a bucket load of traffic here. Oh, and he's going to go around just like that. It's not often you see Max Verstappen find a spin. He just keeps it out the barriers. That's what happens when you're starting to try and push. He gets caught out, unable to run his speed, doesn't get the downforce there in his GTP, and as such, he goes around for what is a small spin there that doesn't ultimately cost his race.
Interesting. Now, there was some traffic around him, so I'm wondering if that played a part, if he was a little bit put off by all that was happening, because we also mentioned that, you know, if you go offline with these slicks, it's going to be a bad time. Oh, as there was third in our GTD class going off. Team Redline's 169 with Cooper Webster behind the wheel. Unfortunately, finds the wheels a little bit of askew after that one.
Yeah, he won't be pleased about that, will Cooper Webster, because he's the sort of driver that's brought in for the night shift, based in Australia, so he'll be someone who definitely will be in this car for the long haul. He's taken over from some Keitert there, and also Gianni Vecchio, and I think he almost very nearly has gone around for a second. In fact, he has just gone around for a second spin right on the front stretch, so Cooper Webster is in an absolute world of hurt here in this race. He will not be happy. In now, finally, is Nicholas Bowe. In is also Sean Campbell, by the way, who was in third position in his category there in the gridandgo.com esports 001 car. So now here's where Max Verstappen has an interesting scenario. Has he lost all the time by making that spin? And it's worth noting here for Nicholas Bowe as well, the wettest part of the circuit most often, Joe, is pit exit.
Yeah, that's a good point. And the tires are going to be just stone cold by the time he comes out. So it's going to be tricky. Looks like he is exiting now. Hasn't completely passed the cones, though. So where will he emerge?
Now.
Yeah. Oh, and there it is. Yeah, you're right. It's going to be close, but not close enough, as he will be ahead. So yes, he lost time with the spin, but that early call was the right call for the slick tires. So Verstappen back up to the lead.
Yeah, we'll take a look here at Cooper Webster. I think he was trying to dive in for the pits, caught the puddle, and then went straight back across. He's done so well, actually, there. He held the brakes for a long time, trying to keep it out of the barriers, and he managed to do so. But you can see the back of the car there is just completely shunted in. And look at that for a big miss there for one of the BMWs, I believe that was there. Very nearly clattering the back there of that Team Redline car. So that could have been all over. And here is the Buttershoot car doing what we've seen quite a bit of there, actually, over the last hour or so. Turn 6, just about finding barrier, avoiding it just about.
Yeah, so many cars have gone too deep into that left-hander. Man, I have to say I'm impressed. I was with you that I thought the 20 car was going to come out pretty close because of that loss of time, but it must have been just such a massive advantage. And now here's a massive blockage coming into turn 6 as the GTD cars provide no place to go for a brief moment for our LMP2s, eventually managing to sneak by, though.
Yeah, there's a lot here. You've got, of course, the Effect Simulations car, who's in second at the moment. You've got Dana Moore for Apex, who was trying to find a way through. But this is interesting as well, because you've got Soren Kolodje, who is there at the moment piloting the Team Huysingveld 101. And this is with a car that is a lap ahead. Oh, they've actually just come together going in. That's Mark Calver in the Mag Performance SRT car, who's actually just clipped the back of Soren Kolodje going through into the Le Mans chicane. So it's a really important situation motivation because all these drivers are about a lap away from each other, and they know that this is a tiptoe phase where everyone's trying to dance out onto slick tyres because they know it's quicker, but they also know they've got to keep the pace up to avoid seeing that tyre temperature drop and then Spin City finding itself a new resident.
It's such a snowball effect that you got to keep hustling the car. As soon as you start to slow down, it's going to perform so much worse. As we watch another of our Ferraris just kind of cruise on by some of our traffic here. It has certainly proved to be a quite good car in these wetter conditions. I'm looking at our top 10 here in the GTPs, and I see at least 4 or 5 Ferraris there spread amongst them.
Yeah, those Ferraris certainly have come in and made a big difference here, of course, with the balance of performance, and we expect that the Ferraris to be up there and challenging, and especially with the Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team housing 2 entries here, I think they really wanted to try and go out there and showcase what they are all about. But they have certainly done very well. They are doing quite wonderfully at the moment, but this isn't a guarantee to say, oh, it's a Ferrari Cup up there at the top. Everyone's got an opportunity to go out there and prove themselves in whichever car that they feel is going to give them the most confidence. But it is something that we do see quite a bit, that drivers do have a tendency to go to the new shiny trinket and say, that's going to be my best option going forward, because if it hasn't worked for certain teams and drivers in the past, or in some of the other cars which are out there that they already know, they think, well, maybe I've got a better chance trying something new. And there is no better place, Joe, to try something new than the first round of pretty much the iRacing special event 24-hour races like this one here at Daytona.
Indeed. And it's only about 6 seconds. That's your marker right now to watch between this car, Max Verstappen's number 20 BMW, and Nicolas Beau's number 50 Scuderia Ferrari car. See if he can catch him back down once again, as he already has once before, and managed to make the pass when it was fully wet, and now they're on these slicks onto a drying track. So going to be an ever-changing situation. We're seeing less and less spray out there too, but you had mentioned earlier we're expecting more rain to come. What was it, about an hour from now at this stage?
Yes, so we're expecting in sim time the rain to start becoming a factor again at about 1:15. We're currently in sim time at 11:15, so we're about 2 hours away from rain finding itself in, and it's a chance of rain which is 1%, but it's going to add up. We're expecting then over the course of the next 90 minutes to 2 hours of that, for that to go up to about 20%, so it might not happen immediately, but what we're expecting is that there is a stronger and stronger chance of precipitation that's coming through. Not as aggressive as what we've seen earlier on in this race, but what will be noticeable is that it's going to be a very slow burn where drivers are going to be able to keep the tyres up with their slick tyres that they'll have available. But the moment that they step off, I think we're going to see a lot of troubles, and I think the type of rain and precipitation we're expecting over the next 2 to 3 hours is possibly the toughest condition you can have, because there is no right answer to what you've got to do with it.
Grabowski gets promoted up to second place now that the number 18 car has pitted in. So we get 2 battles at once now on our screen. Oh, indeed. Good call. We had been noticing that Pastor was catching up, or was being caught by our Ariel, and now it's going to be a side-by-side fight coming into the first corner. And for Pastor, he cannot hold him back. Gustavo, the slow trudge forward, has been rewarded with a pass for the lead.
Oh, they make contact there on the run into the tri-oval. I thought that was going to be all over between those two. Ariel and Pastor, they're getting just lucky enough. And yeah, you have said it absolutely right, Joe. It has been a slow trudge for Gustavo Ariel and the 171 Team Redline team. A Team Redline that has been so good when it came to the IMSA Esports Championship. And that was everything that you wanted and a little bit more from that performance performance. So they're looking to try and showcase again just what they're all about. And the team, of course, Gustavo Ariel, Florian Lebigra, Josh Thompson there, I'd say that is a team full of trust and full of experience that have seen it all and done it all and know how to play with. You look behind that Williams Esports prodigy team, by comparison in the number ones, they've got Daniel Pajtor, who's currently driving behind the wheel right now, but they've gone through their entire lineup. Beckham Jasir, Alessandro Pico, and Vasilos Belistiotis, who has also been in behind that at the moment. Daniel Pajtor doing a good job, but at the moment, Gustavo Ariel, there's a reason why he's part of the 10K club. It's because he just knows how to put the hard yards in, and he's done it for year after year.
He's not just 10K anymore. He's 11K. We have to remember, it is just unbelievable, the amount of iRating that he has garnered. Some of these drivers really hitting incredible heights on that. For those not familiar that are watching this, iRacing essentially has a numbering system that is calculated based on your results in official racing. So that's what we're talking about when we mention your iRating number. The higher the number, the more skill you are considered to have. You've had better results than all of those around you. Speaking of those around you, look at what it's like from inside the car, dealing with this traffic so constantly this late at night.
Yeah, this is such a difficult scenario. Imagine driving out there on the freeway or the motorway or whatever major highway that you've got in the world and realizing that everyone's at full beam behind you, so it's trying to dazzle you with their lights, and it's tipping it down with rain, which is always very difficult. Oh, and the kicker is there's no speed limit, and you've got to continue to find your way through with everyone around you. It's one of the toughest challenges that you've got out there as a driver. Intermittent changing conditions right now, spray, making sure that the car's pointed in the right direction, avoiding what's there in front, and dealing with traffic. The issue that you have in GTD is that everyone is faster than you, so you've got to be so predictable as GTD. You effectively dictate what everybody else does because everyone's got to try and drive around you. The moment you start trying to jump out of the way of everyone else, that's when you get unpredictable, and that's where we see accidents occur.
It's a lesson that many a driver has to learn as they get into multi-class racing, that if you're in the slower class, just run your racing line. It's the responsibility of the car behind to do with that what they will and make the safe decision. And you do have to cross your fingers a bit if you're running in that slower class that they do make those smart decisions, but then you also have to do your part in this as we watch the 171 get caught up. And number one, whoa! Speaking of trying to be predictable, that was a bit of a late defense.
Well, it was a case of go one way, go the other, and there was at least more than one move. There was at least two, and they're going to give a bit of door to each other then as they go through. So no love lost here in the GTD lead going on right now. Ariel and Pajtor are throwing a couple of haymakers at each other here along the tri-ovals. Not something that we're used to seeing out of these two, but at least for the time being, it is still going to be Gustavo Ariel.
So lead for the 171 still, but he is under threat with how much he had pulled in and then passed that number 171
of their race. They're looking around, they have the license to go and afford to battle, but the issue they're running into is that this is a close scrap and they are starting to throw haymakers, not what they want. And also as that's going on, Williams Esports Academy under pressure for the race lead in your LMP2 class.
Yeah, they have been up at the top spot a few times in this race, and each of the classes has Williams Esports, but they have unfortunately kind of fallen by the wayside a bit in comparison to what looked like dominance early on. And as we continue to watch this fight for the top spot here in the GTDs, no lunge up the inside down into the Le Mans chicane that time. They got a couple of faster class cars coming up behind them, but they'll catch them at a good spot, so nothing that they have to do other than hold that bottom line through NASCAR 3 and 4.
Yeah, they certainly will do, and I'm sure that Daniel Pastor is going to do his level best to find it. As you can see, there the likes of Scott Michaels making his way through in the CrowdStrike racing car that's 13th overall in class. Little pivot.
Yep, coming down and around turn one once again. As he
over to the outside, hoping that if Ollie tried to drive through in 6th position, look at how that just dices up open the battle there, able to keep the pace down. That's a nice little gap for Gustavo Ariel to really feel like he's going to be happy with. He can now start to build on that, and Daniel Pastor's going to have to work really hard to keep in range when you're talking about this being about 1 second is what you've got to try and hold, and at 7/10 you're immediately making it a little bit difficult.
Indeed, any more than that, he's going to start to lose that slipstream to be able to hold on to the fight. These GTDs kind of known for that, seeing that sort of racing, especially early, but we're now about 10 hours into this race, so we're into the thick of it. You don't see these packs as much, but the effect still remains the same. And on the bottom, we take a look at the fight for the lead in our LMP2. Suddenly, we are spoiled for choice when about 3 hours ago, it was everybody far apart from one another, Jake.
It was, and now we've got everybody all nice and close together again. So I would say this is quite a perfect situation. You got battles on top, you got battles on bottom. Frigerio nowhere to go, stuck behind Parker White with Jesse Jones also in the middle of this, trying to get the Dua Esports GTP on through. So that's all going on as well on the bottom. On the top, remaining quite a case of stasis, and it's 6 seconds to Team Redline at the front. This is what we love from our endurance racing. It's always going to be something where these drivers are pushing to the highest levels that we have seen pretty much ever in terms of their sim racing acumen. They are pushing more and more and more, and for the first time in a long time, this isn't a done strategy deal. This isn't a case of, okay, you plan this race out from the very front and you've got this race on lock. You've got to plan this one on the fly for, I think, the first time in about a few whiles out there in terms of how many Daytona 24s it's been. It's been wonderful.
For those that were kind of following the storyline of the wet track, everybody is on slick tires at this stage. I don't think we had mentioned that before, that everybody finally had come in and swapped those out. Yes, you're seeing a little bit of moisture being kicked up, but that is not enough to affect the cars. It is very clearly a dry track. In fact, you can see that dry line on the track pretty distinctly at this stage. Even here on the banking, it shows up as our leaders in the GTD get overtaken by yet another of our GTPs. We got some more battles in those GTDs as well, a little bit farther down. This is for 9th, 10th, and 11th.
Yeah, and down there in 9th, 10th, and 11th in the GTDs, you are going to be starting to look around. So you've got Manuel Troncoso, who leads this group in the 269 Drago racing car. You've got behind him the WSI Esports Butt Kicker 23, which has just lost the place in Andrew on this lap. And then there is the Bordeaux Surplus competition car of Norby Kish, who is there hoping that the number 7 car can start finding a way through. So now look out to the top side. These drivers won't want to leave the racing line too much. And in fact, they triple push on a bump draft as they go through, because they don't want to be out on the outside of this circuit where it's wet at the moment and they're having to scrabble about with it. So they're just about able to manage that as they let through Hamilton Akabuzi in the fiercely forward red car. Troncoso holds his line. They all stay a line astern at the moment, but it's Norby Kish who looks like he's the closest to making this move, and he's definitely trying to line this up as soon as possible into the International Horseshoe. Not getting much love for it, as still on top, Gustavo Ariel doing pretty much what he needs to at the moment, which is not worrying and just maintaining about that half a second margin.
Certainly giving us some excitement here. And yeah, it's interesting to see that triple push. The adage usually here on the oval side is don't push the pusher, because that can lead to bad things, but they've given each other just enough space that they were trailing in that line nice and safely. Back onto the oval we go once again. They're starting to drop that third car in line a little bit, it appears.
Well, they need to, and dropping the third car in line is important because it makes your battle just a little bit easier. When you're battling out there and you've got yourself effectively 3 all looking to go out there and go for it, it can be so easy for any mistake to come through, and especially for the middle car in the battle. You know, you're looking around, you're attacking and defending at the same time. It's the last thing that you want to do, and in fact, it's because Manuel Troncoso has had himself troubles and he's crabbing along the bank banking up at the top. It was, of course, after his hit down into the walls there, I believe, at the West Horseshoe. So not good for the Drago 269, who are desperately trying to crab the car back onto the pits, which is one of the toughest challenges that you've got, especially in the wet.
You can see Kish just trying to pull a little bit of a slipstream off the prototype. Instead, maybe he's going to use it as a pick down to the inside. Is this going to give him the spot over Karan? Oh, it's close. Oh, Karan's off. Unfortunately, discovers there is just not much grip off the racing line with the wetness and the marbles out there. And off he goes into the grass. Good job not letting that slide off into the Armco, though, because usually if you go that far off, you got nothing but damage coming your way.
Well, the one thing that you'd normally expect is to see maybe a little bit of the marbles wash away with the rain, but out there for Andrew Caron, he had to try and skid, and effectively, marbles in the rain is an ice rink. You got even less tyre contact patch there with the ground, and because of that, the WSR Esports butt kicker machine found himself skating with no way of really making the turn. So Norby Kirsch gets what he wants, which is 2 places gained, with 0 work having to be done for him. So a big smile from ear to ear there will certainly work, but back up with 171 and the 1 out there at the moment. And this Redline Williams rivalry is something that we're seeing more and more in all of these special events out there, and now we're starting to see it at each and every single category level. These are the 2 teams that I would look at as rosters and say they are A and A1 in position for each and every single race.
They've become quite heavy hitters, that is for sure. For the lead here in our GTDs, Ariel in the red line machine, Pastor in the Williams car as they come up to lap traffic. Is he going to stay off to the side, allow them through, trying his best, but he's running his own race. And yeah, there you can see they eventually managed to sneak by. Did not give an opportunity to Daniel to try and get that position back quite yet, but they're not going to be caught by more prototype traffic in the infield. This often can cause all kinds of chaos.
Oh, it absolutely can, and it's there behind for Inet Motorsport Blue, who's looking to try and move through after the pit stop. So this is a very important moment in the race for them as we take a look at what happened to the 002, which had to go flying off there, came in at a rate of knots, slid across the banking, went straight back along. Now that would be a penalty to go through for cutting the course, and there's nothing they can do about it, because quite literally put, how do you slow down?
Yeah, that's a stop and go, and I can confirm, yes, I just see the black flag appear for them. So they're going to be forced to come into pit lane and hand some of that time back. I mean, they're probably grateful that there was nothing to hit there, but at the same time, that has made life quite difficult for them. That was, my goodness, we've seen drivers go deep into that first corner. We haven't seen anybody go that far yet.
No, it's one of the largest offs I think we've seen, and it is very tough to come back from that. And of course, when you get a massive tank slapper, you're always looking at using the car's braking to try and slow it down. At that point, you know, you're just reliant on the air around you and what you've got underneath you, the car naturally slowing. In the wet, the car just travels a lot further. There's a lot less friction, so you're always going to be traveling a bit further along through. But to go the entire way along that section of banking, unable to scrub the speed, that's a lot as we focus here with the number 18 car, third in class. This is the Sesha Esports team with David Toth behind the wheel, a former pro stripe. Balazs Pala has been in behind the wheel before him. Ola Daniel as well has been in the car too. So they've certainly done very well. It's nice to see David Toth out there and racing with the red, the white and the green of the Hungarian colours, and really hoping now to start challenging and attacking forward, looking at Ps 2 and 1, which have just changed for position, with Matteo Frigerio now leading the field for effect simulations.
Yeah, it's very close up there. Again, it's been impressive that we've had battles at the top in each of our classes. Granted, it has pulled apart in the GTPs because since the pit stops, it looks like the Scuderia Ferrari team not able to run down the Team Redline car, but it's still only 10 seconds apart. In endurance term, 10 seconds is nothing, especially considering we're now just about 10 hours in, I guess. Yeah, just about 10 hours into this one. About 30 more minutes and we'll hit that point. We've actually already, no, we haven't crossed over the midnight hour on this one. Still got 30 minutes to go, it looks like.
Yeah, we do have a little bit of time before the midnight hour comes in, and especially when the night kicks in. This is one of those 24-hour races which does have one of its unique spectaculars about it, being that it's got the longest night of any 24-hour race out there, as Frigerio goes miles off the circuit there at Le Mans. A tiny little wiggle through the middle of the corner, and I think he just slid on. I think he just carried too much speed even as he went through. Very bizarre, but that will cost the lead.
Good news is I can see on my timing and scoring the car is still going, because that was my big worry there, is when you go off the left-hand side of the Le Mans chicane, you often find yourself slamming into the tire barrier and ending your race prematurely. Yeah, it looks like the car is fine, but certainly a scary moment if you're Matteo, and it's cost him about 3.5 seconds. If anything, he's not only lucky that the car is whole, he's lucky that he only lost those 3 seconds in that.
Well, he's very fortunate there that he was driving across a little bit of the outskirts there and really making some progress forward. He found a little bit of asphalt and ran through with it, so he got a little bit lucky in that respect and was able to scamper on. Of course, with the real world 24 hours of Daytona, that entire section of road would be completely paved going through there, so would have had the ability to just rejoin at his leisure how he wanted to without the mad scamper over the grass there through that section. But once more to Gustavo Ariel there in the Team Redline 171. These are the laps that I would be probably the most scared about doing out there at the moment, knowing that it is nose to tail for the race lead. There's not much threat going on from behind. It's just 1v1 as you go out there. And effectively, you're saying, well, can I outrun you? The answer is no at the moment. You need strategy to come into play and whatever happens on in the future. So these are the tough laps, because you know that you're out there at the front, and there's no other way of really explaining it for Team 171. They are doing quite a lot of donkey work in that Audi compared to the BMW behind of Williams.
This is where the pro sim racers make their money, I'd say. The pressure has got to be immense between Ariel and Pastor, even though it's not even at the end of the race. But he's had that car now behind him for quite some time. He had to make a move to get through, and it seemed like he should be able to run away, but just unable to do so. Worth noting, they've got a whole minute down to the Drago Racing 069 car. That was the one that went early to slicks, wasn't it?
I think so, and making that early decision, I wouldn't have said paid off is the right word, but they're certainly profiteering, but they're also looking behind Miguel Costa and the way that the GridandGo.com Esports 005 is chasing them down. So there is still that element of the race that they will have to continue with as this progresses on towards the 11th hour of this race. So at least for the time being, it looks like GTD is always looking to scamper about with its battles. It's got a small one here, a battle of two, a battle of two, a battle of two, and we're really loving to see that in what is possibly on the iRacing services. There's a little feign of defense there from the Audi, not wanting to see that attack down the inside over at the Le Mans chicane. What is definitely the hottest contested category in iRacing strength of fields.
Coming around through NASCAR 3 and 4 now, with our leader Ariel just in front in his Audi versus the BMW of Williams, with Daniel Pastor behind the wheel. They'll complete yet another lap. And in fact, we're not even seeing any spray in some places anymore at all. So fully dry at some points around here. Look at him. Just follow him literally nose to tail through turn one. He is not afraid to stay glued to that rear bumper.
Oh, and he has a half pivot down to the inside of the International Horseshoe. So he is certainly trying to get in the mirrors of the Brazilian here, is Pasta, who is there in second position. He's definitely showcasing what he wants to do, which is to go out there, be a nuisance, find a way to go and attack, and again has a massive look to that inside, trying to scare him through the corner. And you know what? It just worked. He scares Gustavo Ariel off the line, and Daniel Pasta, as cheeky as you like, he throws up the move that gives him the race lead back again in GTD. Oh, that is as cheeky as it gets.
Sometimes it's about just biding your time until the right moment. and using it to your advantage. So back up to the top spot where he was for many laps for Daniel in that number 1 machine. Got about 0.7 of a second over Ariel. So will he be able to catch him back up like he did before, or did he use up his best stuff a little bit earlier on? And some of what we're seeing here out of the bus stop chicane as well, as we should mention, we've got that spray. There's also dirt and mud and things that have been kicked up through there as well. So I'm sure some of what we're seeing of that stuff is all the dirt off the racing line that they are breezing through. That's certainly going to fill over the course of this race.
Well, it looks something a little bit like a boba tea when you go down there and towards the Le Mans chicane. I think at this point that's about what it's going to look like. You've got the marbles, which are the bubble, and then you've got all the dirt, which makes the mixture of the colour, and then the water adds the filling to it, and then you've got yourself a very nice drink. I'm sure you could scoop that up, and it won't be the nicest drink in the world for anyone who spins there.
I'll let you test that instead of me, okay?
Rather me than you. That seems to always be the way it goes, Shag.
Yeah, but man, these drivers maybe looking for that respite after their stint, hopping out and getting a refreshment like that, because we have to remember that some of these stints going as far as 3 hours, and it takes a lot of focus out there. The good news is, that unlike in the real car, you can have someone that could be handing you a drink, and this honestly might be one of the best tracks, only maybe kind of topped by Le Mans in terms of tracks that you could have some time to rest yourself mentally and get yourself either a drink or maybe even, I don't know, a small bite if you've got a snack nearby.
We've seen it so many times, and across all of the splits that we got, I think we've got 96 splits or something going at exactly the same time, which is fascinating to see with everyone's 24 hours of Daytona effort that they're doing right now. And you do have the ability to go out there and relax. It's only a light turnover, of course, on the banking. You'll be trying to get as much drive as you can through here, but you've got these long straights. You've got this long section where you can relax. You can go and take a little drink. You know you don't have to put massive wheel work and effort in. It's a long stage of full throttle. It's mindless, some would say, when you go through, so you can switch off and you don't have to think as much, but you can't switch off fully forever. Yes, you can go and get a little bite to eat there and grab over from the side. Yes, you can take a little drink and you go through, but the moment that you forget that you're out there driving and you suddenly jolt yourself back into reality, that's where it gets scary. And it's when you get a group of 2, 3, 4 different faster cars behind you or slower cars in front of you merging at the same time, that reminds you, yeah, you're in a sim race and you're in a very competitive one.
That's for sure. By the way, the gap's still hovering about 7 to 8 tenths of a second. So while he hasn't been able to distance himself more, Daniel has kept Gustavo at an arm's length since he's made the pass. So that's the good news for him. We'll see if Gustavo can make that back up here in the short term. Meanwhile, things have also gotten closer together in the GTPs. Remember, that was at about 9 seconds. It's down to 7 seconds between Verstappen and Bo. I wonder how much of that is due to the ebb and flow of traffic, though.
Well, I think there's a lot that's going on here with the ebb and flow and traffic. I think that Nicholas Bo caught a very tough section of traffic a few laps ago, but the times are coming down from what they were at the start of the stint. So you start looking around at what they were doing. Bo came in, did a 35.4 outlap and was doing high 32s, and that's already come down now to 129. So that's 3 seconds worth of drop. So there is still a little bit of moisture on the track, but most of it's gone. Every driver is out there on a set of slick tyres now and knows that this is the quick way to go forward, because this track is only going to get faster and faster and faster as this race goes on. But I would say parity over the course of this lap is going to be something very good. A lot of traffic there for a 130.9. If he was doing what he did over the last couple of laps, that gap would be down to about 5 seconds to Max Verstappen and the BMW M Team Red Line number 20 cars. So they'll certainly be saying over at Scuderia Ferrari that they are doing what they need to keep Max Verstappen in eyesight or within a manageable margin for them, because they're looking at this second phase of the race and they'll be thinking, you know what, we are in a prime position not just for a podium but for the class win, and that's what they'd want on a debut with the majority of this team.
No doubt. It's kind of shoot for the stars at this stage. You're in the spot where winning and nothing less is what you want out of this one. But you do have to still think big picture, because 14 hours, 22 minutes left to go. You can't lose sight of what's directly in front of you. Did see the Drago Racing 069 car just duck into pit lane. So it looks like they're going to take another set of fresh tires, get back out there, and see what that can do for them as we watch the Ferrari side its way through the Le Mans chicane and back up onto the banking once again. Also, we haven't seen a coming back together for our LMP2 lead. That's still at about 4 seconds apart over there if you're watching that tower on the left-hand side. But as we come across the line, oh, wow, 9 seconds apart now between first and second. What happened that lap?
Well, just looking at that lap, there was a 132.7 for Nicholas Bowe. So while it didn't look like it was too dramatic in terms of what time he lost, what you have to remember is most of that would have gone wrong at the West Horseshoe, where he caught up very closely to the back of Tobias Martinez and the voracious Racing Team 314. Had to really pull out of the throttle to go through that line and go and make that pace. So that's where the time was costed. That's where a lot of the position went and the time went. And so that's why the gap's now out to 9 seconds. By comparison, Verstappen at 30.7 on that lap would be quite happy with what he was able to do. So this is the ebbs and flows of what you got to navigate here. Nicholas Bowe will not be best pleased that he's dropped that time, and now for the first time it ticks up over 10 seconds.
Yeah, that will be a little bit irritating, no doubt. You can see how much moisture there is still off the racing line. As soon as he got up high on the banking, was kicking up a pretty decent sized rooster tail. So probably somewhat treacherous outside of where drivers are normally placing their car here. You got to be on your toes. We have a black flag for the Williams Esports Academy car. That's 4th place in GTP. What has happened? Is this another, or is this speeding to pit lane? I wonder if that's speeding to pit lane, because they're in now.
Yeah, that looks like speeding there for Patrick Thompson, and I don't think he'll be happy about it. He was trying to get the car slowed down, He was at 120 kilometers an hour going across the line as he went to slow it in, and I think he just realized, well, that's how cold it's going to be. That's how tough it's going to be when you dive into the pits, where it's still wet on the infield because there's nobody out there who's clearing anything of it. And when you start putting it into that perspective, yeah, that's not working. They've also got the black and orange mechanical flag for a meatball, so
yeah,
they are going to be down on the pit for a very long time, and it's a real shame to see.
Yeah, as you were talking, we saw the replay that caused that. So yeah, no wonder they came into pit lane. They smacked the outside of the Le Mans chicane, and it probably brought it in. Was caught out both by the moisture, like you said, and no doubt the car not braking quite like it should after having that huge slap into the outside wall. Well, once again, another of our Williams cars just falling by the wayside partway through the race after it was looking so good for them. If you missed it a little bit earlier on, the Williams Chill Blast car had contact with the 007 Grid and Go machine, caused them a meatball flag, the mechanical black and orange flag, and they have not been back out on track since. They have effectively retired from this race, even though they have not officially withdrawn from it. So the attrition has picked up a few of them here and there. It's not at a high rate of knots, Jake, but every once in a while it opens its jaws and it snatches another one.
Listen, we started with 60 cars here in this split, which goes to show you how many drivers want to go out there if we can fill 60 cars 90 odd times over the course of everything. But I think the important thing to remember right now is this one fact, and that is that we've already lost 25% of the race at least so far, and more are finding themselves in trouble. 25% of the race gone just before halfway. We don't expect this one to be a case of we're going to lose half the field, but I would suggest that we're going to lose at least 40% of this field by the time that the end of this race comes around. So there will be drivers and teams who are going to be on the wrong side of it and have been caught out early. And I looked down the list of teams that have been caught out. You've got the Marla Racing team in there, Shera Esports, Apex Racing Teams 299, Drago Racing have had troubles. One of the BMWs, one of the Williams is out there. You know, you're starting to see the names, and the bigger the names teams are, the more that they start to struggle, the more that they fall. That's not what they'll be hoping for. But this is racing. There will be casualties, and this is one of the circuits that on paper looks easy. You put them in these conditions, it's not.
And that gives those who are seen as the underdog an opportunity. If you can stay out of trouble, keeping it clean out on the track can play a big factor in coming home with a good result. So keep your nose clean and just keep putting the laps in. You never know where it could wind up putting you, as it looks like the 20 car is now pitting in. So Verstappen comes in for fresh tires.
Yeah, that's important because now he gets the opportunity to attack on another fresh set of tires. That was very choice there with the 171 going through, having to navigate through with a car that did not want to be as slow as that was. And I think that was Dennis Robin Wolf for Fiercely Forward Silver. Found himself in the wrong place. Now, this is what's happened to the Effect Simulate. Oh, that's a hefty one there. And that's not great when you consider that was second in class at the time. So, Matteo Frigerio there, catching it at all the wrong places.
Okay, so that, well, it almost took out other cars as well. You could see he was trying to get it out of the way. The car was highly unpredictable just because of the way it hit and the damaged rear suspension, but everybody was very heads up in that situation. I'm hearing information, and are we going to
sorry, it's the 909.
Oh.
So that was Ronnie Smith. So that's Ronnie Smith who's had the trouble. You can see that 8th in class, so that's on me. But look at that, the engine there in the rain, entirely exposed. How often do you get to see that on an LMP2? That is one of the most perfect examples of the iRacing damage model in full display. They pulled it off to the side of the road, decided to let the tow truck bring them and pull them in. But that is a hefty shunt, which has, unfortunately, cost the 909 team their race.
By the way, Grabowski in the 16 has brought it in. And as I was going to say before we got the extra info there on the 909, we got another car slow coming off of turn 6. Thankfully able to get it moving and not cause a problem. So Voracious's number 22 has just gone a little bit wide. Oh, they did find the barrier. They thought they could make it, but there was just not enough room to the outside. Eventually, I'll get to my point here. I understand that Verstappen had a very difficult time making it into the pit lane. Didn't speed on his way in, but definitely found himself locking up a few times in the process.
Well, this is what happens. You're trying to hit the brakes going down into a very wet pit lane, and each and every time the car's going to want to try and go a different direction based on the puddle. If they grab a puddle on the left-hand side, the car's going to want to naturally pull itself to the left because the tyres on the left-hand side slow down, the tyres on the right-hand side maintain their speed, and so you get that overspeed, which brings the car that wants to pivot over to the left-hand side. Very difficult to try and deal with. Same can be said if it goes to the right. So each and every puddle you hit, you're trying to micro-correct the car, and you're trying to make sure that the car stops, and every time it grabs a piece of tarmac back once again off of aquaplaning through the likes of the water, it's going to start trying to grab, and so you are going to see the tyres lock up a little bit. Good news for Max Verstappen is he's going to change that set of tyres, so he can lock them up as much as he wants. He can drive them as if they're 50 pence pieces, and they'll still do a good job for what he needs them to do down the pits.
What happened to Kauppinen, though? I'm seeing another black flag now for the number 6 Drago racing car. Is that another speeding penalty? Because that was a team that was sitting in a good position earlier. They're in their pit stall. So I wonder if we're seeing just a lot of cars getting caught out by the slippery entry. Here we go. Down into pit lane, cuts across. That was a bit dangerous. Slowing down, not slowing down enough. Indeed, that's a massive speeding in pit lane.
I think these drivers now are starting to realise, Joe, that the track's clear for them when they're out there driving. They think, perfect, let's go. Infield's wet. You still got to judge on a wet line breaking down into the pits. How many of these drivers and teams would have practiced a dry tyre, dry track into a wet pit lane? It's almost impossible to try and replicate. It's a very novel position that they're in, and I think this is why these drivers are getting caught out, because they don't have the ability to go and restructure these conditions. They don't have the time to do so.
So if you're on the box, get on the horn to your driver. Tell him when you're pitting in, brake early, brake very early. As we had another one, the number 8 Delatraz Automotive by Major's Garage. Thomas Imborg looks like he sent it in a little bit too hot there. And to give you an idea of how much this hurts, it is a minute 25 stationary for the Drago Racing team to deal with that penalty. There's the LMP2 actually making it all the way to the grass even, but thankfully did not go out to the track itself. We've seen a few cars do that too.
Well, Delatraz Automotive and Thomas Amborg, they're going to kick themselves at that because it's stonewall. Each and every time we see it, these drivers are trying to take more and more advantage out of their stints, and they're getting caught at the end of the stint, and suddenly there's nothing there and it doesn't work, and we get a penalty. You know, it's compound interest on top of what has been a very, very importantly tough race. And that LMP2 field, I do have to say, it's possibly the most open field out there of all of them, and that penalty will put about 3 hours worth of work to try and chase that back for Thomas Amborg and the team. So they've got a lot to do now to try and pull themselves back in.
Did something happen to Frigerio in the 908? I think you said it was the 909, right, that had their issue, which we saw the replay of, but the 908 is showing in pit lane for over 2 minutes now, so something's gone wrong.
Oh, no, not them as well. And I think they've just had themselves a technical issue drop. Callum Reed-Garton has desperately jumped into the car, and so that's effectively just like seeing the engine go in the car. So Callum Reed-Garton desperately jumps back into the car, and that will cost them at least a lap.
Absolutely gutting. And again, you can't predict what's going to happen in these races. There are so many things that can be outside of yours and your competitors' control that you've got to stick with it, which is why you've seen Gustavo hold on to the back of Daniel Pastor here for that top spot in the GTDs, not letting him go. He knows he's been overtaken again, but all he has to do is keep the pressure on, wait for the right moment. We've seen the traffic play a part. We've seen mistakes play a part. And who knows? Whoa, it could be a mistake from somebody around you. Did he make contact? Did the Audi hit him?
I don't think he did there. I think that's just Scott Michaels going all on his own. He was trying to run around there, the BMW leader, and I think he was just too aggressive on the power off the exit. Scott Michaels, with a rare mistake, finds himself dropping back because of it, and that would have scared the GTD category leaders there, with Williams Esports Racing Prodigy right on the side of it going, oh, well, I'm glad he didn't spin into us.
Seriously, I was literally just about to try and make that point, that you could have a problem that it isn't of your making whatsoever just because someone else had a mistake. Yeah, good call. He did not touch him, but boy, was it close.
Can't get much closer than that. It's as simple as that. You sit down, you look at what you're trying to do, and you say it from the top down, Joe. From the top down, you got to keep yourself out of trouble as many times as possible. WSI Sports Abruzzi. Oh, that's a missed pit lane and a half.
He almost couldn't decide if he wanted to. Oh, don't go backwards on the track. That's going to be a DQ if you do that too far. Eventually finds his. Was that out of frustration, or did he have a problem with his wheel and pedals?
I think that's more of the fact that couldn't get it slowed with wet tires, wet slick tires. I think that's couldn't get the turn and as such found the barriers. I don't think that was anything more than that. But that is a hefty hit that has certainly cost them in the 223, which was sixth in class by the time they pulled it down into the pits. As in comes Scuderia Ferrari HB Esports Team 50. They put on a showcase here for you, Joe, just before you've left your stint.
Exactly. And they kind of did that about partway through as well. Caught and passed Max Verstappen for the overall lead on track. I mean, God, that is going to be something for Bo to tell his kids later on. I passed a multiple-time F1 world champion on the virtual track, but still, as we get Max back up onto the top spot, Steinbronn is going to pick up for that car, is already out of his stall and getting back out of the circuit while we continue to watch the Team Redline 171 try to play catch-up after that scary moment.
Yeah, and they certainly are, and they'll be looking to try and get everything back together again here and to find a new avenue of attack. Gustavo Ariel here hasn't lost contact. He's still there at 0.7 of a second, and I think he's really trying to do what he can to keep that in range just before the stops. There has been a driver change over at the number 50 team, so they have just pulled out of the car Nicholas Bow, and they have put in the Norwegian Erlich Steinbråten into the car, who's now, his job is to catch Max Verstappen, who is still 10 seconds down the road.
Well, your co-driver managed to do it. Now you got to do the same. That's going to be a difficult ask, no doubt. Apex's number 99 car with Alex Gal in there just hit his pit stall. Curious to see if they're going to take him out. And
Joe Delatrara out. And it's happened coming up onto the banking, and it was right there in front of Erlich Steinbråten on his outlap. He just catches himself there on the curb, and at that point you've got no grip. It's sometimes in dry conditions, in the wet, you've got no chance there. The back is just completely demolished, and that's the end of the Delatrara effort.
That is a really shame. The Majors Garage team doing their best to mix it with the big boys here, but was not meant to be in the end, as they have now towed it into pit lane and start to slip down our timing tower. And will they get back out? They still have the ability to try and repair the car, but they're going to be massively behind if they do decide to return. Some of the teams do choose to, others don't really want to try and battle for the lower places. They're kind of a win or bin sort of situation. As we check back in with Pastor versus Ariel, still about half a second apart between the pair of them. I got to give credit to that 171. Avoided that being a part of that wreck, and I mean, hasn't missed a beat. He's still holding onto the back of the Williams car.
Well, this is what Redline need to do. They don't need to miss any beats. They don't need to be in trouble. But speaking of which, why don't we go 3 wide into the opening corner? They dance around. That will be Simon Kaulart there on the outside for Movano Rosso. And the IFR Esports 717, which is 40 laps off the race lead of Kasper Rishoy Andersen, who is there for the team right now. So ultimately, that's all 3 classes going through. And when you're in GTD, well, LMP2 and GTP have a very similar sort of top speed effort when they go through right up to the very pointy end. So you've got to be very switched on to the fact that each and every driver is going to be finding a way through. And that is the scariest place for Gustavo Ariel. Held his line in the middle. Absolutely exemplary.
Yeah, great stuff. And yeah, it's always a danger when you get that 3 wide situation and you are stuck in the middle. You kind of have to hope that the line that you've picked is the right one and everybody else will respect the boundaries, because the perception of your surroundings in sim racing isn't always quite the same as real racing, to be able to tell where those other cars are, especially if you don't have a triple screen or a VR setup to really let you see off to the side and know what is going on around you. So everyone kept a cool head in what could have been a bad situation, no doubt. Continuing to let some of these faster class cars by between the pair of them, not losing touch with Daniel just in front of him. We get ever closer to the top of the hour once again. 14 hours to go, and your leaders in the various classes sees Max Verstappen in the number 20 BMW leading over in the GTPs. That's about 13 seconds he's been pulling away up there over the Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team with Ole Steinbråten having hopped into the number 50 after an excellent stint there coming from Nicholas Bow. And then the last of the podium, at least currently for our GTPs, is the gridandgo.com Esports 001 with Gabriel Streitmatter in that GTP car, that Acura currently running. BMW, Ferrari, Acura, your top 3 right now in that class. Down in the LMP2, single make for that one. The Williams Esports Academy car of Santeri Martikainen is going to be at the top of that as we get a little bit of a battle here down in our GTDs down into turn 1. Acura is going to hold station on that one. David Toth for Ziza Esport is currently running in P2, but they're a 22-second gap behind, and then it's a massive 1 minute down to third place with Enet Motorsport Blue and Harold Cretton in the number 19 holding down there. Meanwhile, we've got our GTDs. Daniel Pastor, as we've been mentioning, leading in the Williams car. It's the tightest fight for the lead we've got right now. Team Redline's 171. Gustavo Ariel was leading briefly, has been repassed, and is just holding station behind him. As the Enet Blue Motorsport car, are they our latest victim? They are indeed. Somebody needs to tell these guys, you got to brake early to get in there. And Lucas Perez, by the way, the last of our podium in the GTDs, but they're actually a full lap behind. Top two, Jake, have been massively quick.
Oh, they really have, and they've been running fantastically. So, for example, Lucas Perez for the Simify Esports team, the Spanish outfit, 1:44.3 that last time by Pastor, has just dived into the pits, by the way, and on a 1:43.8 on that last lap. So consistently half a second a lap quicker. This is for fourth and fifth out there on track. It's Thibaut Prevost, who is there in fifth position for the Drago 069 team, the Polish-based team. And then the gridandgo.com Esports 005 still has Miguel Costa behind the wheel, but Costa here is the one who's going to have to be starting to look behind. And you know what? No, they're not going to fight. They're going to bump draft. So Drago clearly like their strategy at the moment. There's no point me fighting you. I don't want to win fourth place, third place, as I believe the Simify car has also dived into the pit. So it looks like they're going, oh, they've got a black flag speeding as well. So Gabby Montoro will jump in behind the wheel. They're another team that's been caught out by the pit lane entry.
This is a tremendous amount. This is highly unusual. We have to clarify that usually when we see a black flag in these endurance races, it's a big thing. It's a significant moment. So to have, gosh, this is what we've had at least 10 of them in the past 20 minutes.
Yeah, I think they've heard that Oprah Winfrey's down there handing them out. So at least at the moment, you get a black flag penalty. You get a black flag penalty. That is not what they want at the moment. They're looking around and saying, I don't want to be out there speeding. I don't want to be caught up in this and going forward. You have to dial it back by, I think, an extra 50 meters to 100 meters in these conditions. Because you got nothing to get rid of the water with the slick tires. That's what they're all falling foul of.
Yeah, it's all been, if anything, the wet tires earlier sent all that water off to the side. So they put that stuff there, and they're realizing it now. Yeah, you might as well give up some time on the way in so that you don't give up even more time having to deal with the penalty. It's probably going to be much worse giving up the extra 30 seconds that you have to sit stationary than you give up 5 seconds braking extra early to come in. So we pretty much hit that 10-hour mark now for our 24-hour race here at Daytona. It has been a classic to remember in these first 10 hours. It's going to be a high bar to live up on the second part of it. That is for sure. But I think these drivers are up to it. They've been giving us some beautiful racing on this one. With that, my time has come, at least for my first stint of calling the action. I'm going to hand over to Arjuna here in just a second. Mr. Kankapati will take over. Jake will, of course, stick around for a little bit longer, and the racing will continue here at Daytona.
Helps if I hit the right buttons. Hi folks, welcome along to the next couple of hours of coverage here on RaceBot TV. Arjuna Kankapati alongside of Jake Sperry. Jake, it's been an interesting race since I last was in the commentary booth a good 6 or so hours ago.
Yeah, there's been a lot that's been going around with it, and so when you sit down, when you say at the highest possible caliber of these drivers, we've seen the rain come through and decide to shake up the race, and I think it's shaken it up actually in the last 10 to 15 minutes more than it has done in any other part of the race that we've seen going out. So all of these drivers now starting to get caught out by a dry track but a wet pit lane entry, and I think that's where we're starting to see all of the problems out there. And I think it's a really important one to say that everyone is now starting to realise that you can't just brute force this race just because it's dry. Doesn't mean it's 100% dry. As we watch Drago Racing and Thibaut Prevost just be very happy to stay behind the grid and go effort in 4th position in class. I think this has been one of the closest battles out there, as it has just opened up in GTD with a driver change as Josh Thompson has jumped in behind the wheel of the Team Redline 171. But reality is, this is where we're going to be for the next couple of hours. This is the stasis that they're trying to deal with before that next element of weather comes in, and it is going to roll in and rain over the next few hours. It's going up to 4 o'clock in the morning, so well into the second half of the race. We're expecting about 45% precipitation.
That's a interesting moment with some GTD traffic, but this fight for third just navigates through it. We'll wait and see if there comes a point at which the spray has completely subsided. I mentioned the threat of rain. It's 40% chance in about 3 hours' time, so that's the next bit of strategy that these teams and drivers will be keeping in mind. Many battles compared to those first couple of hours of the race, though, where basically up and down through the field there was something going on. One of the more electric starts to an iRacing Daytona 24, and this, the 8th running of this great race. Up front, it's been interesting tracking the progression of different car choices. A BMW, a Ferrari, and Acura all running at the very front of the GTP category. Of course, it's Max Verstappen that continues to sit in that BMW M Team Redline entry, but going to be at some point handing over the car, probably Diogo Pinto, Chris Lullen to pick up the baton, I would assume. And at the dry, it does seem as though the BMW has got somewhat of an advantage, Jake, relative to the rest of the field. Verstappen starting to put the hammer down.
Yeah, that gap was nothing when they decided to make those stops, and they pulled it out now to about 15 seconds. So silly lully Chris Lullen, they'll certainly be very happy to see him jump in. And Diogo Pinto as well, who maybe goes down at this moment in time. I don't know how you feel about it, Arjuna, as probably the number 5 driver in the Mount Rushmore of sim racing drivers at the moment, behind Gregor Hutu, Martin Kroenke, the likes of Sebastian Job and co. So you start to look around. Diogo Pinto, seriously underrated for what his talent is. He is one of the best sim racers, or right now, arguably, the best sim racer of his generation.
Only a couple of hours away from the halfway point, which does represent a bit of a marker. We saw plenty of spirit of endurance racing in the early stages, with drivers and teams caught up in incidents still making their way down towards the pit lane. In the more recent hours, though, the level of attrition has very much started to play its part, and 60 starters, up from 50 last year, let's not forget. A bit of a hit on some of the computers for these drivers to think about as well in terms of performance, with the rain coming into effect as well. But we're down to what seems to be just shy of 46 cars out there and circulating. That GTD pit cycle continuing to work through, and 2 teams opposite ends of that cycle right now. It's Veloce Thrustmaster, who got tangled up in an incident in the early stages, and it's interesting to see the new lineup, Jake, that the Veloce team have brought to 2025. Lasse Bach, Daniel Lafuente, Cody Deeth, and Rasmus Christensen. 4 new drivers for a team that's been around the world of sim racing for plenty of time.
Well, they certainly have done. I remember when they first came on the scene and were very much the upstarts out there, brought drivers like William Chadwick into play, and you thought, wow, this is going to be an exciting team moving forward. Lasse Bach is a driver who I think can definitely go out there and prove that he's got the pace to go out there and challenge. Daniel Lafuente's got plenty of experience. Rasmus Christensen, I think, is going to be a little bit underrated, as you can see here, just a slew of GTPs and LMP2s that are trying to go through. And then you got Cody Deeth, who's a very interesting case of a sim racing driver, in my opinion, out there, Arjuna. He's someone who wears many different hats for many different series out there. You know, he raced for Grid and Go over the course of last season. He's here with Veloce Thrustmaster for this, but he was actually doing some of the Monday Night V8 broadcasts over, of course, on iRacing's channels that goes through with Eclipse Sim Sport. So he wears a lot of different hats. He's very active in a lot of different communities and puts his fingers in a lot of different pies. And I would say that Cody Deeth is one of the few drivers who legitimately drives everything.
That's a slide down in through the chicane, and it somewhat caught the LMP2 car out for a moment, but they worked through there safely. It's always fun seeing where drivers go and experiment outside of their traditional cars. It's something that I was even thinking about when it comes to someone like Ole Steinbraten and the Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team. I'm so used to seeing him in a GTD car, a GT3 machine across of the world of sim racing. To see him in a prototype feels a little bit weird. At the end of the day, he sits in second in that number 50 entry and 12 seconds now behind Verstappen after taking over the car from Nicholas Boyd. He did put in not inconsiderable shift, should say that one as well. We'll keep an eye out to see there are going to be any fights, but the fight in LMP2 has seen the Williams Esports Academy team started down in 10th, slowly rise its way up through the field, and after the unfortunate incident for the Apex Racing team, it's the Williams Esports Academy entry that's taken full advantage. 16 seconds to the good as they run right now.
Yeah, they'll be very happy with the work that they've put in over Sesha Esports. I think that they're certainly running through and getting the pace that they want out of it. Santeri Martikainen behind the wheel. But I do want to talk about the driver who was in there before, and Kamil Grabowski, who once upon a time was one of those drivers that you looked at over at Triton Racing and was absolutely wonderful to see when he was out there and putting his best foot forward. There's a reason why he's part of Williams Esports and the Academy team. He is lightning fast when he chooses to be and can go up there and challenge with the very best. They're up 9 spots from where they started. They've got that 17-second gap here at the front of the field, and long may it continue with the way that they're driving here. They're just putting in the hard yards. This is what we call the meat and potatoes of the race here, Arjuna. These drivers know there's nothing flashy about racing at this time of night. You just do your job and know that all the points come at the end for these laps, these hours that you put the work together.
It's been interesting as well when it comes to these hours of the race. Typically, some of the big moments that we've had over the years, you're so right that end of the day, performances through the night sometimes go unsung unless it's the ones that end the race, which get plastered on social media, and plenty of memes sometimes get made about them. You can see still a little bit of spray down towards the opening corner as the LMP2 leader navigates through some traffic, and well, Jonas Weiss in the IFR Esports number 717 just slides off the track very slightly. He's not the only one that's done so. Take a look at the replay. It's the Grid and Go GTD machine, passed by the 51 Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team, and a bonk into the tires.
We've seen about 4 or 5 of them over the last hour or so into the turn 6 tyres. It's so easy to do. You can see he's stuck on the outside because he has to let the Ferrari HP Esports 51 dive on through. And then when you're trying to get the turn in, you're out there on the marbles, you can't get the car slowed down. It's so easy to do. And even if you avoid that, we've seen quite a number of cars, especially in LMP2, get out on that outside curb there where it's still slippery and wet and spin the car trying to get some traction down and put the power down and throw themselves into the safer barrier up at the top. It's a very deceptive corner, especially in the rain.
And, well, just keeping an eye on that forecast, I am hoping to see a little bit more rain because it'd be a shame to have commentated on about 8 hours of the first 14 and to have not been part of any of that true rain. The changing conditions is really what makes the rain so interesting, and it's what we saw at Sebring the very first time that the rain was in effect, albeit that was torrential rain to say the very least. I do think, though, that the rain is not by any means dissipated to a point where you can be calm out on track. Jake, take a look at this down towards the Western Horseshoe.
Well, this is what happens here, fast car versus slow car, and you have to brake in a straight line when you go through, and that's 1, that's 2 into the barriers, and one of the Williams cars there getting caught out in exactly the wrong position, and that's how quickly it can go from hero to zero in the blink of an eye. You know, you got to try and get yourself over to the outside or the inside, especially when you're the faster car and you've got conditions like these where you literally cannot decide change your braking marker. It is so easy to get caught up in an issue like this. I think the GTD car did everything correct, and right now, you know, what more can you say if you are the lights there? And in fact, it's the number 16 car that's just gone off.
Was the race leader, yeah. LMP2 leads down to 8 seconds and a meatball flag. So Santeri Markkinen, there's something clearly at that Western Horseshoe that's catching some of these drivers out, and another one from the LMP2 lead is going to bite the dust. Here's a look at how it happens, and he's already all sorts of out of shape before he's entered the braking zone.
Oh, and here's why, because he's trying to get around Roger Fjellstad Christiansen. in the Grid and Go 007, it puts him on the little infield section, which you see there, some of the alternate line. That's wet over there, so he can't hit the brakes and stop, and he's a passenger at that point straight into the tyres, so he finds himself half a car width out wider than he wants to, and that is a race-defining moment from the race lead Williams Esports Academy car.
Well, big drama, not necessarily what we expected, but once again, slight moments going to cost them big time. And keep an eye on the pit entry here. Jake's called it out already in the last 12 or so minutes. Ooh, off to the grass. And I think just avoiding a speeding penalty as well, but the damage well and truly done. And so David Toth, I think it's an all-Hungarian outfit that now leads up front. I'm not even sure how we pronounce this team name. Lewis didn't even attempt it on the grid read. Sheza Esports, I think is how we're going to go with it.
I think so. I'm going to go to Google Translate now.
There we go.
Have a live look at it. So hopefully we'll be okay with that. It does mean Spirit Racing.
Ooh, nice. Okay, that's good to know.
And it's Sesha.
Sesha. Okay, that makes more sense than whatever I had said before. Sesha.
So they've been doing really well. David Toth, the former pro stripe, of course, he raced in the Grand Prix Turn Racing iRacing series back in the day, which morphed into the Butt Kicker IndyCar series in terms of the open wheel legacy and lineage. And here is someone who has been doing an absolutely fantastic job. They've got 5 in the team at the moment. So with David Toth, you've got Balazs Pala, you've got Tamas Simon, who is a legendarily quick driver. They've got Ola Daniel and Tibor Kish, who's going to be in the car. This team has been quietly doing wonders, and this is the sort of sim racing team I look at here on paper, and it's all about what 24-hour racing is. 5 drivers from the same country looking to try and stick it to each and every other major team that's out there in the world, and they're doing it.
And this is an event in which we often see breakout winners. And so I think back to last year's LMP2 category where it was World Sim Racing Esports, the 223 still down in 5th position as it sits right now as they try and defend their race win. But that was effectively their first big special event as a team, and they went out and won the LMP2 category. Similar sort of story building here, and what's that going to mean in terms of momentum for the rest of 2025? So much in terms of special events to look forward to, and of course not far away from heading to the mountain for the Bathurst 12-hour. There's your race leader who slowly but surely is building this advantage. Max Verstappen, last lap alone, it was close to 1.5 seconds, Jake, and the margin 18 now between first and second positions.
Well, Max Verstappen is just settling down into the rhythm. He had a very, very scary moment about an hour and a half ago where that Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team overtook them on track for the race lead. But he was able to come in when they went from wet to dry and decided, you know what, this is my time to shine. I'm going to show what I'm all about. And he's done that time and again, putting in the quick laps, really getting the most then out of the BMW M Team Redline 20 car at the moment. And well, why not? He is possibly the greatest driver out there at the moment. He is, of course, a sim racing driver with a race car driving habit job to pay for his sim racing, some would say. And I would say that Max Verstappen here is driving faultlessly at the moment, and I think he's putting to pay dirt through this stint the wrong that happened in the IMSA Esports Championship a couple of weeks ago, if not 7 days ago.
Let's not forget, he did make a mistake slightly earlier in this race, but it was in the wet conditions. It was at this very corner where he was offline and spun his way around, but avoided hitting the wall, maybe just some damage to the ego, and continued on his merry way. LMP2, by the way, as a result of that incident for the Williams Esports Academy, number 16, still in pit lane, and the race lead 67 seconds, a quite remarkable lead at this point, but with 13 hours, 45 odd minutes to go, still anything could happen. And that's kind of the story of GTD as it sits right now. Just seeing that Voracious Racing team, they've got a black flag for one too many incident points, but just 2 seconds between the 1 and the 171 as it sits right now.
Well, this has been what has been the closest battle for the longest time. We've been keeping an eye on Daniel Pashta, who has been there in the number 1 car for Williams Esports Racing Prodigy. They had 2 pieces of contact in consecutive laps, side by side, along the front stretch. So they've certainly had a little bit of the elbows out between them, because they know how much this GTD championship battle, so to speak, or this race-winning battle, is going to be for them. They both want to win this more than anything else. Josh Thompson behind the wheel at the moment for Team Redline. But that Williams team, they really want to stand out and say, we are the team that's the best in the world. You look at that Ferrari, red line team. I often said before Scuderia Ferrari HB Esports came into play that the quote-unquote Ferrari of sim racing is Team Redline. They are a team as old as time who have been winning for longer than most sim racing aficionados can remember, and they were winning all the way back a decade ago, pretty much dominating here in iRacing. This is their sim. They want to control it. It's where they stamp their mark of authority, and that Williams team is looking to challenge them each and every single place they want to go and race.
Well, let's go and have a chat with one of our drivers who's in a battle towards the very front of the field. Nicholas Boy's about to go off and grab some rest, but his teammate Ole Steinbraten currently 18 seconds behind Max Verstappen in the number 50. And Nicholas, great to have you in the broadcast booth. Talk to us first, before you tell us about how this race is going, about how it feels to be a driver for Scuderia Ferrari HB Esports team.
I mean, it sounds like a very big name, and when I had the talks in like the late December stages, I mean, I knew what I was dealing with, but yeah, it was really interesting to see how they were trying to approach this and try to build up this project with the 499P. So it's a big honor, and yeah, I mean, it's just the first races of many, but this is already like a really good feeling. We have like the past 2 weeks since January 1st have been probably the best in quite a while for me. So yeah, I can't wait to keep on going like this.
Now let's talk about the race. We are, 11 odd hours or close to 11 hours complete. Like I said, you're off to grab some rest after this. How's things going from your perspective? 16 seconds off the race lead. Can't complain too much, I guess.
No, definitely. After that, I think it was a quad stint or so. I can't really complain about anything right now. I'm probably feeling better as I've ever been. And yeah, we did some stuff on the strategy. I think everyone saw that we went out long on the wet tires and Verstappen went in early. But we were having a talk about it if we should follow. But like we're watching the long game. We know there might be another period of rain, and I'll probably be there again. So we just decided to stay out on the wet tires, knowing we'll lose the track position. But first of all, we avoid any trouble, and second of all, we immediately get a big fuel advantage on red line, which they first have to catch up again. And having the fuel advantage in the rain is one of a big, like a very big thing. So I think it was a good call that we did that. It wasn't easy at times, especially with the wet tires on a really dry track. But yeah, I think I've made decent work in the last 4 stints. So yeah, I'm really happy about that.
Talk to me a little bit about what's the plan moving forward over the rest of the year. As I'm guessing, focus on the iRacing special events, but I'm guessing you win one of these 4 VCO Grand Slams and you've booked your golden ticket to the IMSA Esports Global Championship at the end of the year.
Yeah, that's it's like we all know about that, and it's really tempting. And I mean, first of all, we're just trying to show that we're there now in this race. I didn't expect any of this, and the main goal was basically to show that we're here and show what we can do. Now this looks really promising, so yeah, we'll just try and keep this up, and then hopefully we have a great year together, and maybe we'll see each other in the IMSA Esports Championship. Who knows?
Nicholas, thanks for coming and chatting with us. We'll let you go off and grab a bit of a rest, and hopefully we're chatting to you at the very end of this race in 13 hours and 40 minutes time.
Yeah, thank you.
Nicholas Boy jumping in there, and you've got to say the pride of representing Scuderia Ferrari, Jake. That's something that that first conversation that Nicholas had with the team behind the scenes at Ferrari, I can only imagine the chills that went down his spine.
Yeah, it's something that when you look at what sim racing drivers have been trying to achieve and the legitimacy that has come around with sim racing, I think it's been absolutely fantastic to jump in with and to really get the most out of all of these opportunities that wouldn't be around 5 years ago, wouldn't be around 10 years ago. And so, when you're sitting down at it, when you're looking at what Nicholas Boy has been able to do and achieve, and actually how new that team is at number 50 with Michele Costantini and Ole Steinbraten, and Steinbraten who's in the car right now, you look at that team and, there are going to be smiles on each and every single driver's face. They know how important this is for them to go and represent you know, a team which has racing legacy and lineage and history, which goes here, there, and everywhere. And it's just a testament to how important sim racing has become as a development tool for all these big teams. And I think that's something we're seeing, especially when you've got a driver of Martin van Leeuwenhoek's caliber who's out there driving in that for Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports 51 there in 6th position.
Yeah, they managed to convince Martin van Leeuwenhoek to come out of sim racing retirement because he was off in the world of two wheels, and he's got a great Instagram page that you should go and check out as well. But it's been about 4 or 5 years since I've last seen van Leeuwenhoek in an event of this caliber, and they've got a real ace in their sleeve, do Scuderia Ferrari, in my opinion. Last time I competed in any sort of a sim racing championship was when Martin van Leeuwenhoek was winning it, but that's now 2019, 2020, a long time ago. They've climbed 16 positions, though, in that second Scuderia Ferrari entry, the 51. They are the biggest mover of the race so far, and we'll see if that's going to continue holding as a bit of a trend.
Yeah, that was a slow car there. You don't often get to see that going through one horseshoe to another. So I'm just a little concerned as to who that was finding themselves wrong place, wrong time. And I think that would have been the Dula Esports DTP. So yeah, Jesse Jones, who found himself the wrong side of the Dulatrol automotive car driven by Augustin Bernier. And so that Dula Esports car, which has been left, right, up, down, sideways, upside down, you name it, still can't get themselves past the LMP2 leaders. And finding itself in another tiny little spin around.
That's already 29 laps off the leader. It's, like Jake says, been a difficult day for them. It was a close call with one of the redline GTDs, though, that almost ran into them. So Josh Thompson had a bit of a scary moment, but focused, at least for the time being, on the fight for third, which has now dropped a good full 80 seconds off for the race lead. And so you've got the two little battles at this point, first and second, and then third and fourth. Thibaut Prevost is going to sit behind and probably save a little bit of fuel, because it's a quite large disparity, Jake, in terms of the strategy here between the last time each of these teams came down to pit lane.
Oh yeah, there has been a big disparity between them, and you're looking around at what they're trying to do here at both Drago and at Grid and Go. Of course, it is still Prevost versus Costa, but when you're sitting behind like Drago are at the moment, they'll know they'll take one big advantage, and that is that they can save fuel out there. And these are the differences that you can see with each pit stop lap that goes through, and that's ticking across on the left-hand side of your screen. So 10 laps worth of difference between them in terms of when they pit. So Prevost, I would say at this point for Drago Racing, is trying to gain a lap each and every time they can. Just say, okay, I can go one lap further, and you can see it by the way he's driving. Look, he bumps up to the back there of the Grid and Go 005. He does not want to make the pass. He does not want the clean air. He just wants to save fuel. And there's a nice little look at the internals.
That's how close they are, by the way, but they are literally clipping through each other in some ways, because Thibaut Prevost is going to give the helping hand, but he doesn't want to sit behind for too much longer. He is on the 26th lap of his run, so he's coming to the end of the fuel window for his car, and so at some point he's going to want to try and get a little bit more focused on pulling a little bit more of a gap on low fuel. We'll see if that's going to work out in his favor. He's now going to just help out the Acura NSX for a little bit as they cycle back out of the International Horseshoe, one of the slower parts of the track, of course, the infield, before you build up the speed on the banking, and you just have the slight slowdown through the Le Mans chicane to think about. And while I was off in the 6 hours between my two commentary stints, Jake, I was watching the VP Racing Sports Car Challenge, Brian Till and Ryan Marine on the commentary for that. And I was really fascinated by, and I said I'd get in trouble if I said what I really think about the changes they made to that chicane in the real world. I was really disappointed by how that corner now looks without any grass, and it feels like there's a lot less risk that's now involved in that corner because it's just tarmac. And yes, I've heard a little bit that the curbs they have are a little bit worse on the cars, so there's a tighter line that the teams have now got to hit. But I don't know. What we have here on iRacing, to me, seems like a really fine balance between risk and reward.
Let's play devil's advocate then, shall we? In the sense of what we are looking to try and do is to advocate for driver safety as much as we possibly can. And when you put the grass there in the middle and the grass on the exit, what you have is a scenario where drivers are going to be unable to slow down, and you get these really massive, dramatic accidents that happen because they don't have the ability to slow. Now, how important is it to take off 20, 30, 50 kilometers an hour just by having that asphalt there? I think it is what they're looking at in terms of we're trying to save as much as we can, and maybe that just gives an extra avenue of opportunity to say, look, we're doing the best that we can for driver safety in this regard with the Le Mans chicane. Saying that, though, where's the challenge in the corner gone by taking that away? Because the challenge of that corner when you go through is it is absolutely as scary as you like around Prevost here, with the likes of Jesse Jones in the middle, Miguel Costa, Jesse Hiliajo there for the Abruzzi 223 in the middle. What you have at the corner there of Le Mans here in iRacing is a dedicated one-line suits all jump in with no margin for error, because if you do, you're either going to skitter across the circuit and take a slowdown penalty, you're either going to spin the car into the barriers and end your race, and really it's a no margin for error committed corner. And there is now a startling lack of that in racing and sim racing, I would say, currently. And that's why I think the way that it is at the moment in iRacing is so refreshing to see.
I don't know. I'm still of the opinion. And see, in sports car racing, there's no need to change it. There's a couple of people that have rightly pointed out in our iRacing Esports Network chat that it's more of a risk when it comes to the stock cars, when, of course, NASCAR runs here for the Great American Racer 500 next month, and the risk of flipping there is a little bit more. Max Verstappen, by the way, brings his BMW M Hybrid into pit lane, and he's going to get a penalty for probably speeding in pit lane and for an unsafe pit entry as well. Chris Lullen made the mistake on pit entry last week in the IMSA Esports Global Championship, and guess what? Even a world champion can make that same mistake.
Not just any world champion, a four-time Formula One world champion who moves across, catches a puddle and realizes it's not slowing down. It was a case of just wait and wait and wait. And for Max Verstappen, this is a free pass to Early Steinbroughton in the number 50 Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team, and a gift of 40 seconds, you would say, which will give them surely about 25 to play with by the time the pit stop cycle.
Wow. And no driver change. We're going to have an angry Max Verstappen out on track once more and pushing that 499 that now leads once again. Tamas Shimon, by the way, is taking over in the LMP2. Sheza Esports number 18. That's going to continue running up front once this pit stop cycle has finished its way on through. But the big drama, of course, on pit entry is what has befallen Max Verstappen. Let's go ahead, take a look at the replay, and, well, ride on board with the four-time world champion and see exactly how easy it is to make this mistake.
Well, this is just about as simple as it gets. You start driving in, and look, the car just doesn't turn. He's in the wet. The car doesn't want to turn. It doesn't want to do anything. And at least at that point, you know, you start turning around and going, well, car, do something, please. You can take a look from it here. It's trying to get that car straight lined, and it just doesn't want to do anything. It won't go left. It won't stop. And at that point, you are as much of a passenger as possible. And that's why all of the drivers around and all of the team communicators who are out there, the spotters, they have to say, if you're going to dive it down into the pits, dial it back 100 meters. The track on the inside is still wet.
So 40-second penalty effectively for BMW M Team Redline and Verstappen. Still waiting for Steinbroughton in the Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports number 50 to roll his way onto pit lane. There you can see the now race leader will emerge with the race lead once again. Should be around 10 seconds or so the advantage. And Verstappen, as mentioned, going to be driving probably relatively angry, trying to recover the position that he has now lost. Bit of a snap there, and the lights flash from the leader as the grid and go entry slows down the number 50, and then onto the banking they'll work once again. We're at that point of the race though, Jake, that all the GTPs are now cycled across multiple different laps, so your race leader is not only dealing with LMP2 traffic, with the GTD traffic, but yeah, GTP cars also maybe with similar speed, but down multiple laps.
Yeah, so this is the car in third place in front of them, which is Gabriel Streitmatter here for the gridandgo.com esports 001. And they absolutely do not, under any circumstances, want to let Erle Steinbråten go through into what is a one-lap advantage, because it's psychological. Because when you say you are one lap down on someone, you've got to take that whole lap to try and gain back that time again. That's what they're eyeing up. They are a lap and a half or so ahead of the Apex Racing team and Alex Gall at the moment. So they got third position pretty much down on lock. But they want to say that they are very much in the fight for the race lead overall. They want to say that they're a factor in that race. And the only way they are able to do so right now, Arjuna, is to say we're still on the leading lap.
And it's their right to do so as well at the end of the day. So no issues with how they're fighting, and by no means are they being overly aggressive. The mental mind games, though, will be played with the lights being flashed through traffic, and something that often gets talked about. I've told this story before in a broadcast, but I've done a race with a pro racing driver who accidentally had mapped his push-to-talk to his accelerator. And so he'd be going down the straights, Jake, and people would think he was really angry with everyone, but no. Apologies for the technical issues. Welcome back to RaceSpot TV, to the iRacing Esports Network, as we close in on half race complete in the 2025 iRacing Daytona 24, powered by VCO, the first of our VCO Grand Slams. Arjuna Kankipati joined alongside by Jake Sperry, just as we got interrupted rudely by that slight internet issue. We were seeing the race leaders make a move on the Grid and Go car that's in third position. They have now dived down pit lane, and it leaves just a handful of GTPs yet to cycle their way in towards pit lane. If you're just joining us, well, it's dry now, but you've just missed a whole bunch of rain, and there you see the spray down on pit entry. Jake, we are expecting a potential for more rain in around 4 hours' time.
Yeah, we very much are, and that is going to be to about 40%. That we're looking at. It doesn't look like it's going to be as heavy as what we've seen earlier on over the course of the stints. It looks like it's going to be a case of a very light band of rain that's going to come through, but how persistent that will be from about 4:30 in sim time, I don't know. That's pretty much where we are. I think we're about sat here to be about an hour away from the first threat of that coming into play. So keep that in mind with these drivers. They'll be looking to time that stint perfectly. Steinbråten down on the lane as your overall race leader, and we'll see how much the damage is of that car 20 when that gets out of the pits and back to racing action. We're expecting it to be about 25 seconds. The margin out there is the 171 Team Redline car, which is now finding itself slowly drifting away from the front of the field at 4 seconds. By no means the end of this race, but they are now starting to just waver off the back of the Williams Esports Racing Prodigy team.
This, I think, is to be expected to some degree. We kind of thought the Audi was going to show its strength more in the slightly rainy conditions. It's not necessarily playing out that way when it's so dry. And, of course, we saw the fall off initially, and Redline's really struggling to hold on in the early stages of the race. It's come good, though, with that brief spell of moisture. They'll be hoping for a little bit more intensity in terms of the rain, you'd think, when we get to that next period, and again, we'll show you the radar once we get a little bit closer. 30 minutes or so before is when it starts to show for these teams on their iRacing in-sim radar, if they've got some great forecasting system. A, show it to us, and B, it will give them a definite advantage as to exactly how to strategize things out, because there is an advantage of staying out on the dry tires as long as possible. They are just much, much quicker in a straight line, and we saw that play out initially with the Williams Esports Chill Blast team. Back out onto track, getting the tires up to temperature. Only Steinbratton weaving back and forth into the chicane, 15 seconds in front of Max Verstappen.
Well, you take that, 15 seconds, they've pretty much reversed all of the issue that they had of being 15 seconds down and now 15 seconds up. So they'd certainly take that in a heartbeat and a handbasket. So they'll now start to turn around and say, right, how do we make this our race, and we hold on to that margin? So I would say that what we've seen from the Ferraris is that they've been a little bit better when the rains come down. Well, the good news is they've got a race lead. Max Verstappen is chasing them down. That gap already down to 14.3. That's one thing. Rain is on the horizon. So they will say, well, if we hold on like this, we are best poised, and way with that, the rain might just come into play here. I think that Verstappen will very much like to catch, pass, and then attack as quickly as he can.
Right on board down below with Verstappen as he goes on the prowl. Already now 14 seconds, so expecting the lead to change hands before the next couple of hours come to a close. It will just be if in the rain once again, if that 499 is able to build up its advantage. And of course, the 499 not going racing out there in IMSA competition in full medal action this year, at least planned to go racing. We'll be hoping, though, that it does join the GTP party. We are going to get one new prototype in the real world. Not at Daytona, hopefully at Sebring, though, Jake, when the Aston Martin Valkyrie rolls its way out. And that's going to be interesting. It might sound, this might be a controversial statement, given that we haven't really heard it just yet. It might be the best sounding of all of our GTP entrants so far.
Well, they've taken their time with the Valkyrie, and I think that's really important in terms of what they're trying to do. You get a chance to look at the competition where everyone's been looking to push, and then decide, you know what, now we're going to put our entry in and see just how much of an advantage we can take with it. It's been wonderful to see all these different manufacturers jumping on, and to see Aston Martin now making that all-important launch with the Valkyrie. I think we're going to be in for a real treat. I think we are going to start hitting this true golden age of endurance and GT racing out there, very similar to the likes of what we've seen back in the yesteryears. So I really think that this is an important development, and the way that the Aston Martin brings itself into play is going to set quite an important precedent for, I would say, the next 5 to 10 years.
We're in a golden generation of sports car racing as well, aren't we? So 5 to 10 years, I'm hoping that we continue to see more and more manufacturers interested already. McLaren, Ford, there's rumblings that both of them have started to explore what a program might look like, and so, you know, fingers crossed. Of course, for McLaren, they've got a natural entry point into sports car racing through United Autosport. Very successful in terms of LMP2 competition, both here in IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship stuff, but also across the pond, ELMS, some World Endurance Championship things as well. So plenty of stuff like that. Apparently, Jake, we got interrupted when we were talking about lights flashing and stuff. So let's go back, spool back our conversation. I was telling the story about how a pro racing driver, this was a charity race as well, had mapped their mic, not mic to the accelerator, their flashlights. Not push to talks. My mind is really blanking right now. Headlights, that's the word I'm thinking of. They'd map the flashers to their accelerator. You had talked about the other one, though, right? Which was the brake pedal and the headlights.
Look, this is what we're trying to talk about here. When you're driving out there, you're trying to do what you can to go and make a pass.
Jake, we'll come back to that. Sorry, Jake. Shezza Esports back in pit lane. Sorry to cut you off, but one more bites the dust. That's 2 in 30 minutes. And Tamas Shimon, Jake, uncharacteristic for us to see him make a mistake. Let's go see what happened to him in the number 18.
Oh, he tried to get past Adam Isaacson. for position, and it is a really weird one. He pivots over to the outside. I think he just slightly outbrakes himself, and it's wet on the outside. Look at it, it's an ice rink when he tries to get it slowed down, because you see all the marbles there on the outside. Effectively, he finds himself in the ringer, not much he can do, and that is as simple as a quiet and unsuspecting mistake that will take them out the race. They had a wonderful run, and it puts now Inet Motorsport Blue in control of the race with Harold Creton behind the wheel.
And again, another one bites the dust offline in the marbles, slightly moist, and there's no recovering that car. It's straight back to pit lane. Unfortunate to say the very least. And we have another driver in trouble. That's Movano Rosso. And I don't think they're going anywhere. They've got a meatball. They might have broken the rear axle, and they tow from 5th position.
Well, it's come along on the front stretch there for Simon Cowlart, who was going through with Alsander Spett of Drago. They've just overcooked it through the opening corner, caught the bump. What's this? They're going to catch the... Oh, how much air do you want? And then straight into the barriers in the front. That is not much you can do for Movano Rosso. And Movano have been a team that you don't often go to as an A or an A1 in terms of what they do in sim racing, but when it comes to the endurance events, they're always up there, they're always somewhere. God, that's a lot of air.
That is a lot of air, and just how dangerous that bump is being showcased to great effect there. It now promotes effect simulations, World Sim Racing as well, so we'll keep an eye on how their race will continue to progress. I've just been informed as well by my timing screen. Have we had another driver make a hash of pit entry? The answer to that might be yes, and so let's go check out what happened to Michael Romanidis. This is a car that got involved in an incident basically at the very start of the race. They're still out there and trying, 127 laps down. And so dive down below the yellows, instantly in the moisture, instantly have locked the tires up as well. And Max Verstappen did it once. Michael Romanidis says, I can do it even bigger.
Yeah, that's a large miss of the pit lane, and it's because these drivers are jumping down into that massive puddle section early. I think it is wetting the tyres, and by the time they're hitting the brakes, you know, they've got a tyre that, you know, just doesn't want to slow down. They've got to either turn off earlier, get themselves a feel for what's going on, or put themselves back in a situation where, okay, we still need to dial it back. We still need to continue to learn and pull it back. And I think that puts us now at least 24 who have found themselves caught out that way. And this is one of the most interesting scenarios, I think, of sim racing we've seen in a very long time, Arjuna, because how on earth do you try and replicate these sorts of conditions?
The answer is you don't. I think it's the only way to kind of think about it. You know, the introduction of rain kind of reminds me of when I was at Prodigy Week Part 1, which was the first time that Racing Prodigy got, I think it was 12, 16 sim racers and put them behind the wheel of a Radical SR1, that BMW, all sorts of out of shape. That was the Voracious Racing team and Tobias Martinez. That's a very good save, good avoidance from the rest of the drivers to avoid making that any bigger than it needed to be as well. But the final day that the sim racers were going to go out there and showcase what they could do in the Radicals, Jake, it was basically freezing. And so, you know, the tires, not always designed for those sort of conditions, and so we had to figure out exactly what that meant. And it was a really different sort of an experience where the drivers went out there, and compared to what they'd experienced yesterday, totally different. And that's what the rain has been like as well. Sebring, torrential rain, felt more like a monsoon than anything. We saw drivers like Josh Rogers, right? Josh Rogers making a mistake, which, I mean, that's a rare one. I mean, that could be sold on the black market for a decent chunk of change.
It can, and this is what you're starting to see. These drivers are now having to invest in brand new skills, which they haven't had to go to before. It is a completely different set of skills when you drive in the rain compared to driving out there in the dry. All these drivers would have got their iRating from dry weather races, from putting in the laps time and time again, hitting the same marks over and over, and the variable conditions and the wet conditions, I don't think that they've quite understood how much of a difference maker it makes here in iRacing. Look, even Max Verstappen can spin the car in the rain. Nobody is infallible out there on these tracks with the mistakes that we've seen over the course of this race. It has truly been the leveler, the equalizer that we've all come to learn and love out there in terms of racing. And if this is just what happens when, you know, you put one bout of rain in, a 24-hour race like this, you got 2 lots, you got 3 lots, it can catch everybody out at any given point. Daytona Beach right now has been the most interesting I think it's ever been in an iRacing 24-hour race.
We had a pretty good one a couple of years ago between Apex and Coanda. That, if I recall, was the last of the races where LMP2 was the top class. A couple of mistakes from Coanda, and Apex took full advantage, but you are right. Since then, yes, we've had some interesting GTP races, but I don't think we've ever been so transfixed since the introduction of the rain. If you're curious what it's like in sim right now, we are just about to strike about 1 p.m. virtual standard time, already crossed the turn of one day into the next. It's about as cold as it's going to get. 20 degrees in the air, 20 degrees on the track itself as the wind continues to gust around. It's about 2 hours or so, Jake, before there is a chance once again of the rain. I am noticing, though, if I'm reading correctly, it's only a 33% chance, so a little bit lower than that first cycle around.
Yeah, no, that's dropped by about 10% over the last half an hour or so. And this is what actually makes the iRacing weather system really interesting looking far out, because what we see in the real world in terms of how you predict the rain from 5 minutes to 10 minutes, it's almost impossible to work it out. You can get a great generalization of when we think the rain's going to come and how heavy it is, but you never know until it's truly falling. That's why you often see in the world of real racing that sometimes the best tip for, well, what's the weather doing right now, is the old hand out the side of the window and go, you know what, that's how wet it is at the moment. So what we're seeing here is a correction from the system going, you know what, we were expecting it to be this sort of level of wet. We now don't believe it's going to be as wet as we first thought, because we're seeing that weather come closer, and maybe that cloud build up on the horizon isn't building up as strong as maybe we were predicting 45 minutes ago.
Absolutely. And you know, in the real world, they've got all sorts of fancy radars and stuff, and each team will invest in, well, how can we improve our own data coverage and how we can get, you know, insights from that. Here in the sim, it's pretty simple for now. You've all got the same information. It's just that gut feel. You can't put your hand out the window. It's just, how do you read that information? How do you judge what you're sensing on track? And it's such a different kind of a feeling. Pit lane battle might start to play on out, though, as the Grid and Go 005 pits from third. Gonzalo Tasdellin has jumped in to take over, and Thibaut Prevost is going to fly his way through turn number 1. That's on the top of your screen. It's going to be relatively close, but the Acura should have the gap and hold on to third position for the time being. These drivers now officially 1 lap off of the race leaders.
Yeah, this is Gonzalo Tasdellin, who will be very happy that the fact that he's built the gap now over Thibaut Prevost. They've got themselves about, I would say, 3 seconds there, and they'll be very happy at the fact that they've managed to build that margin. But just very quickly to go back to that point, I've got a very good friend of mine who just so happens to be a newsroom weather reporter over in Spokane, Wisconsin, by the name of Thomas Patrick. And getting an understanding of him as a motorsports fan, I believe there was this massive boatload of rain at one of the Monaco races one year, and he actually took a chance to look in at some of the weather that was going on there. And when you get an understanding of all of the different conditions and everything that goes around, the amount of variables that you get an understanding of, and you just get a quiet little level of what's being talked about the weather, you simply put cannot give enough credit for just how difficult of a job it is to just do something as simple as predict the weather. And I think that's why I think this is one of the most, if not the most comprehensive weather system I think that any sim racing sphere has had.
Oh no, I watched the documentary Twisters, and what I learned is that we can control the weather if we do the right combination of things. So that's a joke, just to be clear. It's not a documentary. I don't believe it. Max Verstappen, by the way, checked up behind Team Hoisingveldt's Porsche, tries to go around the outside, off into the marbles and the moisture, and well, Verstappen makes another mistake, and just like that, Jake, the gap's grown back up to just over 16 seconds.
Well, this is impatience, and you really get the sense here with Max Verstappen that time is of the essence with the way that he's driving. So he was definitely trying to find a way through to the inside. The traffic said, no, there's no angle there. I'm going to do my civic duty and hold the inside line for you, the faster car, to go around the outside of me. Max tried it, didn't have enough to slow the car down, had to take a little trip into the very wet grass, able to save it, but able to continue. Now, this is what I'm trying to get at here with Zenith here. So taking a very early line to go down into the pit, slowing it right down on the wet stuff. That's how you got to try and tackle the pits in these conditions. So we're seeing that certainly working. But Arjuna, you see exactly the same thing as me. That could have been disastrous for the Simify car.
Andrew Carone overcooks the corner, and the Canadian, fortunately, is seen by Gabby Montoro. But I've just noticed, how long has that Audi been missing the front end? Because that is definitely not how it comes out the factory. It's definitely not the most aerodynamic here at Daytona.
Well, it's definitely giving a bit more cooling out there on the front, but no splitter is certainly going to be really hurting it. But at least for the moment, that Simify car has at one point been up as high as third position. Gabby Montoro, of course, behind the wheel, but they did have to come into the pits after taking a hefty amount of damage. So they are trying to desperately keep that car as close to the leading laps as possible. They're now 4 off of the class lead. So they are really scrabbling about, but that's what we tend to see here around Daytona and 24-hour races. Cars which are not optimal have to be driven for a very long time.
And, you know, that's what endurance racing is about at the end of the day, right? And most cars don't start 24-hour races perfect. There was a great story in last year's event at Daytona, but it was in the Michelin Pilot Challenge where car had an issue in qualifying and practice where the ECU got fried effectively, and so they had to fly somebody to from Mexico with a spare ECU that wasn't even from the Audi TCR that they were racing in. It was from another one of the Volkswagen family cars that was going to work in the Audi they were racing. They had one of their drivers drive the hour or so from Daytona to Orlando, pick up the ECU, drive back, thrash to get it installed. We're talking 5-10 minutes sort of install time that they had to try and work towards, get it done in time. Guess what, Jake? They go on and they win the entire race. So, you know, that's what motorsport's really built around, is those sort of stories, and it's what I really love and I wish we saw more of in sim racing.
Well, we've got it right now at the Effect Simulation 908 team, actually, at the moment here, Arjuna, because they had technical issues about an hour or so ago, had to pull the car back into the pits, and that really put them down. It cost them almost a lap, but with all the issues that are going on right now in the LMP2 field right now, the issue that Matteo Frigerio had, Callum Reed-Garton's jumped behind the wheel, and they're certainly looking to try and pull themselves back in, and they currently find themselves second and feel really quite happy about it. So I think they're in a really nice position to go and make something happen of this race, which is what they'll all try and do. Josh Thompson currently in the pits of the Team Redline 171. Now we'll see what the new driver under Williams is going to do, which is Vasilios Belletsiotis, who is now behind the wheel and trying to get them the advantage that they had before the stops.
And so off and away, 41.3 for Thompson, who is about 9/10 quicker than Belletsiotis, who's already about to cross the start-finish line. Remember, here at Daytona a couple of years ago, they moved the pit limiter line a little bit further back from where it was, where cars could be 2 or 3 wide, to right around here where they're single file, and the RFID tracking system from Michelin able to track the tires and do that all automatically. It's not that close in the end. It is advantage to Williams Esports Racing Prodigy. Redline, though, right back into the draft, and I think that's where the slight reduction in the pit stop time is coming from. The ability for them to jump on in and get back into the draft, and exactly what Josh Thompson's going to do now as he slots into line.
Yeah, so difference between driver swap and non-driver swap there, I think, is a couple seconds. So Josh Thompson, they lost a couple seconds when they went to Josh Thompson, but they gained it straight back again when Vasilios Belletsiotis jumps back into the car. So I'd say they're about a second and a half, 2 seconds. I'd say it's exactly where they are over the course of the last stint in terms of what they lost. So this is pretty much as even as it gets. This is going to be the race that we see from now right until the end of the race, I think, unless one of the two teams runs into troubles. But I really look at this and say, you know what, this is a titanic showdown between two sim racing teams, Arjuna, that want to call themselves the best sim racing team in the world. They both have a legitimate and rightful claim to it. And I would say that Redline are the team that have held it for the longest time. Williams are the team that are trying to wrestle it away from them.
Absolutely, and especially in, I think, the GTP class, there's no Williams Esports entry still in contention, but, you know, winning the IMSA Esports Global Championship a week ago, and, you know, the amount of success that Williams have had in the GTP class in 2024, you know, they have very much become the team to beat. And now in GTD, they are trying to displace Redline, and that would just be something else to add to the long resume of the Williams Racing brand. As much as that first and second equation, Jake mentions they're quite far down the road. Once again, these two have found themselves right on top of one another. We'll get back to the second of the grid and go class cars, though. That's still in contention because, unfortunately, from third position, that's coming back onto the banking. Gabriel Streitmatter's gone around, and now we'll see if there's any lasting damage on the Acura, the 001.
Well, he was behind the Falcon Sim Racing team car of Damon Woods, and he just gets caught out onto the curbing on the outside, which has been like liquid butter as you tried to go through. And the way that he's had to try and navigate back onto circuit here as Streitmatter, I don't think he actually touched anything, but he would have very cold tyres now that he's got to try and firstly A, drive, B, get into position. So we'll take another look at it here. Going through, stuck on the outside, just grabs the curb, and effectively, you're on the grind very much there like you're Tony Hawk. You've got no way of keeping yourself off of that. You just have to basically stay on the curb until you can get some turn again. Very fortunate there that the brakes were held from the grid and go 001 so that no contact was made and available.
And well, that was very similar to what Verstappen did about an hour or two ago. So just another reminder that there's still plenty of moisture with which you can make some mistakes. And well, just a reminder of how treacherous pit entry can be. Watch one. And then, as the hard turn to the left there, might have been another one for Dino Lombardi, this time in a GTP entry. This one's a little more minor, but Jake, we're about to say goodbye to you. Your couple of hours in the booth has flown on past, but like we're seeing right now, conditions are still tough and these drivers cannot afford to make any sort of mistakes.
No, and I think that's been the story of the 2 hours that I've been here. All of these drivers have looked around and they have made uncharacteristic mistakes, and we've seen a lot of them over these 2 hours because, quite simply put, it's one of the most unique situations that we've had to see here in iRacing. You know, we've seen a pit lane that while we've got a dry circuit, we've got a wet extremity of this track. And what we're seeing in this 24-hour race is that these drivers can't afford to go offline because of the rain that we've had earlier on. And even though it hasn't rained for 2 hours, we're still feeling the effects of that. I think it's been a wonderful bit of the middle of this race. It's only going to heat up in terms of this race as this goes on. And when we've got a little bit of rain coming along on the horizon in the not too distant future, I think that we're going to sit Arjuna in a really wonderful place where these battles are not going to be over until the last lap is turned. And I think that is why this is one of the greatest iRacing 24 Hours of Daytona.
Another hour complete, 13 left to go. We say goodbye to Jake Sperry. We welcome Mike Nouse to the broadcast booth. And an hour away from hitting the halfway mark of this race. Gap at the front of the GTD field, now down to under a second for the first time in quite a while. And Mike, an interesting position that you find yourself coming to in the broadcast booth with the hope, at least in my opinion, of rain on the horizon. And a very interesting race in two of our classes.
Yeah, we saw earlier, first off, big thank you to Jake Sperry there before, and welcome along to everybody joining us here for the 24. But the rain earlier absolutely threw a monkey wrench into the equation like no other. But as of the past hour, Arjun, I've been noticing the dominoes have started to fall. We've been seeing mistakes add up over time. And with that, of course, this track getting ever so difficult in these night running conditions, is fatigue maybe starting to play a role as well.
Fatigue may be playing its part. I'm wondering up front, there's a big swing in the last handful of laps. We'll take a look at the graphic that will show us the lap time delta between, well, Verstappen and Steinbratton. 3 seconds on this lap alone. It's under 7.5 now, and Verstappen is flying. What we have seen after his mistake on pit entry is a fired up Max Verstappen, and one that's not going to wait too much longer. The expectation, though, is Mike, that we're probably going to see Max jump out at some point. He got into the car 100 laps ago, so he's been flying so far, and it's probably time to hand over. Maybe Diogo Pinto, Chris Lullen will take over.
Yeah, either of those two, a solid choice here as we see them negotiating around more and more back markers throughout this race. It's played lots of issues with it, and of course talking about that minor issue that Max had into pit lane. Bit of a lockup. He also had one in the Western Horseshoe, losing about 2 seconds. But with all of those issues in mind, he has been plowing this gap down. Now this could be because, like you mentioned, Max has to pit soon. Therefore, he's running a little bit lighter on fuel. Steinbrotten, excuse me, in the front should be maybe a little bit heavier on that. Therefore, that might explain why his previous lap of 1:31.3 compared to the 1:30.0 of Max.
Traffic plays its part, but again, the BMW is flying, and as the track gets drier, it's increasingly advantage away from that number 50. Gap at the GTD class lead, as mentioned, under a second, now under 0.6 of a second, although traffic splits them up once again. And this is where teamwork comes into play. Parker White's back out there, albeit a good 6 laps down from the sister car that he's now giving a bit of a tow to. Paddy Wolf slides off the track into the grass in the GTP car. But Mike, this is where you need a teammate sometimes. Just gives you a bit of draft, helps you down the straight, gives you a bit more fuel mileage.
Yeah, absolutely, and it just gives you that rear gunner as well with a bit of confidence, knowing that you're not going to be attacked from behind or rather getting held up. These two just kind of locking arms and rolling with each other right now. Now, Parker White, speaking of Daytona, he certainly is no slouch when it comes to this circuit. Obviously, the previous NASCAR champion last year, and now in the likes of the GT3, he has proven himself to be quite the versatile driver all the way around, be it in a GT3 car, be it in a hypercar, or be it in a NASCAR.
Saw him first with the Apex Racing team a couple of years ago, just getting a couple more stripes under his belt on the road course side of things. But last year, it was really with Williams Esports that he burst onto the scene, was competing in the Porsche Esports Super Cup as well, and has just returned from the NASCAR Media Day. Slight adjustment in schedule to get him into the car slightly earlier than I think he expected, fresh off a flight, but this is now helping out Vasilius Belitsiotis, just fend off the advance of the long neck Bosch Thompson behind. Did just keep an eye on the fact that the second Redline GTD entry is also rolled back out onto track, probably to do the same thing at some point in this race. If we get to a situation where draft and strategy is going to be important, Cooper Webster, that second Redline GTD machine, could end up playing its part. Not expecting too much fighting, though, between those two drivers. One driver that is very much starting to charge their way forward, Drago Racing Alexander Spetsu. Mike, they started this race off fighting towards the very front until incidents have put them 4 laps down, and they're trying to salvage a potential top 5 by the end of this race.
Yeah, and with that, of course, just seeing a bit of red there for their livery, of course, and I'm sure seeing a bit of red under the visor. It's all about keeping that under wraps as we approach the slower cars here, the LMP2 category, make it look easy. Just the amount of horsepower difference there on display, and into the first corner of Daytona. Very wide line, trying to get it locked up there for the first corner. So difficult as you're coming off the camber of the banking. Of course, this track having up to 31-degree banking all the way down to 18. And of course, that just adds an extra layer. And I noticed a lot of discussion about tire wear as well. With that banking, that's going to make these tires last a little bit longer than your traditional road circuits.
Puts plenty of wear on the right side tires, right rear in particular often, but in general, given that you can change fuel and tires at the same time in IMSA competition, tire wear not much of a factor as Spets puts a couple of wheels off the track. No major drama through all of that, though. Did see that Sheza Esport, former race leader in LMP2, they tried to head back out onto track, but unfortunately seems as though the damage is a little bit too significant for them, and so car back down on pit lane and trying to get to work on it once again. On the left side of the screen, you'll be able to take a look at the drivers that have really made significant headway in this particular race, and still quite crazy to me, Mike, to say out loud, the number 51 sitting in 5th position, 17 positions gained in the course of this race.
Yeah, not bad work whatsoever. Certainly nothing to shake a stick at there for Luzinord and the Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team. They have carved their way through this field like a Thanksgiving turkey and look to continue the trend. Is a podium on the cards for them? Potentially. They are a lap down. It will take quite a bit of luck, but we all know, Arjuna, anything can happen in racing, and it normally does.
We've already seen Gabriel Streitmatter, who sits third in the gridandgo.com 001, make one mistake by himself. All it takes is a couple more of those. The advantage here, I think, for Van Lozenord is he's quite patient behind the GTD entry. That's the Apex Racing team, BMW, that's out there, and a good 150 or so laps down from the rest of its class, maybe even more than that. Advantage for this 51 relative to some of its competition is the number of drivers they've got in the outfit. They've got Graham Carroll on standby, ready to jump in if Van Lozenord has any issues. They've got Lorenzo Manfredotti as well as their third driver in the lineup. But Apex Racing, Drago Racing, we were talking about Alexander Spetz a moment ago. There are only two drivers in that lineup, which I talked about it plenty in my opening stint in the broadcast, Mike. To me, that's a very bold call. All it takes is one driver having a technical issue for the other driver to be left with the bag, as it were.
Yeah, and we all know that that can happen. We've seen multiple wheel disconnects already throughout, and they've even cost the lead of the race at times. That was much, much earlier on when the when the red line of Drago, I think, or was it? No. That had a wheel disconnect early on and lost the position. That was about with 20 hours left in the race, so still trying to make that ground up from it. And now, though, on board here with the GTP category, this is Markham Sholem. He's up 13 positions himself. Another driver that's making easy work here tonight.
Again, two-driver lineup, so expecting Alex Gall to probably be getting a little bit of sleep right now. Marcus has been in that car for how long? Only got in at lap 399, actually, and so probably time for him to do a pretty lengthy stint as Alex grabs a little bit of rest. What's happening with Drago Racing in terms of their swapping back and forth? They've just had what is quite remarkably, we're almost halfway into this race. Last pit stop, Mike, they just finished their second driver swap of the race. So Alexander Spetz started the car. Ate Kauppinen got in, I'm guessing, 6 hours or so into the race. And, well, Spetz has just taken back control of the number 6.
That is honestly incredible. For anyone who has not had the pleasure of driving a multiple-hour stint, you're missing out, to be honest. It's a lot of effort. If you're not physically in shape for that, to be honest, it's a lot more physical than people do realize, of course, with these sim racing machines being so realistic, force feedback cranked up for most of these drivers, and of course just sitting down and having to lock in, dealing with more pressure than a submarine for some of these drivers, and trying to keep your head on a swivel for 300 plus laps of Daytona. That is no small feat. And I guess I mentioned fatigue earlier. I'm not sure fatigue is going to play a role for these guys. They're just that professional.
Again, Lewis mentioned start of the race. Govan Keeney a couple of years ago, he did the opening 10 hours of the race, Mike, and left his teammate with the car clean and at the very front of the field, which was quite crazy to think about because he got back into the car an hour later and then binned it. So, fatigue eventually catches up with you. Adrenaline, though, is a mighty fine drug. Front of the field, Verstappen is on the, anger trip right now, if you will, after the speeding penalty that he incurred for a little bit too aggressively entering pit lane last time by. Now 5 seconds split him from the race leading Scuderia Ferrari number 50.
Yeah, and with that, the gap has started to slow down when it comes to the amount of charging. He was pressing it down pretty much a second a lap, it seems, but it has since slowed. We could obviously potentially count that down to lap traffic, or maybe we see the man on screen here, Ollie, had a fire lit under his seat, and he's just trying to have no real issues. We know, though, that Max does need to pit quicker than our leader, so it's a matter of when we see this man on the bottom of your screen right now decide to pull the trigger.
Of course, everyone loves watching Max Verstappen's onboard. I did see before I jumped back into the commentary booth that it's a great way to get viewership on YouTube now. Put up a live stream just with Max's onboard. It's all you need to do, and the viewers flock to your channel. To be fair, it's usually pretty interesting watching the way that some of these drivers attack the circuit because I mean, this Le Mans chicane is pretty easy. The racing line's simple to understand, carved basically through the grass. But that line through turn 1 that they're all taking, Mike, is so interesting to me. Swing it out wide. You're not penalized for going beyond the white line by iRacing or in the real world either. I talked to some people in IMSA Race Control, so you're almost invited to go out wide, build some more speed, and in these prototypes with their downforce, take full advantage of the track you're given.
Yeah, which is extremely different to what we see the GTD cars having to do, where they have to take that much tighter line. And that's also why we see a lot less overtakes in the first corner around the outside for those categories, is the road just sort of falls off for them. The amount of downforce, though, that these LMP cars or the GTP cars do produce, you're just at all the invisible mumbo jumbo from all those little sticky outy bits that you see on the car, the canards and whatnot, makes it just so you can carry tremendous amounts of speed. And I think it was Lewis that touched on it earlier as well, with the four-wheel drive systems being enabled on these cars. They just allow you to have such stellar exits and truly brilliant pieces of machinery.
I find it so fascinating, right? Basically, IMSA threw the blank slate in some ways out to the manufacturers, saying, you know what, okay, you have to build from a somewhat common chassis. We'll figure out the hybrid, spec units, but you can bring whatever engine you want. You can bring a car that looks like the cars out on the road that you sell, and it has really invited everyone to the party. And the choice of engines is so unique as well, right? You think about the Acura with that free revving engine intended really for IndyCar. Compare it to the Cadillac, the way that sounds. The Porsche's got an engine that harkens back to the RS Spider days. So there's so much that's gone into this. We aren't going to see Max Verstappen close up to Ole Steinbraten, and Max Verstappen, second time running, makes a mistake on pit entry. But importantly here, Mike, I think he's just minimized the damage. There's going to be no penalty this time around.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice. Well, I think you can fill in the blanks for that. Max, though, thankfully not getting punished too heavily. However, that is still going to be a bit of time lost to the leaders. The Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team will be welcoming that with open arms. And I also just wanted to touch, as we do take that kind of blimp cam look here, where we were talking about the Daytona circuit, I want to just talk about the track a little bit. This is a truly awesome circuit at the best of times. As Joe mentioned, no matter where you are at the track, you can pretty much see the entirety of it. For the Roval as well, it's a 3.5 mile track, or 5.7 kilometers, on a track founded back in 1959 by NASCAR's founder Bill France Sr. And ever since then, it has produced electric racing year on out.
Might have been slightly wrong with calling no penalty there for Verstappen, because they have been stationary for longer than is normal. You expect them in and out of the box 40-50 seconds. If this is going to trend toward 120, Verstappen, 2 consecutive pit stops in a row, will have cost his team 40 seconds in pit lane. Has he gained them the equivalent time on track as well? Again, confirmation as Pinto, I think, is going to drop into gear and roll off and away, first under the electric power, and then the bump start fires the engine into life as well. But that is a penalty confirmed, and 40 more seconds. Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports team have been gifted a golden opportunity. And Mike, I've been keeping an eye on that weather forecast. Probability of rain continues to tick on up.
Oh, it's going to get exciting, and we're almost to that halfway point as well. Now, this is going to be a bit of a red flag for Diogo Pinto, however, not in the sense that you're used to. It's more going to be waving a red banner in front of a bull right now, because I think we're going to be seeing quite a hard charger. Diogo's got some time to make up right now, and as of coming out of pit lane, it's quite a sizable margin. Of course, the Scuderia team does still need to make a stop. They're a little bit out of sequence with the Red Line team. However, I think we're going to see a man on a mission here.
So Verstappen going to go off, probably get some sleep. And again, if anyone can make a mistake, if Max Verstappen can make a mistake, makes us feel a little bit better about some of the incidents that I'm sure people in their various splits have been having as well. One Red Line car dropped back in their respective fight. Another one still very much on the prowl as Josh Thompson saves some fuel behind Vasilius Belitsiotis. Heard a tad of fuel saving there as he lifted off into the opening corner. And no longer Parker White in front of these drivers. And so that's something that they've got to now keep in mind. Parker White's involved in his own fight with Jan Sentikowski's Team Hoisingveld Porsche. And so no longer dragging his sister car around.
Yeah, Baleziotis will be keeping his eyes behind him as well as in front. That's one of the issues with being one of these slower cars. You're constantly having to deal with back markers and not get taken advantage of by the car behind. There we see, though, the red line Audi right on the back bumper like a license plate. Now, we do know, though, Baleziotis should be, I think, nearing the end of his stint for the most part. He's been out for quite a while. But this is a man that knows how to defend. Again, I mentioned in GT3s, and you mentioned the Parker White as well. Of course, both of those drivers participated in the ESL R1 last year, and I think it was Baleziotis. He took his first ever podium as well on Daytona, if I'm not mistaken.
It's an interesting track. It's quite unique in the way that you race it. Slow downforce, of course, and the setup configuration, and in terms of mechanical grip, it's always trying to just maximize the amount of purchase that you can get even with a relatively stiff platform beneath you. Some drivers do tend to excel here. It was Redline and Gianni Vecchio that won, I think, 3-4 years in a row in the BMW MSIM Cup, which always used to start here at the World Center of Racing. Pit stops, by the way, just continuing through in that GTP category. Up on the jacks for Fiercely Forward. Hamilton Akabuizi is going to jump in. Catching up with him slightly earlier, he said he was slightly surprised that his car ended up in top split, but he's up for the challenge. And behind him, Scuderia Ferrari HP Esports have already dropped from the jacks, just waiting for the fuel to be topped off before Martin van Lozenoord will head back out onto track.
We'll be keeping an eye closely on the gaps as well when we do decide to rejoin here, where exactly the number 20 is going to be in relation, or this is the 51, excuse me, that is coming back out now and on to circuit. They'll slot themselves back into the middle here and have to work their way on through.
Oh, thought for a second there the spray indicated a slight slip, but navigated safely by Van Lozenoord. There comes Williams Esports Academy to enter the fray in the GTP Ferrari 499P as well. That's the number 26, and then Akabuizi slots in directly behind them as well. So a couple more pit stops complete then in GTP. LMP2 did see that the race leading number 19, who's now just being passed in this little battle that we've been keeping an eye on in GTP. Harold Cretin stayed behind the wheel, but Inet Motorsports, they came down pit lane. And they still enjoy what is a 40-odd second advantage over the 908 Effect Simulations crew. Defending class winners, though, World Sim Racing Esports Abruzzi, the 223, they're keeping themselves in contention. And I think, Mike, one thing that I've always kind of held true at Daytona, it's maybe less true in the virtual world where we don't have safety cars, but in IMSA competition, if you stay on the lead lap going into the final hour, you always have a chance. I think the same's true here today.
Oh, absolutely. For the most part, these drivers all doing the long-term strategy. And with that, of course, you're going to be prioritizing the road in front of you, and that is going to be your little micro objectives. Focus one stint at a time, and eventually, when you do get to that last lap, last stint, you can say, oh, look at that. We are now in position. We can strike while the iron is hot and make some moves a little bit later on. Let the race come to you rather than forcing it an issue, because, of course, that could force you into the barrier, which we've seen all too many times, and with the weather on the horizon, that will spice things up ever more.
Still just hoping that we get a bit of rain before we depart the commentary booth. It's ticked past 1:20 a.m. virtual standard time. I see the first real inclination of rain in about 2 hours, so we'll get a little bit of it, I think. 50% chance of rain around 4 a.m. though is really when I think we're going to see the majority of the moisture, and so that's something that we're going to be looking forward to, especially given if you are a Scuderia Ferrari fan. The 499 seems to have an advantage with the wet conditions. Ollie Steinbraten, another 28 lap stint complete into pit lane, and 4 fresh Michelin tires and a boatload of fuel will be added to that car.
Yeah, and I'd imagine Ollie, he might just stay behind the wheel as well. We'll keep an eye on that, but he should remain in the lead quite firmly ahead of Diogo Pinto. Again, keeping a close eye on the gap after that. That will tell exactly how much time was lost for the Red Lion car. Probably somewhere around 50 plus seconds, I would imagine, was lost from the spin or from the deep shot and the penalty. But it's about how much time this man can make up and how the back markers are going to fare. It's, of course, the biggest variable I think we were touching on earlier as well. Just the fact of the matter, as you can see there, it's basically a bunch of brick walls on circuit and just having to thread the needle at times and not have your nose chopped off.
Just have to avoid making the mistake. A 41.8 second stop for the Scarlet Red. And so off the limiter they will click and back up to speed. They will build those tires up. And yeah, 40 seconds or so. The cost of that speeding penalty. What was a 5 or so second advantage going into the pit stop window. Well, now a 47 second or so advantage. Diogo Pinto's got some work to do. The last thing that Red Line can afford now, though, with still half this race to go, Mike, I can't quite believe I'm saying this as well, another speeding penalty.
Yeah, that would be just gutting. As you mentioned, if you're on the final lap, you can have a chance later on, but if you do end up going that lap down, you got to make it back up at some point. And when you're trying to battle, when you know you have the very similar pace to the Ferrari, the Scuderia Ferrari HP esports team, you have to show it early. You can't let the penalties rack up. And then, I mean, you can hope that the other team also will get the penalties as well. But of course, that's never going to be a winning strategy. It's minimize the damage, minimize the mistakes, and also maximize the attack on circuit when it comes to these back markers. But of course, in a safe manner.
That's where experience comes into play. We were talking about how do you practice for the wet conditions. It's a similar question for traffic, and it's just the laps, the repetitions. That's simply the only way to learn, the school of hard knocks, if you will. I think we're going to see a fight, though, potentially here for fifth position. Two cars that are 3 laps adrift of the leader. Malden Dinka started that Williams Esports Academy entry. That's been through a bit of an up and down roller coaster, if we're being honest. It's been a bit more up in the case of Martin van Lozen, or just up the road, but we sit on board. A battle between 2 Ferraris cycling back onto the banking.
Love to see it. And yeah, you mentioned the Williams boys. They had a bit of a, well, they had a solid start, to be honest. A textbook start, leading in every single category. But as of this current moment, that is not quite the case. They are still leading down in the GTD side of things, but up in the rest of it, trying to make the ground back up is the effort. And with that, of course, still a lot of positions to be made up here for the Academy team.
Ultimately, I think the best that these two are really thinking about is 5th for the time. They'll hope to try and get a couple more places better, but that's going to require a level of attrition. Speaking of, IFR Esports 717, slightly off the road down at turn number 1, as a couple more of the GTD cars scamper their way on through. Not the first car that's had an issue down at that opening corner. We had a close moment with a GTD car that went straight as the night was falling, and very fortunate not to run directly into the GTP leaders at the time. This, though, Mike, is what happened.
Yeah, let's take a look here deep through the... Oh, it's just a miscommunication. So that's the typical line that you're going to be seeing from pretty much all drivers. And for the GTPs, they saw a window, a gap, and went for it. Arjuna, what do you make of that one yourself?
It's just the lines converging. Not the first time we've seen that incident. I think if you're an LMP2 car, you just feel a little bit more aggrieved of it because you kind of expect the faster car to recognize what you're doing. Unfortunately, it did not quite work out in that direction, and don't know, too much damage was ultimately done. We've seen a couple of cars parked on the outside of turn 1 with rear axle damage through contact in the previous points of the race. Elliott Ciota still under pressure from Josh Thompson as we near in another half hour complete, getting closer to the halfway mark of this race as well, and quite a ways from sunrise. Remember, about 1:30 a.m. virtual standard time, at least you'd assume 5 or so hours before we get into golden hour, when the sun will begin to make its presence known, and we'll start to get probably a little bit of a increase in intensity as drivers recognize they have survived the night We can start to push to the very end. That's pushing, though, as LMP2 traffic slices its way past the GTD leaders. And still some fuel saving going on here. Mike, have you had a chance to do much driving over the last month or so? Because I'll be honest, haven't had the chance to try out iRacing's new debris system, and I've always been quite curious what marbles are going to feel like for these drivers by the time we get to the end of this race.
So I have not had the pleasure of driving it myself. However, I have had the pleasure of talking with a lot of drivers specifically about that system on Daytona and what I have heard. So for tracks, for example, like Okayama, let's start off there, ones that have large amounts of gravel on the outside as well as grass, you're going to be seeing loads of debris onto circuit, and it can become quite the sandbox, to be completely honest. However, Daytona, for the most part, there's a lot of cutting in the infield for the Le Mans chicane and a couple other spots on the circuit, but it's all going to be grass. And from what I've seen, these cars are able to kind of slice their way through the Le Mans chicane with not much of an issue, despite the fact that there might be a couple marbles here and there. But Daytona, this doesn't seem to be the biggest effect for that new system that has just been one of the best additions I've ever seen in any simulator, to be honest, over the years.
So maybe Sebring, that's maybe where we'll see a bit more of it. I'm guessing Mount Panorama's, that's going to be an interesting one, because you don't, I guess, typically talk too much about marbles, because you don't typically talk about going offline over the top of the mountain itself, but that's not far away. And speaking of, as we just take a look continued at this race-leading battle at the front of the field, if you're new to the world of iRacing, you're wondering what we're talking about when it comes to, well, iRacing special events. Well, here's a look at the calendar that we've got to look forward to. There's not a month that's going to go by, Mike, without something on the agenda for drivers around the world to look forward to. And the beauty of the special events is across all the disciplines of motorsport that iRacing has to offer.
Absolutely, all the way through it, various different forms of motorsports and different laps as well. We see Daytona, of course, that's where we're at right now. We have the Dale Jr. charity event coming up as well, but Bathurst 12 hours, holy smokes, buckle up for that one, because we all know the mountain giveth and it taketh away. Sebring, another classic circuit in Road America, being one of the tried and trues. That's just a brief touch for the upcoming months, but as you mentioned, Arjuna, every single month, not just one, but multiple races happening. It is going to be electric. And if I was watching the iRacing YouTube channel or Twitch channel, I certainly would consider hitting that subscribe button and or following.
All that action to come here on the iRacing Esports Network, so make sure you stay involved. If you're wondering, well, how do I jump in? Head on to iRacing.com. New memberships are 40% off. You can start your iRacing journey today. It's going to take you a couple of weeks to get the requisite licenses to compete in some of these special events. Get yourself out of the rookie levels and on your way to competing in the 3 24-hour races that we have this year. Once again, returning to the Nürburgring 24 and Spa 24-hour events. June and July, back-to-back 24-hour races to look forward to, and plenty more additions after that. Still plenty of focus at the front of the field between these two drivers. But they are not far away from diving down to pit lane, as Thibaut Prevost is just done for Drago Racing in the 069.
Yeah, looking at that lead battle, I'm not surprised to see the way that they're sort of just taking it easy. You mentioned the night cycle is sort of that survival time for these drivers, just trying to keep it between the mayo and the mustard. That's the maximum goal, and just maximize your lap times. Josh Thompson for Redline and Baleziotis are kind of just trading blows right now, giving each other a bit of a slipstream. And if Baleziotis did make a mistake for some reason that we haven't really, it's very uncharacteristic. If we were to see that, then we would be seeing just the opposite, basically. And looking here in pit lane, quite the aggressive tire heating strategy, it looks like, for the red line ahead, or the grid and go, excuse me.
That's Drago's Racing's 269, which is about 100 laps down. I know, never mind. Never trust the commentators, man. They're only 70 laps down. Much less dramatic, but out there, and I think trying to salvage something. Could even get a top 10 at this rate, given started with 25 GTD runners. It's down to effectively 15 out there and running. It's the slowest of the classes, and for those that are familiar to RaceBot TV, and one of my favorite lines of all time, GTP stands for going to pass
LMP2 stands for Let Me Pass. GTD stands for Going to Die. Tends to live out quite true. Had a couple of messages from some race car drivers that agreed with what I was saying as well. At the end of the day, if you are Redline, though, this is best case scenario. You're right behind your main rivals. You're in a car that, Mike, we think is going to be slightly better in the rain when it does arrive in a couple of hours' time, and they're just saving some fuel right now.
Yeah, long-term strategy, the micro objectives, as I mentioned earlier, and I'm sure I'll come back to that as well. This is all about the long game right now. While yes, you might look at the gaps right now and look behind the other Drago Racing team and say, well, why not go for it? You're almost a lap ahead of the competitors behind. You have nothing to lose when it comes to fighting the Williams car for the lead. However, it's not that simple. You're trying to win this race. You're not trying to just gain the lead here with 12 hours left. There's no points for finishing halfway. You gotta make it to the end.
Let's cycle through some of the different teams and talk about liveries. It's that point of the day where we can go off topic, dive into the weeds of what makes a good-looking race car. A lot of these teams and drivers have put considerable amount of efforts. Now, Mike, you have some Williams Esports bias, so check yourself before you wreck yourself. Williams Esports, the new livery introduced last year, looks great. Red line, their traditional liveries. These are the normal liveries that we're quite used to seeing, right? So let's go check out some ones that we're not so used to seeing. Veloce with a new livery for 2025. Love the way the spec map works. Simple in some ways, complex in others.
It is. They dialed the purple back a little bit. The previous iteration of the Veloce was much more bright, much more purple. This one being a bit more of a phantom in the night as it looks, but I love the green accents. That just complements so well. I'm assuming the other Veloce team have other colors as well. That must be the deterring factor of who is who, I would imagine. So if we look at some others, potentially, no, it's 25 as well, yes. Brilliant livery, though, for that, with the Vex logo in the front. And that, of course, inline 6 being head underneath the bonnet.
Unfortunately, I don't think they have any other entries in this particular race, but I agree with you. You do always need to keep an eye on those little highlights. Problem is, in an IMSA race, you are somewhat mandated to keep the wing mirrors green. You're actually mandated to also have the end plate of the wing, the rear wing, be green as well. So those are specific things that you can't necessarily use. You got the traditional Sim RC Bumblebee. The yellow and black that's made its way onto the Acura, albeit with a little bit of a smush into the front end. Works quite nicely as it typically does on any race car. Got BS Competition with their split liveried Zebra as ever. This is the blue entry. They've got the Sunset, or had the Sunset entry in the GTP class. And then Zenith. I always love an asymmetric livery. This is quite interesting, Mike.
Oh, it absolutely is. I love this. The sort of high visibility green with the black in combination, and the rear wing also adding a flared element there with a bright coloration, sort of that rainbow pattern on the back with the Fanatec logo, it looks like. This is a hard to miss car when you're driving, that is for sure. And when you are in the GTD category, absolutely love that analogy, by the way, Arjuna, you definitely want to be visible. So wearing a high-vi vest would be OSHA approved.
Yeah, but the problem is I do have to call them out. Get the yellow pen out for the first time today. This, I can write on screen, is wrong. IMSA, that's an N, by the way, I can spell. That is the wrong number board. We're going to shame any team that's got the wrong number board. You have been warned. That's what's coming for the rest of the next couple of hours. Falcon Sim Racing, their traditional teal. That's usually on a Porsche. It's on a BMW today, but it works quite well. They're not in a fight, by the way. Those are lapped cars around them. Two teams that are fighting, though, the Voracious Racing team and the World Sim Racing Esports, the butt kicker entry. This is the fight for 10th position and the fight for two different liveries. Mike, which one do you prefer?
Well, to be honest, I love the BS Competition. It's a classic. It's an old livery, but there is, of course, matters for both. I just love the, I think it was Lewis as well earlier that mentioned that the red and black is a very common color theme on these cars, and just seeing any black or red loses a couple points for me. And looking at the BS Competition car ahead, you definitely, oh my goodness, was that a BS Competition car stranded on the side there? I'm not sure.
I think that was Apex, actually, which I don't blame you for missing it. They're easy to to confuse between them, both blue and white. But that is Tom Reicher, that's now getting back up to speed. The big drama, though, I think actually has come from the GTP class, where I just noticed Martin van Lozenoord has headed back down to pit lane with, there's no other word for it, a wrecked, a ruined Ferrari 499P, one that looks like I had been driving it rather than one of the best sim racers in the prototype category. So we're going to have to go take a look at a replay, Mike, figure out what's happened there. But Ferrari still running strong at the top of the class. Their second car in a little bit of trouble.
Day to forget for the 51, unfortunately, but thankfully the team looking to bring home some points. Here's a potential run, though, as we go down towards the first corner, down to the inside. We're going to